War 4, a blueprint for the Trump administration by Aaron Langley Heinlein, Frederick Lass, and the Grand Rapids Circle.
Chapter 3. Winning Against Russia.
U.S. President Donald Trump said he canceled a deal in the wake of a Taliban attack in Kabul that killed a U.S. soldier. Meanwhile, Jason Greenblatt, Trump's special envoy for Middle East peace, is also leaving before the deal of the century is completed. The U.S. is also ostensibly seeking a new Iran deal, and U.S.-North Korea talks are stalled. Why is the U.S. so addicted to the notion that so many of the world's problems can be solved with deals, especially given the track record of previous failed efforts? Trump adds a personal deal-making culture to U.S. foreign policy, borrowed from his business background and a 1987 book that sang the praises of the art of the deal. But his approach to deals is not unique. The U.S. notion that conflicts can be solved with agreements and deals that wrap them up with a nice start and end date is part of historic Western European concepts of diplomacy. Deals and treaties such as those at Westphalia or the Congress of Berlin sought to create order after conflicts in Europe. These ostensibly successful treaties or conferences are pointed to as examples of how diplomacy and international law can be successful. The U.S. played a key role in ending the Russo-Japanese War in 1905 with a treaty signed at Portsmouth, for which Teddy Roosevelt won a Nobel Peace Prize. But this approach to international affairs has its limits. In 1928, U.S. Secretary of State Frank B. Kellogg and France's Minister of Foreign Affairs Aristide Briand negotiated the Kellogg-Briand Pact signed by 15 countries, which was supposed to end war as a way to resolve disputes. In a sense, it outlawed war. Oddly, Germany, Japan, and Italy all signed on. Within a decade, those states would all be at war, with Italy invading Ethiopia and Japan increasing involvement in China. The failures of 1928 haven't ended the seduction of treaties, conferences, pacts, and deals to end conflict. The Paris Peace Accords in 1973 ended the war in Vietnam, just 2 years before North Vietnamese troops took over Saigon, which actually ended the war. In Israel and the Palestinian territories, the Oslo Accords were never fulfilled. UN resolutions that were supposed to stop Hezbollah maintaining a massive arsenal were never adhered to. Evidence seems to indicate that the last 100 years have seen a decline in adherence to treaties and deals, yet the U.S. still believes it can get to the end zone in dealing with a variety of files. The nature of modern open-ended conflicts that take place in ungoverned spaces, or through proxies and non-state actors, makes the ability to get a deal more complex. An entity like Hezbollah doesn't have to adhere to a deal, and the Palestinian Authority can sign on to a deal, while Hamas doesn't, allowing a kind of good cop/bad cop strategy. The Iranian regime can also sign on to a deal while parts of Iran, such as the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, pursue other agendas abroad. Many countries and entities, such as the Taliban, seem to see the transparency in democratic countries as a kind of weakness. For instance, they can read in the U.S. press about the Trump administration's challenges at home. They understand that Washington wants to be able to say it left Afghanistan with some kind of honorable deal. If 2 years later the Taliban march into Kabul, well, at least there was a deal. Sometimes the deal itself seems more important than adherence to it. UN resolutions, with their formality and lip service, allow those supporting them to point to them and say, "See, we passed a resolution." Words have tended to be seen as more important than actions on the international level in recent decades, such as non-proliferation treaties, genocide conventions, or even laws relating to refugees. For instance, inaction during the Rwandan genocide showed a deeply cynical approach in the U.S. and other countries, where policymakers feared that defining the mass murder as genocide would force the U.S. to actually do something. While Trump's notion of deal-making comes from the world of business, the fundamentals have commonalities with past U.S. deals, though they do appear a bit more transactional under the Trump administration. The Taliban likely understand that although the U.S. has been in Afghanistan for almost 18 years, it won't stay forever. They watch the U.S. televised presidential debates. They understand that time is on their side. Similarly, Iran and the Palestinian leadership seem to think that if they just wait out the present U.S. administration, they will get a better deal. This puts U.S. dealmakers in a difficult position. When your adversaries know that your threats and blandishments come with a time caveat, they either won't trust you or will wait you out. This isn't a football season where one has to show up at the games or forfeit. is like an endless season where one team knows that the other team's coaches will be changed every few years. Trump's decision to seemingly cancel the Afghan deal is likely only a negotiating tactic. The Taliban need to know that the U.S. won't accept casualties as part of the deal. Time will tell whether other deal-making projects the U.S. is involved in will find their footing. According to the German media, the fact that the international conflict with North Korea has intensified in recent years is not due to North Korean threats against the United States, Europe, and Japan and the testing of weapons of mass destruction, but to Donald Trump's impetuous temperament. In August 2017, he responded to North Korea's numerous, not just verbal aggressions with the words, "North Korea had best not make any further threats against the United States. They will be met with fire and fury like the world has never seen before," from which the German public promptly drew the conclusion that the U.S. president was just as crazy as his North Korean counterpart. Sem Özdemir attested that Trump was a narcissistic president who makes policy based on gut feeling. Der Spiegel, which regarded Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov as the voice of reason because he had described the conflict between the United States and North Korea as a kindergarten dispute, demanded, "We must calm down the hotheads," and the magazine said of Trump, "So this is also a lesson for him. If he wants to avoid a major war, he will only achieve results in this conflict with China and Russia, not against them. No amount of tough talk will help." In the meantime, North Korea has detonated a hydrogen bomb. The predicted range of North Korean missiles is constantly increasing, and the interval between weapons tests is getting shorter. This makes the German European public all the more delusional in its agitation against Trump's efforts to put a stop to the North Korean regime. The most prominent advocate of appeasement towards North Korea has recently been former President Jimmy Carter, who is largely responsible for the Germanization of the Democratic Party that began under Lyndon B. Johnson. In keeping with German peace policy, he predicted, "Until we talk to them and treat them with respect, I don't think we're going to make any progress," only to state, seemingly incoherently, that Donald Trump would not do justice to the Palestinian people. Carter revealed his collaboration with the Palestinians most clearly in his 2006 book, Palestine: Peace, Not Apartheid. Shortly afterwards, it became public that the Carter Center was heavily financed by the oil states. It is impossible to understand the current policy towards North Korea without taking a closer look at this most German of all previous U.S. presidents. The triumph of multilateralism began with Carter. In his inauguration speech, which promised a strict commitment of American foreign policy to human rights, he proclaimed, "We have learned that more does not necessarily mean better, that even our great nation has recognized its limitations, and that we can neither answer all questions nor solve all problems." His wish for the end of his term of office was that we have enabled our people to be proud of their own government again. The reality, however, was different. Under Carter's presidency, from 1977 to 1981, the U.S. turned away from Taiwan and towards Beijing, accepting the mullah's takeover of Iran and the accompanying loss of its own power in the Middle East. The American government allowed the Cambodian Khmer Rouge to continue their murders and condemned the Vietnamese intervention that finally toppled the regime that had killed 1.4 to 2.2 million people. Support was not only refused because Vietnam was allied with the Soviet Union, but above all because Carter's government did not want to strain relations with China. Carter became famous for pardoning all conscientious objectors to the Vietnam War as one of his first official acts. For a long time, his policy was by no means anti-Vietnamese or anti-Soviet, but above all pro-Chinese. This example shows how two presidents who appear to act similarly pursue divergent motives. While Carter's Vietnam policy was essentially pro-Chinese, Reagan's was anti-Soviet and pro-Western. The Reagan doctrine represented a return to unilateralism as a reaction to Carter's failed multilateralism. It was also Carter who withdrew a large number of troops from South Korea in order to make concessions to China. Trump's call to Taiwan immediately after his inauguration was therefore by no means due to stupidity, but was politically consequent. These measures were not popular with the American people. Carter's defeat against Ronald Reagan was correspondingly clear. In the Electoral College, Carter was defeated by 49 electoral votes to 489. Carter was primarily proud of the fact that under his leadership, for the first time since the Second World War, the USA was not involved in an open military conflict like Obama, He was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, in his case in 2002, for his criticism of George W. Bush. After the end of his term of office, Carter contributed as a civilian activist, a role in which he was no less pleased than Obama is today, to the Kim clan gaining possession of the nuclear bomb. After North Korea withdrew from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty in March 1993, and the CIA informed President Bill Clinton in October of the same year that North Korea most likely already had 2 warheads, Clinton believed he still had to act. "I was compelled to prevent North Korea from developing a nuclear arsenal, even at the risk of war. Plans for a military strike were being prepared at the time, even if such a strike was never the preferred option." American relations with North Korea took a new turn in June 1994 when Carter offered to travel to Pyongyang as a private citizen. It was agreed with the U.S. government that he should explore Kim Il-sung's foreign policy positions. During this mission, Carter overstepped his authority as Clinton's unofficial ambassador by trying to spare Kim a loss of face as a self-declared negotiator. It can be argued that these talks brought North Korea back to the negotiating table, but the cost was enormous. Carter had torpedoed pretty much all of Clinton's efforts. He criticized the U.S. government in Pyongyang and publicly embraced the despot, whom he later repeatedly praised. He did not raise the U.S. government's most important demands at all. In effect, he blackmailed the U.S. government by addressing the press with his own assessment of the situation. "I personally believe that the crisis is over," he told the world public during his return, without consulting the Clinton administration. The result of his mission was the Geneva Framework Agreement, which Carter had wrested from the American government rather than forced upon the North Korean regime. The Republicans quite rightly recognized Carter's tactics as appeasement, but were unable to prevent it, and the Democrats acquiesced to Carter's move, which took any possibility of intervention out of their hands. Carter's project and its foreseeable failure should also have served as a warning against the Iran agreement. A military strike at that time could have ended the horror at an early stage. Instead, the course was set diplomatically for today's evil. Kim Il-sung died shortly after Carter's visit. Kim's son Kim Jong-un signed the framework agreement almost immediately after taking office. Le Monde Diplomatique reported on this in June 2017. Perhaps North Korea could have been persuaded in the 1990s to give up its nuclear weapons in exchange for security guarantees and economic aid. This was precisely the aim of the Geneva Framework Agreement of 1994. The U.S. wanted to reward the renunciation of plutonium production with the normalization of relations and the lifting of sanctions. In addition, 2 nuclear power plants with light water reactors were to be delivered in order to minimize the risk of nuclear weapons. However, the USA never fulfilled these obligations. End quote. George W. Bush is ultimately to blame for this failure. You could read this nonsense in almost the same wording in concrete, where North Korea's nuclear armament was even celebrated as necessary protection against the morally corrupt USA. 8 years later, the NATO war against Libya, which had once stopped its nuclear program in favor of closer cooperation with the West, proved the North Korean view right. End quote. The fact that the NATO war was preceded by a civil war, albeit a short one, is not mentioned, nor is North Korea's repression of its own population. Above all, there is not a word in such statements about the ideological change in North Korea itself, which did not only come into effect with the constitutional amendment in 2009. Kim Il-sung's guiding program was the so-called Juche ideology, a doctrine of unconditional economic and political self-sufficiency, which initially manifested itself primarily in anti-Japanese isolationism. This doctrine was a reaction to Kim Il-sung's strict rejection of the de-Stalinization of the Soviet Union. More significant, however, is the transformation of this doctrine into a readiness for total war, which was driven by the so-called Sun Gun ideology, military first. It began with the change of leader in 1995 and is to be understood as a belated reaction to the collapse of the Soviet Union and the associated famine from 1994 to 1998. This led to North Korea's rapprochement with China. In 2009, the North Korean dynasty removed all ML references from the constitution. In its 2012 amended wording, North Korea now openly referred to itself as a state in possession of nuclear weapons. During his second peace mission, to free the U.S. citizen Aigeline Mali Gomez, who was being held hostage by the regime, Carter apologized on behalf of the imprisoned man on behalf of the U.S. government, again without consultation. The State Department, aware of the ex-president's unilateral actions, had specifically emphasized that this was a private, humanitarian, and unofficial mission, and that Carter was therefore not authorized to speak on behalf of the U.S. government. The Abendblatt wrote at the time, apparently, Carter also gave Kim Jong-un what he wanted: respect and recognition. The photos taken with Carter, hugs and respectful greetings on North Korean state television should not be forgotten by anyone who, like the host of the late-night show Last Week Tonight, John Oliver, believes that Trump's reactions played into the hands of North Korean propaganda. According to the North Korean count, there have been around 200 declarations of war by the USA against Pyongyang since 1997. Almost no matter which newspaper you opened or which TV program you watched, the unanimous response to Trump's speech at the UN General Assembly on September 19th was, "Trump threatens North Korea with total destruction." Some friends of peace seem to have harbored hope during Trump's first sentences. Quote, "We don't expect different countries to share the same cultures, traditions, or even systems of government." End quote. Nevertheless, it was hard not to notice that Trump had set limits on non-interference. The very next sentence read, "But we expect all nations to fulfill these two core sovereign obligations: to respect the interests of their own people and the rights of every other sovereign nation." End quote. Trump's, and later Netanyahu's, references to the repression of the regimes in Pyongyang and Tehran against their own populations were ignored not only in the press, but also by the other speakers, who thus confirmed Trump's judgment. Quote, "When decent or reasonable people and nations become onlookers to history, the forces of destruction only gather power and strength." End quote. In this sense, it was nothing more than a reminder of the real balance of power when he said, "The United States has great strength and patience, but if it must defend itself or its allies, we will have no choice but to totally destroy North Korea, which hopefully will not be necessary." Of all things, Trump's warning. Rocket Man is on a suicide mission for himself and his regime, which adequately caricatured Kim Jong-un's delusional obsession with nuclear self-armament, was interpreted almost across the board by the German-turned-world press as an expression of Trump's own megalomania. While many in this country consider Trump and Kim to be equally crazy, the then German Foreign Minister Sigmar Gabriel was predictably differentiated in an interview with Bild and partially rehabilitated the North Korean madman. Kim Jong-un is not crazy at all. He is following a coolly considered strategy. If he has the nuclear bomb, then so he thinks his regime is secure, because no one will dare to threaten him. Kim simply needs a security guarantee other than the nuclear bomb. End quote. The earlier six-party talks, which focused on those cryptic security guarantees for North Korea, had all failed. All U.S. assurances that it had no plans to attack North Korea fizzled out ineffectively because North Korea always sees any intervention in any rogue state as an attack on itself. This was demonstrated by the malice with which Kim Il-sung told his comrade Gaddafi, who was about to fall, that he would rather not have given up his nuclear program. However, even in Gabriel's way of thinking, the question is not really whether Kim Jong-un is acting sensibly or insanely with his threats to the USA. Rather, when Iran and Germany are worried about their profitable friendly relations, a German foreign minister cannot address the obvious barbarity of the North Korean regime without also addressing that of Iran, which is why it is better to keep quiet about both. To this end, in his speech to the UN, Gabriel once again called for the delusion of world sovereignty, Gerhard Skytte, to be strengthened. Although North Korea should be condemned by the international community, clear signals could only consist of diplomatic and economic sanctions. Export losses are the greatest sacrifice that today's Germans are willing to make for America or Israel. Quote, "Existing treaties and agreements must not be called into question. This also applies in particular to the nuclear agreement with Iran." End quote. This became clear when the AfD politician, or Nazi, depending on your point of view, Alexander Gall, and pointed out in an interview that solidarity with Israel must mean that we are really prepared to risk our lives for the state of Israel. If the defense of Israel is the raison d'etre of the state, we must be prepared to send German soldiers there in an emergency. Namely, that German soldiers would have to fight and die alongside Israeli soldiers. End of quote. The fact that the German government is not prepared to commit to a military deployment on the Israeli side in the event of a crisis, even after being asked by Bild, speaks volumes. In a similar vein, Lars Quadfassel criticized the deployment of the Bundeswehr in Lebanon a few years ago in his epitaph on the anti-German movement for not being pro-Israeli, but mocked the fact that German soldiers come near Israel at all. Merkel has also rejected the automatic military support of the USA in the event of a war between the USA and North Korea. Germany's role as a globally accepting social worker was particularly evident when 2 GSG-9 officers were murdered near Fallujah by members of the Iraqi Patriotic Alliance in 2004. The remains of Thomas Hafnecker are still missing. The SPD soon claimed that the USA was at least partly to blame. The insurgents, on the other hand, were quickly reconciled, as they immediately apologized for the tragic mix-up. They would have thought that the Germans were American special forces. If the vehicles had been marked as a German convoy and the security guards had stopped at the checkpoint set up by the Iraqis and identified themselves as Germans, they would have been able to pass. Germany's reliability in its foreign relations is exemplary. The Federal Republic never severed diplomatic relations with North Korea, which it took over at the same time as the GDR, and continued to operate the former GDR embassy in Pyongyang as a permanent representation. In 2001, diplomatic relations were officially established under Joschka Fischer and the embassy was opened. Through this liaison, the German government achieved that North Korea, at least on paper, moved closer to Western positions than ever before. End quote. Every time Germany announces that it has frozen relations with a country, this does not mean that they are seriously dormant, but only that they are no longer celebrated quite so publicly. Gabriel not only succeeded in sweeping the domestic political barbarity of Iran and North Korea under the carpet, but also in trivializing the foreign policy threat, Iranian and North Korean terror financing and medium-range missiles. All half as bad. On the contrary, the German government is proud to have direct contacts with North Korea, right up to the leadership. We therefore have first-hand assessments that are also shared with our allies. Berlin can help to open channels of communication. End quote. Germany exported goods worth €5.7 million to North Korea in 2013. The loss of earnings is unlikely to be felt in comparison to Germany's other problem child and second-largest trading partner in the Middle East, Iran. The German Foreign Office website states the following about Iran. In 2016, bilateral trade increased by 22% compared to the previous year and amounted to €2.9 billion. Germany is therefore primarily defending the Iran deal in the hope of a clean diplomatic solution to the North Korea crisis. Emmanuel Macron, who perhaps gave the speech on multilateralism while at the same time pandering to the needs of the world's population, also announced to Washington about Pyongyang. We have a responsibility, together with our partners including China and Russia, to bring them back to the negotiating table in order to resolve the crisis politically. France will reject any escalation and will not close the doors to dialogue as long as the possibility for such dialogue and subsequent peace remains. End quote. So it was up to Netanyahu alone to point out the obvious in his speech. I know that there are still those who defend the dangerous agreement with Iran and declare that it blocks Iran's path to the bomb. Ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly what they once said about the nuclear agreement with North Korea, and we all know what happened to it. End quote. The only thing to disagree with is that the agreement with Iran is even more irresponsible than the Geneva Framework Agreement with Pyongyang ever was. The connection between Iran and North Korea, which the USA under Trump and Israel on the one hand and the Franco-German axis of collaborators with China and Russia on the other are establishing under opposing premises, is by no means merely symbolic. North Korea established its close diplomatic relations with Iran immediately after the establishment of the Mullah regime and supplied the theocrats with weapons of various kinds. Both support Hezbollah and Assad. Israel, on the other hand, has never been recognized by North Korea, which regards the entire country as Palestine, which is why all of Israel's opponents have been reliably supplied with weapons, technology, and personnel by North Korea over the decades. In 2007, Israel was only just able to prevent Syria from building a nuclear reactor with North Korean support, which, according to the IAEA, would have been identical to the reactor in Nayangbayon. As a result of the nuclear deal, Iran is allowed to continue building missiles that can be equipped at any time with the help of the now virtually untouchable North Korea. Not to mention nuclear exports to other gangs, in state form or not. The Iranian Shahab-3 medium-range missile, which is capable of carrying nuclear warheads, is a further development of a North Korean missile. It is significant that Die Welt came to the correct conclusion in the title of an article that was thoroughly critical of Trump. Trump must pay for Obama's strategic weakness. Obama's policy of strategic patience was Carterism in practice. Obama largely ignored North Korea or drew red lines, only to retract them just as quickly. North Korea will not be accepted as a nuclear power, promised then Secretary of State John Kerry as recently as 2013 during his visit to South Korea. He forgot to mention that this could only be enforced if, for whatever reason, North Korea could suddenly be impressed by sanctions. At the time, the U.S. made excuses by saying that it did not believe that North Korea could really equip a missile with nuclear warheads. Under Obama, the USA gave up its role as a world power and now acted in German style as a global street worker in state form. It will be interesting to see when Obama himself sets off on a trip to Pyongyang to step out of the shadow of the hostage-takers Carter and Clinton. Without China's backing, North Korea would never have been able to get its hands on the bomb. At the moment, however, Chinese officials seem to be asking themselves whether their little protege is not over their heads. It was none other than Trump who got China and Russia to get halfway serious with the threat of economic sanctions against North Korea in the first place. Nevertheless, it is still questionable whether North Korea can be persuaded to pursue a different policy through economic sanctions. The famine in the 1990s was christened the Arduous March by the North Korean regime, and since then the population has been constantly sworn to similar efforts on the home front. North Korea pursues a bombs-not-food policy, which is also reflected in the distribution of relief supplies by the state. Military personnel and those loyal to the government are strongly favored. The Songbun system is the caste system appropriate to this practice. It divides the population into around 50 classes according to their loyalty to the government and determines the corresponding food ration. Large sections of the population who do not do well enough in this system have had to try for years to stay alive with soups made from waste, peelings, or even grass. It is assumed that even an oil boycott by China would not achieve any results in the medium term, as the military is estimated to have 12 months' supply. In addition, smuggling to and from China is already flourishing and is set to increase, and the regime is extremely creative in obtaining foreign currency, be it through Bitcoin theft or hostile operations on embassy premises. Russia opened a new internet connection to North Korea immediately after the tightening of sanctions, which could help Kim Jong-un to direct his attacks. And with North Korean submarines expected to be capable of firing nuclear missiles, the problem is becoming even less containable. In any case, North Korea has the bomb, up to 60 are suspected, and probably already or soon solid-fuel long-range missiles. It is therefore to be feared that Trump simply came too late in this case to be able to do anything, which the international community will undoubtedly blame on him alone in the event of an emergency. The only hope is that what threatens to fail with North Korea will still succeed with Iran. 80 years ago, as the German surrender was being celebrated in the streets of London, New York, and Paris, the slaughter was continuing elsewhere. Russian troops were still being killed as they fought Nazi holdouts in Silesia, and the war against Japan was very far from a victorious end. It would take a totally unprecedented attack with a totally new weapon to finally bring an end to the bloodshed. By May 8, 1945, the Americans had only taken a very small part of Japan, the 11.5 square miles of Iwo Jima Island, a conquest very expensive in blood. 6,821 U.S. troops were lost and 3 times as many were seriously injured. Japanese combat was very different from that of the Americans. They would fight to the death with no thought for their own survival, and their tactics were designed to circumvent the vast superiority of American firepower. Victory over the remaining 145,937 square miles of Japan, therefore, would inevitably come at the cost of far more lives than all the Allies had worldwide. The Japanese had no intention of surrendering. They were determined to continue to inflict such heavy casualties that the Allies would give up their demand for unconditional surrender and instead accept a negotiated settlement that would assure the continuation of the imperial dynasty. A strategy they called Ketsugo, Operation Decisive. And, with more than 3.5 million Japanese troops still on duty in the home islands, not counting those being evacuated from China and Korea, they had the manpower to make it happen. Beside combat forces, which would attack using aircraft and small arms, there was the Civilian Volunteer Corps, all able-bodied men and women armed with rifles and pistols taken from the British, Chinese, and Dutch troops defeated earlier in the war. But what really made the Japanese so confident, what made them truly a force to be reckoned with, was their extraordinary stoicism. Uniquely, they really did prefer death to surrender. But because Ketsugo was not studied properly by foreign historians for decades, a false narrative took hold, one that serves as useful propaganda for the Russians to this day. This asserts that when the first bomb was dropped on Hiroshima on August 6, 1945, Japan was already defeated. Cut off from oil supplies, immobilizing aircraft and ships, surrender was only days away at most. The only reason the bomb was dropped in this telling was to frighten Stalin into accepting U.S. supremacy in Europe in spite of the superiority of the Red Army. The deaths of the men and women of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and the prolonged suffering of the survivors poisoned by radioactive fallout were most cruelly inflicted for cynical American political purposes. Every part of this narrative is wrong. In reality, when Hiroshima was bombed, Japan could still count on as many as 10,000 aircraft for kamikaze suicide attacks. Second, nobody in the chain of command, from President Truman right down to Paul Tibbets, the 29-year-old pilot of the B-29 that dropped the little boy fission bomb, knew anything about immediate radiation or the subsequent radioactive fallout. Apart from the sheer size of the explosion, they had no idea of what they were about to unleash. The reason the bomb was dropped was that U.S. military leaders and President Truman were terrified by the thought of all the Iwo Jima battles it would take to conquer the rest of Japan. Despite the desperate damage inflicted, the bomb did serve one enduring purpose. For decades after, all of us remembering VE Day in May 1945, looking at those pictures of celebrating couples kissing enthusiastically, could be certain of one thing: there would be no more wars in Europe. That certainty was not because of the actions of the United Nations, utterly ineffectual even then, nor the result of some great power diplomacy in the Security Council, which only fails when it is most needed. Instead, the very long peace that Europe enjoyed, an unprecedented 77 years without a major war, was the sturdy child of nuclear terror, as Churchill said, a thing far more reliable than any human wisdom. And this only came when the bomb was dropped 2 months after the emotional celebrations of VE Day. That was still true on February 24, 2022, when Putin, who had been creeping into the Donetsk and Luhansk regions, dramatically escalated and invaded Ukraine outright, aiming straight for its capital, Kyiv. For it wasn't the protective arm of nuclear deterrence that failed on that fateful day and led the Russians to make their reckless move. It was the failure of NATO and its attendant governments to reaffirm deterrence in word and deed during the weeks and days of growing tension before the invasion. In fact, it can be argued that the Biden administration unwittingly triggered the Russian escalation when, at the behest of the always wrong CIA, which was predicting the swift fall of the city, it evacuated the U.S. diplomatic mission in Kyiv. That, in turn, precipitated a mass flight of other Western and Middle Eastern diplomats. Even worse, the German government contrived to outdo Biden's foolish move by declaring that it would not stop the Nord Stream 2 doubling of gas imports from Russia, even if there was some incident in Ukraine. For the German-speaking Putin, it was a big green light to invade. Russia's postmodern invasion did not rely on firepower. It aimed to capture Kyiv and conquer the country by giving the impression of strength. The image of that endless double column of armored vehicles was a powerful one. When that fashionable fantasy collided with the reality of stubborn Ukrainian defenders firing anti-tank rockets at very close range, NATO's leaders had an opportunity to take immediate action. They could go into an emergency session to demand an end to the fighting and a prompt return to pre-combat positions. But no such session happened because only the British and the new NATO members who had long lived under Soviet rule were willing to oppose the Kremlin head-on. The Biden administration was mostly focused on avoiding escalation, and the French, Germans, and Italians as usual loudly demanded a voice in NATO's decisions, while offering only platitudes when it was their turn to speak. As a result, on VE Day 2025, a war still rages while a fragmented alliance struggles to cobble together an effective defense strategy. So as flags are waved in celebration of that long-past victory, men are again dying, and European governments again hoping that the U.S. will step in and do the heavy lifting. It was, after all, an approach that worked well enough in the past, when the U.S. had far larger forces and Russia was everyone's bad guy. But today, everything has changed. There is an enemy that the Americans are more worried about than Putin. Xi Jinping, the Mussolini of our time, who is determined to show that today's Chinese are courageous and formidable fighters, unlike their defeated ancestors. And as China openly prepares for war, the U.S. has no choice but to prioritize the Indo-Pacific. Perhaps as Europe finds itself abandoned, or at least insufficiently protected, and unwilling to rearm in earnest, it is now the time to ask, for how long will the nuclear deterrent hold? In 1944, Leslie Groves, the U.S. Army general who managed the Manhattan Project, asked its chief scientist, J. Robert Oppenheimer, just how powerful their new bomb might be. Would it be 10 times as powerful as the largest bomb of the time, the RAF's Tallboy earthquake bomb? Or 50 times, or even 100 times? Oppenheimer replied that he could not be sure. At the time, there were even fears that the explosive chain reaction might never stop, but he expected a bomb much more powerful than 100 Tallboys. Groves immediately replied that such a powerful weapon would not be of much use to anyone, because the politicians would never dare to use it. In the short run, Groves was wrong while Oppenheimer's guess was correct. The Hiroshima uranium bomb was in fact more powerful than 1,000 Tallboys, with the Nagasaki plutonium bomb exceeding even that. But only 5 years later, Groves's prediction came to pass. First the United States, and then the Soviet Union, and then each successive nuclear power came to the realization that their nuclear weapons were too powerful to be used in combat. This has remained true in the decades since, all the way up to the invasion of Ukraine. For, despite Putin's atomic saber rattling, he too is subject to the logic of Groves's prediction. Decades after his conversation with Oppenheimer, a brief historical summary of nuclear war has much to teach us about the situation in Ukraine, and how victory might only be attainable there through much more conventional means. The first test of the nuclear age came with the Korean War. In December 1950, hundreds of thousands of Chinese soldiers crossed the River Yalu to support their North Korean allies against the U.S. With America in immediate danger of losing tens of thousands of men, General Douglas MacArthur decided that he had to use nuclear weapons to stop the Chinese. By far the most respected U.S. military leader of the time, he had led American forces in the Pacific from humiliating defeat to total victory, and then acted as Japan's de facto emperor in reforming the country. MacArthur expected Truman to assent to his superior military judgment. Instead, the answer was a flat no. MacArthur insisted, and he was dismissed. Truman recognized that the nature of warfare had fundamentally changed since Hiroshima and Nagasaki. When he authorized those strikes, neither he nor anyone else knew that the explosions would also cause radiation fallout, which would sicken and even kill thousands of people miles from the site of the detonation. Moreover, in 1945, Truman was facing the prospect of losing many more American troops in the conquest of Japan than in the entirety of the Second World War up to that point. The Japanese really did fight to the last man, and still had 2 million troops to expend. Truman would have been thrown out of the White House if he had allowed the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Americans by refusing to use the bomb. But 5 years later, the situation was very different. Facing catastrophe in Korea, Truman had the alternative of evacuating U.S. troops to Japan if all else failed, and therefore never even considered using atomic weapons. Under the next president, his fission bombs evolved into thermonuclear fusion bombs at least 100,000 times more powerful than Tallboy. But that only made Truman's no of 1950 even more definitive. Nuclear abstinence became the only possible choice for Americans and Russians alike, as the Cuban Missile Crisis precariously but definitively showed. However, it would take much longer for this logic to develop into a definitive doctrine. Following the establishment of NATO 75 years ago today, and especially in the 60s and 70s, exhaustive efforts were made to extract some additional advantage from nuclear weapons and somehow gain the upper hand for the new Western alliance. So-called tactical nuclear weapons were made not more, but much less powerful, supposedly to enable their use on the battlefield. Their advocates claimed that they could provide firepower very cheaply, with small nuclear warheads replicating the effect of hundreds of howitzers. Both the US and Soviet armed forces duly acquired thousands of nuclear weapons. Not only small bombs for fighter bombers, but also bombardment rockets, some small enough to be carried in a jeep, anti-aircraft missiles, torpedoes, and even portable demolition charges. But this illusion could not be sustained. Military planners came to understand that if U.S. commanders tried to defend NATO territory by attacking invading Soviet forces with small tactical nuclear weapons, the Russians would use their own arsenal to destroy the defending Western forces. The same would apply for any attempt to replace conventional military force with nuclear weaponry. And so it was understood that, while nuclear weapons are a useful deterrent, they can only be used to strike back against a prior nuclear attack, and never to achieve any kind of victory. Thus, in the 70s, when the United States and the Soviet Union were engaged in the elaborate and highly publicized strategic arms limitation negotiations, officials on both sides quickly agreed to quietly stop developing, manufacturing, and fielding new tactical nuclear weapons, before equally quietly disassembling tens of thousands of these weapons. But in the end, it was the newest nuclear powers, India and Pakistan, that conclusively demonstrated the redundancy of their own nuclear weapons for anything beyond reciprocal deterrence. In the Kargil War of 1999, which involved multiple full-scale battles and thousands of casualties, neither side attempted even a sotto voce threat of a nuclear strike. And this is still true today. When Putin's loudest attack dog, Dmitry Medvedev, started barking about the use of tactical nuclear weapons after the failure of the initial Russian invasion in 2022, it was only the least competent journalists and those obedient to Moscow who echoed his warnings. Eventually, after several months of this foolishness, Putin came out and said Russia would only use nuclear weapons only when the very existence of the state is put under threat, meaning by a corresponding nuclear threat. The situation in Ukraine has turned again, but the same logic holds. Instead of frustrated Russians bogged down in their trenches, now it is the Ukrainian position that looks precarious. Kyiv presents this as a question of material and continually asks for more and better weapons from the West. Yet while more guns and missiles could be sent, it is clear that what is forcing Kyiv to retreat step by step is not a lack of firepower, but a lack of soldiers. Until this week, conscription in Ukraine only started at the age of 27, as opposed to the global norm of 18. Zelensky has now reduced this to 25. But with many Ukrainians exempted from service, his total armed forces amount to less than 800,000 active personnel. Ukraine is hampered by the age distribution of its population, with children and older people overrepresented when compared to young men in the 19 to 35 age bracket. But its troop total is still too low for a population that exceeds 30 million by most estimates, considering that Israel can rapidly field an army of around 600,000 from a population of around 8 million. This means that, unless Putin decides to end the war, Ukraine's troops will be pushed back again and again, losing soldiers in the process who cannot be replaced. Russia doesn't even have to send its finest troops to achieve this. Merely volunteer contract soldiers attracted by good pay, or Russian prisoners serving ordinary criminal sentences, recruited straight from their prison cells. Regardless of quality, though, the Russian army already outnumbers the Ukrainian, and the gap is becoming wider every day. This arithmetic of this is inescapable. NATO countries will soon have to send soldiers to Ukraine, or else accept catastrophic defeat. The British and French, along with the Nordic countries, are already quietly preparing to send troops, both small elite units and logistics and support personnel, who can remain far from the front. The latter could play an essential role by releasing their Ukrainians' counterparts for retraining in combat roles. NATO units could also relieve Ukrainians currently tied up in the recovery and repair of damaged equipment, and could take over the technical parts of existing training programs for new recruits. These NATO soldiers might never see combat, but they don't have to in order to help Ukraine make the most of its own scarce manpower. Crucially, with China coming ever closer to an attack on Taiwan, the U.S. cannot provide more troops than the roughly 40,000 who are already in Europe. Thus, a momentous decision is in the post for the other NATO members, especially the most populous, Germany, France, Italy, and Spain. If Europe cannot provide enough troops, Russia will prevail on the battlefield, and even if diplomacy successfully intervenes to avoid a complete debacle, Russian military power will have victoriously returned to Central Europe. At that point, Western European powers will have to rebuild their armed forces, whether they like it or not, starting with the return of compulsory military service. Perhaps in those circumstances, we might even witness an outbreak of nuclear nostalgia, foolishly harking back to the illusion that apocalyptic weaponry might be enough to keep the peace. The not entirely private opinion expressed by French President Emmanuel Macron at an aid conference for Ukraine on February 26, 2024, and reiterated on May 2, 2024, that he could imagine sending ground troops to Ukraine if necessary and desired by Ukraine, was immediately categorically rejected by German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and other European politicians. On February 28, 2024, Scholz announced on X, "As German Chancellor, I will not send any soldiers from our Bundeswehr to Ukraine. NATO is not and will not be a party to the war. That remains the case." Merker, March 4, 2024. Even the presumption of speaking as head of government of a member state on behalf of the entire military alliance, which is at odds over the Ukraine issue, indicates that this was a matter of the highest national importance, to which politeness and diplomacy were to be sacrificed. The Chancellor therefore spoke of peace that had to be enforced against Ukraine and even against the closest ally in NATO and the EU. As the front man of a notoriously pro-peace party, which had already called for a fight against nuclear death in the late 1950s, he did not need to specifically point out that Russia was unmistakably threatening to use nuclear weapons in order to be recognized, especially in his own country, as a prudent statesman whose primary concern was the well-being of the people of Europe and the world. In this logic, it is not Vladimir Putin who appears to be the daredevil, but the French president who, for the sake of a few sympathy points at home, does not want to rule out any military option and is therefore recklessly risking unlimited war. Memes showing Macron as Napoleon in front of Moscow quickly circulated on social media, expressing the deep-seated German longing for the anti-French alliance with Russia that is constitutive of German nationalism. At the end of February 2024, it was already becoming apparent that the war situation in eastern Ukraine was turning in Russia's favor, and that the military aid provided up to that point would not be enough to avert Ukraine's defeat. At the summit, Macron insisted on what is considered a consensus, namely, to prevent a Russian victory in Ukraine, which indicates that the leading European politicians are aware that their own ally is in a bad situation and that the aim must be to do everything necessary to prevent Russia from winning this war. Otherwise, Europe's credibility will sink to zero. What credibility would a power like the European Union have in the eyes of our members if it allowed this to happen? There would no longer be any security on the continent, not for France and certainly not for the countries to the east. Do you believe that the Poles, Lithuanians, Estonians, Latvians, Romanians, and Bulgarians can live in peace for a second? And I'm not even talking about Moldova, which is not in the European Union today, but would be threatened at any second. FR, March 16, 2024. Most representatives of European governments, US President Joe Biden, and even French government representatives distanced themselves from Macron without explaining what alternative conclusions should be drawn. After all, everyone knows that despite enormous military support in the form of arms supplies, intelligence, and training, the military situation in Ukraine is steadily deteriorating, and a Donald Trump election victory in the USA could pose an existential threat to the country's existence. Russia's war against Ukraine is based neither on Ukraine's territorial claims against Russia, nor on an allegedly existing threat to Russia. Even the so-called eastward expansion of NATO cannot be seriously interpreted as a threat to Russia because, conversely, it was and is Russia's backyard doors that prompted these states to seek the protection of NATO. Rather, it is about the one-sided implementation of expansionist concepts of Great Russian chauvinism. The American historian Timothy Snyder stated in connection with the annexation of Crimea that Putin wants Ukraine to be part of his Eurasian Union, referring to the words of the Russian autocrat, who had already announced a future Eurasian Union as a strategic goal in 2012. It was initially to be created through intensified integration, including political integration of the CIS, which was actually only designed for economic and security cooperation. Because the CIS states were consistently skeptical or opposed to the associated renunciation of sovereignty, the problem of implementation was already on the table at the time. France's Foreign Minister Bernard Kouchner and Finland's EU Enlargement Commissioner Olli Rehn had already warned in 2008 after Russia's war against Georgia that Crimea could be Putin's next target. The logic of Russian policy can be summarized in the following objectives: to prevent Ukraine and other post-Soviet states from turning to the West, to counteract a people's revolution in Russia itself, and to assert its status as a great power by securing and expanding zones of influence. The German political scientist Andreas Heinemann-Grüter therefore called for a fundamental redefinition of European policy towards Russia back in 2014. In order to prevent a major war, Russia's revanchist foreign and security policy must be limited, and at the same time Russia's population and elites must be prevented from permanently turning away from the West's normative project. As we know, this did not happen. Without the involvement of the USA, the crisis talks initially took place in the Normandy format, i.e. with the exclusive participation of Russia, Germany, France, and Ukraine. The French president at the time was the socialist François Hollande, who supported Angela Merkel's appeasement policy towards Russia. Germany and France again failed to recognize the motives of Putin's policy, which led to the Russian annexation of Crimea being accepted as a given in the Minsk Protocols of 2014 and Russia's insurrectionary policy in eastern Ukraine being downplayed as a conflict over the national self-determination of a Russian minority in Ukraine. It was also assumed, against all evidence, that Russia's policy of aggression was driven by rational motives such as Russia's security interests in view of NATO's eastward expansion. The pretense of supposedly conflicting interests that could be reconciled in negotiations was the driving force behind the negotiations between European players, which dragged on for years. Russia has not been threatened by any nation since the end of the Soviet Union. Russia's immediate neighbors have not asserted any territorial claims, although states such as Finland, Poland, and Romania had to accept major territorial losses to the Soviet Union in the aftermath of the Second World War. There are also no large minorities of Poles, Finns, Balts, or Ukrainians living on Russian territory, for whose supposed or actual interests these states wanted to stand up. There is no equivalent of Putin's doctrine towards Ukraine and the Baltic states, which follows the motto "We are one people," or proclaims a Russian world beyond the borders of the Russian state, in Eastern Europe. Whether greater Russian chauvinism is the result of an escalation in Ukraine and Crimea for which Russia is responsible, or whether it is the expression of a broader aspiration that stretches from Tsarist Russia through the Soviet period to the post-Soviet present, needs no clarification at present. The will to establish a Eurasian Union with Russia as the center and the other members as the dominant power, which is to displace or swallow up the EU in the West and thus also put an end to the hated Western model of society, can be documented in word and deed as guiding Russian policy. Perhaps Putin's policy at the beginning of the 2000s, when the aim was to stabilize political and economic conditions after the disastrous Yeltsin period, still had a residual rationality of purpose. Since the annexation of Georgian territories during the Caucasus War in 2008 at the latest, there can no longer be any question of this. The campaign against Ukraine since 2014 and Putin's basic texts from 2020 and 2021 that justify it make it clear that the Great Russian concept is now fully developed. While in 2008 a defeated, weak, and humiliated Georgia was left with remnants of its own sovereignty, the existence of Ukraine as a sovereign state with an independent national consciousness is completely denied, a prerequisite for setting new goals. If a state's policy lacks a rational basis in international law or intergovernmental agreements, or if it is determined solely by ideological guidelines, then the only option left to its neighbors is military deterrence and resistance. According to Macron, the Kremlin has in the past understood signs of strength better than understanding and compromise. France's immediate military engagement could be Europe's last chance to prevent a defeat in Ukraine and a major war. Although what is often declaimed by Western politicians at donor conferences is obvious, the conclusions that need to be thought through to the end remain unspoken. Ukraine has become an arena on which the future of Europe will be decided, because the war waged by Russia has not only returned to Europe a future without the threat of war against the aggressor and, in case of doubt, open war against it is inescapable unless one submits and surrenders first Ukraine and then other Eastern European allies. The current Russia, which combines the use of all mobilizable material, social, ideological, and political resources with an unscrupulous will to assert itself, knows peace only as a promise to paralyze its opponent. And Russia knows its opponents very well, above all Germany, who are prepared to betray them for a little peace. The French economy minister Bruno Le Maire described the global political situation 24 years after the de facto end of the Soviet Union as follows. The time of happy globalization is over. It has been replaced by a globalization of rivalries. FAZ, October 4, 2024. This is definitely true for the period since 1990. Happy were the times when extra profits could be made in the no longer socialist new territory, which now consisted of open and unprotected markets, and defense budgets were reduced after the abolition of the Warsaw Pact. Since NATO has developed into a subdivision of the United Nations, not only Russia, but above all China, has been extremely self-confident in subjugating markets and states, mostly still without war, and through unfriendly acts such as the use of spy balloons, large-scale hacking, and the recruitment of influencers, who can also be spies, and exploiting everything that is possible below the threshold of war. The old Western Europe, led by Germany, is acting fatalistically, resigning itself to a supposed fate and conjuring up the unbelieved certainty that things will not really change. The perception of the war in Ukraine in Western Europe, and increasingly also in the USA, not only testifies to a lack of insight that the storm of rival globalization can only be countered by the credible threat of warlike resistance, but also to a denial of reality and forgetfulness of history that becomes all the more pervasive the more analogies with the 1930s in particular come to mind. To illustrate this, a historical situation will be used which for decades has only been criticized as an unforgivable gamble by the USA, which irresponsibly almost exposed the whole world to nuclear death. In 1962, in the most dangerous global political situation since 1938, it was also about a globalization of rivalries, albeit with fewer players in terms of number and power than today. At that time, the American president could not afford to look away and did not shy away from a comparative view of history. The central sentence in John F. Kennedy's speech on the occasion of the imposition of a naval blockade against Cuba in 1962 was, "The 30s of this century have taught us a clear lesson. Aggressive behavior, if given free rein and not restrained, ultimately leads to war." The background to the so-called Cuban Missile Crisis was the stationing of Soviet medium-range missiles in Cuba, which could be equipped with nuclear warheads. This hostile act was initially an initiative of the Soviet Union to deter the USA from further invasion plans against Cuba after its failed action in the Bay of Pigs. As the nuclear missiles could have reached the U.S. mainland within a few minutes, this measure met with energetic resistance from the USA. In his radio speech, Kennedy declared that the USA would counter this threat by any means necessary. "We do not want war with the Soviet Union, because we are a peaceful people who want to live in peace with all other peoples. However, it is difficult to settle or even discuss these issues in an atmosphere of intimidation. For this reason, this latest Soviet threat, or any other threat made either independently of or in response to our actions this week must and will be resolutely opposed. Any hostile action anywhere in the world against the security and freedom of peoples for whom we have made commitments, including, in particular, the brave people of West Berlin, will be met with all necessary measures." The Cold War was waged by the USA and its allies with the aim of containing the Soviet and, at times, Chinese expansionist ambitions that came to light in both the Korean War and the war in Vietnam, and this was achieved by military means. As early as 1962, this ostensibly imperial logic followed the by no means only American insight that wherever socialist regimes were established, terror against non-compliant sections of the population and doubters in their own camp was the rule. Beginning with the extradition of all Eastern Europeans to the Soviet Union, which was decided in Yalta and Potsdam, continued by a Chinese revolution that should no longer have been debatable, at the latest with the sacrifice of millions for a moronic plan called the Great Leap Forward, 1958 to 1962, a North Korean communist regime that must still be regarded as a monument to barbarism today, but also with the disillusionment of Western European proletarians with their big brother in the East that began in 1949, Kravchenko trial in Paris, and finally the drumbeat of Khrushchev's secret speech in 1956. Socialism or communism that had become a state was no longer a promise, but proved to be a reality, something that should have been recognized since March 18, 1921. This should have been recognized since March 18, 1921 as a threat. In 1961 and 1962, the Soviet Union's rational motive was to deter the USA from taking further military action against the social experiment in Cuba, a goal that was even indirectly achieved. There was no more second Bay of Pigs enterprise. But for weeks it was unclear whether the Cuban Hasperders were trying to drive Khrushchev before them, or whether the latter was glorifying their mortal decay as revolutionary enthusiasm and was the driving element in the game of a bank. It is only since the 1990s that the ludicrous statements of the two charismatic leaders of the Cuban Revolution, who led the world to the edge of the abyss, have become known. The likeness of the far more unpredictable of the two, Ernesto Che Guevara, can still be seen today on the t-shirts of people with an affinity for the movement in Western Europe. Fidel Castro and Che Guevara associated the use of nuclear missiles and the destructive power associated with them with the chiliastic vision of a world conflagration capable of realizing the world revolution. For the Hasperders of the Cuban Revolution, the threat of mass death in a nuclear war was an expression of revolutionary unconditionality regardless of losses. Both longed for and wrote about the Third World War, with its hundreds of millions of victims in morbid exuberance. In 1962, Fidel Castro wrote to the then Soviet Prime Minister Nikita Khrushchev, "In my opinion, in the event of unleashed aggression, the aggressor must not be given the privilege of deciding, especially when it comes to the use of nuclear weapons. The destructive power of this weapon is so strong and the speed of the means of launch is such that whoever uses the nuclear weapon first can gain a considerable advantage from the outset. I have suggested that if imperialism were to attack Cuba and the military forces of the USSR, that one should respond with a strike capable of destroying it." In the same letter, he proclaimed himself like an American cult priest on behalf of his followers held hostage from his headquarters surrounded by the National Guard. "You may not know the degree to which the Cuban people have been willing to fulfill their duty to the fatherland and to humanity. Few times in history, and I could even say never, because never has any people faced a comparable danger, never has any people been willing to fight and die with such a universal sense of duty. We knew that we would have been annihilated if thermonuclear war had broken out. This did not cause us to retreat. This, and not Ronald Reagan's drivel from the 1980s, is what is really meant by the word Armageddon. In his revolutionary feverish delirium, Castro was no different from Che Guevara at the time, who summed up the ideology of all or nothing in a sultry yearning for death. It is the feverish example of a people who are prepared to sacrifice themselves in a nuclear war so that their ashes may serve as cement for a new society, and who are not grateful for a ceasefire, from which it follows that we must remain on the path of liberation, even if it costs millions of victims through a nuclear war. Kennedy used the metaphor of the ashes to make it clear that the fanatics of unconditionality had to be confronted with the utmost determination. We were determined not to be swayed from our central concerns by mere agitators or fanatics. But now further measures have become necessary, and they are underway. And these measures are perhaps only the beginning. We will not rashly or unnecessarily risk the consequences of global nuclear war, where even the fruits of victory would be ashes on our lips, but neither will we ever, at any time, shy away from that risk if we have to face it. And in the following lines he also named what was at stake, differing in the clarity of his formulations from almost all statements by Western European politicians in the face of the current confrontational policy of Putin's regime, which is driven by Russian chauvinism. The United States stands ready to make its case against the Soviet threat to peace and our own proposals for a peaceful world at any time and in any forum, before the Organization of American States, before the United Nations, or at any other conference where it might prove useful without limiting our freedom of action. However, it is difficult to settle or even discuss these issues in an atmosphere of intimidation. For this reason, this latest Soviet threat, or any other threat made either independently of or in response to our actions this week must and will be resolutely opposed. Any hostile action anywhere in the world against the security and freedom of peoples for whom we have made commitments will be met with all necessary measures. My fellow citizens, let there be no doubt that this is a difficult and dangerous endeavor we have embarked upon. No one can foresee exactly what course it will take or what costs and losses it will entail. Many months of sacrifice and self-discipline lie ahead of us, months in which both our will and our patience will be tested. Months in which numerous threats and accusations will make us aware of our danger. But the greatest danger of all would be to do nothing. The course we have now chosen is full of risks like all paths. But it is the course most in keeping with our character and our courage as a nation and our commitments around the world. The price of freedom is always high, but we Americans have always paid it, and one path we will never choose is the path of surrender or submission. Our goal is not the triumph of might, but the maintenance of right, not peace at the expense of freedom, but both peace and freedom here in our hemisphere and, we hope, around the world. Although the stationing of over 40,000 Soviet soldiers and several launch pads for nuclear missiles in Cuba was carried out in the greatest secrecy, these activities could not remain undetected due to their sheer scale, which the U.S. side demonstrated with regular reconnaissance flights over the island. While they were largely aware of what was happening on the ground and at sea, Kennedy and his government were unable to assess how far the other side would escalate the conflict and whether this would lead to differences between the Cuban Habsburgers and Khrushchev. Ultimately, the shooting down of an American U-2 reconnaissance plane, which torpedoed the negotiations between the Soviet and U.S. negotiators, led to the climax of the Cuban Missile Crisis. The downing was presumably not the result of an action by Cuban forces coordinated with the Soviet Union, but was probably a provocation by Cuban hotheads. Khrushchev, once Stalin's compliant henchman, replied to Castro in a letter whose considered tone should have disavowed the two full-bearded revolutionary hippies forever. In your letter of October 27th, you suggested that we be the first to carry out a nuclear strike against the enemy's territory. You surely know what that would mean for us. This would not just be a simple strike, but the beginning of thermonuclear war. If we fight against imperialism, it is not to die, but to make use of all our possibilities, to lose as little as possible in this battle, and then to win all the more and let communism triumph. Khrushchev was more explicit in a letter to the then Secretary-General of the UN, Sithu Thant. Only madmen or suicides could do this, who want to perish themselves and destroy the whole world before they die. But we want to live and under no circumstances destroy our country. End quote. Such words not only expressed the residual rationality of Soviet politicians during the Cold War, but perhaps also the knowledge of the idea of communism as an idea of the liberation of people as concrete beings and not of people as an abstract concept that was dawning in the back of Khrushchev's mind. And so these declarations also corresponded to what was really on Khrushchev's mind, namely that it could not be a question of leading the world into the abyss following an apocalyptic ideology of redemption in order to then lead it, cleansed of all evil, towards glorious times. Putin is neither a communist nor an ex-Stalinist plagued by a guilty conscience like Khrushchev. He has no idea of a better world to strive for the sake of all people. The basis of his policy is great Russian chauvinism. This is not yet a decided ideology of death, but this could very well be contributed by Patriarch Cyril and his church, which sees Russian Orthodoxy engaged in a holy war against the globalism and Satanism of the West. Putin pursues an unscrupulous power politics that reproduces itself as long as nothing is done to counter it. However, he is always concerned with the abolition of the West and the destruction of the EU, and if no one falls into his arms, his imperialist practice and the ideology that accompanies it could take on apocalyptic proportions. Macron recognized this when he stated that we have set too many limits to our vocabulary, if I may say so. 2 years ago, we said we would never send tanks. Then we did. 2 years ago, we said we would never send medium-range missiles. Then we did it. Today, when we decide to be weak, when we naively say in the face of someone who knows no borders, in the face of someone who has crossed all borders, I will go no further than this or that. At that moment, we are not choosing peace. We are already opting for defeat. Fr. March 16, 2024. Under the conditions of post-bourgeois states in which the individual as a market and legal subject is less and less the point of reference of the bourgeois state, but rather sovereignty is transferred to supranational structures in a process of delimitation, the idea of what Kennedy once referred to has increasingly been lost. Kennedy defended the principles of the nation-state and with them the interests of the bourgeois subjects as representatives of American interests and was therefore able to act convincingly on a global scale. To the extent that the nation-state and its borders are being abandoned, the pathetic promises of European politicians that they would resist the despisers of the individual and personal integrity are proving to be a lie. If we explain every day what our borders are to someone who has none and started this war, I can already tell you that the spirit of defeat is creeping in, assured Macron. It is unlikely that recourse to his country's revolutionary tradition will lead to a change in French politics, which will then not only oppose Islam but also attempts to position an imaginary nature against the bourgeois subject, i.e. act in an anti-German manner. And yet such a change of policy, initially in France, would be the prerequisite for repelling the direct military attack of per se anti-bourgeois despotism, as John F. Kennedy did in 1962 during the Cuban Missile Crisis. For concrete, Georgia, which wanted to bring its province of South Ossetia back under its control, is not only the aggressor in the 2008 Caucasus War, as is the case for the entire German left, including the Social Democrats, but also a revenant of post-war revanchist Germany after the probably final loss of South Ossetia and Abkhazia. At any rate, this is suggested by the article's headline, which mocks the sensitivities of the defeated Georgians with the post-Nazi slogan popular in West Germany in the 1950s. Dreigchteilt? Never. The Eastern Empire, the article concludes, is just beginning to defend itself against its opponents, who are of the opinion that the territorial integrity of Georgia must be preserved in order to prevent a strengthening of Russian influence, as well as against the stationing of American missiles in Poland. The Junge Welt, November 8, 2008, sees NATO's policy on the occasion of the war in Georgia as a threat to Russia that has not been seen since Hitler's Germany invaded the USSR. In August, the highest alert level against Georgian imperialism was declared on the far left, and the anti-imperialists were able to claim another victory because a different view of the course of the war and war guilt in old Europe remained a minority in all political camps. The conservative Italian Foreign Minister Frattini emphasized with a majority that no anti-Russian coalition will be created in Europe, and that his country is very close to Putin's position. Junge Welt, August 14, 2008. Even the USA kept quiet in the face of the Russian counterattack. After all, according to Secretary of State Gates, the United States had worked very hard for 45 years to avoid a military conflict with Moscow and saw no reason to change this approach today. FAZ, August 15, 2008. Those who confuse Georgia's defeat by Russian troops and their allied ethnic entrepreneurs with Nazi Germany's defeat by the Soviet Union are not only equating Georgian refugees with German so-called displaced persons. In their schadenfreude over the defeat of the Georgian president who belongs to the U.S., Junge Welt, September 8, 2008, they have even forgotten what Lenin, who was very popular with them, had written about great Russian chauvinism in Soviet guise at the end of his life against Stalin on the Georgian question, and are celebrating the victory of the somehow anti-fascist Russia over great Georgian chauvinists. Junge Welt 1.9.8.08. Even 18 years after the collapse of the Eastern Bloc, the fairly young old Stalinists from Berlin have not yet emancipated themselves from the Bolshevik fatherland and seem to seriously believe that they are defending the hope of the world revolution with Russia. But even less Soviet nostalgic figures, who write for far more important daily newspapers or even help to shape politics in positions of responsibility, have digested the unheroic end of the authoritarian empire so little that they wish for the return of the old in a very authoritarian way and would probably agree with the following threat of war. The history of the Soviet Union and Russia in the last 20 years is a chain of retreats, defeats, and self-sacrifice, interrupted time and again by moments of shock at their own decline and occasional rebellion. But if Russia is willing, and if U.S. imperialism continues to try to drive the still great nation into a corner, a different world politics is possible. Junge Welt August 15, 08. The hope that, after the intervention against Georgia, the geopolitical opponent of the USA could get involved again in a new form, but in the old hegemonic tradition, is widespread far beyond the left. People are not even embarrassed to transfer the National Socialists' justification for the annexation of Austria, the destruction of Czechoslovakia, and the war against Poland, which turned into a world war, to allegedly legitimate Russian interests. It was not a German Nazi or a German Stalinist, but the French president and chairman of the European Council who, during the Moscow negotiations on a ceasefire that sealed the separation of Abkhazia and South Ossetia from Georgian territory and the expulsion of the remaining Georgians from these areas, reaffirmed in a completely relaxed manner what Chamberlain and Daladier had already conceded to Adolf Hitler in Munich in 1938. It is perfectly normal that Russia should also protect the interests of the Georgians. Normal that Russia also wanted to defend the interests of the Russian-speaking people outside Russia. FAZ August 16, 08. The warnings of a relapse into the Cold War that are often voiced in connection with the war in Georgia only express the wish that the Russians could really stand up to the USA again, but do not take into account Russia's political, military, or economic possibilities, nor do they even come close to describing the nature of the conflict. The war in Georgia represents the violent discharge of one of the many unresolved conflicts following the collapse of the Soviet Union and does not reflect the global interests of Russia or the USA, but the conditions on the ground. The first eruption occurred in the early 1990s, when the weapons of the heavily armed Soviet military district of the Transcaucasus were taken out of the abandoned Soviet barracks and turned against each other by the regional peoples in order to enforce various independence aspirations. At the time, Russia was not only unable to pacify the situation, but left much to itself or to the West, whose engagement helped to bring about a phase of relative calm on Russia's borders. The current mobilization of Russian chauvinism, which ends a period of cooperation with the West, is the result of Russia's failed attempt to integrate most of the post-Soviet space economically and militarily into the CIS under its own supremacy. Instead, with the support of popular movements in Georgia and Ukraine, governments have come to power that reject this claim to supremacy. In Russia itself, the West was increasingly blamed for the failed hegemonic plans and an encirclement was invoked, against which resistance was the noblest duty of all Russian patriots. This is already threatening enough for the countries that Russia has added to its sphere of influence. Since Russia has brought its oil and natural gas production almost completely under state control, energy has become a further weapon against those consumer countries outside Russia where Russian-speaking people live, and the countries on Russia's periphery have nothing more to expect from the EU either. The old Europe does not want to be suspected of having anything in common with the West and, not without self-criticism and with a few borrowings from ideological history, has turned away from the border countries and towards the land of Gazprom. France's Gaullist Prime Minister François Fillon stated, "Russia is a very big country that has been humiliated in a certain way over the past 20 years. TSP February 9, 08. An employee of the Russian state, Gerhard Schroeder, sees the West as being responsible, because this U.S. policy must have had the effect of encircling Russia, which the daredevil Saakashvili used for his anti-Russian aggression. Many Europeans must have had a good laugh when Russia's NATO ambassador, Dmitry Rogozin, told Georgia that America's favorite child is now going to hell. Now that the main culprit has been identified, everything is being done to make criticism of Russia's actions taboo. Since Russia is vigorously standing up to Putin, the West can do what it loves to do for its own sake. Defame the great power in the East as a threat as usual and disqualify it as an authoritarian and pre-civilizational entity. Freitag, August 15, 08. Everyone knows that the newly acquired respect that Russia enjoys is based solely on the fact that it is a thoroughly authoritarian regime that is and wants to be a threat to many of its neighbors. Because spheres of influence have long been staked out in people's minds, critics are blamed for the ensuing unrest. The FAZ therefore sounds no different to the Freitag when Lorenz Jaeger raises his voice against what remains of the West. Quote, sheer Russophobia dominates among intellectuals. When they talk about Putin's autocracy, they are trying to stir up the old fears of the Tsarist regime. Russia, on the other hand, still has hardly any advocates among European minds. The West has established itself as the normative model. End of quote. Jaeger blames this on a left that, from Marx and Engels to the Bolsheviks, recognized the main enemy in Russian absolutism, and recognizes with horror in the materialist conception of history, ethical impulses that led to the uncompromising recognition of the historical priority of the West in the sociocultural transformation of humanity. Soviet nostalgics and Russian nostalgics are always in agreement when it comes to warning against a West that has created its counter-image in the threatening East. It no longer matters whether Russophobia or a contrary anti-Soviet reflex is assumed to be the cause of the evil. The warning Husum West is a mere invention, the constant presentation of which is only intended to underline the demand not to act together with the USA. The German press alternated between pro-Russian and pro-Georgian statements on the Georgian conflict, each accompanied by warnings not to side with either party. France and Germany only made demands of Russia once it had achieved its military objectives, which is why a conflict and possible political consequences could not even arise. The modernization partnership with Russia, Steinmeier, FAZ, August 15, 08, is to be continued, as is the EU engagement in Georgia, which should not, however, conflict with the overarching engagement with Russia. At its special summit on Georgia on September 1st, the EU decided not to impose sanctions against Russia and to provide substantial assistance to Georgia. This result was celebrated externally as the EU's united stance, which it was not, as the old Europe had previously had some difficulty in putting the new Eastern European states, which had demanded harsh EU criticism of Russia's actions, in their place. The presidents of the Baltic states and Poland were criticized for rehearsing a rebellion against EU policy and demanding single-handedly that the European Union and NATO must take the initiative and oppose the imperialist and revisionist policy in Eastern Europe. Zeit, August 14, 08. This was vigorously opposed. These countries are dragging us into a new Cold War, wrote the Frankfurter Allgemeine Sonntagszeitung, August 17, 08. And the Taz even spoke of a warmongering speech, August 22, 08. The fact that joining forces with Russia can immunize against the impositions of the West is not only part of the experience of Prussian kings, but also stands for the political visions of Ernst Niekisch, for example, who hoped that the merger of the Soviet Union with the German Reich, of National Socialists and Stalinists, would create a powerful front of rejection against the West, and in particular against the Versailles Peace Treaty. When Eberhard Straub writes in the FAZ, August 28, 08, during the Georgian crisis, a Europe without Russia is incomplete and will always remain dependent on America. Then such strategic options are again at play. The willingness to see a force of hope in Russia is by no means limited to the left. Russia, writes Straub, does not remain sulking in its corner. It gathers forces and organizes its sphere of interest in new ways. When Russia regains influence in former Soviet republics and among its neighbors, this is a sign of normalization. End of quote. Russian Prime Minister Putin is aware of the European desire to be free of America and presented it as a threat against the Europeans so that they would be more open to the Russian view of the Georgian War. If the European countries were to continue to shape their policies in this way, aligned with the USA, Russia would have no other option than to talk to Washington about European affairs and future. FAZ, January 9, 08. A strong and self-confident Russia would even be desirable if it did not simply use its rediscovered strength, the lack of which is evident in so many places. as a potential for blackmail against dependent or friendly countries. After 1990, a strong Russia would have been very welcome, which could at least have cushioned the disintegration process of the Soviet Union and would not have needed 6 years to force 1 million Chechens to remain in the Russian Federation. The Russian-American relations, which were not so bad at times, would even have benefited Russia as complementary crisis management in Central Asia and the Caucasus, because Russia does not have the resources of its own that would have been necessary to provide meaningful offers for the countries in the southern CIS region, for example, in competition with the West. Instead, regimes were entrusted with safeguarding national or regional security, which can only be loyal to a limited extent because they themselves depend on a balance between the political clans and the distribution of sinecures. Because such forms of rule make most people losers, instability is constitutive, which in turn requires the monitoring of events by the center. Russia has developed a model for this. Elections without opposition, controlled media and judges without the rule of law. The premises of Russian policy on the peripheries are familiar to NATO and the EU, and both alliances acted in concert in the case of Georgia, but not in agreement. While it was still relatively easy within the EU to overrule and dismiss Eastern European objections to the cold extradition of Georgia to Russia, a tougher battle had to be fought in NATO, but even in this increasingly self-blocking alliance, nothing is going against old Europe. Germany rejected NATO engagement in Georgia, as Steinmeier underlined during a visit to Ekaterinburg, TSP May 14, 2008. And Chancellor Merkel assured Russian President Medvedev during her visit to Sochi before the war ended that the decisions taken at the NATO Council meeting in Bucharest in April 2008 would not be changed. At that time, Merkel and Steinmeier, with French support, had prevented Ukraine and Georgia from being given concrete membership commitments. The reason given was that NATO should not accept alliance partners who are already likely to stir up conflicts within the alliance. FAZ 16.8. Which is difficult to understand, as conflicts between NATO states have existed for a long time. Of course, NATO could not intervene militarily against Russia, but it could have worked towards preventing war in the first place. This was prevented by an EU that refuses to make proposals on how to guarantee the security of troubled countries such as Georgia, but at the same time makes the resolution of their internal and external conflicts a condition for further support. Development aid is far from being a peace policy, especially when it becomes a mere appendage of the strongest player. The complicity of NATO and the EU in the latest escalation is evident. It was only after the old Europeans had spoken out against the start of accession negotiations with Tbilisi at the NATO Council meeting in Bucharest because of Georgia's problems with the separatists that Putin seized the opportunity to establish special relations with South Ossetia and Abkhazia, which come close to de facto recognition. And it was only after this attack on its sovereignty that Georgia increased its military presence on the borders with Abkhazia and South Ossetia. Steinmeier then set off on his peace mission in the Caucasus, half a month before the outbreak of war, to promote a peace plan there and in Moscow, which included the return of the refugees. During the escalation phase, however, this was so far off the mark that Steinmeier's plan was rejected as unsuitable by the breakaway provinces as well as Georgia and Moscow. It seems that the foreign minister was only interested in assuaging the guilty conscience of his government, which did not want to counter the countdown to war with anything that could have angered Russia. At a NATO summit in Istanbul in June 2004, the South Caucasus was declared a region of priority interest, which meant, among other things, that military cooperation with the countries there should be intensified. At the same time, however, the EU's special representative in the South Caucasus, Hild Talveit, expressed his concern about the presence of American and Russian forces in the region. The EU does not need a military presence there to spread European values, he said. A buffer zone stretches between NATO and Russia from Belarus via Ukraine to the Caucasus, wrote Herfried Mundelder in the TASS, August 14, 2008, adding, "The Europeans don't find this bad overall, but officially they grant these countries the right to freely choose their alliance." End of quote. The EU supported Georgia in the reorganization of the state organs, in the establishment of a civil society, and participated in measures of economic rehabilitation, but it did not work out a strategy for its participation in the negotiation mechanisms of the 3 conflict cases, which were fueled by Russia's peacekeeping. Quote, "In Georgia, the expectation was rather the opposite. The emphasis there was on security policy and conflict resolution. End quote. Contrary to the EU's assurances, a contribution to peacekeeping was not seriously pursued, nor was aid for the Caucasian countries even linked by the EU to the fulfillment of political conditions, such as the return of refugees. In the week before the fighting, when the OSCE observers in South Ossetia were attacked and shot at several times by the Ossetian side, a decisive response could perhaps have prevented further escalation. Georgia is an example of a weak state in the post-Soviet space and was even counted among the fallen states in the first years of its independence. From 1991 to 1993, several serious security problems, which Tbilisi inherited as a legacy of the collapsed Soviet Union, contributed to this, with the result that only part of the territory could be controlled from the capital. In addition to secessionist wars and power struggles for the center, extreme poverty and corruption prevailed. There was neither legal nor internal security. Tax revenues were extremely low and there was no functioning energy supply. In 2002, the gross domestic product of $3.3 billion was still just 40% of that of 1991. Even before the heads of Russia, Belarus and Ukraine declared the dissolution of the Soviet Union on December 8, 1991, Georgia had declared its independence on April 9. From November 89 to January 90, there was an armed conflict between South Ossetia and Georgia over who would remain in Georgia. Fighting broke out repeatedly until 1992, in the course of which the South Ossetians finally forced Georgia to accept a peacekeeping force with Russian participation with military and political assistance from Russia. However, Georgia was also able to receive Russian support at the time. In return for the agreement of then-President Shevardnadze to station 20,000 Russian soldiers in Georgia and its entry into the CIS, Russia helped him to militarily defeat his opponent and predecessor Swyat Gamsakhurdia in November 1993, who had found shelter with Jakhar Dudayev after his deposition in Grozny and had established a counter-government in Sugdadi in western Georgia in 1993. Abkhazia had declared its independence from Georgia in July 1992 and enforced a ceasefire in a war that was also supervised by Russian troops. During the War of Secession, it was supported by Russia and militias of a post-Soviet regional unification movement under Islamic auspices, with which 16 ethnic groups of the North Caucasus wanted to establish a confederation of Caucasian mountain peoples, despite their numerous ethno-territorial disputes with each other. In the course of this war, the Abkhazian minority, with the support of their allies, expelled the local Georgian majority, whose members are still only provisionally housed in Georgia. 250,000 Georgians were expelled, which significantly changed the proportion of Abkhazians in their own country, not only in comparison to the Georgians in the 1989 census, 17% Abkhazians, 45% Georgians. After the expulsion and in some cases murder of all Georgians, 7,000 Georgians are said to have been murdered by militias in the massacre in the Abkhazian capital of Sukhumi in September 1993 alone. The proportion of Abkhazians in the total population rose to around 50% in 1994. The return of Georgian refugees was repeatedly prevented by force of arms. Abkhazia derives its right to statehood from its status as an autonomous, non-independent, Soviet republic within the Georgian Soviet Republic. In Soviet times, this status was associated with the right to fill leadership positions exclusively with ethnic Abkhazians, which was criticized by the largest population group by far, the Georgians, as Abkhazian ethnocracy and oppression of the majority by the minority. The Abkhazian leadership had been offered autonomous status in independent, post-Soviet Georgia on several occasions, but had rejected it each time in view of the far more promising offers from Moscow. It was also the government in Moscow that turned Georgians throughout the country into what they had already been under Abkhazian tutelage in Soviet times, second-class citizens. In 2000, Russia introduced a visa requirement for Georgians, but not for Abkhazians and South Ossetians. And from 2002, Russian passports were distributed in the breakaway territories and measures were taken to establish economic ties with Russia. In a third region that led its own life on Georgian territory, the Autonomous Republic of Adjara, the Georgian government removed Aslan Abashidze from power in May 2004 under pressure from ongoing demonstrations against the authoritarian provincial prince, SZ July 14, 2004. Abashidze had ruled over Adjara in the south of the country for years and controlled trade in the Black Sea port of Batumi and the movement of goods with Turkey, depriving the Georgian central state of considerable revenue from customs and oil business. A fourth security problem concerned the 34 kilometers long Pankisi Valley on the border with Chechnya, which was a point of contention between Georgia and Russia until 2002. The Moscow leadership accused Georgia of allowing Chechen terrorists to use the Pankisi Valley as a retreat. Chechen fighters had fought in 1992-93 under Shamil Basayev in the associations of Caucasian mountain peoples together with Russian troops on the side of Abkhazia for secession from Georgia. Basayev, who is also said to be responsible for massacres of Georgians in Sukhumi, is still held in high esteem in Abkhazia today. It was not until the hostage-takings in Moscow's Dubrovka Theater in 2002 and in Beslan in 2004 and the attack on the Moscow subway in 2004 that he became known in the West. In addition to arms and drug smuggling, the Pankisi Valley served as a retreat for Chechen fighters and as a Wahhabi mission area for Saudi donors. The Chechen field commander Ruslan Geliev was active for Georgia and against Abkhazian and Russian interests after a stay in the Pankisi Valley and fought, for example, in the Georgian-controlled Kodary Valley in Abkhazia in 2001. Russia reiterated its demand for Georgia to finally remove the Chechen units with a number of airborne operations on Georgian territory. President Shevardnadze then decided to accept an offer from the USA. As part of the Georgia Train and Equip program, the Americans supplied military equipment and advisors, enabling the Georgian armed forces to drive the Chechens out of the Pankisi Valley at the end of 2002. Russia has now granted comprehensive military protection to the two de facto presidents, FAZ, and pro-Russian leaders in South Ossetia and Abkhazia, Eduard Kakajdi and Sergei Bagapsh. Both are pursuing different political agendas. Kakajdi wants to annex South Ossetia to Russia. In the past, he has submitted a number of applications in an attempt to gain membership of the Russian Federation. However, elections and referendums on independence were not recognized by Russia either. It was only after Kosovo was recognized that Putin announced a corresponding step on Russian television. Kakajdi, who was formerly the regional secretary of the Communist Youth Organization, owed his election victory, above all, to the Tedyev brothers' clan. Albert, with excellent connections to Russia's secret services. Zambulat, former world wrestling champion, now coach of the Russian national team, both with pronounced mercantile talents. They put the proceeds of their dubious enterprises partly into building up paramilitary units, partly into Kakajdi's election campaign, TSP August 19, 08. After Georgia's massive attack on August 8, Kokoidi spread the story of the Georgian genocide against the South Ossetians with 2,000 deaths, a narrative that was subsequently adopted by the Moscow leadership to justify the Russian intervention. Tatiana Lokshina, an employee of Human Rights Watch, determined the number of dead in South Ossetia on the ground and arrived at around 90, a figure that was later increased to over 100 by other observers after further fighting and thus confirmed. Kakajdi rejected international observers in South Ossetia because these people only distort the truth, SC August 19, 08, and announced, while Chancellor Merkel was visiting Russian President Medvedev in Sochi, that he did not want to let the Georgians return to South Ossetia because their villages had been leveled, FAZ August 16, 08. However, such martial declarations were not only directed against the Georgians, but also against his political rivals such as the former separatist leader Dmitry Sanakoyev, who, after falling out with Kokoidi, advocated South Ossetia remaining part of Georgia and worked as the administrative head of South Ossetia appointed by Tbilisi from 2006 onwards. Sanakoyev was assassinated twice, the last one just over a month before the war in Georgia. Sergei Bagapsh dreams of a separate state of Abkhazia with friendly relations with Russia and the West, which would live from tourism on the Abkhazian beaches. When Bagapsh was elected 4 years ago, Russia initially refused to recognize him because he was considered too Georgia-friendly and imposed an import ban on Abkhazian mandarins. The election was then repeated, with the predetermined result that Moscow's man Raul Kadzymba became Abkhazian vice president. In the socialist societies on the periphery of the Soviet Union, the individual nationalities, or rather ethnic groups, some of which had been granted autonomy, replaced the system of law and force of the disintegrating Union republics as soon as the Soviet Union collapsed. The operators of the mostly adventurous restructuring of state institutions, who at the same time gained access to economic resources, secured their power in the respective territories through a clientele system. This lent itself in Georgia, as in other regions of the Caucasus, because the extended family networks there had survived the Soviet Union, and with their support alone it was possible to gain a position in the state apparatus and to keep the peasant family economy in the mountain regions largely out of reach of collectivization efforts. In Georgia, the network structures themselves were rooted in traditional institutions that proved astonishingly resistant to the detraditionalizing interventions of the Soviet state. The ethnic conflicts there had even been actively preserved by the Soviet Union in order to prevent possible alliances against the Soviet power. Georgia is a community, not a society, but at the same time a world of mistrust and the notorious search for protection. From a distance, Georgia, Ossetia, and Abkhazia appear to be consolidated quasi-state entities, but they are no more than social cosmoses organized in a fragile state unit as far as the heartland of Georgia is concerned. South Ossetia and Abkhazia must be seen as regions with a completely inadequate infrastructure, in which the majority of the population subsists on subsistence farming. In a social structure characterized by unemployment and poverty, smuggling and arms trading are among the few promising activities. Behind the dispute over ethnically homogeneous areas, the archaic logic of gang warfare unfolds. Here, in a purely ethnically defined commonality, the awareness of a social hopelessness finds a welcome outlet. The so-called republics, which have now become independent, all follow the pattern of rebellion blind to reality. The first post-Soviet Georgian president, Gamsakhurdia, directed his populist anti-corruption rhetoric against all segments of society that did not fit into the national and ethnic logic, such as the urban intelligentsia, who were said to have enjoyed special privileges under socialism. In contrast, the clientelism of the communities, a hotbed of corruption, was not addressed. The idea of introducing comprehensible rules for the distribution of resources only emerged later. Although Saakashvili stood for a development in such a direction, this was rightly viewed with suspicion, as the following also applies to the rapprochement with the West. Hopes are concentrated exclusively on finding a patron in the form of the West who will make the necessary investments to reconstruct a completely collapsed economic infrastructure, and in the role of the promising broker, who is believed to have the miracle of being able to tap into external resources by instrumentalizing personal relationship capital and in exchange for political patronage, President Shevardnadze, who was in office from 1992 to 2003, actually enjoyed something like legitimacy. During his reign, Abkhazia, South Ossetia, and Adjara gained de facto autonomy, a situation that presented the Georgians with a difficult decision. If Georgian politics did not want to exhaust itself with a new edition of the old conditions with their parallel and competitive structures, sovereignty over the entire Georgian territory had to be achieved. At times, it looked as if the realization of a modern and sovereign Georgia was even possible with the support of the USA and Russia. During the Rose Revolution in Tbilisi in 2003, which forced Shevardnadze to resign, Russia and the USA were still competing for the stabilization of Georgia, which had also led to constructive initiatives. At the height of the conflict, Russian Foreign Minister Ivanov took on the role of mediator, which was viewed with favor in Georgia. Ovations for a Russian politician in the Georgian capital were among the sensations of this phase. At the same time, U.S. Secretary of State Powell offered American support to Nino Burgenadze, who had been proclaimed parliamentary leader until new elections were held. At the time, Georgia was integrated into the EU partnership and Atlantic structures, as well as into the partnership with Russia within the CIS. Mikhail Saakashvili, who was elected president at the beginning of 2004, pursued a course of closer ties with the West in foreign policy. At first, it seemed as if this orientation towards the West could be reconciled with good neighborly relations with Russia. However, this changed when Saakashvili soon began to wage a campaign against smuggling and closed the Irgnity market, which was located south of the South Ossetian city of Skinvali on the border between the Ossetian and Georgian-controlled areas, and was a major transshipment point for smuggled goods of all kinds. At the time, the aim was to withdraw support from the separatist government in Skinvali through targeted economic development of the area. However, the opposite was achieved. The South Ossetian population, who lived largely from small-scale illegal border trade, rallied around their president, Eduard Kakajdi, who was allegedly involved in large-scale illegal business. Part of Saakashvili's anti-smuggling campaign was also the reinforcement of police units in the area, which led to shootings in the summer of 2004. Since then, The summer of 2004 has been regarded as an escalation of the South Ossetia conflict caused by Georgia. Georgia insisted on the withdrawal of the remaining 3,000 Russian soldiers from the 2 remaining Russian bases in Batumi and Akalkalaki, which had been agreed for 2008. In the fall of 2006, Russia imposed sanctions on Georgia following the temporary arrest of 4 Russian officers accused of military espionage. All air, sea, postal and banking connections were interrupted. Russia had already imposed an import ban on wine, fruit and mineral water from Georgia, around 20% of exports, in May 2006, and the price of gas was doubled. From November 2006, Georgians were deported from Russia en masse, and Russian xenophobia against Georgians was deliberately stirred up. However, the Russian sanctions were also a nervous reaction to Georgia's progressive emancipation from Russia. During these years, Georgia recorded economic growth of 9%, and in July 2006 the pipeline for crude oil from the Azerbaijani port of Baku on the Caspian Sea, which runs via Tbilisi to the Turkish Mediterranean port of Ceyhan and is independent of Russia, was inaugurated. Russia's punitive actions against Georgia through the temporary interruption of energy supplies also led to a widening of the conflict, as Moscow's ally Armenia was also affected. On the occasion of the 15th anniversary summit of the Commonwealth of Independent States in Minsk on November 28, the Yunga Welt reported, November 30, 2006, quote, "In fact, the continued existence of the CIS can already be seen as a success, as strong centrifugal forces have been at work in the post-Soviet area in recent years and months, making a revival of an integration process almost impossible. A breakup of the CIS into several smaller alliances is considered more likely. The increasing tensions between the former republics of the Soviet Union were discussed at the summits, but significantly, none of the territorial or economic disputes could be brought closer to a solution. Moreover, Moscow managed to annoy even its most loyal allies in the post-Soviet region. In Armenia, the seemingly unbreakable alliance with Russia is being called into question as a number of Armenians have been killed in recent months by rapidly gaining Russian fascists. Russia's crackdown on Georgia and the import bans imposed on Ukraine and Moldova caused further disgruntlement. The conflict with Belarus over the fixing of gas prices could even cost Russia its last loyal ally on the western flank of the CIS." End quote. The members of the Organization of the Collective Security Treaty, Russian, ODKB, the Russian-led military alliance of the CIS, Armenia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Belarus, are today, with the exception of Belarus, all pursuing a seesaw policy between Russia and the West. Kazakhstan, the strongest state in the alliance after Russia, wants to prevent its oil and gas from reaching Europe only via Russia, but it needs Georgia, in which it has invested heavily in recent years, to do so, and for Armenia, Georgia is the most important link to the outside world. By taking control of the most important roads and blowing up an important east-west railroad bridge in the course of its invasion of Georgia, Russia has also affected this country and has also interrupted the transport of oil from Azerbaijan through Georgia. The dangers posed by Russian policy for its periphery are simply glossed over by the hollow talk of Russian fear of encirclement by the West. The constant expansion of the EU and NATO is neither desirable nor practicable as an attempt at stabilization. This raises the question of the alternatives, which the Ukrainian foreign minister posed bitterly but realistically in relation to his country and answered in line with the cynicism of the situation. Quote, "What option would we have if we were not accepted into NATO? We would have to rearm. But would that increase our security? Or even that of the whole of Europe? Of course not." FAZ May 9, 2008. Contrary to the much-invoked New Cold War, the war in Georgia is intensifying cooperation between Russia and Germany. The warning of a West-East confrontation is essentially directed at the USA not to disrupt this cooperation. It is susceptible to disruption, for example, on the subject of energy security, which concerns many political bodies, as there are fundamental differences both within the EU and in relation to the USA. Germany and Russia have a special relationship when it comes to the pipeline project through the Baltic Sea, as illustrated by the so-called Nord Stream, which is intended to supply natural gas directly from Vyborg in Russia to Greifswald. Nord Stream is part of Russia's strategy to expand its regional energy supply monopoly. Energy supply monopoly through a second pipeline yet to be built, South Stream, which is to supply energy directly to Austria and Italy. avoiding Turkey and Ukraine as transit countries and including Serbia and other European countries. South Stream is a direct competitor to Nabucco, a pipeline that was planned by several EU countries in 2003 and is to be routed through Turkey to just outside Vienna. According to its supporters, this project would strengthen European energy security by bypassing Russia and Iran. Nabucco would enable the Caspian Sea producer countries to act as European suppliers independently of Russia. Georgia is indispensable as a transit country for feeding the Nabucco pipeline, but its suitability for secure energy transit is now completely questionable. Nabucco is strongly supported politically by the USA, but has long been increasingly questioned by its beneficiaries in the EU. Recently, many countries involved in Nabucco have reached bilateral agreements with Russia that strengthen the joint Russian-Italian South Stream project. The resulting weak position of the Nabucco project prompted the operator consortium of several European energy companies under Austrian leadership to deny the competitive nature of this pipeline to South Stream. They now want to involve Russia and Iran in the pipeline and connect them to the pipeline system. Although this thwarts the justification for U.S. support of the Nabucco project, as well as the reasons originally put forward by the European operating countries for the route, greater independence from Russia and isolation of Iran, in the seemingly polyphonic chorus of Europeans, those who, eager to keep their distance from the West, see the alliance with totalitarian regimes as the only security option always seem to prevail. With the Nord Stream project, Germany has committed itself to privileged cooperation with Russia, and countries that strive for independence and engage in conflicts with Russia are in the way. The former chief strategist of the Bundeswehr, Ulrich Weisser, described this attitude in the FAZ. One needs Russia, just above all for energy security, and therefore it is in Germany's interest to steer a different course and to accept by all means to stand in opposition to the Bush administration and to our own neighbors in the East. End quote. Gerhard Schroeder sees his engagement with Gazprom in exactly this sense. He sees countries such as Ukraine as a bridge between Russia and Europe, i.e. as an object of European-Russian relations. SZ March 7, 07. As the former Polish Prime Minister Kwasniewski criticized this attitude in the same place. This German policy has resulted in a new confrontation between the USA and Germany, which reached its most recent climax when the U.S. ambassador in Stockholm called on the Swedish government in an article for Svenska Dagbladet on October 9, 08 to prevent the Nord Stream pipeline and not to grant permission for it to be laid through Swedish territory. This project, which is based on a special agreement between Germany and Russia, would bypass potential customer countries such as the Baltic states and Poland to Greifswald, thus largely excluding them from the European energy network, increasing their dependence on Russia and driving a wedge between the European countries. In response, the German government reaffirmed its political support for the project and protested to the U.S. Embassy in Berlin that it was very irritated by this extraordinary event. TSP September 13, 08. On September 25, 2008, at the conference of the Federal Ministry for the Environment, Nature Conservation and Nuclear Safety Germany as an Energy Location 1998 to 2008. Review and Perspectives in Berlin. Schroeder unabashedly blurted out with whom and against whom Germany wants to guarantee European energy security. Quote, "It is believed that the independence of Europe's energy supply can be secured by relying on the indeed large resources in Nigeria. However, as we all know, the country is politically unstable. We should also be aware that Nigeria is in fierce competition with the USA, for example, and that's why I don't think it's the ideal alternative to Russian supplies. If you then look at what is happening in the Middle East, there are politically stable countries there, for example in the Gulf states, but you shouldn't overlook the fact that these countries are very strongly oriented towards Asia, i.e. India, China, and Japan, and therefore the question of whether these are equivalents to Russia really has to be answered with a question mark. And then we have an extremely interesting aspect of achieving European independence. This is a gas pipeline with the beautiful name Nabucco. And we want to speak plainly and say to all those involved that this pipeline only makes economic sense if gas can be obtained from Iran. Otherwise, I don't believe that there are sufficient reserves to underpin this increasingly expensive project in an economically sensible way. As I said, there is no reason to oppose it. But for those who see this as the non-plus-ultra of achieving energy independence from Europe, I would like to point out what this means politically. I believe that it makes sense to get gas from Iran. I am one of those people who would like to talk about it and recommend that politicians discuss it. But the resistance, especially in the United States, has to be overcome. Otherwise, it simply won't work. And whether this can be overcome will depend not least on the American elections. We need to further diversify the transportation routes for energy. This applies to all pipelines, including the routes from Russia, which run through unstable states such as Ukraine and Belarus, as well as the routes from the Middle East. And I am grateful for this, and I think it is right that the entire German government is also supporting the renewal and expansion of routes from Russia. In this context, I would like to recommend looking into the question of whether the existing pipelines, i.e. those that run through the Baltic states and Poland, and above all through Ukraine, are in a condition, or can be put in a condition within a very short space of time, that also meets Europe's energy security requirements. And we will also see that the Americans will act more strongly than ever before as competitors on the energy markets. With all the toughness that is characteristic of them, we are already seeing the first developments, for example in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and, of course, in Russia, where capacities are being built up in the direction of China and India. It will therefore be of strategic importance who will be the first to transfer the necessary technology and capital to the energy supply countries. And that is one of the reasons why I was really shocked by the way Russia, the most important partner country in the energy issue, was treated in the course of the Georgian-Russian conflict. The one-sidedness that we have allowed ourselves here, which I am still discovering to some extent, is not only economically problematic, it is politically completely wrong and, if pursued further, and thank God the German government is not doing this, it would put Germany in a situation that I would consider to be historically highly questionable. Anyone who accepts Georgia into NATO must know that NATO could become embroiled in such a conflict in view of the, let me put it kindly, unpredictability of the current Georgian leadership and the policy of encirclement towards Russia, which the United States of America believes is the right thing to do. End quote. It was obvious to all observers that the party behind the poison attack on Alexei Navalny, the FSB, the Russian Federation's domestic intelligence service, had little interest in his sometimes xenophobic or national chauvinist statements, which do not put him as far away from Putin as some Russia fans like to tell themselves. It is far more important for his supporters and his opponents, who are ready to murder him, that Navalny's Foundation for Fighting Corruption, FBK, has been researching state corruption in Russia for years and has reported extensively on the North Caucasus, which is firmly in the hands of mafia clans tolerated by Putin. After Navalny was repeatedly sentenced to fines and suspended sentences in show trials and was barred from standing as a candidate in the Moscow mayoral election, he still refused to let up and return to Russia after his convalescence from Berlin, knowing full well that he would face another trial. He was also aware of the symbolic power of his return flight in the passenger plane of the airline Pobeda, and was probably not surprised that the journey ended in the Moscow prison Matrosenstil. 2 days later, the video palace for Putin was published on YouTube, which has since been viewed more than 115 million times. Even though there were demonstrations across Russia against this sentence following his prompt arrest and subsequent sentencing in summary proceedings for violating a suspended sentence. After all, he had to be flown out of the Russian legal system for treatment of his poisoning, to 2.5 years in prison. Even though Navalny's fame as an opposition figure is hard to beat, even though there are plenty of reasons for dissatisfaction in the country, he is not the recognized leader of the opposition, who are only united in their rejection of Putin. If the professional revolutionary Navalny had been greeted with frenetic cheers by his supporters in Moscow, as Lenin once was in Petrograd after his return from exile in Switzerland in 1917, it would not have been the signal for an overthrow. As expected, Germany reacted indignantly to Navalny's arrest. Federal President Frank-Walter Steinmeier not only made it clear that it was cynical to imprison someone who has only just recovered from a life-threatening poisoning inflicted on him in his home country, but also demanded Navalny must be released immediately and without preconditions. He even made Navalny's release a matter of German reason of state. Let's just take the never again, which is an inseparable part of the founding history of our republic as a central commitment and which must not be relativized. After all, our democracy does not live from the letters of the basic law alone, but from the engagement of the people. It is the form of government of the courageous. Some politicians and commentators took the Navalny case as an opportunity to demand that the anti-European, anti-Eastern European or anti-Ukrainian Nord Stream 2 project, the realization of which was also pushed forward against American sanctions, be abandoned. However, Steinmeier explained to us that it should not be made quite so easy. After the sustained deterioration in relations in recent years, energy relations are almost the last bridge between Russia and Europe. I think that burning bridges is not a sign of strength. How are we supposed to influence a situation that we find unacceptable if we cut the last links? For us Germans, there is a completely different dimension. We can look back on a very eventful history with Russia. There have been phases of fruitful partnership, but even more times of terrible bloodshed. June 22nd marks the 80th anniversary of the beginning of the German invasion of the Soviet Union. More than 20 million people in what was then the Soviet Union fell victim to the war. This does not justify any wrongdoing in Russian politics today, but we must not lose sight of the bigger picture. Yes, we are living in the present of a difficult relationship, but there is a past before and a future after. End quote. He would like to learn more about the phases of fruitful partnership between Germany and Russia. Did he mean the close relations between the Romanovs and the Hohenzollerns during the European counter-revolution in the 19th century, or the circumvention of the Treaty of Versailles with Soviet help for the purpose of rearming the Reichswehr in the 1920s? Or did it refer to the Hitler-Stalin Pact? After paying tribute to the very eventful German-Russian history, Steinmeier went on to talk about the 20 million people of the former Soviet Union who died in the Second World War, only to go on to talk about Russian misconduct today, and this in the context of a pipeline that is capable of cutting the links between large parts of Eastern Europe and the West. It is worth taking a brief look back at the territorial composition of Russia and later the Soviet Union in order to understand the implications of Steinmeier's statement. Tsarist Russia was initially a conglomerate of historically more or less autonomous territories that were forced under Russian rule in the 3 centuries before 1917. After the Peace of Brest-Litovsk in 1918, they partially regained their sovereignty and promptly seceded from Tsarist Russia and its legal successor, the USSR, or attempted to do so, as they did again after 1990. The policy of the Bolsheviks from Brest-Litovsk and rounded off in Yalta and Potsdam, which included the westward shift of Poland and the renewed incorporation of the Baltic states, had served the sole purpose of restoring Tsarist Russia territorially and forcing the newly occupied territories linguistically, culturally, politically, and also demographically under Russian dominance. This means that the majority of those who died in the Second World War were not Russian. Most of those killed, murdered, and starved to death were in what is now Ukraine, what is now Belarus and Eastern Poland, which was annexed to Ukraine and Belarus after 1945, where a particularly large number of Jews had lived. To describe them as Soviet victims of the Germans while building bridges to Russia, of all things, reinforces a view of history that necessarily recognizes the hegemony Putin Russia is striving for over the former Bolshevik and previously Tsarist-administered Eastern Europe, and thus also offers unspoken, but also necessary, reminiscences of the good times of German-Russian relations. It is worth recalling, for example, the glorious episodes of German-Russian friendship when Tsar Nicholas I and his Prussian cronies joined forces against the Polish uprising of 1830, but also against the European Revolution of 1848–49. The Treaty of Rapallo, 1922, should also not go unmentioned, as a result of which Lenin, Trotsky, and Radek, together with Gustav Stresemann and others, brought the German military to new strength. When Molotov and Ribbentrop finally divided up Poland among themselves in 1939 and allowed the Baltic states to fall under Soviet rule, the majority of the former Tsarist Reich territory had already been regained for the Soviet Union with National Socialist help, and the German armaments industry profited from the fact that the USSR, with impressive goodwill towards German breaches of contract, had delivered masses of oil, iron ore, and other raw materials necessary for the war to the Third Reich until 1941. Only Hitler's invasion of the Soviet Union created clear fronts again and interrupted the cooperation. This is what the bridge builder Steinmeier, who had once been German foreign minister and in this function had already campaigned for Nord Stream 2, meant when he spoke of 20 million people in the former Soviet Union and raved about a beautiful past before and an even more beautiful future afterwards. The Ukrainian ambassador in Berlin, Andriy Melnik, quite rightly criticized Steinmeier's instrumentalization of the war victims of all 15 former Soviet republics for German Russia policy. The questionable historical arguments in favor of a Russian gas pipeline that divides the continent, threatens European security and puts Ukraine at the mercy of a new military invasion by the Kremlin were received with astonishment and indignation in Kiev, said an official press release from the Ukrainian embassy. Nord Stream 2 was and remains a geopolitical project of Putin that contradicts Ukrainian interests. It is therefore cynical to bring the horrors of the Nazi reign of terror into play in this debate, and to attribute the millions of Soviet victims of the German war of extermination and enslavement exclusively to Russia. That is a dangerous distortion of history. End of quote. In response to Melnik's statement, the office of the federal president dismissed Melnik in a rarely brutal tone not only as an impudent patron, but also as the representative of a state that is not to be taken seriously, with whom one does not speak immediately, but whose fate one discusses with others all the more relaxed. The accusation meets with complete incomprehension in the office of the federal president. The text of the interview speaks for itself. Welt Online, September 2, 2021. The diplomatic affair was thus over for the federal president. As a political figure, Steinmeier is symptomatic of the current German-Russian relationship. In 2015, as foreign minister, he had made a name for himself as an East-West mediator in the negotiations surrounding the Minsk Agreement and maneuvered Russia into the comfortable position of a great power that, after Crimea had already been annexed, sat down with its opponents to diplomatically establish the status quo after the Russian aggression against eastern Ukraine. Since then, there has been no question of a withdrawal of Russian military advisors and weapons technology. On the contrary, there is currently a renewed massive concentration of Russian troops on the border with eastern Ukraine, and Moscow is once again blocking access to the Ukrainian ports on the Black and Azov Seas. As a message against Russia's escalation strategy, NATO not only condemned the destabilizing behavior on April 16, but also cyber attacks and the poisoning of Navalny. The fact that Soviet war victims are used as evidence of the morally high German-Russian interests is nothing new. In an ARD interview in 2015, Gerhard Schroeder also spoke of 25 million Russian war victims, which would make an expansion of relations with Russia unavoidable. He then pointed out, in perspective, that we need the country's enormous resources for our economy and that the Russian market should not be neglected as a potential sales area for German exports. This was the only way an integrated Europe could stand up to Asia and the USA in terms of foreign policy. Since 2005, Schroeder has been chairman of the supervisory board of Nord Stream AG, which is largely owned by the Russian oil and gas group Gazprom. In 2011, the first section of the Baltic Sea pipeline was inaugurated under the name Nord Stream, which was built bypassing several Eastern European transit countries. Since the independence of the countries bordering Russia, the issue of transit and gas fees has become a political issue. Extreme measures have sometimes been taken. In 2007, for example, Putin quickly forgot the much-vaunted pan-Slavic friendship with his vassal Lukashenko when he cut off the gas supply to Belarus for several days due to a gas dispute. Russia also unceremoniously cut off gas to the rebellious Ukraine in 2009 due to a dispute over transit fees and gas prices. In 2014, the gas supply via the Transgas pipeline was interrupted again. In addition to the construction of the Turkish Stream pipeline, an expansion of Nord Stream has been pushed forward, not least because of such conflicts. Together with the existing gas pipeline, up to 55 billion cubic meters of natural gas are to be transported to Germany on this 22 pipeline every year. The project, which is expected to be completed this year or by 2022 at the latest, has been given the name Nord Stream 2. It is a project of the Merkel government. Construction began in 2018 and is seen as an element of the German prestige project Energiewende. The aim of this project is to remedy the supply insecurity caused by the fluctuating feed-in of renewable energy sources into the electricity grid by means of gas-fired power plants that are currently being planned or are already under construction, without having to rely on nuclear power from neighboring countries. The energy transition is a consequence of the nuclear phase-out, which, announced 3 days after the Fukushima accident, represents a concession by the CDU to the sympathizers of the Greens. This is one of the reasons why the Greens are the only party represented in the Bundestag to regularly speak out against the Nord Stream 2 project and make a calculation on energy security without the supply capacities of Nord Stream 2. Angela Merkel, on the other hand, emphasizes in line with her Social Democratic coalition partner that Nord Stream 2 should not be linked to the Navalny case. The fact that Germany is acting as the protector of Russian dissidents while at the same time expanding economic relations with Russia is in line with a historically familiar pattern. This two-track political style goes back to the time when no distinction was made between the USSR and Russia. It is also no coincidence that the German attack on the Soviet Union was subsequently stylized by many ex-Nazis as Hitler's great mistake. In addition to the fear of the endless expanses of cold Russia, it was also based on a Slavophile fascination. Even after the Second World War, the alleged passivity and inertia of the Russian national character was mocked and maligned by the right, but the selfless perseverance of the Russian soldier was idolized just as much. Former Wehrmacht tank General Heinz Guderian, for example, noted with admiration in his memoirs, "The Russian soldier has always proved himself to be a particularly tough and hard fighter." End quote. And Ike Mitteldorf, Major General of the Bundeswehr in the early Federal Republic, noted with regard to the failed German attack in the Battle of Kursk, "The fully equipped German assault divisions had to experience the dogged struggle of the individual Russian rifleman in his cover hole, right up to his last breath." End quote. The necessity that individual human life was always worth little in the East was turned into a virtue in the blink of an eye, and traditional values were rediscovered in faraway Russia that had long been thought lost in the liberal West. The German Social Democrats presented their Russian kitsch somewhat differently. Willy Brandt's head of the Chancellery, Egon Bahr, in a fit of excessive hubris, reported in detail how he had reverently visited Lenin's mausoleum during the preliminary negotiations for the Moscow Treaties of 1970, thereby bringing about an almost global political change. In his memoirs, he writes revealingly, "Despite everything that could be said against Lenin, I admired him as one of the greats of history, who had changed Russia and the world with the power of his brain and his will. What a triumph of the individual and at the same time of the contradiction to his doctrine of the decisive effectiveness of social forces." When Semyonov was ambassador in Bonn, he recalled that the visit to Lenin's mausoleum had brought about a psychological breakthrough. "I was the first person from Bonn to show his respect for our great Lenin." Quote, end. The devout meditation on the dark depths in the mind of the Russian revolutionary leader, who is presented in the evil German tradition as a man of genius and thus a born leader of men, was by no means able to initiate a change in Ostpolitik. Rather, it was tangible geopolitical interests that formed the basis of the West German Social Democrats' efforts to find a balance with the USSR. Only through a new relationship with the Soviets, it was said at the time, could the German question be satisfactorily resolved. In 1963, Egon Bahr coined the formula, change through rapprochement. "We should not wait for the collapse of the Eastern Bloc," he wrote 3 years later, quite the opposite. "The conditions for reunification can only be created with the Soviet Union. They cannot be achieved in East Berlin, not without the Soviet Union, not against it." Although it contradicts many resolutions, it corresponds to the real situation that within the federal government it is not the Ministry for All German Affairs but the Foreign Office that is responsible for this complex. End of quote. It was also a foregone conclusion that the decisive impetus for the normalization of relations with the Soviet Union could not come from former Nazi politicians who could no longer credibly represent Germany's national interest. Whether the national question becomes an issue for the right depends, not for the first time in German history, to a large extent on the left, wrote the national Marxists Peter Brandt and Gunter Minnerup several years later, thus succinctly summarizing the guiding principle of Ostpolitik under the social liberal Brandt government, despite all objections to Egon Bahr. The successes of the new Ostpolitik could be accelerated because in 1969 the USA lifted the strategic Kokum ban on the sale of steel pipes to the Soviet Union, which until then had thwarted all contracts between major Western corporations and the Soviet Union in the energy sector. The Kokum was founded in 1950 as a coordinating body for Western embargo lists in order to use economic resources against communist-ruled states for foreign policy objectives. From 1969 onwards, the FRG and several other Western European states negotiated the possibility of large-scale economic cooperation with the Soviet Union. The aim was to provide technical and financial assistance in the development of their immense gas and oil reserves in Western Siberia, which suited the Soviets, who were unable to profitably develop the gas fields in Western Siberia without massive investment and modern technology. The foreign currency income from the sale of gas was also intended to contribute to the recovery of the Soviet treasury, which was always in dire straits due to the high armaments budget. Soon there was talk in Moscow of new trade agreements with the FRG that would regulate the direct export of Soviet natural gas to Western Europe. The Soviets also hoped that the new economic interdependence would enable them to prevent their West German partners from revising their anti-Soviet policy towards the East. Accordingly, a communiqué from the Soviet Ministry of the Interior to the Central Committee of the CPSU dated December 1, 1969 stated, West German industry is interested in being supplied with various kinds of raw materials and intermediate products from the Soviet Union. The conclusion of a contract that would regulate the supply of Soviet gas to West Germany could be of great importance. We are talking here about a treaty that would remain in force for 2 decades and which would make the FRG's energy industry, such an important sector of its economy, dependent on the USSR. Soviet gas supplies will also involve the conversion of some sectors of the West German chemical industry, which in turn will require large-scale investment. As a result, the West German monopoly circles that will benefit from the treaty, the large corporations, Rurgas, Thyssen, Mannesmann, and others, will exert pressure on the Bonn government to prevent it from taking steps that could lead to an aggravation of relations with the USSR. End quote. In line with the calculations of both sides, a German-Soviet trade agreement was concluded in Essen in 1970, which was known in Germany as the natural gas pipe deal, and was even regarded in the Soviet Union as the deal of the century between the two countries. The Federal Republic undertook to supply 2,000 kilometers of pipelines to the Soviet Union and received Soviet natural gas in return. The billions in loans approved by Deutsche Bank were to be paid directly through gas deliveries. The new Transgas pipeline was modeled on the existing Russian-Czechoslovakian Bratstvo Brotherhood gas pipeline. In 1973, the Federal Republic of Germany received its first Soviet gas supplies via Transgas, proving the reliability of Soviet supplies of the alternative energy source in the midst of the oil crisis. In the event of supply bottlenecks, Russian gas was exported to Germany in good time, which was actually intended to supply the Ukrainian population. New major projects were soon launched. The Soyuz pipeline, which still transports Siberian gas from Orenburg to the Transgas pipeline, was completed in 1979 as a joint project of the CMA states with the help of Western technology and went into operation in 1980. Following the invasion of Afghanistan by Soviet troops, the foreign policy situation was already tense, and in 1982 the situation worsened again when martial law was imposed on the Solidarity 6 movement in Poland. This prompted the Reagan administration to resume the strategic Kokum export embargo against the Soviets. However, after the FRG received support from Great Britain, Italy, and France against the U.S. sanctions policy, the embargo on the export of strategically important steel pipes was lifted in the same year. The new Urengoy-Pomarezgrad pipeline, which also became a gas supplier for Transgas, was put into operation in January 1984. And in 1988, in the middle of perestroika, Transgas was finally expanded to include the Progress Supplier Pipeline, which was to go down in history as the Soviet Union's last major pipeline project. Bypassing the GDR in the construction of the Western pipelines was a foreign policy triumph for the FRG. Conversely, however, it was also seen by conservative communist factions within the Eastern Bloc as a sign of a dangerous rapprochement between the Soviets and the West German revanchists, opening the door to a possible annexation of the GDR by West Germany. But hardly anyone said this openly. Instead, this was reserved for a pariah of real socialism, the Albanian dictator and dyed-in-the-wool Stalinist Enver Hoxha, who had already painted the horror scenario of German reunification on the wall in 1970. By means of political, economic, cultural, and other treaties, a multitude of opportunities are opening up before the new Bonn leadership to penetrate the revisionist countries of Eastern Europe on all sides. He wrote on the occasion of the German-Soviet natural gas pipe deals. In concrete terms, this would mean that the Bonn government would create the conditions to reach the hinterland of the GDR in order to gradually incorporate and annex it. By betraying the sovereign interests of the socialist brother state, the Soviets were promoting the establishment of a friendly Greater Germany, a large neutral zone that would be equidistant from both superpowers. Although Hodge's predictions did not come true in the way he had feared, the good economic and political contacts with Moscow nevertheless served him well in the preliminary negotiations for German reunification. And even when Russia disintegrated into a conglomerate of competing gangs in the early 1990s, the gas supply for Germany remained secure. Against the background of the excellent economic relations with the USSR, it seems very strange at first glance that, starting in the early 1970s, the FRG acted as a protector of Soviet dissidents, Lev Koplev and Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who Heinrich Böll had initially taken in, without this harming the further expansion of economic relations. Quite a few dissidents found their first refuge in Munich at the time. The Bavarian capital was also an important port of call for the Soviet ex-dissidents because the broadcasting center of Radio Free Europe was located there until 1995. A radio station financed by the U.S. Congress that still produces programs for Eastern European and Russian listeners today. Among the Munich exiles were Igor Davidov and Gabriel Superfin. As Superfin reports, during the dissident purges of the early 1980s, the KGB gave dissidents a choice. If they were not prepared to write a letter of repentance, they were urged to either join the KGB as informants or agree to their own expulsion to the West. Many chose the latter option. One of them was Vladimir Voinovich, in whose literary work the theme of emigration plays a central role. In Moscow 2042, 1986, he not only parroted the stolidity of the Soviet bureaucracy, but also ridiculed Solzhenitsyn's throw-down on Germany and its sense of national mission. This disposal of dissidents did little harm to the Soviet Union. After all, those in charge knew that once an opponent of the regime is in exile, he loses all propagandistic significance due to his lack of influence on events in his old homeland. Only as prisoners in the Gulag and later in other prison camps did they hardly pose a domestic political threat. But they did pose a foreign political threat. Since the Cold War, German support for Russian dissidents has therefore been overshadowed by German-Russian trade. Raw materials are exchanged for technology and foreign currency and good economic relations for dissidents. The Navalny case also initially stood for this aspect of German-Russia policy, which is why he was allowed to leave the country for medical treatment in Germany. However, when Navalny made his way back to Russia, from a Russian perspective, he broke the tacit agreement that had been in place for decades that the dissident should stay in Germany, especially after his almost successful poisoning. Germany, in turn, absolved itself of any responsibility for what was to come from the moment Navalny boarded the passenger plane to Moscow. Knowing full well that the only politically appropriate response to Navalny's detention and the existing U.S. sanctions against the pipeline would have been to shut down Nord Stream 2, Germany took the far less confrontational route of personal sanctions. Nord Stream 2 is an extremely expensive investment for Russia, the political benefits of which bear no relation to the horrendous construction costs, as the pipeline can only really pay for itself if it is fully utilized. However, this is only possible if gas is transported to the West almost exclusively via the Nord Stream 2 and Turkish Stream pipelines in future. However, jeopardizing Ukraine's security of supply and depriving the state of important revenues is at least part of the Russian strategy. Between 2008 and 2020, the volume of natural gas transported through Ukraine fell by more than two-thirds, from approximate 199.6 to approximate 55.8 billion cubic meters per year. The losses in transit fees are already noticeable, and if the volume of gas supplied to Ukraine were to fall below a critical level, this would lead to serious losses. As Putin knows that Ukraine cannot easily switch to other gas suppliers for cost reasons alone, there will be little standing in the way of further economic blackmail while exporting natural gas to Europe. Finance Minister Olaf Scholz, SPD, must have been well aware of this political dimension of Nord Stream 2 when he tried to dissuade the USA from its planned sanctions against Nord Stream 2 in August 2020. In his letter to the then U.S. Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin, he stated that €1 billion in public funds would be used to support the construction of 2 terminals for U.S. liquefied natural gas. In return, the USA will allow the unhindered completion and operation of Nord Stream 2. Scholz suggested to his counterpart with rare audacity. In addition, more efforts would be made to expand the energy networks in Poland, through which the Russian-European pipeline Yamal-Europe has been running since 1999, and Ukraine so that they would not lose their status as transit countries. As was to be expected, however, the Trump administration rejected this lazy compromise and the sanctions came into force in January 2021. Germany then insisted on demonstrating to its opponents in the West, namely the USA, Poland, Denmark, Sweden, and the Baltic states, that it was determined to continue to go it alone in terms of energy policy. They would not allow themselves to be treated like a rogue state by the USA, according to government circles. Of all the Nord Stream opponents, France wavered the most until the very end, until Macron also towed the German line. Merkel convinces Macron in video call that Nord Stream pipeline is necessary. Headline Der Standard on February 5, 2021. What was not possible during the Cold War because the USA was still too powerful and Germany stood in its shadow has now become a defiant and empathetic self-assurance against the USA and for the Russian opposition. The worse the situation in Russia is, the more important the seemingly objective and helpful rather than beneficial economic cooperation is presented in Germany. Regardless of which sources are consulted, conditions in Russia are atrocious. On January 23, more than 4,000 protesters were taken into police custody during demonstrations against Navalny's conviction in 125 Russian cities, where between 110,000 and 160,000 people had demonstrated. The following weekend, when there was already talk of 250,000 to 300,000 demonstrators across Russia, there were already more than 5,700 arrests in 86 Russian cities. Around 1,500 demonstrators were arrested on February 2, when the verdict against Navalny was announced. The protests then died down, and the Russian authorities are currently working on the expulsion of protest participants who do not have Russian citizenship. Their residence permits are being revoked, forcing them to leave the country. They are then banned from entering the country. As Radio Free Europe reports, these include a number of Ukrainians, Moldovans, Kyrgyz, and Belarusians who took part in the protests in January. The repression corresponds to a political course that began with the nationalization of several television stations in the early 2000s and continued with the murder of critical journalists, obvious electoral fraud, and the banning of unpopular parties. In 2016, it culminated in the newly created Russian National Guard reporting directly to Putin. It was made up of the former internal armed forces of the Ministry of the Interior and the notorious OMON and SOBR units, which are notorious for bludgeoning demonstrators and for special operations against renegade elites. Their total size has since been officially estimated at around 340,000 men, who are nominally on a par with the Russian military. Putin is making sure that he remains without any serious political competition during his presidency and can continue to shape the country's destiny without reproach after it ends. The extent to which he will succeed in this is questionable, but the last decisive constitutional amendment from the summer of 2020 allows him to remain in office until 2036. And the latest federal law from December last year stipulates that Putin should become a senator for life in the Russian Federation Council after his presidency expires, and would enjoy guaranteed immunity and immunity from prosecution. The U.S. government's sanctions against the companies involved in the construction of the Nord Stream 2 gas pipelines are also an effective warning to all lenders co-financing the project. It is known that 18 insurance companies have already withdrawn from the project following threats of U.S. sanctions. In addition to personal sanctions, trade restrictions on export goods that could be used to manufacture chemical weapons have been in force since the beginning of March. Against this backdrop, the companies involved in Nord Stream 2 are keeping a low profile in order to leave the field to the governments. In a press conference on March 28, 2021, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken indicated that the USA would not be able to definitively prevent the construction of Nord Stream 2. When asked whether the USA could still do anything to stop the construction of the pipeline, Blinken replied that it was solely a matter for the builders of the pipeline whether it would be completed or not. The USA is increasing the costs for both sides, i.e. Russia and Germany. Biden also said in an interview that Putin, who had tried to undermine his presidency by intervening in the election campaign in favor of Trump, was a murderer, which means that he has at least bought the guts of Germany, which likes to present itself as a moral superpower. The latest measures taken by the Russian president are evidence of a certain unease in view of the continued possibility of mass protests, palace revolts, or even major political upheavals in Russia during and after his presidency. The protests in Belarus last summer were a clear warning to him. However, as long as he remains firmly in the saddle, Putin or his successor can still be sure of German support. It is December 9, 2019, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is on a peace mission in Paris to meet with his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin. His goal: to end the war with Russian proxy, troops in Donbass, which has been smoldering for more than 5 years, through negotiations. A goal that must seem at least unrealistic in view of the Russian invasion that has been raging in Ukraine since February 2022. The fact that Zelensky was the most moderate politician on issues of war and nationalism who was able to come to power in Ukraine after the annexation of Crimea in 2014 and the start of the war in Donbass was not only interpreted as a weakness by Putin, but also by large sections of the nationalist opposition. However, they did not have much to say in 2019. The Christian conservative politician Petro Poroshenko received 15.95% of the eligible voters. Yulia Tymoshenko received 13.4%. The right-wing populist politician Ola Lyashko received 5.48% of all votes, and the far-right anti-Semitic party Svoboda received just 1.62%. Zelensky, on the other hand, was young, not an oligarch and a famous actor. He was known from the comedy series Servant of the People, in which he plays the history teacher Vasil Holoborodko. After an election campaign financed by crowdfunding, he is elected president. As a politically inexperienced but simple and honest man, Holoborodko takes up the fight against corruption. The party that nominated Zelensky as its candidate in 2019 has the same name as the title of the series. Zelensky thus made himself popular with voters through the type of politician he marketed rather than through nationalist or even chauvinist rhetoric. Western countries were eagerly awaiting the Paris negotiations with Putin, especially the Germans. After all, it was the then foreign minister and passionate bridge builder, ZDF, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, who had since been elected federal president and was the architect of the Minsk II ceasefire agreements of February 2015, which quickly lapsed, who wanted to use the so-called Steinmeier formula to bring movement to the Donbass issue and create peace between Ukraine and Russia. The agreement to Minsk I and II was forced upon Ukraine in a situation of military emergency. In the meantime, however, it was in a position to wage a permanent war on the dividing lines for several years without, however, eliminating them. The fact that the initiative to act in peace do not depend on the negotiating weight of international mediators, but on a patron, meant that the Minsk II agreement of 2015, just like its predecessor Minsk I, quickly became a waste of time. Just 3 days after the ceasefire came into force, troops loyal to Moscow stormed the 25,000-inhabitant town of Debaltsev and its railroad junction. And the violation of Ukrainian sovereign rights by Russia was permanent anyway. After the world public had long been bored with a litany of mutual accusations that the other side was not fulfilling the Minsk agreements, a constructive process was to be initiated in the run-up to the Paris meeting in 2019 by reaffirming the principles of the Steinmeier formula. A binding order of further action should be laid down for Minsk II, it was said. Accordingly, an amendment to the Ukrainian constitution to enable regional autonomies should be made first. This amendment should already apply to the day of the regional elections in the separatist areas. Then, following a positive assessment of these elections by the OSCE Election Observation Mission, it should become permanent. The implementation of the Steinmeier formula would have meant an autonomous status in elections without a guarantee for the withdrawal of all Russian troops from the occupied territories. The document did not even mention a revision of Crimea's status. Putin now made the signing of a paper with a commitment to this formula by Ukraine a prerequisite for his participation in the aforementioned Paris meeting. And so, on October 1, 2019, representatives of Ukraine, Russia, and the separatist territories signed a corresponding document. Zelensky had also fulfilled the conditions for negotiations with Putin, Merkel, and Macron as part of the so-called Normandy format. The Steinmeier formula met with widespread rejection in Ukraine. This was made clear to German politicians even after the start of the war. In April 2022, Ukraine, which had just resisted the announced demilitarization by Russia, refused Steinmeier entry. The idea of far-reaching federalization is not particularly popular in western and central Ukraine anyway. This is because the political federalization demanded by Putin, as opposed to decentralization with reference to the 24 existing administrative units, means separatism in the case of Ukraine. It came as no surprise that the day after the paper with the Steinmeier formula was signed on October 2nd, Maidan demonstrators in Kiev accused Zelensky of capitulating to Russia. He sent the following message to the critics: "There will be no elections under the barrel of a gun. There will be no elections as long as Russian troops are still there." Putin insisted that territorial parts could only be returned once elections had taken place in the two People's Republics of Donetsk and Luhansk. A withdrawal of Russian troops was not planned. Under these circumstances, Russia could have manipulated the elections just as it did in Crimea or during the separatist referendum in Donetsk and Luhansk 5 years earlier. Zelensky therefore kept his word and the Paris negotiations were unsuccessful. Zelensky's diplomatic balancing act in Paris can only be understood against the backdrop of the lines of conflict between Western and Eastern Ukraine, which, as we know, are not simply caused by internal Ukrainian factors, but are characterized by Russia's varying degrees of influence on the two parts of the country. Even under Gorbachev, the dismantling of the enemy image of the West was seen as new political thinking. This was linked to the realization that the greatest threat to the security of the Soviet Union was posed by economic, social, and ecological problems at home. Nevertheless, Gorbachev already resisted the national independence of the individual Soviet republics and had demonstrations, for example in the Baltic states and Georgia, crushed. Putin finally became the enforcer of the great Russian chauvinist view that had already begun to assert itself under Yeltsin. It made either Russian or Soviet greatness the culmination of all other greatness. Russia gradually became clericalist, nationalist, folkish, imperialist. Naturally, this orientation has many opponents, both internally and externally. Under these conditions, a policy of détente does not lead to better relations, but hinders them, because the enemy of Russian claims is lurking everywhere. All over the world, he is waiting with his cultures, his economies, and his weapons. The Russian elite believes that the West is ultimately the great adversary behind all alternatives to the Russian model of rule. The fact that the West does not necessarily see Russia as an equal, as former U.S. President Barack Obama said, for example, on the occasion of the annexation of Crimea when he derided Russia as a regional power, does not change this. On the contrary, it fuels Russian resentment. The military interventions of the former Soviet leader Russia in its neighboring countries are taken for granted, as Putin's threatening description of the Ukrainians as a brother nation testifies. The assertion of Russian claims becomes all the uglier when there is no longer any soft power to back them up. However, its effect in Ukraine has long been very inconsistent. While Western Ukraine is traditionally Ukrainian-speaking and therefore tends to vote for nationalist parties, the East sympathized for many years with the pro-Russian Party of Regions of ex-President Viktor Yanukovych. The Donbass was home to the party's largest voter base, which acted as the most powerful political representative of the Russian-speaking regions within Ukraine. Yet the predominantly Russian-speaking eastern Ukraine is indispensable for the Ukrainian state. Since Soviet times, a significant part of the Ukrainian coal and steel industry has been concentrated in the coal basin on the Donets River, and the access to the Black Sea, the only lucrative transport route for Ukrainian grain and industrial exports, is also located in the Russian-speaking south. The situation slowly came to a head after Viktor Yanukovych was elected Ukrainian president in 2010. After his election, he dismissed more than 300 judges and replaced the vacant posts with his own candidates from his native Donetsk. He used illegal methods to secure a majority in parliament, which allowed him to extend his powers by amending the constitution. The subsequent concentration of power and the self-enrichment of Yanukovych's family initially caused resentment among competing oligarchs, even if they had come to terms with the president for better or worse. At the same time, Yanukovych made himself unpopular, particularly in Western Ukraine, when he enacted a new language law in 2012. Until 2012, a Soviet-era law had been in force which, while establishing Ukrainian as the official language, also permitted the use of Russian in most areas of public life alongside or even instead of Ukrainian. This precarious balance was overturned with the 2012 language law. If more than 10% of the population in a region of Ukraine spoke a language other than Ukrainian, this language was to be upgraded to a local official language. Theoretically, a large number of languages should have been taken into account in such a regulation. In practice, however, this meant that more than half of the Ukrainian regions suddenly had to put Russian on an equal footing with Ukrainian as a local official language. What was intended as a populist election promise for their own voters was quickly welcomed in the Kremlin as a rapprochement with Russia. The politicization of the Russian language by Yanukovych in turn strengthened the nationalist opposition in its efforts to banish Russian from the public sphere as far as possible. Yanukovych's foreign policy also developed an enormous explosive force. He tried to play Russia and the EU off against each other in order to gain the greatest possible advantages for Ukraine. This strategy failed on November 21, 2013 at the latest, when his government suspended the signing of the association agreement between Ukraine and the EU. The association agreement would have enabled free trade with the EU and thus also brought Ukraine closer to the West economically. However, the EU was hardly prepared to meet Yanukovych's demands for further financial aid in full. In turn, the countries of the CIS Free Trade Zone threatened to exclude Ukraine from the customs union if the agreement was signed. Yanukovych had the choice, and he opted for economic union with Russia, undermining expectations of politically independent and economically catching up development. Shortly afterwards, more and more demonstrators gathered on Independence Square, the Maidan in Kyiv. They demanded Yanukovych's resignation and new elections, from right-wing nationalists such as the Right Sector and the Svoboda Party, which protected the demonstrators from police attacks, to liberals, national conservatives, and leftists. Various forces were represented on the Maidan. What must have seemed like total political chaos from the perspective of authoritarian regimes was a turning point in the long term. The Maidan marked the beginning of a change from a semi-authoritarian state to the establishment of a democratic order based on the Western model. While Yanukovych's financier Rinat Akhmetov initially tried to declare the Maidan demonstrators rioters via his own television stations, rival oligarchs such as Ihor Kolomoisky from the eastern Ukrainian industrial metropolis of Dnipro or the later President Petro Poroshenko pursued a different strategy. As during the Orange Revolution in 2004, they supported the pro-Western demonstrators who were calling for Yanukovych's resignation. The situation on the Maidan came to a head in February 2014. By then, the Euromaidan already counted over 100 fatalities. Finally, on February 22, Yanukovych was deposed by a parliamentary majority in a summary procedure. He fled to Russia, which subsequently wanted to continue to see him as the legitimate president. Following Yanukovych's dismissal, new political parties emerged in Ukraine. New politicians looked for allies in oligarchic business circles, and new candidates were elected to the presidency. Meanwhile, Russia exploited the political instability in Ukraine. It occupied Crimea in a coup d'état and smuggled secret service agents and mercenaries into Donetsk and Luhansk in order to establish proxy republics there. In a short space of time, Russia was to unite all militiamen, warlords, and soldiers of fortune under one command in both people's republics. The separatists were able to hold on in Donetsk and Luhansk because they received heavy weaponry and personal reinforcements from Russia. However, they were unable to advance further west. Mariupol, Sloviansk, and Kramatorsk remained in Ukrainian hands. Contrary to many predictions, Ukraine proved to be strong enough to stop the advance of the anti-Maidan forces loyal to Russia. However, the Ukrainian troop units lacked the strength to recapture Donetsk and Luhansk. As a result, the war in Donbass became a war of position and attrition, which claimed around 14,000 civilian and military lives by 2022. In the initial chaos of the revolution, the Ukrainian army welcomed any help, regardless of its political affiliation. Fighters from the Right Sector took part in the fighting in the Donbass, while soldiers from the far-right Azov Battalion, which was subordinate to the Ministry of the Interior, defended Mariupol against an attempted separatist takeover. However, the partial autonomy of the individual military units soon came to an end. The Right Sector did not want to submit to the command of the National Guard, which is bound by instructions from the Ministry of the Interior. It was disarmed and, as before, was only allowed to exist as a party. It is no longer represented in the Ukrainian parliament. The Azov Battalion was founded in Berdyansk on the Sea of Azov and mainly comprises Russian-speaking fighters. In 2014, the Azov Battalion was placed under the command of the Ukrainian National Guard as a special unit and regrouped as a regiment, which many fighters with Nazi sympathies are said to have left by the end of 2014. Following a change of command in 2017, officials claim that the last fighters with openly right-wing extremist views left the regiment. It is not possible to verify how consequent this was implemented. While the soldiers of the Azov regiment have to refrain from making right-wing extremist statements out of consideration for their disciplinary statute, the politically autonomous, and very insignificant in the Ukrainian political landscape, Azov movement acts far more openly. In the current war, the soldiers of the Azov Regiment are revered as national heroes in Ukraine. This is partly due to their months-long defense of the Azov Valley steelworks in besieged Mariupol, but also to the agonizing deaths of many Azov soldiers in Russian captivity. Since the Russian rocket fire on the Olenivka prisoner of war camp at the latest, some of them are likely to have a kind of martyr status in the Ukrainian collective memory. From 2014, Ukraine underwent a radical cadre change in its military and intelligence apparatus under the presidency of Petro Poroshenko, the elected president following the transitional government under Yanukovych's interim successor Alexander Turchinov. After the Russian annexation of Crimea, one thing became clear. Many old cadres of the Ukrainian army and secret service were at the mercy of the Russian troops in Crimea and Donbass because they were merely a mirror image of the Russian soldiers. Identical in tactics, strategy, and authoritarian self-image. Some offered them their services in the puppet governments of the Donbass. Others fled to Russia, where they were welcome as representatives of the overthrown ancien regime. It is no secret that Western advisors helped the Ukrainian armed forces and secret services with the reforms. Their impulses fell on fertile ground, especially among the middle ranks, the key age group of the Maidan protests. The shock caused by the handover of Crimea to Russia without a fight led not least to the abolition of the rigid, Soviet-style centralized command structure. It was replaced by NATO's decentralized command regime, which gives the lower command ranks greater autonomy in troop command and decision-making. If Ukraine had stuck with the Soviet model, it would probably not have been able to withstand the Russian attack in February this year. The reform of the military was thus an essential element in the irreversible process of de-Russification since the Euromaidan. Another factor in the alienation from Russia was the covert Russian intervention in Donbass from 2014. Over the years, the smoldering war in Donbass ensured that Russia gradually lost any remaining sympathy among the younger generation. A comparison of the fighting in the south and east of Ukraine in 2014 and this year's war shows this impressively. While in the Russian-speaking cities of Odessa and Kharkiv in 2014 it was not clear from the outset whether politicians loyal to Maidan or Moscow would win power, in 2022 both cities resolutely opposed the Russian invasion. 8 years of Donbass had shown what a region under Russian rule can become. To a rundown authoritarian gangland that has had to systematically burn out its male population for the Kremlin since February 24, 2022. Ukrainians who speak Russian in everyday life today, therefore, generally no longer describe themselves as politically pro-Russian. Nevertheless, the Russian invasion is likely to lead to a long-term decline in the importance of the Russian language in Ukraine. The state is doing the rest. In 2017, Russian was removed from the curricula of secondary schools and universities as the main language of instruction. Strict Ukrainian quotas have been in place in broadcasting for years. However, these measures did not precede the secession of the People's Republics, but were a consequence of it. In January of this year, a new language law came into force after a transitional period, which was passed by Petro Poroshenko in 2019. It appears to be a mirror image reversal of Yanukovych's language law. National media are only allowed to publish in Russian if there is an equivalent Ukrainian counterpart that is called up first. This rule explicitly does not apply to other minority languages such as Polish, Romanian, Hungarian, or Crimean Tatar. Even if the Ukrainian state is censoring Russian state media on a massive scale like never before in the current war. Since the Russian massacres of civilians in February and March 2022, Bucha is the most prominent example. Since the countless tortures and murders of Ukrainian prisoners of war and the mass deportations of Ukrainian civilians, such measures to push back Russian influence seem almost no longer necessary. After several months of war, the message should be clear to the average Ukrainian. Anyone who does not want to return to the Russian world, after years of Ukrainian rapprochement with the West, can expect brutal retaliation. The sheer sadism not only of the Russian military, but also of radical Russian mercenary troops such as the Wagner Group, named after Hitler's favorite composer, is likely to further reduce the motivation among Ukrainian soldiers to surrender to Russian captivity. Zelensky's second most important election promise was the de-oligarchization of Ukraine. His promise to break the power of the oligarchs was to be followed by action. He announced in summer 2021 that he would introduce a register of oligarchs. The entanglement of political offices and economic oligopolies was finally to come to an end. Many political observers within Ukraine viewed his anti-oligarch law with skepticism. They accused him of populist authoritarianism. He was accused of wanting to take action against his rival Petro Poroshenko and establish a vertical of power based on the Russian model. When an attack was carried out on Zelensky's advisor Serhiy Schiffer in September, the situation threatened to escalate. Shortly after the anti-oligarch law came into force, the revelations of the Pandora Papers shook Ukraine in October 2021. Although it was already no secret that Zelensky could not have become a famous actor or politician without the oligarch Ihor Kolomoisky, there was now also evidence of the business connection. The Pandora Papers, which revealed Zelensky's offshore business dealings with Kolomoisky, soon ruined Zelensky's poll ratings. In October 2021, only around 28% of Ukrainians still backed Zelensky. Zelensky's anti-oligarch policy had lost credibility among the population. It is true that the oligarch class also emerged in Ukraine from the original capitalist accumulation of the early 1990s, i.e. from the sell-off of Soviet state-owned enterprises. However, unlike in Russia, it never underwent total assimilation under a political regime. In other words, the diverging interests and competition between the oligarchs in Ukraine has also given rise to a kind of political pluralism. It finds its expression in a plurality of media whose reporting and interpretation of events in the country differ greatly. This in turn is an important prerequisite for the existence of competing political parties, said Irina Solenenko in 2014. But what continues to unite the oligarchs, however, is their refusal to give up their privileged access to public resources and political decisions. Rule of law principles, transparent party funding, and anti-corruption laws are not goals they have been campaigning for so far. In the current war, the oligarchs have largely lost power through no fault of Zelensky's. Domestic politics have been frozen. The media oligopolies have lost importance and their accounts have become emptier. Since then, the majority of Ukrainians have supported the president. The fact that times of war sometimes require authoritarian measures is likely to have further increased his popularity. Zelensky had pro-Russian parties and television stations banned, and the Ukrainian military arrested oligarchs suspected of collaborating with Russia. Whether Zelensky will remain on the course of authoritarian populism after the war, however, can hardly be predicted before the end of the war. Even die-hard Ukrainian nationalists believe that Ukraine's integration into the EU and NATO is necessary, at least from a strategic point of view. In addition to security policy considerations, there are also economic reasons for this. While integration into the EU internal market should facilitate exports to the West, joining NATO should help Ukraine to be able to do business and export undisturbed by Russian influence. The Ukrainians are certainly indulging in a political illusion in their vague, romanticized vision of the EU. However, if they want to maintain their separation from Russia, they have no necessary and objective alternative. Ukraine is relying heavily on aid money from the USA and the EU's promised reconstruction plan. But there can only be solid economic development if access to the Black Sea and the territories occupied since February 24th is restored. Ukraine was already one of the poorest countries in Europe in 2021. At that time, Ukraine's nominal per capita gross domestic product amounted to $4,828. By comparison, Moldova, the poorhouse of the EU, had a GDP per capita of $5,285 in 2021. In Germany, it was $50,795 per capita this year, despite coronavirus lockdowns and supply chain slumps. Since 2014, Ukraine has been increasingly expanding its international trade network in favor of an economic detachment from Russia. A decisive step towards reducing dependence on Russia was the decision to stop importing gas directly from Russia at the end of 2015 in order to put an end to Russian gas blackmail. At first glance, it may seem flimsy that Ukraine imports its gas via Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia, which in turn obtain most of it from Russia. However, this at least offers rudimentary security against Russia cutting off Ukraine's gas supply overnight, as happened in 2009 and 2014. This was initially associated with higher energy costs, which could be partially offset with the income from the Russian transit pipelines running through Ukraine. However, Russia deliberately allowed the Soviet-style pipelines running through Ukraine to fall into disrepair and gradually reduced operations to a minimum, i.e. to around 55.8 billion cubic meters per year, as at 2020. The majority of the exported gas should instead flow via pipelines that bypass Ukraine. In addition to Turkish Stream, 2020, the German Baltic Sea pipeline Nord Stream 1, 2011, which was almost expanded this year to include the Nord Stream 2 branch, is part of this major anti-Ukrainian project. Ukraine has criticized the Nord Stream 2 project from the outset for prospectively drying up Ukraine financially and, far more importantly, allowing Russia to wage war in Ukraine without having to fear losses in gas sales. In the best-case scenario for Russia, it could almost completely shut down the gas pipelines that run through Ukraine and instead transport the gas to Western Europe through alternative pipelines such as Nord Stream 2. A nuclear-free energy transition with Russian natural gas as an eternally provisional, transitional technology must sound like madness to Ukraine, and not just for political reasons. The fact that the German coal and nuclear phase-out is unlikely to find many supporters in Ukraine may actually be due to the fact that it generates more than half of its electricity from nuclear power. The reactor accident at Chernobyl in 1986 did nothing to change Ukraine's pro-nuclear policy in the long term. The bizarre calculation that change through trade could be brought about in Russia remained exclusively a German self-deception. However, it was also the minds critical of Russia, such as the Greens, who pushed ahead with Germany's prestigious energy transition project, thereby only increasing its dependence on gas from Russia. After all, without the capacity of nuclear or coal-fired power plants, it is not possible to achieve a permanently stable power supply with renewable energy sources alone. So far, the only alternative to coal and nuclear power plants has been gas-fired power plants. Even under Kremlin crony and Nord Stream lobbyist Gerhard Schroeder, it was the Greens who pushed for a nuclear phase-out as the SPD's junior partner. They were the ones who drove the Merkel cabinet to legislate for a nuclear phase-out by 2023. Together with the SPD, FDP, and CDU, they bear more than a share of the responsibility for the current disaster. Even leading Greens are now admitting, far too late, the fundamental error of the energy transition. Ralph Fuchs, for example, writes ruefully on Twitter, with the nuclear phase-out, dependence on natural gas has increased. Even the greenest energy transition scenarios were based on gas as a bridging technology in the electricity sector and industry. And he adds, although we fought Nord Stream 2, we avoided the question of how to meet the growing demand for gas. LNG plus fracking were taboo. Dependence on Russian gas was the blind spot of the energy transition. Tweet from August 1, 2022. While Ukraine repositioned itself militarily from 2014, the Russian arms industry initially suffered from the technology sanctions imposed by the USA and the EU. Since then, it has not been able to fully offset its imports from the West with equivalent alternatives. The shortcomings of Russian weapons technology became apparent at the latest with the attack on Ukraine. There was a shortage of precision missiles from February 2022, and semiconductor chips became a rarity following the tightening of the dual-use embargoes. More and more Soviet weapons technology had to make up for the losses. The high-tech embargoes hit Russia harder than any financial sanction. Nevertheless, Russia repeatedly succeeded in importing weapons technology from the EU from 2014 onwards. As research by the British Telegraph shows, companies from at least 10 EU countries, including around 3/4 of German and French companies, took advantage of a loophole in the EU sanctions from 2014 that allowed the export of certain dual-use goods to Russia. It was only closed in April 2022 by a decision of the European Commission. Even before the war in Ukraine, Russia was a gold mine for European arms companies. One example. In 2011, Rheinmetall began building the military training base in Milino, Russia, together with the Russian construction company Garnison. According to the construction plan, Mulino is an exact copy of the Altmark Bundeswehr training base, a training ground for mechanized infantry. After the sanctions against German arms exports came into force in 2014, the base was officially supposed to be completed without German help or technology. In reality, however, the Russian construction company Garnison continued to purchase military equipment produced by Rheinmetall via intermediaries until 2019. It is therefore more than obvious that Rheinmetall must have used Garnison as a letterbox company to continue its business in Russia. The base was completed in 2020 and the invasion of Ukraine was practiced there in 2021 as part of the Zapad West maneuver. Apparently, the EU sanctions were relatively weak because countries such as Germany, Austria, France, and Hungary pushed for a certain degree of flexibility. Within Germany, on the other hand, it was not only the well-known figures from the SPD who called for informal recognition of the status quo of Russian-occupied Crimea. Armin Laschet, CDU, and Christian Lindner, FDP, also wanted to return to business as usual as quickly as possible after 2014. The fact that the SPD-led state of Mecklenburg-Vorpommern circumvented U.S. sanctions with the help of an environmental foundation in order to complete Nord Stream 2 was not a problem for many CDU/CSU and FDP politicians either, whether Nord Stream 2 or Mulino. In view of such close business relations with Russia, it is not surprising that Germany is still very reluctant to supply weapons to Ukraine. Only Eastern Europe, the UK and the USA are willing and able to provide Ukraine with massive support in the form of weapons, money, and resources. However, it is becoming increasingly clear that the war in Ukraine is becoming a crucial test for the West. The German egg dance over the repair of the Gazprom gas turbine in Canada had already shown how fragile the international sanctions against Russia can already be. Anyone on the brink of an energy blackout is most likely to pull out of the Solidarity Front. The decades-old German connection with Russia is taking its revenge on the exploding energy prices following Russian gas cutbacks, which will lead to massive social upheaval in the foreseeable future. It is therefore doubtful whether the Western United Front for Ukraine will be able to survive beyond the winter. In turn, it will be very convenient for those in positions of responsibility to place the upcoming energy protests, similar to the previous demonstrations against the coronavirus measures, under a blanket suspicion of extremism or Putinism. Anyone who stands in solidarity with Ukraine should therefore resolutely oppose the instrumentalization of the Ukraine war for the green agenda of impoverishment and name those responsible for the German disaster. All through European history, the intervals of peace, during which reconstruction and progress overcame the ravages of war, were secured by a temporary equilibrium between the great powers of the day. It is obvious that there was no such equilibrium on February 23, 2022, when Russian columns started rolling towards Kiev, and Russian President Vladimir Putin had just described Ukraine not merely as Russian, but as the homeland of the very first Russian state, Kievan Rus. That warning of an imminent invasion was quickly confirmed by satellite photographs of long columns of Russian armored vehicles preparing to advance. It was then that the US President, the French President, and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, together with every other active European ally, had an opportunity to arrange an emergency meeting and issue a categorical warning to Russia, dovetailed with a convincing promise of maximum support to Ukraine. There had been plenty of time to prepare for that moment, in fact 8 years, given thinly disguised Russian soldiers had first infiltrated and then invaded the two Russian-speaking regions of Donetsk and Luhansk in April 2014, when Crimea was also seized. But when the moment came and Russian tanks rolled into Ukraine, there was no cohesive and determined power ready to respond quickly and effectively. NATO had done just that several times during the Cold War, by promptly reinforcing threatened allies with thousands of airlifted troops from the so-called Allied Command Europe Mobile Force. That, however, was the old pre-enlargement NATO, which was still a veritable military alliance of countries capable of defending themselves and help weaker allies in trouble, and whose chronically weak Mediterranean member states, with the most resplendent uniforms and least combat strength, had no Russian troops on their borders. But once very deserving yet utterly indefensible countries such as Estonia were included in NATO, along with Poland, which mustered just 42,000 combat soldiers out of its population of 33 million a mere 3 months before Putin's full-scale invasion began, it stopped being an effective military alliance. Instead, it became a kind of social club. The NATO calendar is full of meetings at the Supreme Allied Headquarters in Mons in Belgium, where all manner of military and related issues are addressed often very professionally and quite freely, except that nobody is allowed to mention, however politely, even the most glaring military shortcomings of fellow allies, which undermine important war plans. The high point of the NATO calendar is the splendid summits with all flags flying, in which the arrival of new countries is greatly celebrated, regardless of their ability to actually defend themselves. Both heads of state and heads of government are invited to those gatherings on the premise that there is strength in numbers, with no concerns about the inherent difficulty of reaching any agreements in such a vast crowd. In the last summit, held in Washington, D.C. in July 2024, Biden's confusion of President Zelensky with Putin added a touch of humor to otherwise gloomy proceedings. Nobody in attendance offered any suggestions on how to end the war in Ukraine. What proves that NATO is no longer a genuine military alliance was that nothing was done in the last pre-war days before Putin's invasion finally began. The satellite intelligence that revealed Russian forces on the move also showed that they were already in assault formations. But even then, 5 days remained to fly fighter-bomber squadrons to forward bases. Yet even inaction would have been better than what actually happened. Instead of ordering the rapid deployment of tactical air power to bases in Germany, Italy, and the United Kingdom, the Biden administration instead evacuated U.S. diplomats from Kyiv, starting a panic that induced the evacuation of some 20 other diplomatic missions. For its part, the German government made clear that the Nord Stream 2 pipeline project, further increasing Berlin's dependence on Russian gas, would not be stopped even if Ukraine were invaded. Only the courageous determination of Zelensky, together with his defense minister Resnikov and Kyiv's stalwart mayor, prevented a collapse, starting the resistance that continues until today. It is enough, then, to review the sequence of events to understand why Putin was not deterred back in February 2022. There was no watchful great power in Europe to do the deterring alongside the United States, thereby replacing the loss of NATO's operational capacity and deterrent credibility caused by its expansion into indefensible territory. But a recent and seemingly uneventful meeting between the leaders of Britain, France, and Germany clearly suggests where that missing great power may be found. In a solid strategic compact, carefully negotiated between the three countries to jointly support the U.S. response to an imminent crisis, or, if necessary, to induce a U.S. response they jointly favor. Whatever the differences between the three governments, they could certainly act with much greater agility than NATO as a whole ever could. Tripartite agreement is clearly easier than contending with dozens of European NATO members, from Estonia to Norway to Spain. Except for Turkey under Recep Tayyip Erdogan, no NATO member deliberately obstructs alliance decisions. But each has its own objections to joint action against particular countries. For example, the populations of Bulgaria, Greece, Montenegro, and North Macedonia are predominantly Christian Orthodox, and their governments are typically unwilling to act against Orthodox Serbia, or indeed against Russia itself. As Islamic countries, Turkey and Albania are very likely to object to any action against a Muslim antagonist, while the government of the day of any member state may object to any use of force if the ruling coalition at that time happens to include a pacifist party. Even if none of those specific obstacles to prompt action appear in any given crisis, the civil and military representatives of each member state will still want to be heard when the use of force is imminent, and that alone could fatally delay responding to a sudden threat. Against all those impediments to quick action, the alternative of a permanent three-country compact, in effect a synthetic great power, is very promising. There are, of course, obvious challenges. For one thing, even a synthetic great power must have formidable capabilities, and these days neither the UK, France, nor Germany is a veritable great power. That category is defined by the ability to wage war independently, without needing any significant support from allies. To be sure, Britain did exactly that in reconquering the Falklands from Argentina, sending an expeditionary fleet over an unprecedented 8,000 miles in a display of strategic courage, which almost failed because of the bravery of a handful of Argentinian pilots, and which would have been suicidal against a more competent adversary. If, however, the limitations of the three powers are well known, the magnitude of their combined capabilities should not be underestimated. When it comes to ground forces, the British Army these days has some 70,000 soldiers all told, while its French counterpart is under 100,000. Yet both contain a high proportion of units that are actually capable of fighting, in contrast to most other NATO armies. As for the German army, it had shrunk to less than a tenth of its Cold War strength under Angela Merkel, who ridiculed Trump's call for more spending in 2018 as totally unnecessary in peaceful Europe, even though Russian forces had already infiltrated southeast Ukraine. The Russian invasion of Ukraine caused as much confusion as alarm in Germany, as in most of Europe, because under various labels pacifist parties constrained both thinking and defense budgets. It is only now, under its newly installed Chancellor Friedrich Merz, that a serious rearmament effort is finally underway. It is set to focus on armored forces, still the German specialty, which would complement British and French light infantry and commando units. The synthetic great power proposed here would be much better off at sea, where the British and French fleets each operate aircraft carriers. Both fleets also have nuclear-powered submarines, much less vulnerable than surface vessels and armed to attack enemy ships and subs alike. The latter also do not need large numbers to control vast ocean areas. If just half of the 10 now operated by the British and French navies were deployed, they could interdict any Russian naval operations in Atlantic and Arctic waters. As with the ground forces, the size of the British and French air forces is less important than the fact that they are for real. Thus, while the Royal Air Force, the Italians, and the Spanish all operate Eurofighters with a significant bomb load, only the RAF has actually used them to attack the Houthis from its sovereign base in Cyprus, another overlooked British asset, even though they were inflicting a great deal of damage on the Italian and Spanish economies and almost none on the British. In theory, this gap is just a matter of politics, but there is also a fixed cultural difference. Royal Air Force pilots are ready and even eager for action, a sentiment shared by French pilots who until recently flew many distant missions into Africa. A simple decision by the British, French, and German governments to operate a joint foreign and defense policy coordination office would be quite sufficient to announce the arrival of the great power missing from the European scene. There would be no need to burden this office with any duties except a timely response to active or imminent threats of war, meaning it would only require the designation of very few senior diplomats and military officers of each country, seconded from their ordinary duties to serve as joint crisis managers. The one thing necessary to make it work is that these individuals would each need immediate access to their respective leaders in the event of a crisis, overcoming the inevitable resistance of all others who must be left out. The mere announcement that Britain, France, and Germany had decided to coordinate conflict policies from a single joint office would no doubt trigger outrage, protests, and even nervous breakdowns in the left-out European capitals that still pretend to matter, even as they refuse to help with the Houthis, let alone Putin. Brussels, too, would be outraged, where for all her charms President Ursula von der Leyen cannot conceal the inability of the European Commission to help assure Europe's safety from threats large or small. Having fought with and against each other in 2 world wars, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom now have a new opportunity to combine forces and endow Europe with the great power it urgently needs. If they do not act, more wars are likely. Nothing was more predictable about this most predictable of wars than the certain failure of Putin's coup de main invasion to seize Kiev and conquer Ukraine in one fell swoop. And yet its success was confidently predicted by Russia's FSB domestic security service, which, instead of the SVR foreign intelligence, was given the task of sustaining the fiction that Ukraine is Russian. Perhaps it is not strange that Putin, himself a former FSB officer, did not question this reckless optimism. He knew that the CIA fully agreed with the FSB estimate, as did the German Bundesnachrichtendienst, BDN, and the French Direction du Renseignement Militaire, DRM. The latter induced President Emmanuel Macron to rush to Moscow and Kiev to avert Ukraine's imminent downfall by offering last-minute concessions to Putin. But the BND's error had far graver consequences. Told that it was impossible to stop Russia's swift conquest, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz refused to send weapons to Ukraine, refused to allow Estonia to send 122mm howitzers originally received from Germany, refused to rule out restricting its use of the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline, and refused to allocate funds to rehabilitate Germany's sadly diminished armed forces. Since Putin is especially attentive to German politics, this served as a strong green light for his war. As for the CIA's totally wrong assessment, it had still more serious consequences. Acting under the impression that the Russians would swiftly conquer Ukraine, the White House chose to evacuate the U.S. Embassy in Kiev instead of rushing in weapons that would only become Russia's booty. The demoralizing effect was amplified as other Western diplomats followed suit and fled. The failure to dissuade Putin, then, was an intelligence failure, but this is something that only requires the resolve of 51 senators and 1 president to fix. By contrast, Russia's war-making capacity has failed at every level, in the quality of individual and unit tactical combat, in operational capacity, and, most egregiously, at the level of theater strategy, the deployment of forces over the territory. The attempt to conquer Kiev with an endless double column of armored vehicles advancing on a single vector meant that every act of Ukrainian resistance generated cascading stop-and-go delays that emptied out fuel tanks. The most important tactical failure came right at the start. In the pre-dawn hours of the war on February 24th, elite air assault infantry proved incapable of executing the key mission of the entire invasion. This was the coup de main that was to secure the Antonov airfield in Kiev's Hostomel Serb and open the way to the heart of the city, from where Zelensky was expected to flee in panic, leaving Ukraine's forces leaderless and exposed. Arriving in a fleet of helicopters, the Russians duly seized the little-used airfield. Ilyushin Il-76 heavy transports were then expected to bring in many more troops to secure it, pending the arrival of mechanized units from nearby Belarus. But Zelensky and his ministers, who had gathered for war instead of fleeing, immediately ordered an all-out effort to counterattack the Russians with any and all forces that could reach the scene quickly. In any normal scenario, to send odd lots of soldiers against cohesive elite units would be a sure recipe for disaster, but the ferociously determined Ukrainians overcame the Russians, who were disconcerted by having to fight hard just to survive, instead of advancing triumphantly to Kiev's central square, the Maidan. The Il-76 transports could not land amid the fighting, so the surviving airborne troopers had to be relieved by troops from Belarus. By that point, Ukraine's forces were mobilized nationwide and the rapid capture of central Kiev was out of the question. Having blocked the Russians in Hostomel, the Ukrainians were unable to gather larger forces to crush them rapidly because they needed to send units across the country, from Kiev and Kharkiv all the way round to Mykolaiv and Odessa. But by then, the crucial fact had been established. The Russian airborne troopers in Hostomel were not tactically superior as professional elite troops should have been. The subsequent weeks of war have shown that the same was true of Russia's tank crews, mechanized infantry and the artillery units that pounded towns and cities. Whether it was down to inattentive officers, perhaps distracted by business opportunities on the side, or because of inadequate supplies of fuel and ammunition, almost all Russia's troops were badly undertrained, and therefore tactically inept. Russian tactical incapacity also magnified the consequences of another surprise of this war: the emergence of super-empowered infantry that can destroy main battle tanks and knock helicopters out of the sky with shoulder-launched missiles, thereby regaining its long-lost role as the queen of the battlefield. By 1943, the rocket launcher M1A1, nicknamed the Bazooka, allowed heroic and very lucky infantrymen to occasionally destroy tanks. By 1955, the French produced wire-guided missiles that could destroy tanks if shielded from artillery, smokescreens, or gunners on the hunt for them. But neither weapon could seriously impede armored operations given normal artillery covering fires. Now it is different. With today's missiles, soldiers can reliably destroy tanks and low-flying helicopters with shoulder-launched missiles that need only be pointed at the target once, while still retaining the infantry's ancient advantages of economy, of abundance, and its ability to find cover far more easily than mechanized forces. Russian army chiefs must have missed this tactical shift, not because they are still focused on refighting the last war, but because, just like their American counterparts, they were hypnotized by the trendy next war. This was meant to be fought with postmodern information warfare, or hybrid warfare, or fourth-generation warfare, all so much more sophisticated, more advanced, and more high-tech than the old-fashioned kinetic warfare fought by blokes shooting at each other. It must have come as a big shock to Russia's generals when Ukrainian soldiers could not be persuaded to surrender by sending menacing messages to their smartphones. But now that the Ukrainians have gone on the offensive, they have lost their key advantage of remaining under cover while firing at exposed advancing enemies. They need armored vehicles to avoid being held up by Russian fire, but so far they have received only a handful from the Czechs and Germans. What happens next in this war will very largely depend on the quantity and quality of the armored vehicles friendly countries are willing to hand over to the Ukrainians. There is certainly no shortage of them in Europe, where shrunken armies have placed thousands of armored vehicles in storage, ranging from thinly protected 10-ton M.113 troops carriers that are still better than nothing, to full-weight battle tanks with guns that can still be formidable if supplied with up-to-date rounds. And this is just one more challenge in a war that will continue until Putin is willing to cut his losses and accept the one thing that Zelensky can give him: a promise that he will not apply for NATO membership. As to why the stalwart Zelensky has indicated he will do this, declaring that Ukraine's model will instead be self-sufficient Israel, the answer is obvious. Instead of strengthening its members, in recent times NATO has provided an alibi for their unilateral disarmament, which persisted even after Russia's annexation of Abkhazia, South Ossetia, and Crimea. Not only have armies shrunk, but their training is more ceremonial than functional, as became painfully evident when supposedly well-trained units were sent to Iraq and Afghanistan. In the years since Putin ended the post-1945 peace by seizing Crimea, only 2 European countries have acted to strengthen their armed forces: Finland in diverse ways, and Sweden, whose government promptly reintroduced conscription to rebuild a strong army, neither of which are NATO members. Poland, which is a NATO member, contrives to have an army of 60,000 with its 37 million inhabitants, as opposed to Finland's 280,000 on mobilization with 1/6 of the population. As it happens, Edward Luttwak was in Warsaw in November 2021 before the war. Upon asking the presidential advisor whom he met for dinner why it was that Poland did not have a remotely commensurate army to defend itself given that it was next to Russia, he cited NATO's security guarantee, which allowed Poland to spend its defense funds on what really mattered. A frigate in the Baltic, admittedly an excellent target for torpedoes or missiles, fancy helicopters for Polish units sent on peacekeeping missions, and the elaborate peaked hats of Polish officers. No wonder Zelensky gave up on NATO membership so easily. The very great problem we all face, Americans, Europeans, Ukrainians, and even Russians, is how to end this new European civil war. Now we are all stuck. Putin cannot leave the roulette table without the Donetsk and Luhansk regions as his prize. But Zelensky does not have the authority to give away Ukrainian territory even if he wanted to. At an otherwise newsy event last month, Jens Stoltenberg, the NATO chief, made a low-key administrative announcement. We are working on a multi-year package with substantial funding. Not the stuff of headlines, but a rather sobering admission that, as the war approaches its 500th day tomorrow, there is no end in sight. Not this year or next year or the year after. That should be deeply concerning, especially because, contrary to received wisdom, all those who really matter, the Ukrainians, Russians, and the Americans, are actually trying very hard to end it. For it is not true, contra widely held opinion, that Zelensky wants the world to support him forever as he completes a full reconquista, including Crimea. His current offensive, the push towards the Black Sea to cut off Russian forces further west, is a clear demonstration of this. It was deliberately calculated to push Moscow to the negotiating table or risk losing tens of thousands of soldiers to captivity or death. But Zelensky has consistently refused to spell out the fact that he has a limited aim of reaching a negotiated peace without Crimea. And he has done so for both military and personal reasons. The military reason is straightforward and common to every war. To advance at all, Ukrainians on the front line cannot fight in a limited way. They must believe that their absolute commitment and self-sacrifice can end the war in victory. The personal reason is that Zelensky is a Jew, as is his defense minister, Alexei Resnikov. And like the countless Jews who fought for their countries up and down Europe in the last century, the pair remain suspect in the eyes of the Ukrainian ultranationalists who are commonly anti-Semitic. It is, for them, no small irony that Ukraine should be led in its struggle for existence by two Jews since its founding hero, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, was Hitler's only predecessor as a genocidally anti-Semitic national leader. But instead of opprobrium, he has a city, a region, countless streets, and Zelensky's own presidential guard brigade named after him. Given the nationalists' bigoted mistrust of the president, in spite of his stellar leadership from the first night of war, he cannot be seen to be a compromiser. But that's just the subtext. Like everybody else who matters, Zelensky knows only too well that the war must end in a negotiation because nobody is going to march on Moscow to force the Russians to surrender. Talk of regime change may offer a seductive promise for some, but it mostly demonstrates a feckless over-optimism about its feasibility, while also ignoring the likelihood that Putin's replacement will promise not peace but a more effectively prosecuted war. Prigozhin was applauded so enthusiastically in Rostov precisely because he called to fire the losers still charge. The Russians want generals who can march to Kiev as Zhukov marched to Berlin in 1945. But that the Russians can keep on bombing Ukraine's cities day after day, however sporadically and uselessly, is one more incentive for a ceasefire that will not be delayed by any dreams of Crimea. Right now, Ukraine's forces lack the power for a rapid march to the sea and suffer from equipment shortcomings. After finally obtaining German Leopard tanks, it turns out that Russia's Kornet anti-tank missiles are truly excellent. Neither the Leopards in the field nor the M.1 tanks promised by the US will do well against them. But even if this offensive cannot be truly successful, Ukraine's strength is clearly rising, which should be enough to push Russia to the negotiating table. For, just as Zelensky is wrongly accused of refusing a ceasefire because he wants too much, so, too, is Putin. Yes, it is perfectly true Putin started the war determined to conquer Ukraine in less than a week, armed with the marvelously advanced post-kinetic war plan, all the rage in the US too, devised by his military chief Valery Gerasimov. But from the bitter February morning when Putin discovered that Gerasimov and his FSB internal intelligence chief, along with US, French, and German intelligence, were utterly wrong, Putin has refused both of the alternatives available to him. The first was what many believe he did last year: decide to fight in earnest. For that, he would have had to declare war and mobilize his 2 million reservists to invade with overwhelming military force, as opposed to Gerasimov's for show only advance of 150,000, including field dentists. So why didn't he? Certainly not because he feared nuclear retaliation. Chancellor Olaf Scholz had just declared that Germany would not even delay the planned opening of the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline if Ukraine were invaded, let alone support NATO nuclear retaliation with the bombs stored on German soil. And Washington gave up long ago on extended deterrence, whereby nuclear weapons would be used in response to conventional attacks against U.S. allies, let alone non-ally Ukraine. But Putin did fear something just as powerful. Every Russian army unit, except for the fully professional airborne forces, includes 18 and 19-year-old conscripts, whose mothers would swiftly take to the streets across Russia and flood Red Square to vehemently protest if there were any more than a handful of casualties. Modern Russia is just as post-heroic as any other low-fertility country where there are no spare male children to sacrifice for the nation's glory. China has fewer than most. And Putin was not about to declare war and have his police battle Russia's mothers. He not only refused to mobilize the Russian armed forces, he even banned the word war, Vaina or Voina, from all official communications. But neither would Putin just call it all off, blame the Kiev assault on neo-Nazi provocations and quickly retreat. So instead of all-out war or no war, Putin has persisted with his special military operation, revealing in the process to the entire world that Russia does have something that no other country still has: full self-sufficiency. Unlike China, the Russian Federation is autarkic in food and fuel, and manufactures all that is needed to sustain its armed forces and civilian population on a war footing, even if they are short of a few luxuries. So all Putin needed to keep fighting till his enemies lost patience was manpower, and to keep his conscripts out of combat. He also has rubles, which he is wielding. Right now, joining the Russian army earns one a 600,000 Russian ruble sign-up bonus, 204,000 Russian ruble a month, $2,296 today, and stellar death benefits: 5 million Russian ruble from the president himself, an additional 2 to 3 million from the regional government, and a monthly widow's pension of 25,000 Russian ruble a month. Enough have joined to provide the forces that dug and fortified the long trench lines now holding up Ukraine's offensive, along with almost 200,000 of the recalled reservists, who get the same pay and benefits. And there are still more newly enrolled Russian troops in the east and in the formerly independent state of Belarus, the country that, in all but name, Putin did conquer last year. But while Putin could keep up a war of low-level attrition for a while, it cannot lead to victory. And now he has Elvira Nabiullina to contend with. Nabiullina is the formidable head of Russia's central bank. Already very highly respected before the war, she is now the hero of Russian public finance for having successfully controlled inflation better, in fact, than the Bank of England or the U.S. Federal Reserve. The word is that she is tapering the printing of rubles, not for fear of a greater national debt. Russia's is much lower than that of the U.S. or U.K., but of inflation. For Putin, too, that is a greater threat than anything his troops can encounter on the battlefield. Inflation will quickly drown Russia's poor, many of whom are scattered across the endless steppe of Russia with very few opportunities to earn their way around rising prices. These Russians also happen to be Putin's firmest supporters. That is why unmistakable signals have issued from the Kremlin that Putin is finally ready to consider a compromise. The final party longing for an end to the debacle is the U.S. Last week, CIA head William J. Burns hurriedly called his Kremlin counterpart, Sergei Yevgenyevich Naryshkin, to reassure him that the U.S. had nothing to do with Prigozhin's march to Moscow. That phone call is as good as evidence as any that, contrary to foolish leftist fantasies, the Biden administration, fully backed by most Republicans, does not want Russia destabilized by this war. For it knows only too well that Russian power alone keeps the Chinese from absorbing the vast spaces of Mongolia, Kazakhstan, the Kyrgyz Republic, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan, and that Russian weapons still flow to the only countries that actually fight the Chinese in recurring incidents: India on land and Vietnam at sea. So here's our paradox. Even though all three key parties want to end the war, the fighting still continues. Why? Because of a virtue that is also a sin. The Ukraine war is not an all-out war like the First or Second World Wars. It is a limited war, With US and Russian embassies still functioning in Moscow and Washington, US and Russian astronauts sharing space capsules, concerned phone calls by the CIA director when Moscow is briefly in turmoil. It is bound by reciprocal restraint. The Russians do not attack US aircraft and vessels bringing weapons to their enemy. The Americans do not supply weapons to Ukraine that can attack Russian cities. Putin himself has silenced threats of nuclear attacks by Russian hotheads, declaring that he would only use nuclear weapons if Russia were faced with imminent destruction, that is, inevitably nuclear destruction. In other words, the good news is that the Ukraine war is a polite, limited war, just like those of the 18th century that were later envied in the terrible 20th century of all-out, unlimited wars. But the bad news is that as long as only the Ukrainians are under fire, none of the other protagonists has an impellent reason to end the fighting. So like the 18th century 7 Years' War, it risks dragging on for at least another 500 days. In continental warfare, each side strives to retain and, if possible, increase its operational reserve, the sum total of trained and equipped combat units that are not in combat. It is only with an operational reserve that strategic choices can be made. Whether to keep forces ready to counter an expected enemy offensive, or to launch an offensive to drive back the enemy, or, better still, to penetrate the enemy front, roll out and encircle enemy forces. It was by a succession of such offensive envelopments that the Red Army drove back the Germans from Stalingrad all the way to Berlin. The Allies did the same on a much smaller scale after the 1944 Normandy landings. Of course, until an operational reserve is built up and offensives can be launched, frontal forces are absolutely necessary, whether to resist an advancing enemy or to keep attacking the enemy, so that it cannot withdraw its frontal forces to build up its own operational reserve. But frontal forces can only fight by attrition, First World War style, to kill and wound enemy troops in front of them. And an entire war fought by attrition alone must last for years, killing and maiming troops on both sides until one side or the other gives up because of sheer exhaustion. That is what happened on November 11, 1918, when Germany surrendered, even though not one Allied soldier had entered German territory, which remained almost undamaged in spite of the British and French air raids that hit a few buildings here and there. It was because Germany was neither devastated nor occupied after its surrender that it could go to war again just 20 years later, with catastrophic consequences. In other words, attrition is not only costly in lives, but it is also inconclusive, for it does not exhaust the will to fight. Why is this relevant? Ever since the failure of the Russian air assault at the Antonov airfield on the first night of its invasion, which was supposed to open the way for the conquest of Kiev and the country's surrender, Ukraine has been fighting a war of attrition. At the cost of mounting casualties, Ukrainian frontal warfare has been successful enough to induce the Russians to withdraw from Kharkiv, the country's second-largest city, to prevent the seemingly inevitable Russian conquest of Odessa, the country's premier port, and to limit Russian advances in the most contested Donetsk and Luhansk regions, lately by holding Bakhmut in a house-by-house, street-by-street fight, in spite of relentless attacks by Russia's Wagner mercenaries. But the greatest success of Ukraine's frontal resistance has occurred behind the front, with the gradual buildup of an increasing large, well-trained, and well-armed operational reserve of combat units that could be held back from combat because the frontal forces proved sufficiently strong to stop Russian advances without need of large reinforcements. It means that, for the first time since the start of the war, Ukraine's war leaders can now take the initiative, instead of just repelling one Russian attack after another in different sectors of the very long front. They can therefore choose a course of action from within a spectrum of risks and possible gains. From remaining on the defensive overall while launching successive attacks to drive back the Russians in one sector after another, each a limited risk effort, to the boldest option of concentrating all available forces for a deep penetration offensive to scythe across the roads and rail lines that sustain Russia's forces within an entire region. The peculiar geography of the war, dominated by the curve of the Great Dnipro River, offers several choices for such a bold move, including the most ambitious, an all-out offensive from Zaporizhia all the way to the Black Sea at Berdyansk, or even at Mariupol, only 40 miles from the Russian border. Regardless of the chosen sector, unless the Russians have large forces ready to counterattack powerfully enough to promptly drive back the Ukrainians, the result of an all-out offensive could be a spectacular Russian defeat, complete with an unprecedented number of prisoners. It might even finally provoke challenges to Putin's direction of the war, and hence his entire leadership. That Ukraine's leaders can finally choose between different options is a great advance, even if the chosen option is to hold back the operational reserve until the Russians make a move of their own. This is entirely possible. the assault on Bakhmut that has long dominated the headlines has been intense but also very limited in its scope. The Russians who fought and died in the house-to-house fighting were not the military professionals of the elite forces, nor were they the deployable troops obtained from last year's call-up of 300,000 reservists, or the units manned by contract soldiers, but rather the Wagner expendables. This means that there are sufficiently large numbers of uncommitted Russian forces somewhere, perhaps in Belarus, Russia itself, or occupied Ukraine, to allow the Kremlin to launch its own offensive. But even that is bound to be inconclusive because only a conquest of Kiev could be decisive, and that is now an impossibility unless the entire Russian army is mobilized for that purpose. If there is a Russian offensive, a Ukrainian counteroffensive launched after the Russians have used their operational reserves could yield even greater results, forcing the Kremlin onto the defensive, perhaps even to the point of seeking a ceasefire. If Kiev and the West are looking for the most plausible path to victory, this is it. Whenever Russian missiles strike a Ukrainian city, or Kiev's drones target a building in Moscow, the attacks are inevitably followed by the sort of media coverage worthy of a blitz raid. Yet generating headlines is just about their only achievement. Precision missiles cannot deliver much explosive, and drones even less. As for their great accuracy, it is only effective when valuable targets can be identified, something which is hard to do except against tanks on the battlefield and warships floating on open water. Against buildings, small missile warheads and puny drone charges can certainly inflict damage, but not of any real consequence. And this is a key aspect of the entire war, especially when compared to the last great conflict on the European continent. From March 1942, the RAF's Bomber Command was flying Lancaster bombers with a typical individual bomb load of 6,400 kilograms, so that the first Lancaster raid to feature 400 bombers dropped 2,560 metric tons, more than the total tonnage dropped on Ukraine by Russian cruise missiles since the war started. True, British night bombing was notoriously inaccurate and much criticized in the aftermath. But by 1945, cities such as Hamburg and Cologne were burnt out, while others, including Berlin, were devastated. Nothing equivalent has happened to Kiev, nor could it, because Russia only has a small strategic bomber force while Ukraine has none. All the military drones now operational across the globe cannot deliver as much explosive as the Bomber Command could drop in a couple of nights. Thus, the first serious war of the third millennium must be fought on the ground. Quite a come down from the post-kinetic cyber and information warfare that had been confidently predicted by both Western and Russian generals. This is a war that must be fought by sheer, grinding attrition, just like the First World War on the Western Front, with almost none of the maneuver warfare exploits that made celebrities of Guderian, Rommel, Patton, and Rokossovsky in the Second World War, and Arik Sharon in 1967 and 1973. All those masters of war won disproportionate victories with surprise offensives. Arriving in fast-moving columns, their forces greatly outnumbered and overwhelmed a specific sector, while the bulk of the enemy, distributed across an entire front, could not intervene in time. In other words, maneuver warfare depends entirely on surprise. Even in the Second World War, there was reliable aerial photography, so that pre-battle concentrations of tanks, trucks, and artillery tractors could not escape detection as they gathered over a period of weeks. But once the offensive columns moved, it was hard to keep them under observation, let alone predict their destination. Photography was impeded by night, clouds, and enemy fighters, leaving more than enough uncertainty to deceive enemies with decoys, simulated radio traffic, and the false tales of double agents. This is how it came to be that on D-Day, June 6, 1944, the strongest German panzer columns ended up being massed behind Calais to face Patton's fictional 1st United States Army Group, while the Allies were landing in Normandy 230 miles away. Douglas MacArthur's Incheon landings in September 1950, which nullified a string of North Korean victories in the preceding months, likewise achieved total surprise by very elaborately simulating a landing at Kunsan 100 miles to the south. None of this could happen now. The Americans, Russians, and other military powers have observation satellites equipped with synthetic aperture radars, capable of revealing single tanks, let alone any large grouping of forces regardless of visibility, while their returns are refreshed often enough to detect troop movements in hours if not in minutes. Any other information drawn from intercepts, aerial reconnaissance, or ground observation merely supplements this reliable intelligence. It is enough to make the battlefield transparent and operational surprise impossible, killing off the maneuver warfare that can win battles quickly and without mounds of casualties. In early summer, when the Ukrainians deployed the precious operational reserve they had built up, There was no great mystery as to what they would do with it. Attack somewhere south of Zaporizhia and fight their way down to the Black Sea. This would cut off all the east-west roads and rail lines that supply the Russian forces strung out to the west below the Dnipro River. It would set the stage for a great victory, with Putin forced to choose between continuing the war or negotiating a ceasefire to rescue his stranded troops. There were three possible vectors for the offensive. First, Kiev could launch a straight assault on Melitopol, which would involve an ambitious penetration offensive over 90 miles deep. Alternatively, it could aim for Berdyansk with a 125-mile offensive that would cut off more Russians and take more territory. Or, even more daringly, it could march the full 150 miles to Mariupol, a movement that would have to be Napoleonic in speed and concentration to reach the Black Sea shore before the Russians could counter. None of those options has proved to be workable. While the Ukrainians were training and deploying, the Russians south of the Dnipro were digging trench lines shielded by minefields that stretch roughly 625 miles, 185 miles longer than the Western Front at its greatest extent. Napoleon called this style of linear defense a cordon, a thick rope made of infantry to hold the enemy along a long front. And, in his own time, he rightly explained why cordons were the stupidest way of defending a front. The enemy would arrive in columns and easily cut through the few troops holding the particular sector they attacked. But once again, the transparent battlefield has changed everything. Watching the Ukrainians advance in real time, the Russians could send their forces to intercept them in equal, if not greater numbers. And even if the numbers were equal, the combat would be unequal because the Russians would be shielded by their minefields and by their trenches. It was also unfortunate that the Ukrainians had greatly overestimated the combat value of the huge 66-ton Leopard tanks they had asked for, begged for, and finally practically demanded from the Germans. The Leopard is comparable to the US M1 and Israeli Merkava 4. All three have some 60 tons of layered armor and high-velocity, 120mm guns. But it lacks one thing that the M1 and Merkava both rely on when facing the Russian-equipped forces: trophy, an Israeli active defense with radar to detect incoming anti-tank missiles, and miniature guns to smash their warheads. The Germans are acquiring the device but insisted on testing it themselves, delaying its shipment to Ukraine. Without trophy's protection, the Leopards fell prey to Russian tank hunters armed with Kornet anti-tank missiles. While much simpler, less versatile, and much cheaper than the US Javelin, the Kornet is all too effective with its double warhead that defeats reactive armor. When Ukraine's long-awaited offensive started, it demonstrated this most unfortunately, with the destruction of some of the precious Leopards that were supposed to lead the way. One might have hoped for a better outcome from the geo-economic confrontation between the heavily sanctioned Russian economy and the much richer Western coalition that supports Ukraine, especially because things started so well. Early fears that Germany and Italy would not tolerate the loss of their Russian markets and Russian natural gas supplies proved unfounded. Instead of defections, the coalition that economically supports Ukraine has expanded across Europe and now includes Japan and even South Korea, which sent a token $150 million this year. But initial hopes that Russia could be seriously pressured, perhaps all the way to the negotiating table, by stalling both their oil exports and their imports of Western goods soon faded. Unlike China, Russia is self-sufficient in both food and fuel and can manufacture all it needs, except for microprocessors and other high-tech items that are easily smuggled. Turkey, while ostensibly a close American ally, is still the transit point for many high-technology exports to Russia, and Turkey's traders and traffickers have plenty of competition in other countries. As for the Russian economy, the news is gloomy but not gloomy enough. A meager 1.5% growth will be achieved this year, but that still exceeds the German growth rate, which is expected to be zero. Russia's inflation rate of 3.3% is also around half the euro average. The war will not end because of Russia's economic capitulation. There is, then, only one route forward: to fight the war in earnest, as befits a struggle of national liberation. Ukraine's population has declined but still exceeds 30 million, so that the total number in uniform could be as much as 3 million, Israel's 10% ratio in 1948, or at least 2 million, Finland's reservists as a percentage of the population. With those troops, Ukraine could win its battles and liberate its territory in the same way as most of Europe's wars of independence, by grueling attritional warfare. Negotiations cannot end the Russian war against Ukraine. They can only pause it. The renewed Russian invasion in February 2022 after 8 years of deadly ceasefire, following the first Russian invasions of 2014, demonstrates that Russian President Vladimir Putin will not rest until he has conquered Kiev. Ukraine's resistance to the invasion this year shows that Ukrainians will not easily surrender. The conflict is unresolvable as long as Putinism rules the Kremlin. Negotiations won't change that reality. They can only create the conditions from which Putin or a Putinist successor will contemplate renewing the attack on Ukraine's independence. Before pressing Ukraine to ask Russia for talks, we must examine the terms Ukraine might offer Russia, the dangers of offering those terms, and, more importantly, the likelihood that Putin would accept them. When Putin reinvaded Ukraine in February, he already had Crimea and parts of Donetsk and Luhansk, and no one was realistically going to take them away from him. That was not enough for him. Offering him a return to a situation so unsatisfactory to him that he launched a massive invasion to change is not a face-saving off-ramp. Imagine Putin sitting at one end of a long table and announcing proudly to the Russian people that at the cost of more than 100,000 dead and injured Russians and 9 months or more of economic devastation, he has secured almost exactly what he had before. No, Putin saves no face by doing that. He would likely accept such an outcome if the military realities of the situation required it, but he will never regard it as an attractive off-ramp. The Kremlin's repeated refusals even to consider negotiations along these lines are proof enough of this conclusion. For Putin to justify accepting less than his maximalist aims in any sincere way, he would have to show great gains. Gains measured in the tens of thousands of square kilometers of new Ukrainian territory permanently annexed to Russia. It is far from clear that he would accept even that, to be sure, as the basis for any durable peace. But the West must be honest with itself and its people, as well as with Ukrainians. The price for getting Putin to the table with the front lines in a configuration remotely like the one they are now in is very likely to be promising him huge swaths of Ukrainian land, not minor changes in the diplomatic language surrounding what he has already shown that he found insufficient. It is also vital to recall the fire never ceased during the so-called ceasefire between 2014 and 2022. Russian forces conducted constant military attacks on Ukrainian positions throughout that period, and Putin used the Russian military presence in Ukraine as leverage to coerce Kiev, demand additional concessions, and drive wedges within Ukrainian politics and society and between Ukraine and the West. Discussions about the desirability of Ukraine negotiating from a position of strength, while its forces are winning, are based on a mistaken premise. Ukraine has liberated nearly half the land Russia has seized since renewing its invasion in February 2022, meaning that Russia still has more than half the territory it illegally occupies. Ukraine has momentum in this conflict, but not yet the upper hand. Its negotiating position is stronger than it was when Russian forces were advancing on additional critical cities and regions, but not yet strong enough to have created good conditions from which to negotiate. Advocates of talks must be clear on another key point. Negotiations at this stage of the conflict will not yield additional Russian territorial concessions. Putin has announced the formal annexation to Russia of large areas of Ukraine that he does not control. He might agree to a ceasefire that informally accepts that Ukraine can have those regions, but he will not agree to one that requires him to pull back voluntarily from lands he has claimed are now part of Russia. Not at this stage of the war, as Russian reinforcements are arriving and the West is heading into a cold winter that Putin hopes will break its will to continue supporting Ukraine. Putin's actions show that he does not yet believe that he has lost this war, that he will lose it, or even that he will not be able to gain more land by fighting. Russian forces are even now leaning into a renewed offensive in Donetsk Oblast. In those conditions, Putin will not make a concession that will appear utterly humiliating to him by retracting his announced annexations or withdrawing his troops from areas they currently control. A ceasefire now will freeze the lines where they are at best. That consideration is extremely important because Putin's forces still occupy strategically vital areas even after Ukraine's successes in western Kherson. Russia still controls the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the largest in Europe and a major source of Ukrainian energy, as well as an increasing danger to the environment in the irresponsible hands of the Russians. It still controls the vital hub of Melitopol, a city that sits astride essential lines of communication from Russia in the east to the lower Dnipro River in the west and from Ukrainian-held Zaporizhzhia Oblast to the north to Crimea in the south. If Russia retains Melitopol, it will build it into a massive forward base from which to launch future invasions to take the critical Ukrainian cities of Zaporizhia and Dnipro and possibly to cross the Dnipro itself once again to put all of Ukraine at risk. The current lines leave almost the entirety of Ukraine's mineral extraction and processing industries in Russian hands. Those industries, concentrated in the east around Donetsk and Luhansk cities with vital transportation and processing links through Mariupol, comprised a sizable part of the pre-2014 Ukrainian economy. Giving them to Russia risks making Ukraine a permanent economic basket case dependent on the international community for long-term aid. These are not just miscellaneous Ukrainian territories somewhere in the east. They are areas Ukraine must regain to survive as an independent state facing the constant threat of renewed Russian aggression. Even conceding these lands would not end the war. Moreover, Putin did not invade Ukraine to gain territory. He invaded because he rejects the idea of an independent Ukrainian state or a Ukrainian ethnicity. He attacked because he refuses to tolerate a government in Kiev that is not under de facto Russian control. He has built these ideas deeply into his ideology and will not remove them. Putin will never stop trying to regain control of Ukraine by one means or another. Neither Ukraine nor the West can change Putin's ambitions. So they must create a reality in which even Putin understands that he must not pursue them by war, and in which he lacks the capability to continue fighting even if he wanted to. How can that reality come about? The West should help Ukraine liberate the areas that are strategically vital to its security and economic well-being, and then build up the Ukrainian military and economy to a point that deters future Russian invasions. Moscow will continue to pursue means short of invasion to undermine pro-Western Ukrainian governments and coerce Ukrainians to surrender their independence. Success for Ukraine and the West lies in turning this hot war into a cold war on terms that leave Ukraine strong enough to survive and ultimately win it. Advocates of negotiations now might claim that this is precisely what they are doing, but they have judged their moment poorly. Freezing the conflict where it is now invites renewed Russian invasion sooner and badly undermines Ukraine's ability to prevail in either a renewed hot war or in the new Cold War. Allowing Russia to keep some or all the areas it currently holds also condemns millions of Ukrainians to the ongoing Kremlin efforts to Russify them, to identify, torture, and kill people who still give their allegiance to Kiev, to abduct Ukrainian children and adopt them forcibly into Russian families, and to continue the ethnic cleansing campaign Putin is pursuing to eliminate the Ukrainian national identity everywhere he can. The current lines are thus neither defensible nor acceptable. Ukraine must push on, and the West must help Kiev create conditions on the ground that are sustainable over the long term. Ukraine must first establish the military facts on the ground that it needs to survive, and only then, with the backing of its partners, turn to Russia to codify those facts in a diplomatic agreement. Russia cannot defeat Ukraine or the West, and will likely lose, if the West mobilizes its resources to resist the Kremlin. The West's existing and latent capability dwarfs that of Russia. The combined gross domestic product, GDP, of NATO countries, non-NATO European Union states, and our Asian allies is over $63 trillion. The Russian GDP is on the close order of $1.9 trillion. Iran and North Korea add little in terms of material support. China is enabling Russia, but it is not mobilized on behalf of Russia and is unlikely to do so. If we lean in and surge, Russia loses. The notion that the war is unwinnable because of Russia's dominance is a Russian information operation, which gives us a glimpse of the Kremlin's real strategy and only real hope of success. The Kremlin must get the United States to the sidelines, allowing Russia to fight Ukraine in isolation and then proceed to Moscow's next targets, which Russia will also seek to isolate. The Kremlin needs the United States to choose an action and embrace the false inevitability that Russia will prevail in Ukraine. Vladimir Putin's center of gravity is his ability to shape the will and decisions of the West, Ukraine, and Russia itself. The Russian strategy that matters most, therefore, is not Moscow's warfighting strategy, but rather the Kremlin's strategy to cause us to see the world as it wishes us to see it and make decisions in that Kremlin-generated alternative reality that will allow Russia to win in the real world. Those whose perspective aligns with the Kremlin's are not ipso facto Russian dupes. The Kremlin links genuine sentiment and even some legitimate arguments to Russia's interests in public debate. The Kremlin is also an equal opportunity manipulator. It targets the full spectrum of those making or informing decisions. It partially succeeds on every side of the political spectrum. Perception manipulation is one of the Kremlin's core capabilities, now unleashed with full force onto the Western public as the Kremlin's only strategy for winning in Ukraine. That is not a challenge most societies are equipped to contend with. The United States has the power to deny Russia its only strategy for success. Nevertheless, the United States has allowed Russia to play an outsized role in shaping American decision-making. But the United States has also made many sound choices regarding Russia's war in Ukraine. The key successes achieved by Ukraine and its partners in this war have resulted from strategic clarity. Lost opportunities on the battlefield, on the other hand, have resulted from the West's failure to connect ground truths to our interests quickly enough to act. Fortunately, the United States faces an easier task in overcoming the Kremlin's manipulations than Russia does in closing the massive gap between Russia's war aims and its capabilities. The United States must surge its support to Ukraine, and it must do so in time. Delays come at the cost of Ukrainian lives, increased risk of failure in Ukraine, and the erosion of the U.S. advantage over Russia, granting the Kremlin time to rebuild and develop capabilities that it intends to use against the West, likely on a shorter timeline than the West assesses. The United States must defeat Russia's efforts to alter American will and decision-making for reasons that transcend Ukraine. For the United States to deter, win, or help win any future war, U.S. decisions must be timely, connected to our interests, values, and ground truth, but above all, these decisions must be ours. The U.S. national security community theorizes a lot about the importance of U.S. decision advantage over our adversaries, including timeliness. Russia presents an urgent and real-world requirement for America to do so in practice. The Kremlin's principal effort is to force the United States to accept and reason from Russian premises to decisions that advance Russia's interests, not ours. The Kremlin is not arguing with us. It is trying to enforce assertions about Russia's manufactured portrayal of reality as the basis for our own discussions, and then allow us to reason to conclusions predetermined by the Kremlin. Accepting Russia's premises and reasoning from them may proceed in a formally logical way but is certainly not rational, since it is divorced from actual reality and from our interests. Soviet mathematician Vladimir Lefebvre defined this process as reflexive control, a way of transmitting bases for decision-making to an opponent so that they freely come to a predetermined decision. A key example: Putin takes the false assertion that discussions of Ukraine's NATO accession posed a clear and imminent danger to Russia along with the false assertion that Ukraine is not a real country and builds them into a false conclusion that he was justified in launching a war of conquest. Another assertion: Russia has the right to a self-defined sphere of influence and, therefore, a right to do whatever it wants to those within this sphere, including invading, killing, raping, and ethnic cleansing with no repercussions. The degree to which Western discourse includes serious consideration of these falsehoods marks the success of long-running Russian information operations. Some sincerely accept the Kremlin's false predicates and resulting conclusions. Others may accept the predicates but stop short of leaping to conclusions that any of these arguments justify the Kremlin's invasion and atrocities. Many can see past the Kremlin's manipulations and recognize that Russia's war is an unprovoked war of conquest. However, the Kremlin then targets this last category on a different level of reasoning: the predicates that inform our will to do something about Russia's war and the lengths to which we are willing to go. The Kremlin targets our perceptions of costs, priorities, risks, upsides, alignment with our values, and effects of our own actions. Two main categories of false assertions that the Kremlin is trying to enforce in this respect are that Ukraine cannot win this war. Supporting Ukraine is a distraction from real U.S. problems. Ukraine will be forced to settle. The United States is at risk of being stuck in another forever war. And B, the risks in helping Ukraine defend itself, let alone win, are higher than the risks of failure in Ukraine for the United States. It is too costly, too risky, and that Ukraine is not worth. ISW and many others have thoroughly debunked these assertions, yet they remain pervasive in U.S. discussions about opposing Russia. The Russian goal is to have us freely reason to a conclusion that Russia's prevailing in Ukraine is inevitable and that we must stay on the sidelines. And Moscow is succeeding far too well in this effort. It is important to emphasize that by no means all who oppose continuing or expanding support for Ukraine are doing so as the result of Russian reflexive control measures. The point, however, is that Americans must recognize the enormous effort the Kremlin is putting into these and other assertions in order to create a picture of reality that, taken in its totality, is false. Russia had no right to invade Ukraine, has no rights to control Ukraine, was not provoked into such an invasion, will not inevitably win, will not inevitably escalate to fighting a full-scale war against NATO, and helping Ukraine liberate its strategic territories as the only viable path to a durable peace remains the most prudent course of action to secure U.S. interests. The Kremlin is also flooding Western discourse with false and irrelevant narratives, forcing us to expend energy, time, and decision bandwidth on irrelevancies rather than solutions. It is not an accident that the Western debate often becomes impaled on arguing about basic well-established facts about this war. This phenomenon is not merely a function of Western knowledge gaps or short memory. It is also a result of the Kremlin's effort to saturate the Western debate with its assertions. A key example is a myth about Russia protecting Russian speakers in Ukraine. Russia has obliterated predominantly Russian-speaking cities in Ukraine, killing, torturing, forcefully deporting, and forcing to flee many Russian-speaking Ukrainians. Russia harmed the very people in the name of whom it waged the war. Despite this well-documented reality, discussions about letting Putin keep Russian-speaking provinces to stop the war persist in Western debate. These discussions proceed from a false premise that Russia's war aimed to protect Russian speakers to a false conclusion that ceding portions of Ukraine that have Russian speakers can resolve the war and is, furthermore, reasonable or justifiable. Many other basic facts are in question daily as the Kremlin floods the Western debate with its narratives. Putin deliberately chose to focus his interview with an American media personality on historical justifications for the war. Putin is retroactively creating casus belli by twisting a historic narrative on the record. The history of Kievan Rus is as irrelevant to the current war as the history of the Roman Empire was to World War II. Every country in the world has a historical basis to claim rights to some or all of the territory of its neighbors. The world avoids a Hobbesian war of all against all by rejecting the validity of such arguments. Yet the Kremlin's constant driving of them continues to divert Western discussions about what to do now into these historical irrelevancies. The Kremlin also forces the West to dedicate energy to an equally irrelevant discussion about whether Ukraine has the right to be a state or a nation. No country with a seat in the United Nations and recognized by the overwhelming majority of states in the world has an obligation to prove its right to exist no matter how small or ethnically like another state it might be. This principle is central to the current world order, and its destruction would open the floodgates of war around the world as predators used such reasoning to justify attacks on would-be prey. But the flood of false Russian narratives forces us to engage in such irrelevancies rather than focusing on war-winning strategies and our interests. Russia is hijacking and substituting key concepts of Western debate about this war, such as notions of peace and defense, contributing to Western category errors about both. Peace equals surrender. The West naturally and understandably gravitates toward peace. Our default instinct is to seize the first opportunity in any conflict to stop the fighting. The Kremlin has mastered using the Western predisposition to peace as a lifeline for Russia's wars, from Syria to Ukraine. The Kremlin has not once supported its euphemism of peace with action in the context of Ukraine. The Kremlin has had continuous opportunities to choose peace, including a choice not to invade Ukraine, a country that Putin considered to be so militarily unthreatening that Putin assessed he could conquer it in a matter of days. Allowing Russia to keep its gains in Ukraine in 2015 and having a peace framework in place for 7 years did nothing to stop the Kremlin's reinvasion in 2022. Every single version of the Kremlin's euphemisms of peace since 2022 has included a demand that amounted to the destruction of Ukraine's sovereignty. Russian Security Council Deputy Chairperson Dmitry Medvedev's recent peace formula explicitly called for the elimination of the Ukrainian state and its absorption into Russia. The Kremlin's use of the term peace has been incompatible with its actions, including Russia's campaign to eradicate Ukrainian identity in the occupied territories. The Kremlin's exploitation of the Western argument for stopping the bloodshed conceals another critical nuance. Stopping the fighting does not stop the killing when it comes to Russia. The killing continues in Russian torture chambers on territory that Russia occupies, a process that is less visible to Western audiences and in a place where victims are stripped of the means to defend themselves. The Kremlin dangles the concept of peace to steer the West towards Ukraine's surrender, the outcome that Russia seeks but cannot accomplish militarily on its own. When the Kremlin signals peace, it actually signals a demand for Ukrainian and Western surrender. Western debate continues, nevertheless, to indulge the Kremlin's false overtures for peace, despite the total lack of evidence to support any reasonable assessment that letting the Kremlin freeze the lines in Ukraine can lead to peace rather than more war. Resisting Russian aggression equals escalation. No one should be confused about verbs when it comes to Ukraine's actions. Russia imposed its war on Ukraine. Ukraine chose to defend itself. Ukraine's action is resisting death, occupation, and atrocities at the hands of Russian forces. Yet, the Western debate periodically accuses Ukraine or the West itself of escalating or prolonging the war. The Kremlin has greatly invested in framing Ukraine, and anyone who dares to resist the Kremlin as an aggressor and Russia as a victim. The West's legitimization of Russia, a belligerent in Ukraine since 2014, as a mediator in the Minsk agreements also gave the Kremlin 8 years to falsely frame any Ukrainian self-defense action or unwillingness to bend to the Kremlin's will as Ukrainian aggression. No one should be confused about verbs when it comes to Western actions regarding Russia. The West has been non-escalatory toward Russia for years to the point of self-deterrence and ceding its own interests. The West has consistently chosen a path of negotiations, resets, and concessions with Russia. The United States did not prioritize Russia, while focused on counterterrorism, largely until 2016 when the Kremlin openly interfered in U.S. politics. NATO has been self-deterring for years, discussions about Ukraine's NATO accession have stalled, and Putin expected the Western response to his invasion of Ukraine to be so weak that he could conquer Ukraine in a matter of days. Russia has been a self-declared adversary of the U.S. and NATO, but neither the U.S. nor NATO took meaningful steps to defend against Russia, let alone attack it, until after the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022. The West nevertheless periodically views its actions regarding Russia as by default escalatory, conceding the Kremlin's reasoning. This includes Western actions to defend itself or its partners against unprovoked Russian aggression or measures to limit Russia's access to Western technologies and markets, neither of which Russia is entitled to, and certainly not when it uses both to sustain its unjust war. The Kremlin's framing that any Western action to resist Russia is aggression does not make those actions aggression. But the Kremlin has conditioned the West to think that way, forcing us yet again to reason from the Kremlin's assertions, not ones based in reality. The West also indulged Putin's grievances and grudges and reasoned to a false conclusion that we are somehow responsible for the Russian crimes that the Kremlin voluntarily committed against other states and its own people. These Russian efforts benefit from and strengthen trends already strong in Western discourse, such as the belief on both sides of the political spectrum that U.S. or Western interventions are the source of all or most problems in the world. People, again, are entitled to their own views on these matters, but all should be aware of the degree to which the Kremlin seeks to weaponize our own internal discussions and disagreements to advance the Kremlin's own aggressions and protect itself from the consequences of its atrocities. One can in principle condemn U.S. or NATO policies and actions in the past and also condemn Russian aggression, but not in the Kremlin's world, and not in the false reality the Kremlin seeks to impose on our internal discourse. The Kremlin's focus on degrading U.S. decision-making is not opportunistic, new, or limited to Ukraine. Perception manipulation is a key element of Putin's offset strategy, a way to achieve goals beyond the limits of Russia's power. In 2020, ISW assessed that Putin's center of gravity is increasingly his ability to shape perceptions of others and project the image of a powerful Russia based on limited real power. We wrote, "The Kremlin often generates gains based on perception without changing Russia's capabilities. These gains emerge at the nexus of the Kremlin's efforts to manipulate perceptions and the West's inherent blind spots about Russia's intent and capabilities. Minimizing the West's perception of its own leverage over Russia is a core component of this effort. The Kremlin depends on this strategy in Ukraine. Russia does not have sufficient military capability to achieve its maximalist objectives if Ukraine's will to fight persists alongside Western support. Degrading U.S. decision-making is one of the few, possibly the only way, to narrow the gap between Russia's goals and means in Ukraine. Russia uses perception manipulation to advance its interests globally. Information operations have been a key part of the Kremlin's toolkit for decades. Russia's national security paradigm shifted heavily toward the information space after 2014, however, as a recognition of the increasingly vital requirement to shape global perceptions to advance Russia's goals. The Kremlin has been working to create an environment that would simply accept Russian premises. If the world accepts that Russia can do whatever it wants within its self-declared sphere of influence, Russia will need fewer sticks and carrots to impose its will on its neighbors. Or, for example, if the Kremlin succeeds in creating conditions in which NATO is forced to abandon its principles, such as Article 5 or the open door policy, Putin would have succeeded at his goal of breaking NATO. The ability to control perceptions inside of Russia has been an existential requirement for Putin. In 2020, ISW wrote that Putin's rule depends on his ability to maintain the perception that an alternative to him in Russia is either worse or too costly to fight for. The Kremlin has succeeded in instilling inaction as a default instinct within the Russian population through physical and informational means. Submission takes time to achieve, but the self-deterrence it generates pays off. The submission of the Russian population is the reason Putin can afford to rule with a suppression apparatus short of Putin's likely suppression needs. If his regime were ever to be tested again, with Wagner Group financier Yevgeny Prigozhin providing a glimpse of such a test during his June 2023 mutiny. Herein lies Putin's core problem with Ukraine. Ukraine has demonstrated the capability to defy Putin's center of gravity, his ability to shape the will and decisions of others. Ukraine is not immune to the Kremlin's reflexive control, but it achieved strategic clarity in pivotal moments. In 2014, barely equipped Ukrainian volunteers saw past the Kremlin's hybrid cover and rushed to the front line to combat Russian aggression, even in the absence of Ukraine's conventional military and Western willingness to counter Russia. Ukraine did not fall prey to the Kremlin's campaign in 2019 to force Kyiv into political concessions that would have compromised Ukraine's sovereignty. Ukraine resisted Russia's unprovoked full-scale invasion in 2022. Growing antibodies to Russian manipulations within Ukraine's civil society are among the key reasons Ukraine continues to exist as a state. The Ukrainian instinct to run to the sound of the guns whenever Russians invade to protect Ukrainians from themselves should be a clear indicator of the falsehood of many Kremlin premises for its aggression. The fact that those premises continue to persist in the Western discourse despite these obvious contradictions is a testament to Russia's successful reflexive control techniques. U.S. susceptibility to the Kremlin's manipulations is not all of Russia's making. It is also a consequence of America's inherent traits and blind spots. Values. The United States values peace, life, American interests, freedom of debate, and is trying to act responsibly with the power it wields. These are virtues, not weaknesses. They set us apart from Russia. Russia nevertheless uses these concepts against us in its way of war, as discussed throughout this paper. The Western way of life also prevents us from grasping the full scale of what Russia is. Russia being mostly content with killing and wounding over 300,000 of its own citizens to conquer a country that did not pose a military threat is a reality unimaginable in a Western country. Defeatism and the legacy of U.S. wars. America's past wars are distorting America's understanding of Russia's war against Ukraine. U.S. concern about endless wars is a result of its experiences in Vietnam, Afghanistan, and Iraq. But U.S. debate about the risks of a long war in Ukraine revolves around a profound category error in discussing this war as if the United States were fighting it. The United States is not fighting in Ukraine and should not discuss the costs to the United States as if it were. Ukraine, a U.S. partner, is fighting this war against a U.S. adversary. It is not a U.S. proxy. Ukraine is fighting for its own reasons, not ours. And Ukraine has never asked for American soldiers to fight, only for material and financial support. U.S. psychological scars from previous American conflicts have no place in discussions about what the United States should do vis-a-vis Ukraine. Misunderstanding of the Russian threat. The United States has learned a lot about Russia's intent and capabilities. The United States still, however, does not fully grasp the nature of the Russian threat, Russia's sources of power and weakness, and the Russian way of war, including reflexive control. This knowledge gap is reflected in the prevailing U.S. national security assessment that, while Russia poses the most immediate challenge, China is the bigger long-term threat. This may be a valid assessment of China, but the framework is limiting for three reasons. First, it ignores the nature of the Russian threat to the United States, which goes beyond military power. Second, it ignores the path dependency of the Russian threat to the United States on the outcome of Russia's war in Ukraine. The United States will face the greatest threat from Russia since the collapse of the Soviet Union if Russia prevails in Ukraine. Finally, it ignores the path dependency of China's threat to the United States and the future of the anti-U.S. coalition on the outcome of Russia's war in Ukraine. A Russian victory in Ukraine will empower U.S. adversaries in many ways, The most dangerous of all, perhaps, would be U.S. adversaries learning that the United States can be manipulated into abandoning its interests in a winnable fight. The West accepted and reasoned from the Kremlin's premises prior to 2022. The West did not react in any meaningful way to the de facto military occupation of Belarus in 2020 to 2021, endorsing Putin's premise that Belarus is in Russia's sphere of influence. Europe endorsed Russia-driven and Russian-favorable peace talks in Ukraine during Russia's initial military intervention in 2014, accepting the false premise that Russia is a mediator in the conflict where it actually has been the initiating belligerent. These are two of many examples. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine temporarily restored the West's strategic clarity, helping Ukraine defeat Russia's initial objectives in this war. The world had a moment of clarity in 2022, recognizing Russia's true intent and capability, including the limits of Russia's capability, Ukraine's agency, and the civilizational stakes of this war. That strategic clarity informed a myriad of actions by individuals and leaders in Ukraine and globally. These actions yielded critical successes, enabling Ukraine to defeat Russia in the Battle of Kiev, which meant the difference between the world's largest present-day war and what would have been the world's largest insurgency. It also enabled Ukraine to liberate critical terrain and people throughout 2022. The Kremlin shifted its main effort to shaping Western decisions ever since Russia's failed three-day war. This effort has several subordinate objectives: delaying U.S. provision of military capabilities to Ukraine by reinforcing narratives about the dangers of providing Ukraine material, exploiting U.S. approaches to escalation management, and planting discussions of negotiations with the West about Ukraine's fate around critical Western debate moments, driving the West to constrain Ukraine's right to self-defense, including striking legitimate and necessary military targets in Russia or by limiting how Ukraine can use Western-provided weapons, constraining and delaying Western direct actions against Russia, such as transferring frozen Russian assets to Ukraine or applying more effective energy sanctions, delaying the West's ramp-up of its own capabilities and divestment from Russia, deterring potential Western combat operations in Ukraine by using nuclear blackmail and issuing other ambiguous threats, degrading NATO's ability to resist Russia by exploiting relationships with select NATO members to drive wedges between alliance members, preventing the West from developing a long-term policy on supporting Ukraine by manipulating the Western perception about what constitutes a victory or a defeat in Ukraine, distracting the West from Russian aggression by playing up U.S. fears over the emergence of other conflicts throughout the world, driving the West to concede on behalf of Ukraine via diplomatic backchannels and persistent public messaging. Russia has regained its ability to alter Western perceptions without meaningfully altering Russia's capability. The Kremlin-generated information backdrop of mostly groundless fears and irrelevancies has shaped Western decisions, resulting in lost opportunities for Ukraine and an advantage for Russia. Western self-deterrence and delays in Western decisions extended the Kremlin's runway to sustain this war. Russian perception manipulations cost Ukraine gains in its 2023 counteroffensive. Russia's nuclear-centric information operations in the fall of 2022 aimed to delay Western provision of tanks and other key capabilities to Ukraine. U.S. failure to proactively resource Ukraine's initiative after two successive counteroffensive operations in the fall of 2022 contributed to a missed opportunity for Ukraine to conduct a third phase of counteroffensive operations in the winter of 2022 to 2023. This reprieve allowed Russia to build its defenses in depth and conduct a partial mobilization to shore up manpower, making Ukraine's 2023 counteroffensive an extraordinarily difficult undertaking. Western hesitation to provide the longest-range systems to Ukraine, and forgoing the strategic effect those systems would have generated on the battlefield, has been driven by the Kremlin-fueled fears that Ukraine might use those systems to strike targets in Russia, provoking some unspecified escalation. Putin is not at all likely to use nuclear weapons in Ukraine simply to retaliate for Ukrainian strikes in Russia with Western missiles when he has not done so in response to repeated Ukrainian drone strikes. Western self-deterrence of its own actions against Russia, such as slow-rolling sanctions on Russia or transferring frozen Russian assets to Ukraine, also reflects some fear of retaliation, even though Russia's ability to escalate in the economic realm is highly limited. A Western self-deterrence has not prevented the Kremlin from ramping up Russia's capabilities, including by developing anti-satellite weapons and procuring military equipment from North Korea and Iran, and growing military exchanges between these countries. Escaping the Kremlin-generated alternative reality requires more than evading Russian information operations. The United States must reconnect with its own interests and the ground truths of this war. The ebbs and flows on the battlefield in Ukraine are irrelevant to the fundamental U.S. interests regarding Russia and Ukraine. Russia aims to erase Ukraine as a state, an outcome that is unacceptable to U.S. interests and values. Any outcome short of Ukraine liberating its critical territory will likely lead to a larger war with higher escalation risks for the U.S. and under the conditions that favor Russia. As long as Ukraine's will to fight persists, the most prudent U.S. strategy remains helping Ukraine liberate its territory and people as the only viable path to a durable peace. A result of any individual phase or an operation, such as the 2023 Ukrainian counteroffensive, should not affect the fundamental U.S. calculus regarding Russia's war against Ukraine. The future of Russia's power and Russia's ability to threaten the United States is path-dependent on the war in Ukraine. The Kremlin's intent to undermine the United States and break NATO not only persists but is growing. The Kremlin is preparing for a large-scale conflict with NATO. Russia's ability to act on this intent is not a given. Russia's ability to reconstitute, to threaten the United States and NATO, to control its neighbors, the Kremlin's ability to manipulate the United States' will and perceptions, and the strength of Russia's coalitions, including with U.S. adversaries, all depend on whether Russia wins or loses in Ukraine. The cost of failure in Ukraine would be catastrophic. The threat of a nuclear escalation will continue to be the core asset of Russia's perception manipulation. We must address this issue head-on. First, we are already in a scenario with a heightened risk of a nuclear escalation. We are here not because Ukraine or the West refuses to settle or de-escalate. In fact, both settled for 8 years and accepted a Russia-driven peace framework in Ukraine. But Putin reinvaded anyway, bringing us into this unstable scenario with an increased probability of the use of nuclear weapons. Secondly, the risk of a Russia-NATO war increases exponentially if Russia keeps its gains in Ukraine. A victorious Russia is a faster path to a Russia-NATO war than a victorious Ukraine. Finally, Russia prevailing in Ukraine would constitute a convincing argument for the effectiveness of nuclear blackmail and would lead to nuclear proliferation. ISW has assessed other costs of losing Ukraine in detail. Russian victory in Ukraine would mean a victory of reflective control. If Russia wins in Ukraine, it will mean the Kremlin managed to undermine the Western will and ability to reason from the ground truths and its interests. Truth and free will are concepts that the free world cannot exist without. Helping Ukraine win and defeating the premises Russia is trying to enforce should be the main effort of the United States and the free world if it wants to remain free. The upside is high. Ukraine's victory would enhance NATO's security. Ukraine would emerge as an invaluable asset for the United States and a testament to the values underpinning Western societies. Ukraine will be able to share its experience in how to successfully wage modern war with U.S. allies. Stopping Russia in Ukraine will allow the West to regain its deterrence capabilities, especially against Russia. A pro-NATO Ukraine, even if it is not in the alliance, would pose a serious military challenge to Russian plans to attack the Baltic states or Poland, enhancing NATO's ability to deter such aggression and avoid future war with Russia. The West has the advantage, but it must decide to use it. The West is a giant that, at times, behaves like a mouse when it comes to Russia. All it needs to do is stand up. That is why Russia needs to develop offsets and ways to fight asymmetrically. The power dynamic favors the West, and Ukraine if the West decides to mobilize on behalf of Ukraine. Mobilizing would mean surging its military production, sparing more of its existing military capabilities and economic assets, and accepting a higher threshold for pain and risk now to avoid more cost and pain and risk in the future. The challenges facing the United States are easier to solve than those facing Russia. The gap that Ukraine and its partners need to close to help Ukraine win is smaller than the gap that Russia needs to close to achieve its objectives in Ukraine. The Kremlin has mobilized a lot of its resources, far from all that the Kremlin can mobilize but orders of magnitude higher than what the West has mobilized on behalf of Ukraine. Russia had every advantage in the last 10 years and occupied 18% of Ukraine at an enormous cost. Putin will mobilize more manpower and material, but Russia's surge capacity is neither unlimited nor without costs and constraints. The West is not as fragile as Russia wants us to think. Putin sought but failed to freeze Europe. He has been trying but has failed to break NATO, though he will have a real chance to do so if Russia wins in Ukraine. Minimizing the West's perception of its own strength is a core component of the Kremlin's perception manipulation. The West is awakening. Many Western leaders and societies have awakened to the reality that there is no going back to the status quo ante, that Russia is a self-declared adversary, and that the West has two choices: counter the threat or surrender to it. Ukraine's European and Asia-Pacific partners began forming coalitions for weapon procurement to support Ukraine. European countries began ramping up their defense industrial bases to restock NATO supplies and assist Ukraine. French President Emmanuel Macron warned the West against showing any signs of weakness to Russia as he entertained the prospect of sending Western troops into Ukraine. But U.S. leadership remains indispensable. Western advantage is not a permanent condition. Ukrainian lives and the Western advantage over Russia are the costs of U.S. and Western decision-making delays. Ukraine's agency and will to fight are assets of historical proportions that should not be taken for granted. Delaying resource mobilization decisions in the West will erode this center of gravity. Putin has considered Russia to be at war with the West for a while and has been acting like it. Putin recently signed decrees restoring the Moscow and Leningrad military districts, which may be in preparation for a potential future large-scale conventional war against NATO. The Kremlin intensified the use of rhetorical threats against Finland and the Baltic countries, including accusing Baltic countries of intolerance towards ethnic Russians in the region. The erosion of the West's capability to counter the Russian threat will be proportionate to the delays in the Western realization of the threat itself. The United States must restore its strategic clarity and get the big idea right. The best course of action for U.S. interests is to support Ukraine to its victory, as the only path to a durable peace rather than a temporary respite, and then help Ukraine rebuild, putting the largest combat-effective friendly military in Europe at the forefront of NATO's defense. The United States needs to surge and then persist in support of this objective. A sustained U.S. effort, rather than a one-time surge, will grant Ukraine the certainty about resourcing that it can expect from international partners so Ukraine can plan for future operations. The U.S. decision to persist should also stem from a recognition that Russia is a persistent challenge that requires persistent effort. The costs of persistence are minor compared to the catastrophic and irreversible consequences of letting Russia prevail in Ukraine. The United States and other Ukrainian allies need to take several specific and immediate steps. 1. Provide Ukraine with sufficient military aid and other support required for Ukraine to restore maneuver to the battlefield. 2. Support Ukraine's effort to expand its defense industrial base, DIB, but also ramp up the U.S. and allied DIB to support Ukraine in the medium term and to strengthen our own deterrence capabilities against Russia and other U.S. adversaries. 3. Target Russia's capability to sustain the war against Ukraine. Deny Russia's sanctuaries. Russia is not entitled to sanctuaries when it is trying to erase a nation. The West must abandon the Russian information line that Russia, having launched an unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, can demand immunity from attack with Western or Ukrainian weapons. The United States must remove any existing constraints on Ukraine to target legitimate Russian military and defense industrial capabilities in Russia. The West should also develop a long-term strategy against sacred Russian cows in the West, such as the Russian state nuclear energy corporation Rosatom. Rosatom is a major arm of the Kremlin, doing its bidding from Ukraine to the Arctic to Africa largely unimpeded due to Western economic interdependencies. The long-term divestment from Rosatom is likely feasible, but it requires just that, for us to think in terms of a long-term strategy of denying Russia its capability sanctuaries. Focus on asymmetries. Ukraine has exposed numerous Russian weaknesses, from the vulnerabilities of the Black Sea Fleet to the vulnerability of Russian defense industrial assets to Ukrainian drone and missile strikes. The United States should amplify and accelerate, not constrain, these effective asymmetric warfare approaches that also impact Russia's battlefield operations and force Putin to make hard choices about resource allocation. Target Russia's capability globally. Putin is playing the full board, so should we, targeting Russia's capability from Africa to the Arctic. Strip the Kremlin of its offset capabilities. The United States must defy the Kremlin's efforts to alter our own decision-making and will. The United States must also deny the Kremlin the luxury of time to regroup on the battlefield and to rebuild Russia's broader military and perception manipulation capabilities only later to be used against us. Russia's cognitive warfare long predates Putin's rule, but Putin has extensively relied on this capability both to govern and to wage wars. Governance. Putin has sought information control in Russia since the first days of his presidency. Russian security services raided a major independent TV station in Russia days after Putin's inauguration in 2000. Putin established state control over Russian media by 2003. The Kremlin has introduced new forms of information control every year since 2000. Present-day Russia punishes any expression that appears to conflict with the Kremlin's agenda, and Putin has been expanding censorship since launching his full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The Russian state sentenced a Russian teenager for using 19th-century Ukrainian poetry to protest Russia's war against Ukraine in 2025. For example, the Kremlin's efforts to create a national instant messaging platform are among its latest attempts to expand monitoring of domestic communications. Warfare. Russia's cognitive warfare is rooted in the Soviet concepts of reflexive control. Soviet mathematician Vladimir Lefebvre defined reflexive control in 1967 as a process of transferring the basis for decision-making from one opponent to another. In other words, the Kremlin is trying to get its opponents to accept Russian premises and then to reason from those premises to decisions that favor Russia. For example, Putin took the false assertion that discussions of Ukraine's NATO accession posed an imminent danger to Russia in 2021, an assertion that ISW and others have debunked, and built it into a false conclusion that Russia was justified in launching a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Putin continues to use this false assertion in an effort to absolve Russia of any responsibility for its war against Ukraine and to try to secure concessions from the United States and Ukraine in the context of the peace negotiations. 12. Russia is recycling Soviet messaging strategies and implements. Russia flaunting its conventional power, such as nuclear weapons, its fleet, and its missile systems, is a tactic that the Soviets frequently used in their strategic messaging against the West. The Kremlin invested in expanding the reach and capabilities of the state news agency TASS, an acronym for the Telegraph Agency of the Soviet Union, in 2013 and 2014. TASS was the source of Soviet domestic and foreign propaganda and was present in 116 countries during the Soviet Union's rule. Russia has been using its diplomatic channels to influence Western leaders. The Soviet Union similarly used so-called active measures, diplomatic networks, and espionage to advance its interests. Russia's cognitive warfare capabilities did not degrade after the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, in contrast to its conventional military capabilities, which declined in the 1990s. Russian military discourse about reflexive control and information operations continued throughout the 1990s, and the Russian intelligence services sustained their information operations abroad. The Kremlin used various cognitive means in its failed effort to deter the Baltics from integrating with the West in the 1990s, demonstrating that the Soviet Union's collapse did not change Russia's goals of controlling former Soviet states or its willingness to use cognitive warfare to advance its goals. The Russian way of war increasingly reflected the notion that wars can be won and lost in an opponent's mind during Putin's rule. Putin has long prioritized developing the Kremlin's ability to shape perceptions globally and in Russia. Putin adopted an information security doctrine in 2000, which emphasized defending against other states' psychological influence on Russia. The Kremlin intensified its cognitive warfare efforts after a series of peaceful protests against corrupt regimes in former Soviet states, including Georgia's 2003 Rose Revolution and Ukraine's 2004 Orange Revolution. Russia's neighbors striving toward transparent Western-style governance threatened Russia's goal to control those states, and Putin perceived this development as a threat to his regime. Putin stressed over the years that the Kremlin should do everything necessary so that nothing similar ever happens in Russia. The Kremlin launched a series of information operations to stop and reverse the loss of Russian influence in Ukraine and other former Soviet states. The Kremlin invested in narratives about separatism in Ukraine as early as 2004 and used them a decade later as a foundation of its hybrid operation aimed at seizing Ukraine's eastern and southern regions in 2014 and later of its full-scale invasion in 2022. Russia's national security paradigm further prioritized cognitive warfare and integration of information warfare capabilities into its doctrine and concepts of operation after Russia's 2014 and 2015 military campaigns in Ukraine and Syria, respectively. Russian military scholars wrote in the Russian military science journal Military Thought that information capabilities play an increasingly important role in a country's ability to influence global events. Capabilities to exploit the intellectual potential of other countries, to disseminate and insert its own spiritual ideological values, culture, language, to stall spiritual and cultural expansion of other countries. to transform and even undermine their spiritual and moral foundations. Some Russian military writers even argued that all activities, including kinetic operations, must be aimed at achieving informational effects. Russia's 2016 Information Security Doctrine called for an independent Russian information policy, the segmented management of the Russian Internet, and the elimination of Russian dependency on foreign information technologies. Russia established the Military Political Directorate in 2018 to instill the Kremlin's ideology within the Russian armed forces, as the Kremlin sought to expand its information control over the Russian military. The Soviet Union similarly integrated political officers into its military to ensure the Soviet military's alignment with the Communist Party's ideology and objectives. The Kremlin has prioritized the expansion of its media conglomerate globally. The 2016 foreign policy concept named Strengthening Russian Media's Positions in the Global Information Space among its priorities. Kremlin-controlled media organizations RT, TASS, and Sputnik launched a concerted effort to form partnerships with foreign media. TASS resumed multi-language programming and reopened numerous branches in foreign countries in 2013 and 2014. The Kremlin has been investing in a generation of Russia-favorable journalists through training programs. The Kremlin focuses on the battle for the mind out of both necessity and opportunity. Russia is not weak per se, given its sizable military capabilities and potential. But Russia is weak relative to its strategic goals. The Kremlin uses cognitive warfare to close gaps between its goals and means. The Kremlin's strategic aims have remained largely the same throughout Putin's rule. These aims include preserving Putin's regime, re-establishing Russia as a great power, which presupposes subjugating Ukraine and Belarus, regaining control over the former Soviet states, and establishing a world order in which U.S. influence is diminished, NATO's unity is broken, and Russia has decisive influence. Putin has lacked the means to achieve his goals. Russia's military failures during the 2014 invasion of Ukraine and the 2022 full-scale invasion exposed the limits of Russia's hard power. Russia is often neither strong enough to impose its will on others, nor is it appealing enough to be a partner of choice. Russia's sphere of influence is largely an invented one. It is the sphere of influence Putin desires to have, but by and large does not. Russia's neighbors are not willing to choose Russia as an exclusive partner, if at all. Russia also lacks the military power to control its perceived sphere of influence by force. It would take Russia over 100 years to capture the remaining 80% of Ukraine at the current rate of advance, assuming Russia can sustain massive personnel losses indefinitely. Russia's victory in Ukraine is far from inevitable. Russia has been struggling to fully seize 4 Ukrainian territories that the Kremlin illegally declared as annexed in September 2022 ever since that announcement. It would take Russia over 4.5 years to capture these areas fully, assuming Russian forces advance at the same tempo they have been since July 2024. Other former Soviet states, such as Moldova, resist the Kremlin's attempts at domination. The closest that the Kremlin has come to controlling a country since the fall of the USSR is Belarus. The Kremlin regained dominant influence over Belarus in 2020-2021 after a multi-year campaign of coercion and manipulation. The Kremlin also failed to support its allies, the Bashar al-Assad regime, in Syria in December 2024 and Armenia during the 2023 Nagorno-Karabakh War, because Russian forces and military equipment were tied down in Ukraine. The purpose of the Kremlin's cognitive warfare is to generate an alternative reality that allows Russia to win in the real world. Most of the Kremlin's cognitive efforts aim to decrease the will and capability of those resisting Russia and to lower the barrier for Russia to achieve its aims. The Kremlin's chief cognitive effort is making the world accept Russia's premises. For example, the Kremlin asserts that Russia's victory in Ukraine is inevitable, that Russia is entitled to areas of Ukraine it does not militarily control, and that Russia deserves its desired sphere of influence, despite the above-mentioned realities. Intent. The Kremlin will have a better chance of imposing its will on others if the world ceases to support countries that resist Russian control. The Kremlin will have a better chance of accomplishing this aim by making the international community accept the premise that Russia is entitled to its desired sphere of influence. Russia will have a better chance of subjugating Ukraine if the Kremlin is successful in having the international community accept the premise that Russian victory is inevitable and that continued Western aid to Ukraine is futile. Russia will achieve a goal that exceeds its military capability if the world accepts the premise that Russia deserves occupied and unoccupied Ukrainian territories and pressures Kiev to cede land as a part of a deal with Russia. The Kremlin has been trying to portray Russia as righteous. The Kremlin invests enormous energy in dismissing and concealing Russia's atrocities, indicating the importance of this effort. The Kremlin repeatedly denied the Russian military's involvement in the Bucha massacre in March 2022 during Russia's invasion of Kiev Oblast. Russian forces committed major and well-documented atrocities against civilians in Bucha in 2022. The Kremlin even claimed that Ukraine had staged the massacre to gain Western support. The Kremlin accused Ukrainian forces of destroying the Kakhovka Dam in June 2023. The dam was under Russian occupation and was likely destroyed by Russia to hinder Ukraine's summer 2023 counteroffensive. The Kremlin conceals its religious persecutions in occupied Ukraine and Russia, namely against Orthodox Church of Ukraine, OCU, and Baptists. The Kremlin attempts to hide or reframe Russia's kidnapping of Ukrainian children. Russia has been conducting mass deportations of Ukrainian children and depopulating Ukrainian territory. Russia is denying its systemic executions of Ukraine's prisoners of war despite considerable evidence of those executions. Intent. The Kremlin aims to conceal and normalize Russia's atrocities to limit international resistance to Russian actions. Widespread knowledge of Russian atrocities periodically, but not always, mobilizes Western resources and societies to resist Russia, making it harder for Russia to achieve its goals. Russia failed to conceal its responsibility for the Bucha massacre in 2022, resulting in vast condemnation and seemingly increased Western military aid for Ukraine. The Kremlin has been trying to conceal Russia's and Putin's weaknesses while discrediting Russia's targets. The Kremlin has been seeking to portray Putin as an effective war leader. Putin has, in fact, been an ineffective war leader, failing to achieve nearly all of his stated military objectives well over 3 years into Russia's war, despite an estimated 1 million Russians killed and wounded. The Kremlin has been downplaying Russian failures and Ukraine's successes. The Kremlin downplayed Ukraine's liberation of occupied territories in 2022, Ukraine forcing Russia's Black Sea fleet out of the western Black Sea and the occupied ports in Crimea, and Russia's failure to protect its international borders against the Ukrainian incursion into Kursk Oblast, among others. The Kremlin has been persistently working to discredit Russia's targets, from Estonia to Ukraine, and portray them as unworthy of international support since the 1990s, well before Putin came to power and increasingly during his rule. Intent. If the world believes the narrative of Russia's strength, invincibility, or inevitability of Russia's victory, or that Russia's targets are unworthy of support, then the world may be less inclined to resist or help others resist the Kremlin's actions. Concealing Putin's weakness in a system built on the premise of strength is also key to his regime's stability. The Kremlin is using cognitive warfare, in sum, to create a world order that would simply accept and never fight Russian premises and actions, and to allow Russia to achieve objectives that are otherwise beyond its means. The Kremlin uses cognitive warfare for governance and occupation. The ability to control the narrative has become an increasingly existential requirement for Putin's regime's stability in Russia. Putin's presidency depends on his ability to maintain the perception that any alternative to his rule is either worse or too costly to fight for. Putin's dominance over the Russian information space allows Putin to absorb setbacks that would have threatened the power of other leaders, like failing to achieve most of the objectives in a war against Ukraine that has resulted in over 1 million Russians wounded and killed. Russia uses cognitive warfare in its occupation playbook as well. Russia aims to establish information control immediately after the physical occupation of any given area. Russian forces seized the local TV tower and began airing Russian propaganda right after Russia occupied Kherson City in 2022. Russian occupation officials connected occupied Kherson, Zaporizhia, Donetsk, and Luhansk oblasts to 20 Russian federal channels and 10 Russian occupation channels in 2023. The Kremlin also launched an elaborate information campaign aiming to frame Russian presidential elections in occupied Ukraine in March 2024 as legitimate in an effort to secure acceptance of the Kremlin's occupation of parts of Ukraine. The degree and effectiveness of Russia's information control on the territories Russia illegally occupies vary. Russia, nevertheless, requires both terror and information control to govern the territories it illegally occupies in the face of local resistance. Russian global and domestic cognitive warfare are deeply connected and cannot be understood in isolation from one another. The Kremlin's cognitive warfare inside Russia is not just about regime stability. The Kremlin uses cognitive warfare inside Russia to generate resources for its external military efforts. The Kremlin is offering high financial rewards to attract Russian volunteers, using military patriotic propaganda and education to indoctrinate children into eventual military service, sponsoring numerous military bloggers to advertise military service and crowdfunding events, and conditioning Russian society to accept greater sacrifices. Many Russians who chose to take part in Russia's invasion of Ukraine and kill Ukrainians admitted to doing so because they believed Russian propaganda about Nazism in Ukraine, as evidenced by interviews of Russian POWs and of Russian locals reciting the Kremlin's narratives as justification for their choices. Russia's widespread support for Putin's maximalist aims in Ukraine is also in part a result of Russia's information campaigns to condition Russians to a long war against Ukraine and the West. The Kremlin's investment in cognitive warfare stems not only from necessity but also from its perception of opportunity. Cognitive warfare can be waged often by inexpensive means such as social media. The failure of an information operation is less costly and noticeable than a military failure. Modern technology, a fast-paced news cycle, and the transnational nature of the global information space have made it easier for Russia to influence different audiences and countries at once, sometimes under the guise of plausible deniability. Russia can launch, pause, stop, or intensify various information operations more readily than military operations. The information environment is confusing and overwhelming, fertile conditions for cognitive warfare, which aims to confuse and convince. Cognitive warfare is abstract, unregulated, and underinvestigated. Free societies have not developed a comprehensive way to protect decision-makers and populations from adversarial cognitive warfare. Russian cognitive warfare also benefits from the fact that its primary objective is to cause inaction in response to its actions. The Kremlin succeeds if it persuades its adversaries that it is too hard to know the real truth, too hard to resist Russia, too hard to be sure which side is right and which is wrong. Moscow does not have to persuade opponents that its views and aims are correct, just that resisting Russia is unnecessary, unjustified, or unwise. This requirement presents a much lower threshold for success than persuading opponents to agree with Moscow, particularly in a global information environment already conditioning people to say, well, who really knows? Tactical, operational, and strategic information operations. Russian information operations are elements of Russian cognitive warfare. Russian information operations function at all levels of war: tactical, operational, and strategic, ultimately supporting the Kremlin's strategic aims. Tactical level information operations. Russia's tactical information operations are largely focused on individual events or narratives. Examples of a tactical level information operation include Romanian TikTok influencers publishing a video in support of a pro-Russian Romanian presidential candidate, or a Russian propagandist's claim that a Ukrainian government official is under the influence of drugs. Russian information operations at the tactical level aim to confuse, inject new narratives, test the information space, or uphold an existing narrative, among other efforts. They are numerous and spread across different means and in different languages, making them hard to track and easy to discard or disavow. Each individual tactical information operation may appear to be isolated, but the Kremlin orchestrates them into campaigns at the operational level of war in support of the Kremlin's strategic aims. A video published by a Romanian TikTok influencer was a part of the Kremlin's 2024 campaign in Romania, meant to advance a pro-Kremlin presidential candidate in Romanian elections. This campaign supported the Kremlin's strategic objective of breaking NATO's unity, undermining Western support for Ukraine, and weakening European resolve against the Russian threat. Kremlin officials and propagandists routinely push multiple doctored videos and false claims that Ukrainian officials are drug addicts. Each video and claim appears to be a distinct and isolated event, but together they form part of a campaign at the operational level to discredit the Ukrainian government in the eyes of Western and Ukrainian audiences in support of the Kremlin's strategic aim of eroding Western support for Ukraine. Russian information operations at the tactical level do not always follow an exact formula to accomplish operational and strategic objectives. Many do not work, while some are accidentally created or inadvertently spread. These factors complicate the task of identifying the campaigns they are meant to be part of. Operational level information operations. Much of Russia's cognitive warfighting is done at the operational level. Russia's operational level information campaigns are aimed against a set of targets over a protracted period. For example, the Kremlin is advancing several information operations targeting the Baltic states as of summer 2025, namely, redrawing maritime borders in the Baltic Sea, issuing pensions and Russian citizenships to Latvians, Lithuanians, and Estonians, and accusing local governments of Nazism and repressing Russian speakers and claimed ethnic Russians. This Kremlin campaign targeting the Baltic states has the operational objective of setting long-term information conditions that the Kremlin can use to justify potential future military action against the Baltics, paralleling the campaigns it conducted in Ukraine prior to its invasions of that state. This is one of many Russian operational campaigns in northeastern Europe that seek to accomplish the Kremlin's strategic aim of establishing Russia's desired sphere of influence. Strategic-level information operations. The strategic level of Russian cognitive warfare is the hardest to grasp but the most critical to understand. Russian strategic narratives target the opponent's will and reasoning. Unlike tactical narratives that focus on specific events or operational campaigns that seek to shape broader perceptions around an issue, Russian strategic information operations are focused on establishing premises that make their target reason from those premises to conclusions that suit Russia and then to act based on these conclusions in ways that advance Russia's aims. In other words, Russian strategic information operations target the very basis of our reasoning with the goal of making us act in Russia's favor while believing that we are advancing our own interests. As ISW assessed in 2024, the Kremlin is not arguing with us. It is trying to enforce assertions about Russia's manufactured portrayal of reality as the basis for our own discussions and then allow us to reason to conclusions that benefit the Kremlin. Creating new or changing existing premises is a long game. It requires the gradual erosion of accepted facts or the substitution of facts with a new, Kremlin-favorable set of facts. It requires changing perceptions about enough elements of reality to create a picture of reality that, taken in its totality, is new and false. Such efforts are most effective when the target is not even aware they are occurring. For example, Russia's strategic information effort to isolate Ukraine from Western support encompasses hundreds of tactical narratives, supporting multiple decades-long operational information campaigns aimed at shaping the Western perception of the costs, benefits, and risks of supporting Ukraine and alignment with Western values and priorities. The ultimate target of the Kremlin's strategic information operations is the opponent's will to act. Russia seeks to undermine its opponent's belief in the value of action as such. To achieve more, the Kremlin needs others to do less. The Kremlin has established inaction as a default response by Russian citizens to external and internal stimuli. The Kremlin's strategic information operations seek to condition the West to choose inaction when it comes to Russia. The West, the US in particular, has been an obstacle to the Kremlin's subjugation of its neighbors. U.S. support has been critical to Ukraine's ability to resist Russia's invasion. For example, Russia may very well lose if the West leans in to support Ukraine. The combined economies of NATO countries, non-NATO European Union (EU) states, and U.S. Asian allies dwarf Russia's, among other things. The Russian goal has therefore been to have the United States freely reason to the conclusion that Russia's prevailing in Ukraine or in any other country Russia wants to control is inevitable, or in accord with U.S. interests, and that the United States should stay on the sidelines. Russia is using cognitive warfare to diminish not only America's will but also America's ability to act. Even when preoccupied in Ukraine, Russia is investing in anti-U.S. narratives from Africa to South America to erode U.S. access, presence, and influence globally. The Kremlin's strategic information operations also aim to influence opponents into choosing specific actions and to secure Russia's objectives on Russia's behalf. Putin has long sought to break NATO's unity, but Russia is unable to do so by force. The Kremlin is instead creating cognitive conditions in which NATO would undermine its own unity, a core principle of collective defense from within. Putin has tried to prevent states, even non-former Soviet states such as Montenegro, from joining NATO. The Kremlin has long worked to undermine the relationships among NATO states. The Kremlin has invested in political influence in Hungary and has used Hungary to block or disrupt NATO and EU decisions concerning Ukraine and Russia. The Kremlin has used energy policy to generate friction within the alliance. The Kremlin's multi-year influence efforts succeeded in convincing a NATO member, Germany, to build the now dormant Nord Stream 2 pipeline, despite the project's clear national security risks to European interests and limited practical benefits. The Kremlin has long tried to create conditions in which NATO would voluntarily grant Russia a veto over which countries are able to join NATO by attacking or threatening to attack aspiring members, by trying to establish the false premise that Russia is entitled to control a sphere of influence, and by explicitly demanding that NATO rule out enlargement and limit the deployment of forces and weapon systems. Russian cognitive warfare efforts span generations and theaters. Russia selectively activates and deactivates sets of narratives over decades. The repetition and persistence of these narratives allow the Kremlin to desensitize its opponents to the intended messages delivered by its information operations, making it more likely for an opponent to lose awareness of the Russian information operations and their intent. The effectiveness of Russia's cognitive warfare in part lies in Russia's ability to invoke the commonly accepted fallacy that redundancy is a sign of information's credibility. Many of the Kremlin's narratives lie dormant for years until an opportune moment arises. An enduring challenge for the West is the tendency to ignore Russia's tactical activities that appear trivial until they become strategic gains for the Kremlin. Russian multi-generational information operations reinforce this tendency, dispersing already limited Western attention to Russian actions across time and hiding Russian cognitive warfare in plain sight through sheer persistence. Ukraine. The Kremlin started to proliferate separatist narratives and set up separatist structures in eastern Ukraine as early as 2004, a process that went largely unnoticed in the West. A decade of cognitive warfare enabled the Kremlin's hybrid operation in Ukraine in 2014. The Baltics. The Kremlin has been setting information conditions for hybrid operations against the Baltic states as early as the 1990s in the name of Russian-Baltic historic unity and protecting Russian compatriots abroad, including against alleged religious-based persecution. Kremlin officials began threatening Russian military action against the Baltic states as early as 1993, 2 years after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Vitaly Churkin threatened that Russia was preparing to use serious diplomatic, political, and perhaps not only political measures against Estonia to deter Estonia from adopting the 1993 Aliens Act. The act regulated the basis for entry of foreigners to Estonia, which the Kremlin likely viewed as limiting its access to Estonia and a threat to the Kremlin's objective of controlling former Soviet states. The Kremlin has been routinely questioning the legality of the Baltic states' independence from the Soviet Union since the mid-1990s, likely to establish a justification for potential future military action. Russian officials falsely claimed in the mid-1990s that the Baltic states voluntarily joined the Soviet Union to conceal the extremely forceful Soviet occupation and annexation of the Baltics. The Kremlin continues to push narratives aimed at undermining Estonian, Lithuanian, and Latvian integration into Western institutions. The Kremlin is using Russian control of Kaliningrad to set justifications for potential further Russian territorial conquests. Putin stated in September 2024 that Russia must ensure that there are no barriers to the movement of Russian citizens between mainland Russia and Kaliningrad Oblast, possibly setting justifications for future Russian aggression against the Baltic states or Poland under the guise of defending Kaliningrad Oblast. The Kremlin uses past territorial conquests and the claimed responsibility of protecting Russian speakers to fabricate a casus belli. The Kremlin used the strategy to justify its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022 and its illegal occupation of Crimea and parts of Ukraine's Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts in 2014. Finland. Russian officials are increasingly evoking narratives about Finland's historic ties to Russia. Prior to Finnish accession in NATO, Russian information operations targeting Finland concerned the following topics: child custody battles between Russian and Finnish parents, Finnish history as a Nazi ally during the Second World War, Finnish intent to regain lost territories, and claims of a strong Finnish-Russian friendship. The Kremlin accused the West of deliberately undermining the Finnish-Russian relationship and preparing to use Finland to threaten northwestern Russia. The Russians are injecting narratives that the Finnish government's decision to distance itself from Russia is not reflective of the Finnish population's desires, that Finland was once part of the Russian Empire, and that Finland was indiscriminately exterminating the Slavic population in Karelia, a region split between northwestern Russia and Finland. Another example of a multi-generational and cross-theater information campaign is Russia's effort to falsely accuse the United States of using secret biological laboratories to produce biological weapons in former Soviet countries and using biochemical and radiological weapons in those states. ISW and others have thoroughly debunked this information operation. The Soviet Union used a variant of the biolabs narrative in the 1980s when it falsely accused the United States of creating HIV/AIDS as a biological weapon. Post-Soviet Russia used the informational campaign focused on U.S. biolabs in the context of Russia's 2008 invasion of Georgia. Russian media at the time claimed that Russian forces discovered biological and chemical facilities in occupied South Ossetia. Over the past 2 decades, the Kremlin has repeatedly invoked the U.S. biolab narrative in numerous former Soviet states, including Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, Kazakhstan, Armenia, all timed to support various Kremlin operational objectives in those countries. The biolab information operation supports the Kremlin's strategic objective of regaining control over the former Soviet states by creating a negative perception of the United States in those countries. But it is not only about the Kremlin's sphere of influence. The Kremlin also deployed the biolab information operation across the Americas, Africa, and Asia. The Kremlin seeks to discredit the United States through anti-U.S. narratives in order to undermine the U.S. global influence. These narratives also aim to discredit the image of the United States in Russia and reinforce the Kremlin's narrative of Russia being encircled by the enemies as a justification for the Kremlin's confrontation with the West. The Kremlin's means of creating perceptions go beyond information. The Kremlin uses physical tools to reinforce its narratives and generate fear with the intent of paralyzing its opponent's decision-making. These physical tools include, but are not limited to, military exercises, false flag operations and sabotage, hacking and cyber attacks, artificially made migrant crises, combat operations, and exaggerations of military capabilities and battlefield progress. Russia flaunts its nuclear capabilities to impede Western efforts to supply Russian targets, mostly Ukraine, with weapons. The Kremlin evoked nuclear blackmail several times during Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, including during Ukraine's successful counteroffensive in Kharkiv Oblast in fall 2022 and ahead of Ukraine's summer counteroffensive in May 2023. These information operations aim to scare the United States and Ukraine's other allies from supplying Ukrainian forces with necessary military equipment and prevent Ukrainian forces from imposing additional defeats on Russian forces. The Kremlin launched numerous tactical informational operations about a possible Russian assault on western Ukraine from Belarus in winter 2023. The Kremlin conducted small-scale exercises with Belarusian forces near the Ukraine-Belarus international border, resulting in the Ukrainian military having to dispute these rumors about an imminent Belarusian attack. Russia likely launched this information operation in an effort to fix Ukrainian forces in northern Ukraine and impede Ukraine's preparations for the summer 2023 counteroffensive. The Kremlin further tried to deter Ukraine's preparations for the summer 2023 counteroffensives by announcing the deployment of tactical Russian nuclear weapons to Belarus in March 2023. The deployment of tactical nuclear weapons is also part of the Kremlin's long-term campaign to annex Belarus. The Kremlin likely deliberately staged the timing of this announcement to follow the United Kingdom's decision to provide Ukraine with munitions containing depleted uranium as part of Western efforts to support Ukraine's preparations for the counteroffensive. The Kremlin was indirectly messaging to Western leaders that it would use tactical nuclear weapons or resort to nuclear escalation against NATO from Belarus if they provided weapons to Ukraine to exploit Western fears of nuclear escalation. This whole episode was intended to shape Western perceptions rather than to change Russia's nuclear capabilities. The deployment of tactical nuclear weapons to Belarus fundamentally does not change the assessed Russian risk of nuclear escalation, given that Russia has long fielded nuclear-capable weapons able to strike any target that tactical nuclear weapons based in Belarus could hit. Physical means, including military operations, transmit information inherently in addition to any immediate physical effects they generate, a dynamic that the Kremlin leverages to shape perceptions via information means. Physical means can trigger emotional responses such as fear, which in turn can influence decision-making. Military operations often serve as the physical confirmation of an established narrative, reinforcing Russia's messaging. Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2014 and 2022 reinforced Russia's image as aggressive, unpredictable, and capable of tolerating high risk. Russia is using this image and its physical tools to blackmail decision-makers into ceding the Kremlin's demands and advancing Russia's war efforts. The Kremlin, however, in reality is highly calculating and risk-adverse because of the limitations of Russia's actual military capabilities. Russia launched an unsuccessful cognitive warfare effort using missile and drone strikes against Ukraine's port infrastructure to achieve the effects of a blockade in the Black Sea in the summer and fall 2023 without actually conducting one. Russia announced its withdrawal from the United Nations-brokered Black Sea grain deal in July 2023, which ensured the safe transit of Ukrainian grain to African and Middle Eastern countries. The Kremlin attempted to frame legitimate Ukrainian strikes on the Russian fleet and ground lines of communication as a violation of the Black Sea grain deal. The Kremlin also launched a deliberate missile and drone campaign against Ukrainian port infrastructure to discourage international vessels from transporting Ukrainian grain due to high insurance costs. This cognitive warfare effort aimed to accomplish several objectives, including creating the false perception that Ukraine's resistance against Russia's aggression was spoiling global food security and allowing the Kremlin to demand Russia's reintegration into SWIFT and sanctions relief. This cognitive warfare effort also aimed at discouraging international support to Ukraine from African and Middle Eastern countries. The Kremlin's military and informational efforts ultimately failed as Ukraine's successful drone and missile strikes against Russian Black Sea fleet vessels prevented Russia from imposing a physical naval blockade or achieving the effects of a blockade through informational means. The Kremlin's informational means are much broader than media manipulation and troll farms. Russia uses all platforms that can transmit narratives as tools of its cognitive warfare. The Kremlin circulates its narratives through its entire network of alliances, international organizations, media, and individuals. Russia's cognitive warfare relies on access to global media and the infiltration of Russian narratives across the world. The Kremlin state media continues to invest in a deliberate effort to sign cooperation and content-sharing agreements with foreign media outlets in an effort to distribute its narratives through apparently independent third parties. The latest examples include Gazprom Media Holding, a Russian state media company that owns the Russian video streaming website Rutube and TV channels NTV and TNT, and the official Chinese Xinhua Information Agency signing a cooperation agreement with Russia on mutually fighting against disinformation in May 2025. Various Kremlin outlets and news agencies signed new media cooperation agreements with Bulgarian, Cuban, Bahraini, Malaysian, and Iranian media companies in 2025. Russia continues its long-standing effort to cultivate a global cadre of Russia-friendly journalists and politicians. Czech, Belgian, and Polish intelligence exposed a covert Russian operation that has paid European politicians and journalists to advance Russian narratives in the European Union since late 2023. Russian oligarchs covertly paid a German journalist who was producing a documentary on Putin in 2011 and 2012. Russia created fake personas of foreign experts and journalists to advance Russian information operations in African countries. Argentina uncovered a Russian espionage network in 2025 that engaged in disinformation efforts and attempted to influence internal processes in Argentina. Russia uses international platforms as cognitive warfare tools. Russia's permanent representative to the UN, Vasily Nebenzia, often uses the UN to deflect from Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Nebenzia uses the UN to introduce irrelevant or false narratives to distract from international accusations against Russia's conduct and to undermine Ukraine's diplomatic efforts. Russia uses Russia-Africa summits to advance its vision of Russia as a leader of an anti-Western bloc by advocating for a multipolar world order, disseminating anti-Western narratives, and portraying itself as not internationally isolated. Russia has a lineup of cognitive warfighters, or individuals with messaging capabilities and constituencies that the Kremlin deploys to accomplish specific objectives. Cognitive warfighters are not just propagandists, as they perform targeted information operations on the Kremlin's behalf. Kremlin-affiliated Russian oligarch, Orthodox nationalist, and founder of the ultranationalist Tsargrad outlet Konstantin Malafeev serves an informational role of conditioning the Russian nationalist community to support the Kremlin's war effort. Malafeev uses his Orthodox nationalist ideology to facilitate military recruitment and crowdfunding efforts. Malafeev employs his appeal to Russian nationalists to convince them that Russia has no other choice but to fight against Ukraine and NATO. CEO of the Russian Direct Investment Fund, RDIF, Kirill Dmitriev, is another example of a Kremlin cognitive warfighter. Dmitriev studied economics at Stanford and Harvard universities in the 1990s and spent his early career working as a consultant at McKinsey & Company and Goldman Sachs, and later ran the Ukrainian investment fund Icon Private Equity from 2007 to 2010. The Kremlin uses Dmitriev's Western education and business experience to advocate on behalf of Russia's interests. Dmitriev notably gave several interviews with American news outlets in April 2025, during which he attempted to paint Russia as an attractive market for American investment, tried to undermine trust in the U.S.-Ukrainian mineral deal, and falsely claimed that Russia is not seeking sanctions relief. The Russian Orthodox Church Moscow Patriarchate, ROCMP, has been a long-standing tool for the Kremlin's hybrid operations, particularly in occupied Ukraine and in former Soviet states. ROCMP spreads Russian narratives aimed at justifying Russia's war in Ukraine to congregants in Russia, Ukraine, and worldwide. The ROCMP, for example, reportedly directed all its clergy to change their liturgy to include pro-war prayers in support of Russia's war of conquest in Ukraine. The Kremlin uses the ROCMP to frame Ukraine, Moldova, and the Baltics to portray these countries as religiously intolerant and inherently undemocratic. The Kremlin, however, is conducting systematic religious repression in occupied Ukraine and in Russia, disproportionately targeting Protestant sects and the Orthodox Church of Ukraine, OCU. Russia uses the Federal Agency for the Commonwealth of Independent States, CIS, compatriots living abroad, and the International Humanitarian Cooperation Organization, Rosotrudnichestvo, to advance the Kremlin's strategic aims through shaping perceptions abroad. Rosotrudnichestvo is a Russian federal government agency that is responsible for administering aid to foreign countries and for Russia's cultural efforts globally. Former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev, who now plays a key propaganda role as deputy chairman of Russian Security Council, established Rosotrudnichestvo in September 2008 as part of Russia's efforts to expand Russia's global influence. Rosotrudnichestvo also became the Kremlin's key tool for orchestrating pro-Russian rallies across the globe. The Kremlin has appeared to be establishing Rosotrudnichestvo as the base for a new system that would legalize the status of Russia's so-called Compatriots Abroad initiative, which the Kremlin may use to set information conditions to justify further hybrid operations abroad under the guise of protecting Russian compatriots. Russian state-owned enterprises are cognitive warfare actors. Rosatom, the Russian state atomic corporation, has been using various information tactics to advance the Kremlin's objectives, such as efforts to legitimize Russia's occupation of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, ZNPP, via the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, framework. The Kremlin has also been using Rosatom as a way to expand Russia's influence in Africa. Rosatom has been establishing nuclear science centers to promote Russian-backed nuclear energy programs in Africa and using these centers and Rosatom's overall presence in Africa to spread Russia's narratives. Rosatom signed memoranda of understanding to build positive public opinion about Russia's nuclear energy in several African countries. Cognitive warfare allowed Russia to achieve gains beyond the limits of its conventional forces. The information backdrop of the Kremlin-induced fears has shaped Western decisions, resulting in lost opportunities for Ukraine and battlefield advantages for Russia. Russia's information operations centered on nuclear escalation in the fall of 2022 aimed to delay Western provision of tanks and other key capabilities to Ukraine. U.S. failure to proactively resource Ukraine's initiative after two successive counteroffensive operations in the fall of 2022 afforded Russia a reprieve and ability to build its defenses in depth and conduct a partial mobilization. Russian information operations centered on nuclear escalation in spring 2023 were ultimately successful in dragging Western decision-makers into the long discussion about what type of weapons they could provide to Ukraine without triggering escalation. Russian cognitive warfare is nonetheless prone to failure. Information operations can fail for a variety of reasons, including human error, misunderstanding of local culture, history, or informational landscape, or timely countermeasures and public awareness. The Kremlin cannot always control the outcome of certain information operations. Some may generate unintended blowback. Russia's failures do not offer permanent relief from cognitive warfare, however, as Russia constantly adapts its information operations. Russia tried and failed to use fear to dissuade Sweden from joining NATO. Russian ambassador to Sweden Viktor Tatarintsev attempted to threaten Sweden in June 2015, claiming that Russia would take military countermeasures if Sweden joined NATO. Tatarintsev's comment was counterproductive to the Kremlin's efforts to discourage Sweden from joining NATO, as it resulted in an increase in Swedish support for NATO integration. The information operation took place shortly after Russia's initial invasion of Ukraine in 2014, which sparked a defensive anti-Russian sentiment in Sweden and across Europe. Although the Kremlin's effort to dissuade Sweden from joining NATO ultimately failed, the Kremlin's information operations factored in Sweden's deliberations and decision-making process. Swedish parliamentarians debated the possibility of Russia's retaliation in the event of Swedish accession into NATO all the way until Sweden's ratification of cooperation with NATO and eventual accession in 2023. The Kremlin's over-reliance on cognitive warfare is a vulnerability. The Kremlin is overly dependent on its cognitive warfare to achieve its strategic goals. The Kremlin depends on the West's acceptance of Russia's fabricated assertions about reality. Russia's strategy in Ukraine hinges on its cognitive warfare effort to convince the West that this war is unwinnable. Russia will lose its advantage if the West rejects this premise and surges its support to Ukraine. The Kremlin is vulnerable to realities that undermine the narrative of a powerful Russia and a powerful Putin, one of Russia's major unexploited weaknesses. Putin has been proselytizing the idea of a great Russia domestically for 25 years. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has demonstrated that Russians care about Russia being perceived as powerful. Russians have been the most vocal and upset not about staggering Russian manpower losses but about Russian battlefield setbacks. Russian nationalists, whom Putin relies on to wage the war against Ukraine and support his regime, care about the idea of Great Russia in particular. The Putin regime's stability and Russia's position in the world depend on maintaining the facade of Russia's power. Putin has, in reality, repeatedly demonstrated that he is a risk-averse leader who refrains from making necessary decisions in time. Russia also has weaknesses that the West has not been exploiting. Russia's failure to militarily support its allies in Armenia, Syria, and Iran at times of need are recent demonstration of the limitations of Russia's power. The Russian economy is weakened and constrained by Western sanctions, despite the Kremlin's declarations to the contrary. The Kremlin overcompensates for these weaknesses by intensifying narratives to exaggerate Russian strength. Putin is thus vulnerable to a Western strategy that would consistently unmask and highlight Russia's weaknesses. The fastest way to do so is to help Ukraine make Russia fail on the battlefield faster and to counter Russia globally through physical and information means. The Kremlin's domestic information control is not ironclad. Putin has given up some control over the Russian information space to the expanding Russian nationalist community, whom Putin relies on to sustain his war and his regime. The Russian millblogger and veteran community has gained prominence after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine and continues to regularly call out the shortcomings of the Russian military leadership and its conduct of the war. Russian cognitive warfare is a source of intelligence about Russia's intent and capabilities. The Kremlin's information operations provide indicators about Russian intent, efforts, insecurities, and critical capabilities. Russia's use of information operations to set conditions for its kinetic actions and as a core way to advance its objectives reveals valuable information about the very objectives the Kremlin aims to achieve and weaknesses it is trying to conceal. Russian cognitive warfare often comes at a cost to Russia's physical capabilities and creates an echo chamber of assertions. The Kremlin's erroneous assessment that it could conquer Ukraine in a matter of days in 2022 stemmed likely in part from the Kremlin's believing its own propaganda that Ukraine is not a real nation, has no agency or will, and the capability to act. The Kremlin made a similar intelligence mistake in 2014. Russia expected a welcoming reception among the local population in Ukraine's east and southern regions that Russia tried to seize. The Kremlin instead faced resistance that thwarted Russian efforts to control of intended areas in Ukraine and forced the Kremlin to accept an outcome less than its aims at the time. The Kremlin has also likely believed some of its own propaganda about Russian military capabilities, leading to the Russian military leadership overestimating what it could accomplish on the battlefield in Ukraine. The U.S. should not try to defend against Russian cognitive warfare symmetrically. The first step to negating Russia's cognitive warfare is not to play by Russia's rules. Given that the Kremlin's strategy of reflexive control depends on Russia's ability to trigger a reflex or a reaction in their opponent. The key to neutralizing Russia's cognitive warfare is to recognize when the Kremlin is attempting to implant premises to shape our reasoning and reject those premises. For example, the United States and its allies have an opportunity to reject a Russian premise by dismantling the notion that Russia is entitled to its claimed sphere of influence or that Russia will inevitably win militarily in Ukraine. Russian cognitive warfare efforts can be forecasted and targeted because of their predictability. Most Russian cognitive efforts support the Kremlin's long-standing strategic aims. Specific Russian narratives and vignettes change based on the timing, place, and distribution method of the message, but the larger premises Russia is trying to establish through these narratives do not. The Kremlin's overall strategic goals that its narratives support also do not change. This fact provides an opportunity to create a comprehensive situational awareness system to monitor, forecast, and neutralize Russian cognitive warfare. Actions in reality, e.g. physical means, are often the most effective ways to neutralize cognitive warfare. It was Ukraine's successful drone and missile strikes against the Russian Black Sea Fleet that defeated Russia's effort to create a false perception that Ukraine's resistance against Russia's aggression was spoiling global food security. Ukraine's military action denied Russia the ability to impose a de facto blockade and, as a result, enabled grain trade through the Black Sea. Ukraine's incursion into Kursk Oblast in August 2024 dispelled the Kremlin's assertion that bringing conventional war and Western equipment into Russian territory would trigger Russian nuclear retaliation. The United States should not try to mimic Russian cognitive warfare. Russian over-reliance on this capability has degraded Russia's physical capabilities and brought destructive effects on Russian society, damage that will take Russia generations to recover from, if recovery is at all possible. The U.S. and its allies have real power commensurate with their objectives and do not need to rely on cognitive warfare to achieve their defensive aims. The West is best served by neutralizing Russian and Iranian, North Korean, and Chinese cognitive warfare efforts through highlighting them, working to reject the false premises they seek to create, and focusing on the real-world situation rather than falling into the trap of operating intellectually within the artificial world cognitive warfare efforts seek to create. There was no sign that the Russian army was stripping its bases as far away as Khabarovsk to assemble enough troops for a swift coup d'etat takeover of Europe's largest country. The original intel estimate of 127,000 troops was grossly inadequate, and when it was raised to 150,000 including forces already within the Russian-held parts of eastern Ukraine, it was still much too low for a coup d'etat that would start and end the war in one go. The only kind of war that Russia can fight without quickly incurring dangerous levels of economic damage. Of course, reckless gamblers are undeterred by risks, but Putin's record was that of a very patient hunter, who waits until the target walks into his sights, only then pressing the trigger for a sure hit. That is how he gained Abkhazia and South Ossetia from Georgia in 2008 after interethnic fighting, and broken ceasefires since 1994. Both are small but significant territories. Abkhazia because it is the southernmost, most Mediterranean of all Russian-controlled territories, with oranges and lemons as well as a nominally independent government, and South Ossetia because it is an Orthodox enclave in the mostly Muslim Caucasus. And that is also how Putin won his biggest prize so far, Crimea, detaching its several pieces from Ukraine in the turmoil following the Maidan uprising that sent President Viktor Yanukovych fleeing from Kiev on February 21, 2014. A few thousand Russian operatives with some locals took over the territory of Ukraine's Autonomous Republic of Crimea, the autonomous city of Sevastopol, and a coastal strip in the Kherson mainland, and all without firing a shot. A quickly concocted Republic of Crimea, then voted to join the Russian Federation along with the city of Sevastopol. To do the same thing across the 1,500-kilometer width of Ukraine, it would take not less than 500,000 well-trained soldiers. They would need to move quickly overland to seize the cities nearest to the border, such as Kharkov less than 20 miles away, or by large airlift to reach distant Lviv, or helicoptered to simultaneously seize the regional capitals, from Lviv in the west to Kharkiv in the northeast, to Odessa in the southwest, and Zaporizhia in the center-east, in addition to Kiev, itself a metropolis of almost 3 million inhabitants. And yes, it all presumed only token resistance by such Ukrainian soldiers as would fight at all. The once patient hunter turned reckless gambler persuaded himself of that, and of much more, that Ukraine's Jewish ex-comedian turned President Zelensky would promptly flee, that his government would then collapse as ministers rushed off to escape arrest, that the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Air Defense, long starved of funds in any case, would dissolve, so that Russian forces would advance unopposed to quickly seize every city, with Kiev's population obediently awaiting Russian rule. Then former President Yanukovych could be brought back to form a new government for the TV cameras, whose task would be to vote immediately to rejoin the Russian Federation, thus ending the fighting in glorious victory for Putin and his empire. None of the above was wildly improbable, but it hardly takes much in the way of prudence to eschew war planning that consists of stringing together best-case scenarios, which is exactly what Putin chose to do, ignoring his own intelligence chief and veteran Kremlin official Sergei Naryshkin. That much is proven by a truly extraordinary document. The video of Putin's eve of war meeting with his ministers and advisors, ostensibly on the annexation of the self-proclaimed independent Donbass republics, but actually on the imminent invasion. We see a carefully staged display of imperial authority that has Putin sitting high up at his desk while the advisors sit in chairs below him, till each one in turn goes to stand in front of a microphone to endorse what Putin has just said. But the script fell apart when it was Naryshkin's turn to speak. He clearly said that there should be talks to give the Western side a chance, pronouncing that French word in the French way, as Russians do. Visibly surprised, visibly angered, Putin demands an answer, yes or no, on the annexation itself, sidestepping Naryshkin's real point, to rely on talks, not tanks in dealing with Ukraine. The build-up to the war went well for Putin. He had the German government firmly in his camp, to the improbable extent that it went far out of its way to prevent Estonia from donating old Soviet 122mm howitzers to Ukraine, on the flimsy ground that they had briefly been in German possession when the West German army inherited East Germany's military equipment. Nor would the German government agree to suspend the certification of the giant new Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline that would have increased German dependence on Russian gas, uncaring of the vehement objections of the United States, Britain, the European Council, and Poland. Given that, Germany was bound to rule out effective sanctions in the lead-up to the fighting, with the most effective, the exclusion from the SWIFT payment system, not even considered, because it would block payments for Russian gas, stopping its supply. A request for weapons from the immense German surplus stocks yielded an offer of old helmets, on the grounds that German parliamentarians would prohibit the supply of lethal weapons. Providing cover for the Germans, the Italian government also ruled out a swift cutoff, and it was only Italy's embattled defense minister Lorenzo Guarini's personal determination that kept the door half open for Italian military supplies. Nor was the US government much of an obstacle. Instead of emulating the British airlift of anti-tank missiles on a much larger scale, the US focused on evacuating its diplomats in hysterical haste, as if to support Putin's intimidation campaign, and then failed to airlift any of the tens of thousands of highly suitable point-and-shoot anti-tank rockets in army depots that any civilian can use with 1 minute of training. But war is the greatest contingency, as all veterans know, and that includes the present writer. Until the fighting starts, no soldier knows how he will react to combat, and still less which of his comrades will fight bravely and which will keep his head down, waiting for the noise to end. And that goes for war leaders too. In 1939, the mediocre dictator Ioannis Metaxas replied to Mussolini's verbose ultimatum with a monosyllabic OHI, no, inspiring victorious fighting by the hugely outgunned Greeks. And now in 2022, Zelensky's comedic turn as a TV president, followed by a respectable showing as an actual president, set the stage for his current act as an indomitable war leader, totally uncaring of the risk to his own life as the #1 target of Russian undercover killer teams. After refusing Biden's ill-judged offer to evacuate him, he asked for weapons instead. Zelensky declared that he would remain in Kiev with his entire cabinet to lead the fight for the city. That played its own undefinable role in inspiring Ukraine's soldiers to resist no matter what, to hold the city of Kharkiv, close enough to the Russian border to have been within artillery range from the start, to defend Zminy, Snake Island in front of coastal Odessa, whose 13-man garrison came under overwhelming naval bombardment after impolitely refusing to surrender, to defend Mariupol, the country's eastern harbor, whose 500,000 inhabitants live less than 30 miles from the Russian border, but are holding out with the Russians still 15 miles away as of this writing, and on the Kiev approaches through which the Russian army was supposed to swiftly advance on the city and finish the war in 2 days, if not 1. The Ukrainian army did not run away. It did not surrender. It did not abandon its weapons to walk home. And neither was it quickly outmaneuvered by the much better-funded Russian army, which has had the fuel, ammo, and replacement parts for much more intensive training than the badly underfunded Ukrainians. It turns out that motivation beats even training. Russian armored columns that were supposed to advance at motor speed on the highways to Kharkov and Kiev, brushing aside token resistance to quickly seize both cities, were instead forced off the road by sustained Ukrainian anti-armor fire, and then blocked again by hard fighting when they gave up on highway momentum to advance cross-country at 3 miles per hour. Day after day, Kharkov and Kiev not only held out but were not even attacked, except by a few missiles, more terrifying than destructive. That is when Putin's timetable and entire war plan fell apart. The world could close its eyes for a day and a night to allow the Russians to finish the job, so as to continue business as usual for everyone. The trucks delivering French and Italian luxury goods to the Moscow bourgeoisie, along with Audi and Mercedes cars, Dutch hydroponic vegetables, and much more from Frankfurt and Oder via Warsaw and Minsk. The aircraft bringing Russian skiers to Courchevel and Megève, and shoppers to London and Paris. But when the Russian attempt failed, and the dramatic news was made by Ukraine's heroic resistance rather than by the expected Putin victory, Western Europeans had to open their eyes. They had to look at the Russian aggression that had brought large war to Europe for the first time since 1945. After Italy's Draghi spoke with Zelensky, Italy's objection to the SWIFT ban suddenly gave way to approval, forcing the Germans to switch also to avoid opprobrium as the only holdout. With that, the silent opponents like Luxembourg also had to go along, and soon enough Japan also agreed to exclude the most regime-connected banks. With that, the destruction of the Russian bourgeoisie's way of life was underway in earnest. No skiing trips to France or foreign trips anywhere outside the Russian sphere. No sending of children to expensive boarding schools in Britain or Switzerland. No new German cars, nor fresh tomatoes. Concurrently, the spectacle of civilians, ladies of advanced years included, preparing Molotov cocktails out of beer bottles as a last resort to defend their streets, broke down the dam of pacifist hypocrisy. Weapons only make war worse. Releasing an expanding torrent of weapons, with Germany, last seen stopping others from helping, itself offering 5,000 Stingers, aspirational anti-aircraft weapons against jets, but deadly against helicopters. Italy is sending badly needed anti-tank weapons, and others such as the British, who did not wait for the fighting to begin in order to send anti-tank missiles, are sending more weapons, as the US, Canada, Sweden and others are also doing, but adding a so far unique official encouragement of volunteers willing to fight for Ukraine. Suddenly, the hitherto untouchable Putin is in trouble. He promised a quick, almost effortless victory, to instead plunge into a war increasingly costly of lives. Hundreds of Russians are dead by all accounts. Increasingly costly for the entire Russian economy and disastrous for its bourgeoisie. And this for a war that Russia is not winning. That Putin has invited the Ukrainian president to send envoys to ceasefire talks is itself a tremendous defeat for him. He had insisted that he could not negotiate at all with the drug addicts and neo-Nazis of Zelensky's government, but now he must negotiate to extricate himself from the war he deliberately started, whose costs have risen phenomenally. If talks do start, the Ukrainians can have only one demand: an immediate and total withdrawal of Russian forces to their starting positions. And if the Russians accept that inevitable demand, it seems unlikely that Putin can remain in power, not after having overruled his intelligence chief, to deliberately start a costly war, only to lose it. If the Russians refuse, they must revert to a very hard fight, a slow-motion drive into Kiev that will be marked by rising casualties, as Ukrainian resistance is strengthened by the influx of better weapons and rising military competence. Then the Russians must conquer the whole of Ukraine out to Lviv and the Carpathian Mountains, where the population is mostly anti-Russian, promising ever more grinding combat. It is hard to imagine how Putin could emerge from this scenario victorious. Yes, Zelensky might be reached and murdered at any time, but it seems entirely unlikely that the morale generated by the ferocious resistance he inspired would simply disappear. If anything, it might well increase. Another possibility is nuclear escalation, and Putin's latest is indeed to talk up in his most ominous tones Russia's forward-deployed nuclear weapons. Unfortunately for Putin, the action is now in the hands of old ladies with Molotov cocktails, shoe salesmen with bazookas, and increasingly experienced street fighters. None of them are likely to pause this fight for fear of Russian nuclear escalation. That leaves Putin with no way of redeeming his promise of a swiftly victorious war. no defense against the accusation of having grievously damaged Russia and humiliated its army. The spy chief Naryshkin in the Kremlin might be the one to remove Putin with the least disruption. But of course, there are other Putin appointees also ready to save Mother Russia. Why do Russia's wars always start with disaster? The answer is straightforward: because the autocrats who rule Russia, be they tsars, with the exception of Napoleon's nemesis Alexander I, Joseph Stalin, or Vladimir Putin, appoint obedient toadies sadly lacking in military talent to command their forces. And none is more out of his depth than Sergei Shoigu, Putin's Minister of Defense. Shoigu studied engineering and skipped military service altogether. Nonetheless, he was rapidly promoted all the way to full general and then Minister of Defense by Putin because of his uncritical loyalty, which was further guaranteed by his obscure Tuvan origins that gave him no Muscovite power base to threaten the Kremlin. His birthplace is much closer to Beijing than to Moscow. As for Putin's chief of staff, Valery Gerasimov, his incompetence is of a very modern sort, indeed postmodern. Just like some telegenic U.S. generals with PhDs but no actual hands-on combat experience, Gerasimov preached post-kinetic warfare, in which cyber war, information war, or hybrid war replaced old-fashioned infantry, armor, and artillery combat. It was Gerasimov who cooked up the brilliant plan that so convinced Putin, as well as the CIA, the U.S. Director of National Intelligence, and their fashionably post-kinetic military advisors, that the air-landed seizure of the Antonov field on the first night of the war would open the door to Kiev. Absent post-kinetic delusions, the overhead photography alone should have sufficed to tell U.S. intelligence that the Russians would fail. They were invading Europe's largest country with an army of less than 140,000 troops, as opposed to the 800,000 who invaded Czechoslovakia in 1968, a country one-fifth the size of Ukraine and with one-quarter of the population. And, of course, as perfect yes-men, Shoigu and Gerasimov never told Putin that, if he wanted to invade Ukraine, he first had to declare war and mobilize the Russian army. Even so, what happened next came as a great surprise. The failure of Gerasimov's dazzling plan and the ignominious retreat from the edges of Kiev and Kharkiv should have been followed by the usual Russian remedy, but nothing happened. In 1941, when the German army easily defeated the Red Army to swiftly conquer Ukraine and start its march to Moscow, Stalin's favorite toady Marshal Grigory Kulik was dismissed and eventually shot. Others were shot right away and were replaced by officers previously set aside because they were not yes-men. Some were rescued from prison to take up command at the front. Konstantin Rokossovsky, who had been arrested, badly tortured and locked up as a traitor, was patched up and given an entire army to lead. He would finish the war a victorious marshal. This is what Yevgeny Prigozhin expected from Putin: the swift dismissal of Shoigu and Gerasimov and their replacement by officers old-fashioned enough to have kinetic skills, and who would focus on building up effective infantry, armor, and artillery units to capture Kiev and conquer Ukraine. Instead, with Gerasimov and Shoigu inexplicably still in charge, the Russians continued to rely on information warfare to demoralize the Ukrainians into surrender, with non-stop propaganda and terror air attacks against random buildings in Kiev and most other cities. Not only did this non-precision bombing fail to hurt morale, it never does, but it was also hugely wasteful. As Russia's rockets and ground-to-ground missiles started to run out, they turned to expensive air-to-ground missiles meant for high-value targets, such as airbase installations or at least battle tanks. But their warheads were too small to make much of an impression in built-up cities. This is when Prigozhin, with his mercenaries, started his own land combat campaign, contracted as always by the Russian government, this time to fight in Ukraine rather than in Libya or Mali or ex-French Congo. But a few months later, he very soon found himself competing for manpower with contract units that were raised by the Russian army itself. These official units offered good pay to ex-servicemen and therefore competed with Wagner. But without its cadre of experienced mercenaries, they achieved very little. All of which was frustrating for Prigozhin, who started to voice his complaints increasingly loudly, eventually asking why Shoigu and Gerasimov were still in command when they should have been shot for incompetence, or at least kicked out of their jobs. Inexplicably, not only to him, Putin failed to take advantage of his dictatorial power to get rid of the pair of failures. It was then that Shoigu and Gerasimov hit back by denying artillery shells and small arms ammunition to Wagner, even when it was Wagner that was doing all the fighting in Bakhmut. Ultimately, it was a struggle between a very talented maverick. Prigozhin had started as a caterer, and the dull bureaucrat Shoigu and too clever by half Gerasimov. Stalin greatly valued such competition. Even at the very end in 1945, He made Marshals Georgy Zhukov and Ivan Konyev race one another to reach the center of Berlin with their separate armies. But Putin is no Stalin. He is still, after everything, the bureaucrat he has always been. He would never have dreamed of promoting the talented Prigozhin to run his war in the way that Lincoln promoted the hard-drinking Grant. In the coming days, Prigozhin will be captured or killed. Any trial would compound Putin's colossal embarrassment. The reason he must fail is that, in Russia, he falls into a specific category. Like Emelian Pugachev, who rebelled against Catherine the Great in 1773, Prigozhin has no power base in Moscow, let alone in the military and security establishment he has so savagely ridiculed. Yet there is also a lesson in this for Putin. If he does not fire Shoigu and Gerasimov and start anew with leaders plucked from the smart younger officers who have emerged in recent fighting, he will have to abandon the war that has become Russia's misfortune. As the first 250 days of Russia's war in Ukraine have proved again, the logic of strategy is paradoxical. It has never been linear, as in the Roman si vis pacem para bellum. If you want peace, prepare for war. Because the logic of strategy is paradoxical, it is very easy to be wrong in matters of peace and war, and very hard to be right. That was the first lesson of the war. Putin collided head-on with the paradoxical logic of strategy. Military alliances need a shared enemy. Once the Cold War ended, NATO became weaker and weaker because diverse interests, including the desire to spend less, naturally arose once there was no enemy to threaten all. NATO became so weak that, in Europe, there was talk of a military alliance without the US. Only irrelevant leftists said this straight out, but many mainstream politicians across Europe kept hinting that the time had come for NATO to be replaced by a European Union alliance. By February 2022, NATO was evidently no longer strong enough to deter Russia, so Russia attacked Ukraine. Because Russia attacked Ukraine, NATO suddenly had a threatening enemy, and the alliance quickly became strong once more. Many NATO countries sent military aid to Ukraine rapidly, which was essential materially and very encouraging morally. Some of it was for show, but much was useful and some was just smart. Norway, for example, immediately sent 5,000 Law hand-launched anti-tank rockets. Old, cheap, and limited in range, but the perfect weapons for the first days of this war, because anybody could use them even without training. Just point and shoot at an armored vehicle. Not only did NATO wake up, but it also grew. Within days of the invasion, the alliance started expanding. Australia, not a NATO member but an official partner, sent military aid, including Bushmaster armored cars by airlift over 19,600 kilometers. Japan, not a NATO member, sent important financial aid. Even before they applied for NATO membership, Sweden and Finland also sent military aid. The second lesson of the war concerned the silent role of sea power. In April, the sinking of the Russian flagship Moskva 80 nautical miles south of Odessa attracted much attention. Videos of the burning ship were everywhere. But there are no videos of aeronaval battles in the North Atlantic. Even though Russia has effective attack submarines, both nuclear-powered and diesel-electric in Atlantic waters, the US and Canada have been able to support Ukraine by shipping aid entirely unmolested. Because Russian naval forces are totally deterred, Western Europe has its safe material and strategic depth in the Atlantic. The third lesson of the war was a demonstration of the levels of strategy. Strategy operates at different levels: the tactical level, the operational level, the theater of war level, and finally, the level of grand strategy. It is possible to lose a war at any of those levels, but to be successful it is necessary to be at least adequate at each and every one. In this war, the first fight took place at the Antonov Aviation Company's airfield just outside Kiev, a face-to-face tactical battle for the landing strip. It was to be used for Russian troop transports to fly in the assault force that aimed to swiftly seize the capital. The Russian troops who arrived were elements of the 11th Guards Air Assault Brigade and the 31st Guards Air Assault Brigade, Russia's elite troops. The Ukrainians had no such force to oppose them, only whoever happened to be at or near the airfield. Some members of the so-called National Guard, just gendarmes with small arms, and then whoever could arrive right away from Kiev. Some scattered Ukrainian troops, civilian volunteers with whatever weapons they could find, a few elite soldiers attached to headquarters, even some exiled Georgian Legion volunteers. It was a recipe for a massacre. The cohesive, elite Russian units should quickly have killed them all. But because they had expected no resistance at all, as both Russian intelligence and the always wrong CIA had forecast, they were shocked by the ferocious resistance, and soon had to flee into the nearby woods. A Russian tactical victory would not have won the war, but the tactical defeat at the Antonov Field was catastrophic, because the entire Russian war plan was based on a fast coup de main to seize central Kiev in a matter of hours. When armored columns invade a country, they should advance on multiple vectors. That way, if one vector is stopped by the enemy, a tactical defeat, other vectors can continue to advance, forcing the enemy to retreat or be captured, turning tactical failure into an operational-level victory. But in the Russian plan, there was only one vector. All the available forces were to drive to Kiev. But when the Antonov seizure failed, and thousands of airborne troops could not be flown in, Russia's only advancing vector had to stop. Recall that double column of armored vehicles and supply trucks in those satellite pictures. It could neither advance nor retreat without entangling itself in thousands of cumbersome U-turns. With tanks and other heavy vehicles, stop and go uses up vast amounts of fuel, and with many vehicles stranded, the double column was exposed to an increasing number of bold attacks. The material losses were great, and the moral defeat greater because the Russians could not redeem the catastrophic operational-level failure that followed their tactical defeat at the Antonov Field because of a yet more fundamental error at a higher level of strategy. Geography enters the picture at the level of theater strategy. Ukraine is much smaller than the Russian Federation, the largest country in the world. But Ukraine is not small. It is Europe's largest country. In August 1968, when the Soviet Union decided to invade Czechoslovakia, 1/5 the size of modern Ukraine, it sent some 800,000 troops to invade from East Germany, Poland, Hungary, and westward from Ukraine. By the first night of the invasion, there were occupation troops everywhere, ready to stifle any Czech resistance. But Putin, until 2022 a careful poker player who won territories without any fighting at all, became a reckless gambler. He invaded Europe's largest country with a very small army of some 130,000, including field dentists. Hence, he had no powerful combat forces ready to intervene when the Kiev air assault gambit failed. What counts at the level of grand strategy are two sets of fundamentals. First is mass, population, economy, technology. Then mass x cohesion equals power. With no cohesion, there is no strength at all, even with a lot of Massachusetts. Second is what a country has abroad: allies, neutrals, enemies. As for its economy, Russia, though not a rich country, is entirely self-sufficient in food and energy. This is not true of most countries. The same G7 sanctions that could not stop Russia could stop Xi Jinping's China, which must choose between fighting wars and eating protein. Yes, more than a year of rice reserves and some months of frozen pork can be stored, but not the immense amounts of soya beans China imports to feed animals for milk, eggs, and meat. We all saw that Russia is weak in allies because instead of attracting neutrals to its side, it frightened them into joining NATO or at least to remain neutral. Russia is also weak in allies because, even though it has a navy, it is not a maritime power. Only the nearby Central Asian countries and Mongolia, facing an expansionist China, still need the counterweight of Russian power and duly fear its waning in Ukraine. But to succeed at the level of grand strategy, it would need something else: the willing cooperation of insular, peninsular countries and coastal countries that only a maritime power can have. But Russia still has sheer magnitude on its side. With many more people than any other European country, unless Putin changes his mind or loses power, he can keep trying and failing in Ukraine until he gets it right. Of its 2 million reservists, only 300,000 have been recalled to serve, of which 200,000 might reach the front. But 200,000 are enough to double the forces now fighting at the front. And once they catch up in combat experience, they could stop Ukraine's victories. In other words, Russia's mass means that it can lose many battles and yet still keep fighting. But victory remains unlikely. Russian successes, including the recent attack on Ukrainian power stations, with cruise missiles and Shahid-136 kamikaze drones, have been too few to offset the many operational failures of the last 250 days. In the Russian military tradition, stretching back centuries, a year or more of defeats were followed by victory only with the help of great power allies, as was true from Napoleon to the Second World War. This time, however, there will be no allies to rescue Putin. After Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine, Beijing's faithful lieges in Europe were quick to declare that China, perhaps even Xi Jinping himself, was the key to ending the war. The truth could not be more different. In the 13 months that followed, China's role has been scarcely greater than Montenegro's, where a number of wealthy Russians are sitting out the war, or Serbia's, which remains Russia's only true European ally. Xi's current trip to Moscow, then, is as much about saving face in Beijing as it is about bringing peace to Kiev. If he can turn his visit into a successful mediation that stops the fighting, even if it is just a ceasefire, Xi would not only win a Class A diplomatic victory on the global stage, but also remedy China's own war misfortunes. The primary reason for Beijing's initial claim to neutrality was that she was caught by surprise. Despite the no-limits strategic partnership he had proclaimed with Putin just 3 weeks before the war started, Putin was not to blame for this. He certainly had no intention of deceiving Xi. Rather, it was Putin himself who was deceived by his own FSB intelligence chiefs, who predicted that Kiev would fall swiftly, leading to Ukraine's total surrender. If this all seems foolish in retrospect, it was a foolishness Washington shared, where similar CIA intelligence prompted Biden's offer to immediately evacuate Zelensky. Yet for China, Russia's failure to rapidly conquer Ukraine was only the start of a series of very unpleasant surprises. First came the overnight transformation of NATO, from an obsolete Cold War pact into a forcefully expanding alliance. Finland and Sweden dispatched weapons even before applying for membership, while Japan sent financial aid as though it were a member state. Beijing was suddenly forced to recalculate the overall US-China balance of global power, a transformation made even more urgent after the British, French, German, and Italian governments promised to send warships to the South China Sea. Chinese propagandists who ridiculed such old-fashioned gunboat diplomacy could overlook the accompanying British and French nuclear attack submarines, but the Chinese Navy could not. The next unpleasant surprise came from the G7 grouping of the US and its major allies: Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, and the UK. Instead of hesitating while each country tried to safeguard its own export interests, they all immediately agreed to impose sweeping economic sanctions on Russia. It was instantly obvious in Beijing that while Russia would not be seriously harmed by the sanctions, because it is self-sufficient in both energy and food, China's position was altogether more perilous. It is the world's largest importer of animal feed and food, as well as of coal, oil, and gas. True, demand for the latter would collapse in the event of a war over Taiwan and the sanctions that would inevitably follow. Seaborne exports would end, as would the energy demands of China's vast export industries. But China's 1.4 billion people must still eat, and to feed them the country imports some 130 million metric tons of animal feed and food, including 95 million metric tons of soya beans alone. Under G7 sanctions, this vast traffic of thousands of bulk carriers would grind to a halt. Ships bound for China would no longer be loaded in the Pacific ports of the US and Canada, both major sources of soya beans, maize, and wheat, while the Atlantic ports of Argentina and Brazil, the other major sources of China's food imports, are an ocean too far for the China trade. With any form of war underway, it would be all too easy to dissuade the passage of China-bound ships across the Atlantic, around Africa, and through the Indian Ocean to the Strait of Malacca. This may all seem improbable, but Xi has recognized China's disadvantage. Just 2 days before his departure for Moscow, he issued a most urgent Directive No. 1, focused exclusively on food security. It started with an old slogan: "We must ensure that the Chinese rice bowl is firmly in our own hands at all times, with that rice bowl being filled mainly with Chinese grain." Before recognizing that China's population needs much more than cereals. They require meat and milk, which can only be produced if the entire agricultural economy is drastically improved to achieve self-sufficiency in animal feed as well, an aim that he promised would be achieved in the middle of the century. Not only does this suggest that any Taiwanese adventure will have to wait, but it confirmed that Xi finally understands his citizens are physiologically different from Mao's, who survived on very little when I lived in Beijing in 1976. Rice, wheat, sorghum, odd greens, bits of dried cabbage in winter, rare eggs, and, once a week, slivers of chicken or pork. No doubt this was brought to Xi's attention during last year's Shanghai lockdown protests, during which there were bitter complaints of starvation even though all had plenty of rice. More than a year after the G7 sanctions were imposed, Russians continue to eat as they did before. Had those same sanctions been imposed on China, they would have gravely endangered the survival of the regime. Faced with such unhappy prospects, Xi now has an opportunity to leap on to the very center of the global stage, If only he can persuade Zelensky and his government to negotiate an exit from the war by finally accepting that Crimea is lost, and that internationally supervised plebiscites, with refugees anywhere in the world all assured a vote, will be required in the Donetsk and Luhansk regions. Whatever their outcome, an end to fighting on these terms would take away nothing from Ukraine's very successful war of independence, which has gifted its people that priceless possession, a national myth in good working order. After Beijing's successful diplomatic entry into the Persian Gulf, entirely the result of the Biden administration's wrecking of the Saudi alliance, any agreement that she can pull off over Ukraine, even a brief ceasefire, would be a great diplomatic victory. It is fortunate, then, that Zelensky will not give Xi the opportunity. He does recognize that, after an end to the fighting, it is only with the help of the US and its allies that Ukraine can be reconstructed. What he still needs to recognize is that this point cannot be reached unless the war does end, in the only way that was possible all along, unless Vladimir Putin is ousted. We cannot wait until then to end the fighting. And neither, it seems, can Xi. It is very likely that his Moscow visit will result in nothing more than an under-the-table deal to quietly transfer 152mm howitzer ammunition and such, leaving Xi's problem unsolved. At a time when the Chinese economy is slowing down, with unprecedented levels of youth unemployment, the US and Japan are sharply increasing their military spending and consolidating an alliance that now fully includes India, as well as rearming Australia. It was, of course, Xi's own bellicosity that encircled China with enemies. It is too much to hope that visiting a beleaguered Putin in the Kremlin will induce him to change course. The Sino-Soviet relationship in the early years of the People's Republic of China, PRC, was extremely close and, in fact, similar in many respects to the Sino-Russian relationship today. The Chinese Communist Party, CCP, and Chairman Mao Zedong established the PRC in 1949 after winning a brutal civil war against the Chinese Nationalist Party, or Kuomintang, KMT, the remnants of which fled to Taiwan. The Soviet Union offered training, equipment, and other support to both parties throughout the war, wholly supporting the CCP only after it became clear that the CCP would win. Mao declared in July 1949 that China would lean to one side in supporting the Soviet Union and other countries in alignment with the global socialist movement. The Soviet Union became the first country to recognize the new communist Chinese state after Mao declared the establishment of the PRC on October 1, 1949. Soviet support for the PRC was crucial for the latter's legitimacy, security, economy, and technological advancement in its early years. The PRC and the Soviet Union signed the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance in February 1950 to solidify their relationship. The treaty obligated each country to immediately provide military and other aid to the other, by all means at its disposal, in the event of an attack by Japan or any state allied with Japan, in order to prevent a revival of Japanese imperialism. The treaty also obligated the signatories to refrain from joining alliances against each other and to develop economic relations. The PRC used trade and aid from the Soviet Union to rebuild after the destruction of the Chinese Civil War and Japan's invasion, 1937 to 1945. Soviet assistance was critical to building the PRC's domestic industry and military, including the early stages of the PRC's nuclear weapons program. The two countries were allies in supporting North Korea in the Korean War from 1950 to 1953. Despite some mutual mistrust, and PRC volunteer forces critically intervened with Soviet air support to rescue the North Korean regime from destruction by the United States and its allies. Sino-Soviet relations soured within a decade, however. Mao resented Stalin for his often condescending treatment of the PRC, but he staunchly defended Stalin's legacy against revisionist reforms by Stalin's successor Nikita Khrushchev, who took over leadership of the Soviet Union upon Stalin's death in 1953. Mao's cult of personality, his style of Marxist-Leninist governance, and his economic policies closely resembled Stalin's, so in some ways Khrushchev's de-Stalinization of the Soviet Union was also a repudiation of Mao. Mao feared that this policy would spread within the CCP. He also believed that Khrushchev was too conciliatory toward the West. Mao's PRC thus sought to take leadership of the global communist movement away from Khrushchev's Soviet Union. Differences in ideology and national ambitions culminated in a rupture in relations known as the Sino-Soviet split. The two states began to openly criticize each other in official communications and international communist meetings. The Soviet Union recalled all its technical specialists from the PRC and severed aid contracts in 1960, which conveniently allowed Mao to blame Khrushchev for the devastating famine that Mao's Great Leap Forward caused. Sino-Soviet relations in the 1960s were openly hostile. Beijing and Moscow competed for influence in the international communist movement, and the Soviet Union dramatically increased its troop deployment along the Sino-Soviet border. Sino-Soviet hostility peaked in March 1969, when Chinese People's Liberation Army (PLA) troops ambushed Soviet troops on the disputed Jinbao, Damansky Island in the Ushuri River, which formed part of the border. This clash and several others along the border killed at least several dozen people on both sides and led the Soviet Union to contemplate a preemptive nuclear strike on the PRC. The severity of the Sino-Soviet split opened up the possibility of rapprochement between the PRC and the United States, and U.S. President Richard Nixon met with Mao in Beijing in 1972. The United States and the PRC established diplomatic relations in 1979. Sino-Soviet tensions eased in the 1980s. Deng Xiaoping became the paramount, highest leader of the PRC several years after Mao's death in 1976 and pursued dramatic economic reforms, largely removing the ideological component of the Sino-Soviet divide. Deng defined an end to Soviet support for the Vietnamese invasion of Cambodia and a withdrawal of Soviet troops from the shared border and from Afghanistan as preconditions for the normalization of Sino-Soviet relations. The two countries finally resumed diplomatic relations in May 1989, when Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev met Deng and CCP General Secretary Zhao Ziyang in Beijing. The collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991 ended the Cold War and reset the Sino-Russian relationship. The PRC and the nascent Russian Federation upgraded their relations to a partnership of strategic coordination in 1996 and signed confidence-building agreements together with Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan, collectively known as the Shanghai Five, to facilitate military cooperation and reduce military presence along their shared borders. Russia and the PRC signed a treaty of good neighborliness and friendly cooperation in 2001, which lacked the mutual defense obligations of the 1950 treaty but nonetheless became the new linchpin of the Sino-Russian relationship. The treaty set the PRC's 5 principles of peaceful coexistence as the basis of the relationship, committed the two sides to resolving disputes peacefully, and laid the groundwork for bilateral cooperation in a variety of domains, including defense and counterterrorism. It also affirmed Russia's stance that Taiwan is part of the PRC. The two states also co-founded the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, in 2001, an organization consisting of the original Shanghai Five plus Uzbekistan, to promote regional economic and security cooperation. Moscow and Beijing's strategic relationship has continued to grow closer throughout the 21st century. The two resolved their remaining border disputes in 2004. They upgraded their relationship to a comprehensive and strategic partnership of coordination in 2011, the 10th anniversary of the 2001 treaty, then again to a comprehensive strategic partnership of coordination for the new era in 2019, and renewed their treaty on its 20th anniversary in 2021. Bilateral trade and cooperation grew exponentially over the same period. Russia exported roughly $10.1 billion worth of goods to the PRC in 2001, which grew to $49.5 billion by 2011 and $81.3 billion in 2021, all inflation adjusted to $2,025. PRC exports to Russia likewise grew from $2.9 billion to Russia in 2001 to $68.5 billion in 2011 and $86.1 billion in 2021, in $2025. The PRC is now Russia's largest trading partner for both imports and exports. Energy has comprised the largest portion of Russia's exports to the PRC, spurred by the PRC's economic and population growth. The PRC and Russia have cooperated on several major projects that deliver energy to the PRC, including the Eastern Siberia Pacific Ocean (ESPO) oil pipeline, the Power of Siberia natural gas pipeline, and the Tianwan and Zidapu nuclear power plants. The PRC views pipelines through Russia as a way to reduce its reliance on more vulnerable seaborne energy shipments. Sino-Russian relations had reached heights in 2022 not seen since the early 1950s. The dynamic between the two states has changed in two key ways, however. First, ideology is no longer a core factor in the relationship. Russia and the PRC have some broad ideological commonalities. As two revisionist authoritarian states that seek to end U.S. global dominance, but neither country's foreign policy is motivated by a desire to lead or advance global communism. The PRC, in particular, is deeply integrated with the global economy and has a large stake in maintaining trade ties with capitalist countries, even though it is still officially communist itself. Differences between Beijing's and Moscow's governing ideologies are unlikely to become a point of friction. Second, Russia has decidedly become the junior partner in the relationship, a reversal of the early Sino-Soviet dynamic. The PRC dwarfs Russia in economic and military might. It has assumed the Soviet Union's former role as the United States' chief geopolitical rival and pacing threat. Russia has become dependent on the PRC in a way that is not reciprocal. Russian trade with the PRC accounted for over 1/4 of Russia's total trade volume in 2022, but only about 3% of the PRC's trade volume that year. Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022 and subsequent international isolation have only exacerbated this dependency. It has also pushed Moscow and Beijing even closer together. Russia and the PRC notably are not formal treaty allies bound to each other's defense, but they have come to share a close strategic relationship built on military, economic, and diplomatic ties despite their complicated shared histories. Both the PRC and Russia define the Sino-Russian relationship as a comprehensive strategic partnership of coordination in the new era. 新时代全面战略协作伙伴关系 in Mandarin and отношения всеобъемлющего партнерства и стратегического взаимодействия in Russian. The strategic building blocks of their relationship have been formed on the basis of the 1991 Sino-Soviet Border Agreement and the 2001 Treaty of Good Neighborliness and Cooperation, but in many ways, the Sino-Russian relationship has deepened since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. Russia and the PRC issued a joint statement on international relations entering a new era and global sustainable development on February 4, 2022, 20 days before Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The joint statement defined Russia and the PRC as dominant world powers, stressed their roles as permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, UNSC, and decried the expansion of Western-led multilateral institutions such as NATO and AUKUS while emphasizing the expansion of Sino-Russian-led institutions like the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, and BRICS. It also enshrined the concept of a no-limits partnership with unbounded prospects for cooperation, although the actual boundaries of the relationship have become more evident since 2022. The joint statement affirmed Moscow's and Beijing's apparent commitment to the concept of multipolarity, a narrative ideal that both frequently invoke in relation to the war in Ukraine. The PRC's diplomatic approach to Russia's February 24, 2022, full-scale invasion of Ukraine, at least outwardly, was to posture itself as a neutral mediator. PRC Foreign Minister Wang Yi stated on February 25, 2022, that the PRC respects both Ukraine's and Russia's sovereignty, but that Russian concerns over NATO expansion must be recognized. Other authoritative sources, such as Central Military Commission Vice Chairman Zhang Yoxia and commentaries in the CCP newspaper People's Daily, explicitly referred to the war in Ukraine as a U.S. proxy war and blamed the United States and NATO for instigating it to maintain U.S. hegemony. Such statements are a direct reiteration of the long-standing and thoroughly debunked Russian justification for its invasion of Ukraine on the basis that it was an answer to alleged NATO expansion. They serve PRC goals by warning other countries, such as Taiwan, that being a pawn of the United States will lead to war. PRC officials avoided outright condemning Russian actions in Ukraine, even as they have maintained some level of diplomatic contact with Kiev. The PRC maintained an ostensibly balanced approach towards both Russia and Ukraine throughout much of the first year of the full-scale invasion. The Sino-Russian relationship had deepened by early 2023, however. Former Russian Security Council Secretary Nikolai Patrushev met with Wang in Moscow in February 2023 and stated that the development of a strategic Sino-Russian partnership is an unconditional foreign policy priority for the Kremlin. The PRC Ministry of Foreign Affairs published its 12-point peace plan for the war in Ukraine on February 24, 2023, which reiterated boilerplate calls for both Ukraine and Russia to respect each other's sovereignty, lift sanctions, and cease hostilities, once again taking a middling route as a supposedly neutral mediator. The PRC notably released this peace plan amidst growing warnings from U.S. intelligence sources that Beijing was seriously considering sending lethal military support to Russia, suggesting that the release of the peace plan may have been intended to distract from mounting indicators that the PRC was increasingly backing Russia. PRC President Xi Jinping traveled to Moscow to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin in March 2023. The two heads of state signed a joint statement by the Russian Federation and the People's Republic of China on deepening comprehensive partnership and strategic cooperation, entering a new era on March 21, 2023, which defined Sino-Russian relations as comprehensive, strategic, and at the highest level in history. Despite the joint statement, Xi and Putin offered slightly different interpretations of the Sino-Russian relationship in articles they authored for the Russian outlet Rossiyskaya Gazeta and the CCP's official newspaper People's Daily, respectively. Putin argued that Russia and the PRC are jointly building a partnership for the formation of the multipolar world order in the face of an aggressive and expansionist collective West, whereas she stressed the PRC's commitment to multipolarity without necessarily placing blame on the West. She notably did not mention the no-limits partnership that Putin likely desired, emphasizing an imbalance in the relationship that has remained a strategic point of tension for Russia. Putin and Xi's most recent series of engagements during the Russian Victory Day celebrations in Moscow on May 8 and 9 illustrate the interconnectedness of the Sino-Russian nexus in 2025. Xi's visit to Moscow marked the third official Putin-Xi engagement of 2025, including calls. The two signed a package of bilateral cooperation documents and released several joint statements highlighting Russia's and the PRC's historical and contemporary ties on May 8. One of the joint statements notably highlighted Russia's and the PRC's joint commitment to eliminating the root causes of the war in Ukraine to achieve a sustainable settlement, echoing similar language from a Xi-Putin joint statement in May 2024. Russian officials frequently invoke the concept of root causes of the war in Ukraine to signal Russia's maximalist war aims, including regime change in Kyiv and the complete crippling of the Ukrainian military. It is therefore noteworthy that the joint PRC statement utilized the same wording, suggesting a level of rhetorical alignment between Moscow and Beijing regarding Moscow's false justifications for its invasion of Ukraine. PRC officials use the term root causes much less frequently than Russia in advocating an end to the war, so its use in Xi-Putin joint statements emphasizes the PRC's growing closeness with Russia. ISW has observed the intensification of Sino-Russian relations against the backdrop of Ukraine in 6 major areas of cooperation. PRC support for Russia's defense industrial base, including through component shipments and direct drone development and production, satellite and space cooperation, geospatial intelligence sharing, joint military exercises, bilateral economic support, and political diplomatic coordination. The Sino-Russian nexus is thus defined through these 6 areas of cooperation. The PRC's support for Russia's DIB is the strongest example of how directly Beijing has become involved in the war in Ukraine. Russia's domestic DIB and production capabilities have been significantly hindered by a number of challenges created by the war and Putin's refusal to mobilize the Russian economy and society fully to support it, and Russia has turned to external partners, namely the PRC, Iran, and North Korea, to make up for its domestic shortcomings. Ukrainian officials have recently estimated that approximately 60% of all foreign components in Russian weapons found on the battlefield in Ukraine originate from the PRC. A report published by the Kyiv School of Economics, KSE, found that the PRC supplied 76% of Russia's battlefield goods in 2023 alone, emphasizing that the PRC is a key enabler of Russia's DIB through its provision of high-tech electronics, dual-use products, and industrial tools. Western military and intelligence officials have raised concerns over the PRC's direct inputs into Russia's DIB. A U.S. intelligence report released in April 2024 noted that the PRC had surged machine tools and microelectronics sales to Russia, which Russia was using to build missiles, tanks, aircraft, and other weapons. 90% of Russia's microelectronics came from the PRC in 2023, and nearly 70% of Russia's machine tool imports in the last quarter of 2023 originated in the PRC, according to the U.S. intelligence assessment. The United States also warned that the PRC was increasingly supplying dual-use components, such as drone technologies and nitrocellulose, used for the manufacture of gunpowder, to Russia as of April 2024. Radio Free Europe/Radio Liberties, RFE/RL Schemes Investigative Unit published a report in January 2025 detailing how PRC-based firms are directly supplying Russia with critical minerals needed for drone and missile production, including gallium, germanium, and antimony. PRC origin components are substantially augmenting the Russian war economy. ISW has compiled a dataset of 151 PRC-based entities that U.S., European, and Ukrainian sources report are providing components to Russian companies and entities involved in the Russian DIB. The sample set is drawn from sources such as the U.S. Department of State, the U.S. Department of the Treasury, European Council rulings, and independent investigative reporting. It was not possible with publicly available data to determine the precise quantity or value of components supplied by each company, but ISW identified the overall type of component that each company provided and the main type of weapon systems that contain these components. An analysis of the dataset found that the vast majority, over 72%, of PRC companies identified as enablers of Russia's war effort provided components that fall under the umbrella of electronics. The broad category of electronics includes various microelectronic inputs, servo motors, electronic integrated circuits, tantalum capacitors, and multilayer ceramic capacitors, all of which Russia is likely using in the production of critical military assets such as precision-guided weapon systems, drones, and glide bombs. The second largest component category, 19.6% of the sample set, includes manufacturing components, such as bearings, machine tools, carbon fiber products, pressure sensors, and microcontrollers. Manufacturing components go into the production of Russian armored vehicles, drones, glide bombs, naval vessels, precision-guided weapon systems, and more. Most components from the PRC-based entities go into the production of various unspecified Russian weapon systems, 36% of the sample set, drones, 33% of the sample set, and glide bombs, 12% of the sample set. Some companies produced components that went into multiple types of products. Some of the PRC-based entities providing these components to Russian entities are state-controlled or have explicit or partial links to the Chinese Communist Party, CCP. The RFE/RL schemes investigation found that some of the main PRC suppliers of critical chemicals to Russia include the Yunnan Linsong Xinyuan Germanium Industry Company, whose largest stakeholder and chairman is CCP member Bao Wendong. Schemes also linked the Vital Technology Group and Hind Technology companies to the provision of critical chemicals to Russia, both of which are in part PRC state structure-owned. The U.S. State Department released a sanctions list on January 15, 2025, that included the Wafangdian Bearing Company, a PRC state-owned enterprise that is allegedly supplying bearings to the Russian Aksionerno Obshestvo Taskom Freight Transport Company. The majority of PRC-based companies that are sending components to Russia are based in Hong Kong or in Guangdong Province, according to ISW's analysis of the component origin sample set. Both locations provide unique development and export benefits that make it relatively easy to obfuscate export flows. Hong Kong boasts a friendly business environment that allows the rapid establishment of companies with minimal transparency requirements. U.S. legislators have warned that Hong Kong has increasingly become a sanctions evasion hub due to its lenient policy of enforcing Western sanctions. The port of Hong Kong is additionally one of the busiest ports in the world, which can be used to obscure certain shipments in a high-traffic environment. Guangdong Province is an electronics manufacturing hub, which is noteworthy given that the vast majority of components that PRC-based companies are sending to Russia fall under the broad category of electronics. Other major ports, such as Shenzhen, are also located in Guangdong Province. PRC companies are likely leveraging Guangdong's status as a major trade hub to facilitate covert component exports to Russia. The PRC's robust, cheap, and low-tech commercial drone industry has reaped disproportionate benefits for Russia. The PRC has overwhelming dominance in the commercial drone industry, controlling 90% of the global market. Both Russian and Ukrainian forces use cheap PRC-produced dual-use drones, such as the DJI Mavic quadcopter, on the battlefield, but a New York Times investigation from September 2023 found that the PRC sent Russia at least $14.5 million in direct drone shipments from January to June 2023, compared to the $200,000 it sent to Ukraine in the same period. Russian forces have integrated such PRC-made drones into their wider drone arsenal, using them for strikes, reconnaissance, and anti-drone operations. The prevalence of PRC-made drones on the battlefield means that the Russian DIB can reallocate resources away from drone production and development and towards the manufacture of higher-end missile and air defense systems, for example. Tactical drone proliferation has also allowed Russia to husband artillery ammunition and munitions, as tactical drones can replace artillery in short and medium-range strikes. Russian and PRC companies may also be directly collaborating on drone production. Two anonymous European officials told Bloomberg in July 2024 that Russian and PRC companies were working together to develop an attack drone analogous to the Iranian Shahid model. The drone was still undergoing development and testing as of July 2024, and intelligence officials have not yet confirmed either its transfer to Russia or its use in Ukraine. Reuters, citing two unidentified European intelligence officials, later reported in September 2024 that Russia had established a drone factory in the PRC to develop and produce long-range attack drones for use in Ukraine. Reuters sources stated that Russian state-owned arms company Almaz anti-subsidiary IEMZ Kupol developed and tested the Garpia 3 G3 drone in the PRC with the help of PRC specialists. European Union (EU) diplomatic sources stated in November 2024 that the EU had conclusive evidence of this drone production scheme. Intelligence sources told Reuters that Russia had used G3 drones against military and civilian infrastructure in Ukraine as of September 2024, although PRC spokespeople denied the Reuters report and claimed that the PRC's strict drone export control laws prevent PRC companies from exporting such a system to Russia. Given the length of the PRC-Russian land border, however, it is not infeasible that Russian and PRC entities could be smuggling systems into Russia out of the oversight of PRC export laws. The PRC and Russia have been deepening their cooperation in the space and satellite realm since 2022. The Russian space agency Roscosmos and the PRC's Commission on the Chinese Satellite Navigation System initially signed an agreement on February 4, 2022, during Putin's state visit to Beijing on ensuring complementarity and satellite synchronization between the Russian GLONASS and PRC Beidou Global Navigation Satellite Systems, GNSS. Russian GNSS experts noted that this was an important step in the creation of a single international GNSS, which Russia and the PRC would presumably lead. Russia and the PRC then signed contracts in September 2022 allowing for the deployment of GLONASS stations in the PRC cities of Changchun, Urumqi, and Shanghai, and the deployment of Beidou stations in the Russian cities of Obninsk, Irkutsk, and Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky. 64 Increased alignment between Russian and PRC satellite systems can lead to increased interoperability between the two, including military interoperability, and also replaces Russia's need to integrate with US or European GNSS systems, GPS and Galileo, respectively, in the face of international sanctions over the war in Ukraine. GLONASS-Beidou alignment also grants both Moscow and Beijing a level of mutual protection and reassurance. Russia is reportedly developing a space-based anti-satellite weapon, and integration with Beidou would likely mean Russia will not use or threaten to use such a technology against the PRC. Roscosmos and the PRC's Chinese National Space Administration, CNSA, also signed a bilateral space cooperation agreement in November 2022, which the Russian government approved in November 2023 to be active through 2027. The 2023 agreement outlines 3 phases for the joint development of the International Scientific Lunar Station and joint exploration of the Moon's surface. Roscosmos head Yuri Borisov also claimed in March 2024 that Russia and the PRC are considering the delivery and construction of a nuclear power plant on the Moon in 2032 to 2035. An odd suggestion, but one that is indicative of both Moscow and Beijing's willingness to deepen bilateral strategic ties and posture against the West in space. The PRC has likely leveraged its satellite technology capabilities to provide Russia with geospatial intelligence. Bloomberg, citing anonymous sources familiar with the matter, reported in April 2024 that the PRC had provided Russia with satellite imagery for military purposes. Specifics of the type of geospatial intelligence remain unclear, but both Russia and Ukraine rely on geospatial imaging capabilities to develop situational awareness of the battlefield to plan offensive and defensive actions and conduct long-range strikes against assets in the opponent's rear. Russian photogrammetric technology company Rackers, which partners with the Russian Ministry of Defense, MOD, reported in April 2022 that it signed agreements for remote sensing and satellite data with PRC companies Head Aerospace and Spacity after Western remote sensing operators left Russia in response to the full-scale invasion. Both of these PRC companies grant Russia remote sensing capabilities that cover large parts of Ukraine, and Russia has doubtless integrated these services into its wider remote sensing capabilities to build battlefield awareness and plan various operations. Russia and the PRC are frequent partners in joint military exercises, increasing their interoperability and providing both with a platform to observe and experiment with tactical and technological lessons. Both Russia and the PRC also use joint military exercises as a form of tangible pressure against the United States and its allies, providing a harder edge to other soft power influence efforts. Russian forces and the PRC's People's Liberation Army, PLA, have participated in at least 31 bi- and multilateral aerial patrols, military competitions, and naval, Coast Guard, and multi-domain exercises since February 2022, according to CISA's China Power Project. The PRC also routinely participates in multilateral exercises with Russia and Iran. Russia has also been pursuing deepened relations with Iran since its invasion of Ukraine in tandem with its outreach to the PRC. Russia, the PRC, and Iran have participated in the annual Maritime Security Belt exercise in the Gulf of Oman in 2019, 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025. The most recent iteration, Maritime Security Belt 2025, took place in March 2025. Bilateral Sino-Russian military exercises and patrols have caused concern among Western intelligence services, particularly as they have intensified since 2022 as a clear form of pressure against the United States and its regional allies. Russia and the PRC conducted a 13-hour joint patrol exercises with PRC H-6K and Russian Tu-95 MS strategic bombers over the Sea of Japan and East China Sea on May 24, 2022, coinciding with former U.S. President Joe Biden's visit to Tokyo for a meeting with the Quad Coalition, Australia, Japan, India, and the United States. This was the first joint Sino-Russian exercise since Russia's February 2022 invasion of Ukraine, and senior U.S. administration officials warned that the exercise demonstrated the PRC's willingness to align itself with Russia against the backdrop of Russian aggression in Ukraine. 76 Russia's Eastern Military District, EMD, then hosted the Vostok 2022 exercises in Russia's Far East in September 2022. The PLA sent representatives of all three branches of its military to participate in Vostok 2022 for the first time in history, and the PLA's official PLA daily newspaper emphasized that the PLA's participation in the exercises was an opportunity to test and develop PLA capabilities and deepen trust with partners. Russia and the PRC also participated in the Northern/Interaction exercises in 2023 and 2024, which involved joint naval and aerial exercises in and over the Sea of Japan and the Sea of Okhotsk, and the joint sea naval exercises in the East China Sea in 2022 and 2024. Russia and the PRC also notably flew the first known joint strategic bomber patrol with two Tu-95s and two HSI-XS near Alaska in July 2024, briefly crossing into the Alaskan Air Defense Identification Zone, ADIZ. Trade between Russia and the PRC, which were already major trading partners before 2022, surged after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Their total bilateral trade value, adjusted for inflation in 2025 dollars, increased 46.7% from $174 billion in 2021 to a record high of $250 billion in 2023, according to PRC customs data. The jump was largely driven by Russia's need to sustain its economy and fuel its defense production amid heavy sanctions from most of the world's advanced economies. Russia's trade in goods with the European Union (EU), its largest trading partner before the war, dropped from $327.9 billion in 2021 to $71.6 billion in 2024. Trade in goods with the United States over the same period dropped tenfold from $42.6 billion in 2021 to $3.6 billion in 2024. Russia's energy sector dominates its export sector, including its exports to the PRC. Crude petroleum alone accounted for nearly half of Russia's exports to the PRC each year from 2021 to 2023, in terms of dollar value. The total value of Russia's mineral fuel exports to the PRC rose from $63.9 billion in 2021, out of $87 billion of total exports to the PRC, to $99.8 billion in 2023, out of $135.8 billion in total exports. PRC exports to Russia have also increased since the invasion, but are more diverse. The PRC exported $86.1 billion of goods to Russia in 2021, about half of which was electronics and machinery. This number increased to $115.8 billion in 2023, particularly driven by the auto industry. PRC car and truck sales to Russia increased over 1,000% in 3 years to a value of $23.7 billion in 2023. The vast majority of these imports are ordinary consumer goods or industrial machines and components. However, Russia notably uses PRC-provided dual-use products, such as electronics, machinery, and civilian vehicles, for military purposes in Ukraine. The dramatic trade shifts since the start of the Ukraine war have made Russia much more economically dependent on the PRC. Russian Deputy Prime Minister Alexander Novak stated that the PRC purchased between 45 to 50% of Russia's oil and fuel exports in 2023, functionally replacing Europe as the top customer for Russian energy. 86 on the other hand, although Russia overtook Saudi Arabia in 2023 as the PRC's top source of imported crude oil, the PRC imported only 19% of its crude oil from Russia in 2023 and did so at a significant discount. The PRC prefers to maintain a diverse array of suppliers or to be self-sufficient, particularly in industries it considers critical. Beijing has delayed approval of the Russia-proposed Power of Siberia 2 natural gas pipeline, likely in part for this reason, and in part to negotiate more favorable terms and prices with Russia. 88 international sanctions against Russia have hampered PRC economic support for Russia. However, 3 of the PRC's Big Four state banks and 98% of PRC local banks began to reject financial transactions in Chinese yuan from sanctioned Russian institutions after the United States announced in December 2023 that it was levying secondary sanctions on financial institutions that facilitate trade with Russia. Major PRC state-owned oil companies halted or reduced imports of Russian oil since January 2025 over concerns about U.S. secondary sanctions on Russia's shadow fleet of foreign-flagged tankers, with the state-owned Shandong Port Group banning sanctioned tankers from its ports. Beijing and Moscow are seeking ways to circumvent these restrictions, including through bartering and transshipments using unsanctioned ships, but PRC-Russia trade nevertheless slowed in 2024.91. Finally, Russia-PRC cooperation on regional economic initiatives has not lived up to the lofty rhetoric of their no-limits partnership. Russia has not been enthusiastic about Xi Jinping's flagship Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, a colossal infrastructure investment project intended to build regional connectivity and PRC influence across the world. Although PRC sources list Russia as a participant in BRI, membership in BRI is vaguely defined, and Russia has never publicly signed any BRI-related agreement. The BRI is a potential competitor for Russia's own Regional Economic Integration Initiative, the Eurasian Economic Union, EEU. Even though the PRC has signed agreements to link the BRI with the EAU. Additionally, the war in Ukraine has disrupted PRC plans to build rail links to Europe as part of the BRI, as many of these rail links would have passed through Russia and even Ukraine itself. As the only 2 members of the United Nations, UN Security Council, that are not aligned with the West, Moscow and Beijing are each other's most important diplomatic partners. This reality is reflected both in bilateral relations and in their overlapping multilateral initiatives. ISW has recorded, citing PRC readouts and news articles, that Xi Jinping has had 49 bilateral meetings or calls with Putin since he assumed the presidency of the PRC in March 2013. This is by far the most meetings she has had with any world leader, and more than double the number of meetings she had with U.S. presidents. The trend persisted after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. She has met or spoken with Putin at least 12 times since February 2022, compared to 5 or fewer times with leaders of all other countries. Both countries use the term Comprehensive Strategic Partnership of Coordination for the New Era, or equivalent translation to describe their relationship, following PRC conventions. The Shanghai Institutes for International Studies, SIIS, a PRC government-affiliated think tank, categorizes the relationship in the first, highest of 4 tiers of bilateral relations, 2 known as Special Comprehensive Strategic Partnerships. The PRC and the Russian Federation often cooperate in their efforts to reshape the international order for their benefit. The two are frequent UN collaborators. Neither has ever vetoed a resolution proposed by the other, and the PRC almost always sides with Russia or abstains from voting on resolutions that Russia vetoes. Beijing and Moscow were on opposite sides of a UN vote only once in the past 20 years. A resolution in November 2024 that called for a ceasefire in the Sudanese civil war, which Russia vetoed but the PRC supported. The two countries also collaborate in UN bodies, for example, using the UN Human Rights Council, UNHRC, to legitimize their opposition to unilateral sanctions under the pretext of protecting people from economic harm. The PRC portrays itself as a defender of the international legal order, but in reality wishes to reshape it in its own favor. It does so by claiming to be a champion of the Global South, a broad group of developing countries, including the PRC itself, that Beijing says are unfairly marginalized by wealthy Western nations. Russia has adopted similar rhetoric in recent years, often proclaiming itself part of the world majority in standing against Western neocolonialism. Beijing's and Moscow's approaches differ in that Russia objects to U.S. unipolar dominance of the world order on the grounds that other powers, such as Russia, are entitled to their own spheres of influence. The PRC, by contrast, publicly advocates for principles of respect for sovereignty and non-interference in other countries' affairs. These principles, as well as the value Beijing still places on trade relations with the West, are a major reason why the PRC did not endorse the Russian invasions of Ukraine and Georgia and has not recognized Russia's annexation of Crimea or regions of the Donbass, even though Russia endorses Beijing's claim of sovereignty over Taiwan. Moscow and Beijing also align in their joint or overlapping regional initiatives, many of which serve as alternatives or rivals to existing Western-led institutions. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, though lacking the mutual defense obligations of an alliance like NATO, is a mechanism for interstate cooperation on regional security threats such as terrorism and separatism. The SCO admitted India and Pakistan in 2017 and has expanded again since 2022 to include Iran and Belarus, two of Russia's biggest enablers in the war in Ukraine. The SCO is also an area of some tension between Russian and PRC interests. However, although Russia considers Central Asia to be part of its historic sphere of influence, the PRC has become the top trading partner for every Central Asian state and has grown its political influence in the region, benefiting from Russia's relative decline since the invasion. The BRICS economic grouping is another key area of cooperation. Russia and the PRC have used the organization to promote new international payment systems and trading currencies and weaken the dominance of the US dollar. BRICS expanded its membership in 2024 and 2025 to include 5 additional countries. Putin has touted this expansion as a counterbalance to the West's perverse methods. The inclusion of more countries in BRICS may dilute the ability of either Beijing or Moscow to control the organization's agenda. However, Putin's and Xi's bilateral engagements at Russia's May 8th to 9th Victory Day celebrations in Moscow showcase Sino-Russian alignment in the creation of an alternative, anti-Western bloc, despite both countries' frequent condemnation of bloc thinking and espousal of multipolarity. Russia and the PRC issued a joint statement on May 8th that highlighted their joint commitment to the creation of a Eurasian security architecture, which Putin first proposed with Xi's support in June 2024. Putin's envisioned Eurasian architecture is built on a number of multilateral organizations that Russia and the PRC dominate, such as the CSTO, SCO, and BRICS. Both Moscow and Beijing condemn Western-led institutions as inhibitors of multipolarity and instead advocate for the creation or empowerment of alternative institutions that they lead. Russia requires immediate material support to generate benefits from its relationship with the PRC to sustain its war effort. But the PRC has apparently decided that the longer-term benefits of aligning with Russia outweigh the potential costs of the relationship. This decision may be in large part because the PRC has much to learn from the war in Ukraine, particularly as it prepares itself for future wars and a potential Taiwan contingency. The PRC has not officially sent soldiers to fight in Ukraine in the way that North Korea sent soldiers in late 2024 to support the Russian defense of Kursk Oblast, but there have been reports of PRC nationals fighting alongside Russian forces in Ukraine. Reuters, citing unnamed former Western intelligence officials, reported on April 11 that Beijing had authorized an unspecified number of PLA officers to deploy to the theater in Ukraine to draw tactical lessons from the war. The officially sanctioned presence of PLA officers strongly suggests that the PRC has officially invested in learning lessons from the war in Ukraine. PLA military journals have provided ample evidence of the tactical, operational, and strategic lessons that the PRC hopes to learn from Ukraine. The war in Ukraine has been characterized by the proliferation of relatively cheap unmanned systems that have rendered the battlefield largely transparent, introduced new constraints on traditional mechanized maneuver, and decreased the efficacy of more expensive, exquisite weapon systems. The PRC recognizes that these technology-driven battlefield realities will characterize all future conflicts, including any potential PRC attack on Taiwan. Analysts from the PLA's National Defense University's Joint Operations College emphasize that, with the emergence and application of new technologies, drones will usher in a new round of development and play a greater role in future battlefields. PRC analysts have identified the leading role that small, low-cost unmanned systems have in Ukraine, noting that small loitering munitions, kamikaze-style drones, can destroy expensive high-value targets such as air defense radars. The proliferation of drones in Ukraine has also created the need for effective anti-drone capabilities, another adaptation that the PRC appears to be interested in implementing. Some PRC military analysts have noted, for example, that drone proliferation in Ukraine has underscored the need to combine mortar systems and portable electronic warfare (EW) systems, suggesting that the PLA utilize its new ultralight 120mm mortar system alongside mobile EW to counter incoming enemy drones. PRC state-owned defense conglomerate NATO announced in April 2025 that it had developed the world's first close-in anti-drone barrage weapon system, dubbed the Bullet Curtain. The Bullet Curtain is reportedly equipped with a 4x4 array of 35mm barrels that fire a curtain of bullets to intercept incoming aircraft, drones, and missiles. Narenko claimed that the Bullet Curtain is a groundbreaking innovation against drone swarms and high-speed missiles. The development of the Bullet Curtain suggests that the PRC has observed the reduced effectiveness of traditional EW to counter drones in Ukraine, as both sides have increasingly developed workarounds, such as fiber-optic cable drones, to resist EW jamming. The PRC likely hopes to leverage systems such as the Bullet Curtain when operating in a drone-dense combat environment. US and Taiwanese concepts for the defense of Taiwan heavily feature the use of cheap drones in repelling PRC attacks, and the PRC is evidently looking to lessons from the war in Ukraine to preempt this defensive technique. North Korea has emerged as an area of divergence between the PRC and Russia since 2022. The PRC and North Korea were each other's only formal treaty allies until 2024, bound by a 1961 treaty that they renewed in 2021. North Korea relied on the PRC for over 98% of its imports in 2023. The PRC has a stake in the North Korean regime's survival, not only because it is a fellow communist state but also because Beijing wishes to maintain a buffer zone between itself and South Korea, a U.S. ally that hosts 28,500 U.S. troops. Beijing has used its leverage as North Korea's sole patron to constrain Pyongyang's destabilizing behavior in the interest of maintaining stability on the Korean peninsula. The PRC hosted and participated in the six-party talks from 2003 to 2009 in an attempt to negotiate an end to North Korea's nuclear weapons program and repeatedly voted in favor of UN sanctions on North Korea until 2022. Even though it helped North Korea evade those sanctions, Pyongyang's belligerence and Beijing's attempts to control it have often led to tension in their relationship. Russia and North Korea have dramatically strengthened their relationship since 2022. North Korea is one of the few countries to openly support Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It sold Russia millions of artillery shells and hundreds of missiles throughout the war and recognized Russia's illegal annexation of Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson oblasts in 2022. Russia, in turn, dropped its opposition to North Korea's nuclear program. It vetoed a UN resolution in 2022 to tighten sanctions on North Korea and another UN resolution in 2024 to extend the mandate of the UN Sanctions Monitoring Committee on North Korea, effectively ending UN sanctions compliance monitoring. Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov called North Korea's nuclear program a closed issue and said denuclearization was off the table in 2024. Russia also began providing North Korea with technical assistance for its space program and possibly military programs, in violation of UN sanctions. Russia and North Korea signed a mutual defense treaty in June 2024 that is similar to the Sino-North Korean treaty. North Korea deployed 10,000 to 12,000 troops to Russia beginning in October 2024 to help Russia repel Ukraine's August 2024 incursion into Kursk Oblast. Russian and North Korean officials confirmed North Korea's involvement in April 2025 and justified it by invoking the terms of the 2024 treaty, interpreting Ukraine's Kursk incursion as a hostile invasion of Russian territory. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said that Russia is absolutely prepared to provide reciprocal military assistance to North Korea in the future. The PRC's relations with North Korea appeared to deteriorate starting in 2022. The PRC joined Russia in vetoing further sanctions on North Korea in 2022 and abstained from the vote on extending the monitoring committee's mandate, but angered North Korea by continuing to discuss denuclearization. Diplomatic exchanges between the PRC and North Korea, communication between leadership, and bilateral trade all declined in 2024, despite earlier commitments to enhance relations in various fields and jointly celebrate the 75th anniversary of their diplomatic relations. PRC officials have declined to comment publicly on the Russia-North Korea relationship, insisting that it has nothing to do with the PRC, but likely view it as destabilizing, as Russia's upgraded military and economic relations with North Korea reduce Beijing's leverage over Pyongyang. Beijing does not want North Korea to start a war or trigger increased U.S. military deployments to the region, even though it may see North Korea as a useful way to distract the U.S.-South Korea-Japan alliance from its focus on the PRC. Moscow has less interest than Beijing in maintaining stability on the Korean peninsula and may embolden North Korea to increase its bellicosity. Russia and the PRC are more strategically aligned now than they have ever been, and the benefits that both Moscow and Beijing can accrue from maintaining their cooperation outweigh the potential policy wedges that the United States can drive between the two. Both countries seek to challenge and upend the U.S. and Western-led world order and see their cooperation as mutually beneficial to accomplishing this long-term strategic objective. Russia's war in Ukraine is in many ways the biggest challenge to the U.S.-led world order of the 21st century, and the PRC's clear and increasingly one-sided support for Russia's war effort and wartime economy emphasize that Beijing has an interest in Russia winning the war, or at least not losing. Beijing likely sees the war as an opportunity to weaken the United States and its allies as Beijing's strategic competitors, including by occupying U.S. and allied attention, draining their resources, and undermining their credibility as security guarantors. The Sino-Russian nexus will experience tensions, to be sure, but the paths of Russia and China forward are unlikely to drift apart as long as both share the mutual desire to challenge Washington-led international norms and institutions. Russia's battlefield outcomes in Ukraine, as well as the United States' political, economic, and diplomatic responses to Russian aggression, will become one of the most defining factors shaping PRC considerations regarding aggression against U.S. allies. The security of the Indo-Pacific is therefore inextricably tied to Ukraine's security. A Russian victory in Ukraine will prove to the PRC that Western will and unity can be broken, and the PRC is likely to implement tactical and technological lessons learned from Ukraine to threaten Taiwan and further break the current world order. U.S. policy must not silo Ukraine away from its planning for future PRC-initiated conflicts, because neither Beijing nor Moscow see the world that way. The PRC has emerged as the definitively stronger partner in the Sino-Russian relationship, but appears largely uninterested in using its leverage to constrain or significantly influence Russia's behavior. Russia has become highly dependent on the PRC for both ordinary trade in goods and for critical minerals and components that support its defense industrial base. The PRC has exploited this dependency to extract favorable deals from Russia, including discounted energy. It exercises discretion in the extent to which it backs Russia's foreign policy behavior, for example, declining to recognize Russia's illegal annexations of Ukrainian territory since 2014 or endorse Russia's military actions, but on the other hand paying lip service to Russia's legitimate security concerns and Russian invocations of root causes of the war. Russia, by contrast, fully endorses the PRC's claim to Taiwan in Beijing's own terms, and at times has spoken against U.S. and allied support for Taiwan as violations of PRC sovereignty. Moscow and Beijing are each other's most important geopolitical partners in challenging U.S. global dominance, but the PRC is able to set the terms of the relationship and does not need to endorse even core Russian foreign policy priorities to maintain the partnership. The PRC has not used its leverage over Russia to constrain or significantly shape Russia's international behavior, in contrast to its approach to North Korea. PRC banks and other institutions have complied with some Western sanctions on Russian entities to the extent necessary to avoid incurring secondary sanctions that would harm their business interests. But at the same time, the PRC has worked with Russia to find workarounds. Beijing has appeared to push back on Russian actions in Ukraine in only one respect: repeated admonitions against using nuclear weapons, which Putin had threatened to do, or targeting nuclear power plants. The PRC's oft-espoused principles of peaceful coexistence and its desire to maintain healthy trade relations with developed countries have restrained it from openly endorsing Russia's aggressive imperialism, unlike countries such as North Korea and Iran that have openly supported Russia. The PRC aims to portray itself as a responsible great power and an impartial mediator in global conflict, explicitly in contrast to the United States and implicitly in contrast to Russia. It has emphasized that it is not a party to wars in Ukraine, the Middle East, or elsewhere, but advocates peaceful political settlements of these conflicts, often through existing global governance mechanisms such as the United Nations. The PRC contrasts its historic non-interventionism in foreign conflicts with U.S. foreign policy in order to present itself as a preferable alternative to U.S. hegemony. Endorsing or militarily supporting Russia's war of aggression openly would strongly undermine this message. So Beijing largely limits itself to providing economic support and dual-use goods to Russia that it can portray as normal trade relations. The PRC's own foreign policy behavior is much more cautious and less militarily aggressive than Russia's, with Beijing preferring to expand its regional control through long-term salami slicing and gray zone short-of-war activities that allow it to control escalation, rather than direct military intervention. Beijing also relies heavily on global trade and does not wish to jeopardize its trade relationships if possible. The European Union and the United States are much more important trading partners for the PRC than Russia is. The PRC would prefer to play a role in negotiating an end to the war so that it can burnish its reputation as a mediator, even though it is not truly neutral. Beijing's unwillingness to pressure Russia shows that PRC mediating an end to the war is not its top priority, however. Beijing, to date, has put forth two broad peace plans for the war but has failed to offer any viable, specific proposals that both sides will accept. It has repeatedly advocated for Russian participation in negotiations, for instance, refusing to attend a peace summit in Switzerland in June 2024 because Russia did not attend. It even defended European interests and advocated for Europe's participation in peace talks in March 2025. At a time when European countries felt sidelined by bilateral US-Russia negotiations and the PRC wanted to lure European countries away from the United States. The PRC likely does not have a strong preference on the timing and particulars of how the war in Ukraine ends, as long as Russia does not lose, because it can reap benefits from many possible scenarios without having to pay significant economic or reputational costs. It prefers outcomes that continue to hold NATO at risk. The PRC thus would prefer a definitive Russian victory, whether that victory is achieved on the battlefield or in a negotiated settlement. The definition of Russian victory, in this case, is not primarily about the amount of Ukrainian territory Russia is able to seize. Beijing very likely does not care about the precise location of the Russia-Ukraine border. Beijing would rather benefit from a victorious and resurgent Russia that has prevented Ukraine, a major Western partner, from joining a Western military alliance, and a Russia that is now able to set its sights on other European countries, including NATO members. The PRC could use Russia to contain NATO to the North Atlantic region, as it has strongly objected to any moves toward NATO involvement in the Indo-Pacific. A clear Russian victory would also undermine international confidence in the West's ability to defend partner countries, including Taiwan, from invasion by stronger powers. It thus would have direct negative implications for the U.S. relationship with Taiwan, Japan, the Philippines, and other Indo-Pacific coalition partners. An indefinite continuation of the Ukraine war would similarly serve some, but not all, PRC interests, however, by continuing to drain Western resources, distract the United States from the Indo-Pacific theater, teach Beijing lessons about modern warfare, and increase Russia's dependence on the PRC. A Russian defeat in Ukraine, particularly one that leaves Russia seriously weakened or destabilized, would be the worst-case outcome for Beijing. A definitive Russian battlefield defeat that involves pushing Russia out of occupied Ukrainian lands would likely create a severe political crisis that would force Putin to finally reckon with the domestic costs of his war that he has so far avoided. This political crisis would weaken one of the PRC's most reliable partners for decades. Political turmoil in Russia, the depletion of Russian resources and manpower in the war, and the humiliation of a costly defeat will make Russia less able to threaten Europe in the short to medium term, allowing the collective West to refocus its attention on building security and alliances in the Indo-Pacific. This outcome would also greatly bolster confidence in U.S. and Western security commitments, particularly for Taiwan, which, like Ukraine, lacks any binding defense treaties. A less total defeat for Russia may be one in which Russia keeps much of the land it has occupied but fails to achieve its objective of achieving regime change in Ukraine and turning Ukraine into a demilitarized, neutral buffer zone. Such an outcome would not satisfy the maximalist demands set forth by Putin upon the invasion of Ukraine. It would likewise demonstrate, albeit to a lesser degree than the first scenario, that Russian military aggression and threats failed to break Western resolve, a lesson that may weigh heavily on Beijing's calculus for pursuing aggression against Taiwan. After managing a strained smile and handshake for the cameras, President Xi Jinping walked away from Vladimir Putin with a face like stone. By most accounts, the recent meeting in Uzbekistan between the two leaders, who once spoke of each other as best friends and bosom buddies, was frosty. In a remarkable admission, Putin acknowledged that the Chinese leader had arrived with questions and concerns about the course of Russia's war in Ukraine. Putin promised to better explain our position on this issue, although we have talked about it before. Instead, Putin has decided to escalate further, announcing the mobilization of 300,000 reservists in an effort to salvage Russia's position as its forces flounder in the face of a sweeping Ukrainian counteroffensive. The mobilization, along with accompanying threats to use nuclear weapons if Russian territory is endangered, is unlikely to have improved Xi's mood. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman Wang Wenbin immediately called for a ceasefire. Foreign Minister Wang later pressed for mediation and every effort to strive for peace in the conflict, while China's ambassador to the UN Zhang Jun urged de-escalation and a political settlement as soon as possible. China's frustration with Russia is clearly growing. The conflict has left Beijing in an exceptionally awkward position. A short, sharp war that toppled the pro-Western Ukrainian government, i.e. what Putin appears to have originally expected, would undoubtedly have been a big win for China, severely undermining the unity and influence of the Western liberal order that it also seeks to overturn. It's possible this was the bright future she was told to expect when, just before the war, Putin met him in February and the two leaders signed a joint statement declaring there were now no limits to the China-Russia partnership. Fast forward to today, however, and the protracted conflict, and the exposure of the Russian army's simultaneous weakness and brutality, has turned into a serious headache for China. Diplomatically, Beijing has attempted to straddle the fence on the war by supporting Russia rhetorically and morally even as it refrains from providing it with any of the material support Moscow has begged for with growing desperation. Russia has had to settle for shoddy, second-hand armaments from North Korea and Iran instead of the high-tech kit from China that it probably expected to receive. Even Washington has, almost grudgingly, admitted that China has so far complied with its sanctions on Russia. The distinctly materialist Marxist-Leninist Chinese Communist Party, CCP, probably assumed its response would be appreciated around the world. Instead, no one is happy. The West has reacted with moral outrage that China hasn't openly denounced Russia, while the Russians doubtless privately seethe with a sense of betrayal, having discovered that our Chinese friends are tough bargainers, as Putin let slip. Overall, the war is increasingly turning into a diplomatic disaster for Beijing, helping to drive perceptions of China to record lows around the world. In particular, it has shattered previously close ties with Europe. The European Union is now preparing a series of measures targeting forced labor and economic coercion that are likely to limit the EU-China trade relationship. Even the once reliably friendly, some might say naive Germans are now rapidly rethinking their tight economic relationship with China. The newly elected Giorgia Meloni, soon to be Prime Minister of Europe's third-largest economy, is also a ferocious China hawk who is pledged to reconsider Italian support for China's Belt and Road Initiative and make Taiwan an essential concern for Italy. Meanwhile, once enthusiastic countries in Eastern and Central Europe, led by the Baltic states, have begun to drop out of diplomatic and economic arrangements with Beijing. And with the advent of the war worsening existing concerns about Xi's draconian zero-COVID policies, China has, as EU Chamber of Commerce President Georg Wuck recently pointed out, begun to rapidly lose its allure as an investment destination for European companies overall. For Xi, this could not come at a worse time. China is facing an exceptionally challenging economic outlook, including a worsening real estate crisis, a debt bubble totaling at least 300% of GDP, an unprecedented level of capital flight, and a youth unemployment rate already over 20%, not to mention the damage inflicted by rolling COVID lockdowns. China simply cannot afford to lose additional trade and investment right now, especially from an economic partner as large as Europe. Meanwhile, the broader inflationary and recessionary pressures unleashed by the war and Western energy sanctions threaten to badly limit the market for worldwide exports at the very moment they are most needed by China's struggling economy. Worst of all, China is only 2 weeks away from the 20th Party Congress, the defining event of the Chinese Communist Party's cutthroat internal politics. Held only once every 5 years, this will be the moment the party's next top leadership is selected, and the moment Xi makes a bid to remain in power beyond his allotted 2 terms in office, potentially setting himself up to rule for life. For 10 years, Xi has plotted and maneuvered to make this opportunity possible. And all he needs now is some stability and the chance to maintain a cultivated image of steady, all-knowing competence. But Putin has helped dash Xi's hope for an uneventful 2022, opening a chink in his carefully crafted armor. Last weekend, wild rumors that a coup had deposed Xi swept the internet. Elite military units under the command of a 105-year-old politician had taken over Beijing and placed him under house arrest. Military convoys were on the move across China. Flights canceled around the country were the result of mutinies or military maneuvers, not the weather. One of Xi's rivals was about to take charge. The whole regime was about to collapse. All of this speculation was baseless, and Xi soon reappeared to pointedly lead all his top colleagues around a museum exhibit on forging ahead in the new era. But the fact that the rumors seemed plausible to so many speaks to a growing view, inside as well as outside China, that events and his own policies may have left Xi vulnerable, or even cost him the mandate of heaven that legitimizes an emperor's rule. Even so, Xi remains in little danger of failing to secure a 3rd term, let alone falling from power. The analysis of a new database of CCP power networks by the Asia Society Policy Institute demonstrates just how completely he and his loyalists have managed to seize and consolidate control over the 3 crucial levers of hard power in China's Leninist system, what Mao Zedong famously described as the gun, the military, the pen, the propaganda organs, and the knife, the security and intelligence services. Xi may be increasingly vulnerable in a different way, however. While his own position appears relatively unthreatened, the same can't be said for his plan to pack the Politburo, the CCP's top 25 leaders, with his protégés and factional allies, ensuring his path to lifetime rule and completing his personality cult. Xi's economic mismanagement and strategic misstep of personally linking himself too closely to Putin have exposed him and his political faction to internal criticism in a manner that was almost unthinkable even 2 years ago. Xi had clearly hoped to replace his most obvious rival, Premier Li Keqiang, China's second-ranked leader, with his personal protégé at the party congress, but this now looks substantially less probable. It is now more likely that Xi will have to compromise by accepting the elevation of Wang Yang, a senior leader connected to Li's faction, to this position, as well as permitting the promotion of other reform-minded economic technocrats more sympathetic to Li throughout the system. There has also been evidence in recent months that pro-Russia cadres within the diplomatic corps are beginning to be sidelined in favor of more pro-Western figures. The formerly high-flying and vocally pro-Russian Liu Yuqing, who was once seen as a shoo-in as China's next foreign minister, was suddenly demoted this summer and removed from the foreign affairs system entirely. Those who have emerged as the most likely replacements for the position, including Ma Zhoushu, Xie Feng, and Liu Jie, all have deep career ties to Europe, the United States, and international institutions such as the UN. All this points to the possibility of an impending turn in Chinese policy. This doesn't mean she is likely to throw Putin under the bus anytime soon. Their high-profile friendship would make doing so disastrous for Xi's credibility. But Xi's patience with Moscow is clearly wearing thin. When Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu blithely declared on television last week that we are at war not only with Ukraine and the Ukrainian army, but with the collective West, faces in Beijing must have grown pale. This is not something China can afford to be prematurely dragged into right now. Instead, regardless of whether he is under pressure from other political factions within China, Xi currently has an incentive to stabilize relations with Europe and the United States as much as is still feasible, and to seize on all available sources of growth for the Chinese economy, at least for the coming year. By contrast, he has little incentive to be generous with Moscow. Now that Russia has been largely cut off from Western markets and suppliers, it needs China a lot more than China needs Russia. It's at least conceivable, then, that she could very well begin to privately pressure Putin to find a way out of the war and back to some semblance of global stability. Even if he doesn't, unless Russia can turn things around in a hurry, Beijing is more likely to try to cut its losses and take measures to selectively distance itself from Moscow as it prepares to make the best of a world in which Russian power and influence are significantly reduced. We may have already seen an example of this 2 weeks ago when Xi, just ahead of his meeting with Putin, flew to Astana and pledged that China would resolutely support Kazakhstan in the defense of its independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity, effectively evicting and replacing Russia as the Central Asian state's security guarantor and patron. China did not sign up for the massive blunder Putin's adventure in Ukraine has become, and she no doubt wishes the whole affair could simply go away. But Russia's flailing means he will face an increasingly stark choice. Either continue to draw away from Russia and its mess, or pivot dramatically and unleash enough Chinese military assistance to make sure Russia can win decisively, setting up an epical clash with the West. Fortunately, all signs currently point in the direction of the former. Neither the West nor its enemies are prepared to fight. I coined the phrase post-heroic warfare to acknowledge a new phenomenon: the very sharp reduction in the tolerance of war casualties. My starting point was President Clinton's 1993 decision to abandon Somalia after 18 American soldiers were killed in a failed raid. But in truth, post-heroic attitudes had already emerged, and not just in affluent democracies. In 1989, the Soviet Union, whose generals could once lose 15,000 men before breakfast without batting an eyelid, abandoned Afghanistan after 14,453 of its soldiers were killed over almost a decade. Nor was the post-heroic phenomenon strictly related to the merits, or lack thereof, of any particular act of war. Margaret Thatcher stayed up all night writing personal letters to the families of every one of Britain's 255 dead in the Falklands. But it did not mollify her critics, who argued that Britain should never have used force, even if it meant that Argentina would be allowed to conquer the islands. For decades later, it is even more obvious that we are living in a post-heroic age, to the great benefit of the West, at least for now. In 2022, Ukraine found itself fighting an enemy that could have mobilized its regular army formations, each with its quota of 18-year-old conscripts, and also recalled 2 million reservists. But Putin did neither, fearing the fury of Russia's mothers, who even under the restrictions of Soviet rule had successfully pressed for the withdrawal from Afghanistan. But for Kiev, the new post-heroic rules are only partly advantageous, and might even result in its final defeat. For while they have prevented an all-out Russian invasion, they also severely inhibit NATO's capacity to help Ukraine. On paper, NATO has some sizable armies, but when French President Emmanuel Macron called for arms and troops to be sent to Ukraine in February, his plea fell on deaf ears. Indeed, the Italian defense and foreign ministers went out of their way to publicly declare that they wouldn't send even one soldier to Ukraine, under any circumstances. In a similar vein, in spite of the severe economic damage that Houthi pirates in the Red Sea have inflicted upon European economies, only the U.S. Navy and the Royal Navy have responded in earnest, while Italy's Navy was only allowed to send one ship, despite suffering the greatest damage from traffic being diverted from the Mediterranean. The same is true of NATO's air forces. Only the US and UK have bombed Houthi weapon stores in Yemen, while no European air force has taken any action, not even the French with their base in Djibouti next door. The great question, of course, is why? Why is it that, with larger populations than ever before, our tolerance for casualties is increasingly low? Back in 1994, I offered a simple theory. The wars of history were fought by spare male children. Even as late as the mid-20th century, the average European family had several children. In agricultural households, one male could inherit the family's land, another might advantageously marry a landowning wife, and one more might go into the church or off to war. If he failed to return, the survivors might miss him most intensely, but the family would not be extinguished. Today, however, with the average fertility of women across Europe less than 2 and still falling, the EU average was 1.46 in 2022. There are no spare children. The extreme case here is China, with its fertility rate of 1.1. President Xi is, by all accounts, a bellicose man who enjoys threatening war against Taiwan. And yet, curiously, in 2020 he took 8 months to reveal that 1 PLA officer and 3 soldiers had died during the fighting on India's Ladakh frontier. During that period of official silence, the families of the 4 were rehoused and provided with welfare payments or better jobs. The officer's wife, who taught piano in a village school, was elevated to the Xi'an Conservatory of Music, with a new house to go with it. Each of the 4 also became the subject of dedicated media campaigns, which portrayed the youngest as cinematically good-looking and the officer as so conscientious that, up in cold Tibet, he would wake up before his soldiers to prepare hot water bottles for them. Later, the names of the 4 were added to many highway bridges to remind all of their sacrifice. Why the grand acts of remembrance? The answer is demographic. Thanks to China's one-child policy, imposed in 1980 with the abundant use of forced abortions, the 4 deaths extinguished 8 family lines. The good news, then, is that because of China's low birth rates, the post-heroic syndrome makes it unlikely that Beijing will act on its pugnacious threats. Given the regime's most elaborate response to 4 combat deaths, how could it cope with the 4,000 that might be lost in one day in a war for Taiwan? Incidentally, Iran is also suffering a crisis in fertility. It was only 1.7 when last measured, way below the replacement rate, with many of the births among restive minority populations rather than Persians. But Tehran has found an effective remedy. It arms, trains, and funds expendable Arab militias while being extremely careful with its Persian manpower. As for Israel, it is the only country in the world where even secular, university-educated, professionally employed, married women have 2 or more children on average, with more than 3 children on average for the religious. This high fertility rate is the fundamental reason why Israel is not post-heroic and will not be forced to abandon its current military plans because of combat casualties. This is especially important because the war started so badly, and because urban combat becomes so deadly once tunnels are added to the usual perils of high-rise snipers and alley mortar crews. In the immediate aftermath of the October 7th atrocities, most Israelis were very eager to fight, including all those reservists with families who flew back from their homes in Silicon Valley or New York to rejoin their old units. Now, however, that initial enthusiasm has waned. Only the new recruits who have just finished their combat training are eager for action, while many are fed up with a war that in Gaza now only makes incremental advances. As for the Israelis who face Hezbollah in the north, almost daily attacks seem set to continue without end, leading to calls for more decisive action. But the total number of Israeli war casualties, tragic as each death is for family and friends, does not weigh on the nation as it would if it had fertility rates at Chinese or even Iranian levels. For the rest of the West, meanwhile, these new post-heroic limits raise a question that nobody is willing to confront in earnest. Why keep armies that will never be asked to fight? The fact that so many European units have served in Afghanistan and Iraq does not prove anything at all, because in most cases their governments ensured that they would not be employed in raids or assaults, limited to cautious patrols close to their heavily fortified bases. At least one NATO government sent intelligence agents to pay off the local Taliban to allow patrols to proceed unmolested. As for the European troops serving in the United Nations peacekeeping force in Lebanon, UNIFIL, established to ensure that Hezbollah stays well away from Israel's border, they are considered war-experienced veterans when they return to their respective armies. But this overlooks the fact that UNIFIL has not even tried to keep Hezbollah from the border, for the simple reason that no UNIFIL battalion is willing to confront even the smallest Hezbollah infiltration. The result is that, all across Europe, entire military institutions are colluding from top to bottom to sustain the illusion that they are capable of combat, which is now only true in rare cases, such as with Britain's shrunken but still combative armed forces. But to some extent, the same can be said of their adversaries in Russia and China. In our current post-heroic age, everyone's calculations of the true balance of power need to be revised. War is the domain of paradox, contradiction, and boundless surprise. It is not merely because of ignorance or stupidity that military history is a record of crimes, follies, defeats, and very few victories worth their cost. Even so, the Ukraine war is exceptional in the amplitude of its paradoxes, the extremity of its contradictions, and the magnitude of its surprises. For the post-pacifist German mainstream, the most bitter paradox of all is that the Russians might not have attacked Ukraine had they foreseen Germany's response. That the Bundestag would cancel the new Russian gas pipeline, invest in regasification terminals, send weapons to Ukraine, reaffirm its fealty to NATO, and move to drastically upgrade its armed forces with a €100 billion injection. The Russians could not possibly have known these things. The day before Putin launched his invasion, the German government declared that the new Russian gas pipeline would be inaugurated no matter what, and that they would send no weapons to Ukraine. It even affirmed it would prevent Estonia's delivery of 122mm howitzers to Kiev because those guns had briefly belonged to Germany when the West German army absorbed East Germany's. Yet more egregiously, Germany also denied overflight permission for British transports delivering weapons to Ukraine. As for NATO, Germany reiterated its refusal to spend 2% or even 1% of its GDP for defense. If there were to be collective defense at all, let it be European, and directed by the decidedly civilian European Commission. In that remote past of a month ago, those were all decidedly mainstream preferences throughout Europe, albeit with a north-south divide. Denmark, Finland, Norway, and Sweden had all resurrected their ancient Baltic connections and therefore viewed Russia as a live threat. But in Italy and Spain such attitudes were rare, and declared Putin admirers could become ministers in coalition governments. As for France, Macron did not oppose the effectively pro-Russian stance of the German government because he also wanted a European defense, led by France, of course, as the only European nuclear power. All this has now slipped into oblivion in today's Europe, where NATO centrality and its US leadership are largely uncontested. The Russians assessed NATO as weak because it was weak, and therefore attacked Ukraine. Yet because they attacked, NATO is stronger than it has been for decades. In every country's military, the equally abrupt reversals are causing no end of trouble for the staff officers and civil servants working on next year's budgets. The infantry is once again the queen of the battlefield, empowered as it is by anti-tank missiles that pursue armored vehicles until they destroy them, and by portable anti-aircraft missiles that are the doom of helicopters, even if they cannot intercept much faster jets. This means that current combat helicopter and armored vehicle purchases should be cancelled until they can be redesigned with much better protection. That is, active defenses that detect and intercept the incoming missiles, a process that might take years. So far, only Israel has active defense systems for its armored vehicles. By contrast, killer drones that can reliably destroy armored vehicles and anything else beyond the horizon are grotesquely underfunded given their demonstrated combat value, largely because they are captive to Air Force priorities, set by pilots and ex-pilot senior officers. Only with political intervention can the stranglehold of the flying fraternity be overcome. They are today's reactionary horse cavalry that resisted tanks in the 1920s. But the main thing, of course, is to have more infantry and to train it very well, and that raises the need for compulsory military service, which only Sweden has confronted so far by reinstituting it. Because NATO has not instituted a no-flight zone, for the excellent reason that it would lead to air combat that the loser might try to nullify by escalation, and with everything happening much too fast for adult supervision, no new air combat lessons have been learned. While the heroism of Ukrainian pilots flying older models of Russian aircraft against newer models is highly admirable, it adds nothing that is not already written in the Iliad. At the level of grand strategy, the largest and by far most consequential discovery is that in spite of decades of talk about the diffusion of power, particularly with the rise of China but also of Turkey, Iran, Brazil, and South Africa, it is still the same old G7 countries that hold the keys of the world. Once the US, Canada, Japan, the United Kingdom, and the European Union make a decision, any country can be cut off from world finance and most of world commerce. Russia's Aeroflot, for instance, had to stop flying abroad because its aircraft are leased from Western companies, and the money transfer sanctions blocked its payments to them, leading to the confiscation of its aircraft if they land outside Russia. That would not bother the Chinese, whose airlines do not depend on foreign lessors. But by the second day of the Ukraine war, Beijing realized that China also lives in a G7 world, with its economy utterly dependent on the daily arrival of bulk carriers loaded with animal and human food from the US, Canada, Australia, Brazil, and a slew of other countries. China's economy was self-sufficient if miserably poor in 1976 when I first visited, with a population on the edge of malnutrition. But today's citizens will not grin and bear it without their meat, eggs, or milk. Last year, Xi Jinping's naval groupies, including the jovial retired Admiral Luo Yuan, suggested that the U.S. could be scared off from defending Taiwan against a Chinese invasion by sinking a U.S. warship or two, perhaps even an aircraft carrier. Now she must realize that if a U.S. warship is sunk, the supply of animal feed would end. Finally, for the United States, the greatest lesson of immediate importance is that its foreign and defense policies are drastically degraded by the lack of basic intelligence about foreign countries. Not because the CIA fails to steal their war plans, but because it cannot acquire elementary situational awareness. This is an inevitable consequence of a cultural collapse. In the old days, a CIA officer appointed to serve in a foreign country whose language he did not know would apply himself furiously to learn as much of it as possible. But now, very few CIA officers speak any foreign language. Their superiors do not demand that they learn them, and they themselves are too busy chatting with each other to talk with the locals, other than with English-speaking local counterparts who mostly tell them what they want to hear. This is why Biden paid a high political price for the effortless Taliban conquest of Afghanistan and the rapid fall of Kabul. The CIA told the White House that the Afghan army would hold out on its own for much more than a decent interval, for years perhaps, and said nothing at all to suggest that it might crumble without a fight. Not knowing Tajik, Uzbek, or any Pathan dialect, the CIA officers who uselessly served in Kabul from their offices did not overhear the jokes on the street about the Afghan army, or hilarious accounts of how incompetent fools could become instant officers by paying a modest bribe. Because American generals, including media star David Petraeus, flatly refused to call upon the regiments of Pathans, Tajiks, Uzbeks, and Hazaras who might fight out of ethnic solidarity, instead creating a mythical national Afghan army, the result was a fraud from day one. When the time came, they did not fight or even flee. They handed over their US-supplied weapons to the Taliban. In Kiev, exactly the same thing happened, but in reverse. Just as in Kabul, we had CIA officers with no situational awareness. They did not listen or understand or even speak Ukrainian. They proclaimed it unnecessary because everyone speaks Russian, before sheepishly admitting that they themselves did not. Hence, the CIA told the White House that Zelensky would flee, that the government would dissolve, that the Ukrainian army would not fight, and that the Russians would control Kiev in 24 hours. Since the White House still gave credence to the CIA in spite of its long history of incompetence, it ordered the urgent, even panicked evacuation of the U.S. diplomatic mission to Lviv. Had they had any idea at all, they might have noticed that the Russians proposed to invade Europe's largest country with very few troops, 150,000 compared to the 800,000 sent into far smaller Czechoslovakia in 1968, and told the White House that with a bit of help the Ukrainians would contain the invasion. But the CIA is highly professional in its press relations, and sure enough, the New York Times promptly published an article that featured former intelligence officers highlighting the impossibility of ascertaining fighting spirit. It was as neat an illustration as any of why Kabul fell, and why Kiev could too. Unless the U.S. remedies its CIA problem by emptying out and fumigating the place, before restaffing it with people who care enough about the world to learn its languages, the U.S. will continue to fly blind and crash into the next Ukraine. When the Cold War ended, many realists expected the United States to retrench and demobilize. Instead, while drawing down some of its military forces, the country did the opposite. The United States waged war to expel Iraq from Kuwait, intervened in the Yugoslav Civil War, and promoted the expansion of NATO to include Eastern Europe and, many hoped, until Russia violently intervened, Georgia and Ukraine. Following the al-Qaeda attacks of September 11, 2001, the United States not only went to war against the Taliban regime in Afghanistan, but also engaged in wars of choice to topple Saddam Hussein in Iraq, Muammar al-Gaddafi in Libya, and Bashar al-Assad in Syria, while adding U.S. participation in Saudi Arabia's war in Yemen. The United States is now engaged in more simultaneous small wars on more fronts than at any point in its history. In The Great Delusion, Liberal Dreams and International Realities, political scientist John Mearsheimer argues that the disappearance of the constraints imposed by Cold War bipolarity vouchsafed the United States the luxury of trying to reshape the world to conform to America's domestic political creed of liberalism. Mearsheimer, a professor of political science at the University of Chicago, has written extensively on international relations from a realist perspective, including the tragedy of great power politics. Now he offers his most sweeping analysis of America's purpose. The gravamen of his argument focuses on the exceptional circumstances that emerged after 1989, when America was not simply primus inter pares but emerged as the sole superpower. According to Mearsheimer, occasionally a liberal democracy encounters such a favorable balance of power that it is able to embrace liberal hegemony. That situation is most likely to arise in a unipolar world, where the single great power does not have to worry about being attacked by another great power since there is none. Then the liberal sole pole will almost always abandon realism and adopt a liberal foreign policy. Liberal states have a crusader mentality hardwired into them that is hard to maintain. This has led the United States, the only liberal superpower in history, or one of two, if 19th century Britain is counted, to adopt a strategy of liberal hegemony, in which a state aims to turn as many countries as possible into liberal democracies like itself while also promoting an open international economy and building international institutions. Mearsheimer writes, with the end of the Cold War in 1989 and the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, the United States emerged as by far the most powerful country on the planet. Unsurprisingly, the Clinton administration embraced liberal hegemony from the start, and the policy remained firmly intact through the Bush and Obama administrations. Mearsheimer predicts that liberal hegemony will not achieve its goals, and its failure will inevitably come with huge costs. The chief barrier to the realization of the dream of a global society of liberal democracies is nationalism, a particularist ideology from top to bottom. Consequently, nationalism and realism almost always trump liberalism. In recognition of this fact, Mearsheimer argues, the United States should abandon its post-Cold War grand strategy of liberal hegemony in favor of a less interventionist strategy of restraint. Much of the book is devoted to a history of liberal political and social thought in the Western world as a whole. Mearsheimer assigns, some might say shoehorns, a number of thinkers into two categories: expansive progressive liberalism and modus vivendi liberalism, a term he borrows from the philosopher John Gray, who may be surprised to find himself in the same bunkroom in the liberal camp as Friedrich Hayek, Adam Smith, and John Locke. Mearsheimer's emphasis on big-name authors from academic curricula could be criticized for leading him to neglect non-academic traditions like social gospel Protestantism, which arguably has had more influence on the attitudes of American liberal Wilsonians. But these are quibbles. Mearsheimer's proposed alternative of restraint is unlikely to be adopted for two reasons. The first is the division of realists themselves among rival camps, whose adherents would not be able to agree on a single realist alternative to liberal hegemony. The second is the increasing fusion of geopolitics with geoeconomics in areas like trade, immigration, and innovation policy, a subject about which American academic realists of all denominations have had little to say. Mearsheimer defends the school known as offensive realism against its sibling rival, defensive realism. Offensive realism owes its name not to the fact that people find it offensive, though liberals, libertarians, Marxists, and others do, but to the assertion that states, given the opportunity, are likely to try to maximize their relative power, out of fear that others will do the same and are justified in doing so. According to Mearsheimer, the structure of the international system often forces great powers to engage in intense security competition and sometimes initiate wars. International politics is a nasty and brutish business, and not just because misguided liberal ideas or other malevolent domestic forces influence states' foreign policies. Great powers occasionally start wars for sound realist reasons. Appropriately, Mearsheimer's earlier summary of offensive realism is entitled The Tragedy of Great Power Politics. This pessimistic vision of world politics as a Hobbesian bellum omnium contra omnes is rejected by many defensive realists. Mearsheimer, for example, alludes to an article by Charles Glazer entitled Realists as Optimists. He quotes Sebastian Rosado and John Schuessler defining defensive realism as a recipe for security without war, and Mark Trachtenberg stating that power is not unstable. The two academic schools of realism differ when it comes to the question of whether a state, given the opportunity, should pursue hegemony, defined as unbalanced or preponderant power in the interstate system. The offensive realist answer is yes, if you can get away with it. In spite of his critique of liberal hegemony, Mearsheimer is not necessarily against American hegemony or primacy as such. He notes that the rise of China raises the possibility that the United States would have to compete with a potential peer competitor, a situation no great power wants to face. It would be better to retain the unipolar world, even though it would tempt American policymakers to stick with liberal hegemony. When it comes to shares of world power, offensive realists agree with Mae West, too much of a good thing can be wonderful. By contrast, defensive realists reject this reasoning, on the premise that any overmighty power will inevitably be cut down to size by a counterbalancing coalition of other great powers. As evidence, they point to the coalitions that thwarted the bids for European hegemony of Charles V, Napoleon, the Kaiser, Hitler, and the Soviet Union. But does history really show that attempts to amass disproportionate power are doomed in advance? The rise of the United States would appear to refute this view. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, the British and French did not intervene militarily to prevent the United States from expanding across the continent by defeating Mexico in 1846–48, thwarting Southern secession during the American Civil War, and then establishing its own sphere of influence in North America. Following the Cold War, China and post-Soviet Russia sought to boost their power at the expense of the United States, but America's European and East Asian allies did not band together to balance American power. When one looks at world history as a whole, rather than focusing narrowly on Europe between 1648 and 1989, the argument that anti-hegemonic balancing is a more or less automatic feature of systems of multiple states collapses. As the British scholar Martin White observed, state systems are the exception in history and empires the norm. The warring state system of ancient China gave way to the Chinese Empire. The Hellenistic state was incorporated in Alexander's Macedonian Empire and then, after a period of fragmentation among Hellenistic kingdoms, into the Roman Empire, part of which, in the form of the Ottoman Empire, lasted until World War I. Arguably, the survival of multiple independent states in a competitive state system in Europe was a fluke, owed to the intervention of flanking powers which were themselves not balanced by strong powers Russia, Britain, and later the United States, as the German scholar Ludwig de Hio argued in The Precarious Balance. In other regions, successive rounds knocked out competitors until the last opponent of the power that unified the area was defeated. To the Mae West theory of offensive realism, we might add the Agatha Christie theory of the high mortality rate of competitive state systems, and then there were none. If defensive realists are mistaken to assume that balancing potential hostile hegemons is the normal behavior of most states, rather than bandwagoning with the threatening power to appease it or buck-passing, hoping other powers will do the hard work of thwarting the bully, then the case that the United States can significantly scale down its military budget and minimize its alliances without any major loss in security may seem risky, even to those not engaged in threat inflation on behalf of Pentagon and other foreign policy bureaucracies. To offensive realists and defensive realists, restraint means different things. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology scholar Barry Posen has made the most impressively detailed contemporary case for defensive realism in restraint, a new foundation for U.S. grand strategy. Like Mearsheimer, Posen rejects liberal hegemony. But Posen goes beyond Mearsheimer to reject hegemony in any form as a legitimate goal of U.S. grand strategy. Earlier this year, in an essay in Foreign Affairs, Posen wrote, "Breaking with his predecessors, Trump has taken much of the liberal out of liberal hegemony. He still seeks to retain the United States' superior economic and military capability and role as security arbiter for most regions of the world, but he has chosen to forego the export of democracy and abstain from many multilateral trade agreements." In other words, Trump has ushered in an entirely new U.S. grand strategy, a liberal hegemony. Defensive realist proponents of a scaled-down foreign policy of offshore balancing want a grand strategy other than U.S. hegemony in any form, liberal or illiberal. In 2016, Mearsheimer himself co-authored an essay in favor of offshore balancing with another leading realist thinker, Stephen Walt, in Foreign Affairs. But the logic of Mearsheimer's offensive realist approach might lead one to conclude that some version of what Samuel Huntington in a 1993 essay in International Security called international primacy is preferable not only to liberal hegemony, which risks doing too much, but also to offshore balancing, which risks doing too little, too late in response to the rise of a regional or global hegemon outside of North America. Indeed, in their essay, Mearsheimer and Walt argue that their version of offshore balancing would preserve American primacy. This is Mearsheimer's own conclusion in The Great Delusion. Moreover, realism dictates that the United States should seek to remain the most powerful state on the planet. It should maintain hegemony in the Western Hemisphere and make sure that no other great power dominates its region of the world, thus becoming a peer competitor. Still, a foreign policy based on realism is likely to be less warlike than one based on liberalism. On examination, then, the proposed American strategic alternatives of restraint or offshore balancing are defined in varying ways by different realists, proving that the logic of structural realism extends to academic international relations departments. The success of American realist thinkers in overthrowing the dominant liberal hegemonic consensus would likely be followed by conflict among the former allies. In addition to internal disagreements, a factor that is likely to limit the influence on American foreign policy of a restraint school is the focus of most academic realists on traditional military threats to the neglect of trade, economic development, and industrial policy. To be fair, neorealists do pay attention to industrial capability as one of a number of attributes that would qualify a great power as a pole in a system. But with some exceptions, including the late Robert Gilpin, American International Relations, IR thinkers have not had much to say about industrial development. That is surprising, given the obsession of practitioners of realpolitik throughout history with improving the economic capacities of their city-states, empires, or nation-states. From Alexander Hamilton through Henry Clay to Abraham Lincoln and William McKinley, tariff-based import substitution and national infrastructure development along with foreign policy were united in a plan to turn the United States into a major power, equal or superior to industrial Britain. Protectionist economic nationalism was also central to the realist strategies of Otto von Bismarck and the Meiji reformers. Far from being based on free trade and labor mobility, the world economy in the period studied most by academic neorealists, from the 17th century to 1945, was the heyday of mercantilism and colonialism, in which trade wars and military wars were treated as legitimate and complementary tools of strategy. If you list famous Western realists, Hamilton, Benjamin Disraeli, Bismarck, Charles de Gaulle, you will not find a free trader among them. Of all American presidents, William McKinley suffers the most from the gap between his historical significance and his public reputation. The 25th President of the United States, he was elected in 1896 and assassinated by an anarchist, Leon Zalgas, in 1901, 6 months into his second term in office. Few presidencies have been as consequential. In domestic politics, his election in 1896 and re-election in 1900 marked the decisive defeat of the Jeffersonian agrarian populism of William Jennings Bryan in favor of the Hamiltonian vision of an urban industrial society organized on the basis of corporate capitalism. He inaugurated 4 decades of Republican domination of the federal government, a political realignment on the scale of those that followed the presidencies of Andrew Jackson and Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He led the United States in the Spanish-American War, gaining Cuba, Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines as American protectorates, obtained the annexation of Hawaii as a U.S. territory, which became a state in 1959, and laid the groundwork for the construction of the Panama Canal. The open-door policy of his administration was followed in time by America's commitment to defending China's territorial integrity against Japan in World War II. A former arch-protectionist, as president he began the pivot away from infant industry import substitution toward a strategy of reciprocal trade liberalization that was more appropriate for the United States, which had become the leading industrial economy in the world. McKinley, in short, presided over the transition from Lincoln's America to the America of Theodore and Franklin Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson. Despite his historical importance, McKinley hardly exists in the popular consciousness of contemporary Americans. There have been attempts to revive McKinley's reputation in recent years by George W. Bush's campaign advisor Karl Rove, who hoped that his boss, like McKinley, would inaugurate a long era of Republican dominance, and by Kevin Phillips, who admires McKinley as much as he despises the Bush dynasty. Now Robert W. Mary, a distinguished journalist and historian and former editor of this magazine, provides a superb study of this neglected American statesman in President McKinley, architect of the American century. Mary has written a traditional biography, not a polemic with its eye on the present like those of Rove and Phillips. Mary, the editor of The American Conservative and the author of numerous well-received books on American history, unites impressive archival research with astute judgments to offer a riveting portrait of McKinley. He covers a vast amount of territory, focusing on the link between McKinley's rise and the formation of the modern Republican Party. But Mary is also cognizant of the challenge that he faces, not least the bad luck that the quiet, self-effacing McKinley, a Civil War veteran known throughout his life as the Major, was succeeded in the White House by one of the most flamboyant characters in American history. Impetuous, voluble, amusing, grandiose, prone to marking his territory with political defiance, Theodore Roosevelt stirred the imagination of the American people as McKinley never had. To the Major's solidity, safety, and caution, The Rough Rider offered a mind that moved by flashes or whims or sudden impulses, as William Allen White described it. He took the American people on a political roller coaster ride, and to many it was thrilling. The dutiful son of pious Protestant parents, McKinley grew up in Ohio, dropped out of college because of a mysterious illness, and became a schoolteacher. Volunteering for the U.S. Army in the Civil War, he served under Rutherford B. Hayes, later his predecessor as President of the United States. Following the war, he practiced law and went into Congress, where he became an expert defender of high tariffs. Popular anger at the McKinley Tariff of 1890 led to his defeat for re-election. But in alliance with Mark Hanna, an iron manufacturer and kingmaker in Midwestern politics, McKinley became governor of Ohio in 1891 and 1893. His life was not without pain. His 2 daughters died in childhood, and the ill health and frail mind of his wife Ida was a challenge, one that he met with his customary kindness and patience. His reputation and career were briefly endangered when a loan to a friend that he had co-signed went bad. But remarkably few obstacles confronted this calm and deliberate individual as he ascended the cursus honorum of late 19th century American politics. If he ever raged at subordinates, went out on a bender with cronies, or flirted with a floozy, history has not recorded the event. Indeed, McKinley's career formed a resume as free of blemish as that of a class president or valedictorian whose yearbook entry reads, "Destined to succeed. Liked by all." Mary is a first-rate scholar and an accomplished writer, but the entire animation team of Disney's Pixar Studios would have trouble bringing William McKinley to life. Because his life and personality were so lacking in drama, the case for McKinley must be made on the basis of his accomplishments. Here, the greatest challenge to McKinley's reputation in the 21st century is the legacy of historians of the mid-20th century. William Jennings Bryan and the Democratic Party lost the election of 1896, but they won the Battle of the Books. The 4-decade hegemony of the McKinley Republicans was followed, from the 1930s to the 1970s, by 4 decades of political dominance by Roosevelt Democrats. With a few exceptions like Harvard historian Samuel Eliot Morison, most academic and popular historians in the middle of the 20th century were slightly or significantly to the left of center and tended to be New Deal Democrats, when they were not Norman Thomas socialists. The farmer-labor base of the New Deal Democrats united 2 groups that had been on the outs during the McKinley to Hoover period: agrarian populists in the South and Midwest, and the disproportionately European immigrant working class in the industrial cities of the Northeast and Great Lakes region. Sympathetic scholars wrote histories in which the Northeastern industrialists and Republican politicians whom Democrats had dislodged were the villains. The economic nationalism of the McKinley era can be described as dual protectionism: tariff protection for selected American industries, and protection of the wages of American workers from competition by immigrants, both Asian and European, whose numbers were curtailed beginning in the 1880s by measures that were often justified by nativism and racism. This nationalist and protectionist political formula worked to ensure Republican dominance between the depressions of the 1890s and 1930s. However, the agrarians in the Democratic Party had always been free traders, seeking foreign markets for American food, fiber, and lumber, and denouncing tariffs as a tax on farmers to subsidize greedy industrialists. And the national origins immigration quota system instituted by the Republican-dominated Congress in the 1920s was rigged in favor of British and Northwestern European immigrants. It also enshrined WASP disdain for Jews and immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe. Support for excluding non-white immigration was bipartisan in this era. Naturally enough, then, in the transvaluation of values that took place when the Odd Bedfellows coalition of Southern and Midwestern agrarians and European white ethnics in the big cities overthrew the Republicans during the Great Depression, industrial protectionism and immigration restriction were demonized, and free trade and generous immigration policies came to be seen as symbols of virtue. Populist views of banks and big business also shaped the culture of the New Deal Democrats. As it had been since the days of Jefferson and Jackson, the Democratic Party was still based largely in the agricultural and mining regions of the South, Midwest, and West, in which most businesses were small and local farmers and merchants viewed themselves as colonial subjects of Northeastern industry and finance. The term robber baron came to be applied retrospectively to most of the major bankers and industrialists between the Civil War and the New Deal, including J.P. Morgan, Andrew Carnegie, and John D. Rockefeller. The whimsical 1873 novel The Gilded Age by Charles Dudley Warner and Mark Twain, which depicted the pervasive corruption of the Reconstruction era, lent its title to the entire period between the Civil War and the Progressive Era, whose beginning was dated not to the McKinley administration, but to that of his vice president and successor, Theodore Roosevelt. To this day, pundits and politicians refer casually to the robber barons of the Gilded Age, as though these terms were not just crude and propagandistic smears. In foreign policy, too, there was a transvaluation of values when the Roosevelt Democrats replaced the McKinley Republicans after 1932. As heirs to the Hamiltonian tradition, the McKinley Republicans, like their predecessors the Whigs and Federalists, favored a strong national government and a modern, professional military. They shared American Republican values, but did not believe that preserving Republican liberty at home was incompatible with a standing army and a world-class fleet. But that is exactly what many Jeffersonians believed. For generations, Jeffersonians insisted that the modern nation-state and modern large-scale corporate capitalism in themselves were inimical to Republican liberty, defined as a largely agrarian society dominated by economically independent yeoman farmers and small business owners. It was not enough for the United States to stay out of foreign wars, which could cause the militarization and regimentation of American society. The very instruments of a modern great power state had to be shunned by Americans. For national defense, Jeffersonians believed that the United States should rely on militias, with the smallest possible standing army. Even a navy was suspect. Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution gives Congress the power to grant letters of marque and reprisal, and make rules concerning captures on land and water. This authority to hire privateers, that is, pirates, as military naval contractors was used by the United States in the American Revolution and War of 1812. Although the United States ceased relying on privateers in wartime after 1812, as late as 1856 the administration of President James Buchanan, a Democrat, rejected the Declaration of Paris, which sought to ban piracy. In 1894, Theodorus Woolsey, a supporter of the international ban on piracy and a critic of what was still U.S. policy, explained U.S. opposition in the Yale Law Journal. The action of the United States was thus explained. The policy of this country was against the maintenance of a large navy. To supplement that navy in the work of commerce destroying and of enforcing the rules of naval war against neutral trade, the issue of letters of marque and reprisal might be necessary. In Jeffersonian ideology, just as a standing army too small to threaten the Republic should be expanded only on a temporary basis during wartime by state militias, so a small navy should be augmented by privateers as well as the merchant marine. Not until 1961, when the U.S. Senate ratified the 1958 United Nations Convention on the High Seas, did the United States formally renounce the use of privateers. Because war is the health of the state, to use Randolph Bourne's phrase, and the centralized, bureaucratic state is the enemy of freedom, according to Jeffersonian theory, it followed that mere participation in great power politics threatened to convert the American Republic into a tyrannical, militarized European-style regime. Both Jeffersonian isolationism and Wilsonian internationalism sought to address the threat of U.S. militarization in different ways, the former, by withdrawing the United States from Old World military competition, the latter by transcending it. In this way, Woodrow Wilson's idealistic vision of a war to end war, followed by perpetual peace under the League of Nations, can be seen as a modification of Jeffersonian ideology rather than a repudiation of it. If militarization threatens democracy, then a world without great power war would be safe for democracy, even though many or most states might not themselves be democratic. This Wilsonian argument, recovered from historical obscurity by contemporary historians of Republican security theory, like Daniel Dudney and David C. Hendrickson, is far more subtle than modern democratic peace theory, which calls for world peace through democratic regime change everywhere. This explains why 20th-century Democrats could view the navalism of McKinley and TR and the liberal internationalism of Wilson as entirely different and incompatible projects. The turn-of-the-century thinkers and policymakers whom Samuel P. Huntington described as neo-Hamiltonians, like Alfred Thayer Mahan, Theodore Roosevelt, and Henry Cabot Lodge, wanted to equip the United States with the traditional tools of a great power to play the great power game more or less as it had always been played. Woodrow Wilson wanted to replace great power politics altogether. To Jeffersonian Democrats, then, the Hamiltonian Republicans of the late 19th and early 20th century were evil incarnate. They were identified with the interest of big banks and big businesses, which threatened the small farmers and small shopkeepers fetishized by Jeffersonians. They were protectionists, when according to Jeffersonians free trade was the only rational and moral policy. Their support for a large army and a large navy with global reach under the control of a strong president threatened to replace the decentralized American Republic with a militaristic American empire. These views shaped the version of U.S. history that several generations of Americans were taught, beginning in the 1930s and 1940s. Popular historians of the New Deal era succeeding in creating a usable past for the New Deal Democrats by disparaging all Republicans except for one. With the exception of Abraham Lincoln, every Republican president from Andrew Johnson to Herbert Hoover was portrayed as a callous servant of plutocratic interests, the enemy of the family farmer and the industrial worker. The Democratic historian Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., for example, sought to portray Andrew Jackson as a kind of proto-FDR and the Jacksonian Democrats as precursors of the New Deal Democrats. In his own Oval Office, FDR's protege Lyndon Johnson had portraits of three presidents: Washington, FDR, and Andrew Jackson. One might guess that, given the attempt by Schlesinger and others to rehabilitate the Jacksonian Democrats, there would have been an attempt to cast a heroic light on the central events of U.S. foreign policy during the Jacksonian era of the 1830s and 1840s. And indeed there was, in Bernard DeVoto's popular historical trilogy about America's Jacksonian-era expansion, The Year of Decision 1846, 1942, Across the Wide Missouri, 1947, which won the Pulitzer and Bancroft Prizes, and The Course of Empire, 1952, which won the National Book Award. A similar rewriting of history in the service of New Deal liberalism took place in the realm of foreign policy. According to liberal New Dealers, Franklin Roosevelt during World War II fulfilled the heroic vision of Woodrow Wilson, in whose administration he had served as Assistant Secretary of the Navy. Wilson and Roosevelt stood for liberal internationalism and collective security, embodied in the League of Nations and the United Nations. Enlightened liberal internationalism had nothing to do with the benighted European-style imperialism of McKinley and TR. In this way, the foreign policy of McKinley and TR came to be defined as an aberrant and un-American interlude of imperialism between the Jeffersonian isolationism of the 19th century and the noble 20th century liberal internationalism of Wilson and FDR. Today's Democrats, many of whom have repudiated the party's tradition of annual Jefferson-Jackson Day dinners, are more inclined to identify with women and minorities in the American past than with white male yeoman farmers and white working-class men. But with the exception of Sean Willents, unlike Schlesinger and DeVoto, today's partisan Democratic historians are mostly academics who write for each other and have little influence outside of the academy. Nor does the radical leftist tradition of William Appleman Williams, Howard Zinn, and Noam Chomsky have any purchase on the imaginations of Americans outside of campuses. The New Deal version of history thus persists in popular consciousness. The treatment of turn-of-the-century U.S. naval imperialism as a brief and discreditable fluke preceding the glorious dawn of Wilsonian internationalism continues to have influence. So does the enduring image of the election of 1896 as a melodrama, in which pawns of big banks and big business like McKinley forever destroyed the Arcadian America of Thomas Jefferson and William Jennings and set the United States on a path of perpetual war and conquest. Mary's book demonstrates how little this familiar cartoon version of history resembles reality. For one thing, Mary shows that McKinley was not the puppet of Mark Hanna or anyone else. Quite the contrary. While he was opposed to Bryan's inflationary free silver policies, McKinley was flexible with respect to the gold standard. Nor was he a mere pawn of big corporations. As a lawyer and governor, he had won the respect of workers in disputes with employers, and he struggled with the question of what to do about the new corporate oligopolies and monopolies or trusts, a question his successor Theodore Roosevelt would struggle with as well. On questions of race and civil rights, he was cautious and paternalist, but like other Lincoln Republicans, this veteran of the Civil War was more liberal than most Democrats of the time. But the conventional wisdom remains dominated by the New Deal liberal version of U.S. foreign policy history, in which two ages of the common man, the Jacksonian era and the New Deal, were separated by the plutocratic Gilded Age. The Age of Imperialism, as old-fashioned textbooks quaintly call it, is an isolated episode between the Spanish-American War and World War I. The United States takes up the mantle of its liberal internationalist destiny under Woodrow Wilson, only to retreat into misguided isolationism and protectionism after World War I, until American internationalism finally triumphs under FDR, at least until Trump betrays it with America First nationalism, according to some. The New Deal liberal interpretation of history ignores the continuities in American foreign policy from the 18th to the 21st centuries. The timing depended on circumstances, But the goal of U.S. hegemony in the North American continent and control of its maritime approaches was shared by many in the U.S. elite from the very beginning. In Federalist 11, Alexander Hamilton called for the United States to aim at an ascendant in the system of American affairs, so that the United States would be able to dictate the terms of the connection between the Old and the New World. As Mary observes, America had been from its inception a nation of vast designs, driven by an impulse to consolidate its position across the North American midsection, purchasing the vast Louisiana expanse in 1803, negotiating possession of Florida in 1819, annexing Texas in 1845, acquiring much of Oregon Territory in 1846, and conquering lands in 1848 that would become its southwestern domain. In the Jeffersonian imagination, U.S. expansion is identified with the acquisition of acreage that could be settled by pioneer farmers, once the Native Americans or Native Mexican inhabitants were dispossessed. But from the point of view of the policymakers who obtained them, these big chunks of territory were chiefly important as strategic seaports that happened to have thinly populated hinterlands attached. The United States did not abruptly switch under McKinley from overland territorial expansion seeking acreage for democracy-loving yeoman farmers to naval imperialism seeking bases in the service of militarists and greedy industrialists. All of the great land grabs of American history were motivated in part by the desire to obtain strategic ports. The main objective of the diplomats Thomas Jefferson sent to negotiate with Napoleon in 1803 was obtaining the port of New Orleans, not the Louisiana Territory. The Adams-One Ice Treaty of 1819, which purchased Florida from Spain, and the U.S. annexation of West Florida, the Gulf Coast between present-day Florida and New Orleans, ensured access to the Gulf of Mexico. Many Americans believed that Texas had been included in the original Louisiana Territory purchase. From this perspective, the annexation of Texas, which had been detached from Mexico by rebellious Anglo-American settlers and their native allies in 1836, was a mopping-up operation. When Mexico went to war with the United States over the annexation of Texas, the Polk administration, which had tried to purchase California, obtained its prize by conquest, the port of San Francisco. Earlier, the United States had risked war with Britain to partition the Oregon Territory, on terms that allowed the United States access to Vancouver Bay while leaving Vancouver Island in British hands. The purchase of Alaska from Russia by Secretary of State William Seward during Andrew Johnson's administration in 1867 rounded off the continental domains of the United States. Moreover, even though several of these sought-for ports and attached hinterlands were purchased or stolen from the weak states of Mexico and Spain, a major motive for their annexation by the United States was to deny them to more important powers who might obtain them if they slipped free of control by Madrid or Mexico City or Paris. Thomas Jefferson purchased the Louisiana Territory from France, and James Monroe purchased Florida from Spain to deny them to Britain. For 10 years after the Texas Revolution of 1836, anti-slavery forces denied the admission of Texas to the United States as a slave state. The desire of British policymakers to keep Texas independent of the United States was a factor in persuading Congress to annex Texas in 1846. Keeping the Alaska Territory out of British hands was the motive for Seward's folly. In light of the Anglo-American rapprochement of the late 19th century and the deep Anglo-American alliance of the 20th and 21st centuries, it is easy to forget how long the British Empire was viewed as the greatest strategic threat to the United States by American policymakers. Anglo-American geopolitical rivalry was central to both of the crises of the 1840s, the Oregon Dispute and the Mexican War. Alta California, populated by around 10,000 Mexican nationals, had already achieved de facto independence from Mexico City, and it was widely assumed that the region would drift either into the U.S. or British spheres of influence, at a time when Britain was still the dominant naval and commercial power in North America. Americans who coveted California in general, and the ports of San Francisco and San Diego in particular, exaggerated but did not invent the possibility that California would become a British ally or protectorate, as Texas had threatened to become. The hope of some Southern secessionists that Britain would intervene to help the Confederate States of America obtain their independence from the United States, and the general preference of the British elite for the Southern rebels against the Union, shows that the danger that the United States would be hemmed in by British colonies or protectorates, Canada, the CSA, perhaps an independent Texas again, and an independent California, was very real. By the 1880s and 1890s, American fears of conflict with Britain were replaced by anxieties about the rise of Germany and Japan, anxieties which were not unreasonable in light of the subsequent American wars with those nations. The naval buildup and quest for naval bases under McKinley and his successors, denounced by populists and liberals as an expression of un-American militarism or as a search for foreign markets by American big business, was in reality motivated largely by the belief of Alfred Thayer Mahan, Theodore Roosevelt, and others that the British fleet could no longer protect American interests from an increasingly powerful Germany. Indeed, the conflict among the United States, Britain, and Germany over Samoa, the Spanish-American War, and later U.S. intervention in the Mexican Revolution, which was, among other things, a proxy war between Imperial Germany and the United States, can only be understood as episodes in what was in effect a German-American Cold War. Defenders of the old-fashioned populist liberal school of history might reply that American naval expansionists invoked rivalries with Germany and Japan as alibis for policies with other goals. But as the line often attributed to Henry Kissinger goes, even paranoids have real enemies. Between the 1880s and World War I, while building up its fleet, Germany sought its own Pacific Island empire while hoping to expand its influence in Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. Mary notes McKinley's concern about ambitious nations, Germany and Japan in particular, interjecting themselves into the mess in the Philippines and spreading even more chaos. This fear was well-founded. Following the Battle of Manila Bay on May 1, 1898, the German squadron in Manila Bay outnumbered the American ships, and there was a tense confrontation between Admiral Dewey and German Vice Admiral von Diedrichs. Nothing can excuse the war crimes committed by U.S. troops in conquering the Philippines. There is also much to be criticized in the subsequent administration of the islands as a U.S. protectorate until after World War II, and in U.S. policy toward the Philippines since then, and the so-called insular cases that followed the Spanish-American War, in which the Supreme Court correctly ruled that Congress could limit the rights of inhabitants of U.S. territories, were abused by the administration of George W. Bush as an argument for the legality of torture and the denial of basic human rights in the U.S. base at Guantanamo, Cuba. But the McKinley administration was almost certainly right that a great power potentially hostile to the United States, most likely Germany, possibly Japan, would have made the post-Spanish Philippines a protectorate if the United States had not done so. Contrary to populist liberal mythology, if Thomas Jefferson, John Quincy Adams, and Ulysses Grant, among others, had been summoned from the grave in 1900 to learn that the United States had extended its control over Cuba, Puerto Rico, and Hawaii, and was building a transoceanic Central American canal, instead of lamenting the replacement of the American Republic by an American empire, they probably would have been astonished that these acquisitions had been so long delayed. And they might have been surprised that Canada had not yet been absorbed into the American Union. Perhaps the greatest failing of the New Deal school of U.S. foreign policy history is its failure to recognize the extent to which the central figure of the New Deal, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, was himself the heir of McKinley and T.R. FDR is often portrayed as the second coming of Woodrow Wilson, in whose administration he served as Assistant Secretary of the Navy. But his role model and hero was his cousin Theodore, whose footsteps he followed into the Department of the Navy and the White House. FDR was a novelist of the school of Mahan and T.R. and Lodge. Under Wilson, he presided over the U.S. occupations of numerous Caribbean islands to avert possible German influence or sabotage. This record came back to haunt him when he joked to a reporter during his campaign for the vice presidency in 1920. The facts are that I wrote Haiti's constitution myself, and if I do say it, I think it's a pretty good constitution. During World War II, FDR came up with the name for the United Nations, but he was far more of a realist than Wilson. FDR hoped that the post-war world would be policed by a great power concert of the major World War II allies, the United States, Britain, and the Soviet Union, with the Chinese nationalist regime enlisted as a pro-American fourth policeman. He seems to have envisioned not joint policing of every region of the world by the 4 founding members of the Security Council, to which France was later added, but rather distinct great power spheres of influence in which the United States, as the hegemon of North America and the dominant naval power in both the Atlantic and Pacific, would be first among equals. This idea of a sphere of influence in which the regional military hegemon exercises the police power against misbehaving neighbors, while the region remained open for commerce with the rest of the world, might be traced back to the Theodore Roosevelt corollary to the Monroe Doctrine and the Open Door Doctrine in China announced by John Hay, the former Secretary of Abraham Lincoln who served McKinley and T.R. as Secretary of State. In his attitude toward banking and business, too, FDR had more in common with the Republicans who preceded him than received history would have us believe. Like T.R., FDR did not believe it was realistic to use antitrust laws to mechanically break up all large firms. During his first term, He built on the associationalism of Herbert Hoover and promoted the cartelization of industry under the auspices of the National Industrial Recovery Act, which was struck down as unconstitutional by a Supreme Court majority including the neo-Jeffersonian Louis Brandeis. In his second term, FDR fell under the sway of anti-monopolists like Thurman Arnold, head of the Justice Department's Antitrust Division, but when the imperatives of production in World War II made government-business collaboration necessary, he got rid of Arnold by promoting him to the federal judiciary. Roosevelt favored branch banking by big banks to stabilize the financial system rather than federal deposit insurance, an old Bryanite populist policy designed to prop up tiny, undercapitalized Southern and Western unit banks, and only reluctantly acquiesced in the creation of the FDIC. In short, in his outlook and policies, FDR had more in common with the so-called imperialists and supporters of modern corporate capitalism among McKinley-TR Republicans than with the agrarian populists and liberal internationalist idealists in the Democratic Party that he led. Although his branch of the Roosevelt family preferred the Democrats, and he himself ran for office later as a Democrat in 1900, when McKinley was president, in support of his cousin TR, McKinley's vice president, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, as an undergraduate at Harvard, was a member of the Republican Club. Only later did he decide to pursue a political career as a Democrat. Mary provides a number of insightful observations about McKinley's approach to foreign affairs. He offers a useful corrective to the received wisdom of the mid-20th century school. He is thus right to emphasize the continuity of McKinley's policy with that of his predecessors, and right as well to stress that under McKinley the United States sought a non-colonial imperialism. Essentially, a sphere of influence and naval bases that were compatible with the larger American strategy of preventing, rather than promoting, the enclosure of the global commons and the world economy into rival autarkic empires. The imperatives that Washington sought to impose on the emergent Cuban government, constituting a kind of big brother status, represented another foray into the realm of non-colonial imperialism, applying military, economic, and diplomatic power to get other nations to bend to U.S. desires. Ultimately, it was about America's perceived imperative of protecting and maintaining its sphere of influence, codified in the 1823 Monroe Doctrine and expanded with the Spanish-American War. The geopolitics of the early 21st century would not seem unusual to McKinley or the neo-Hamiltonian circle of TR, Lodge, and Mahan. During the Cold War, the United States added protectorates over Germany, Japan, and South Korea, while fighting a lost war to preserve the protectorate in South Vietnam it had inherited from the French Empire. Following the Cold War, the United States extended its sphere of influence into Eastern Europe all the ways to the border of shrunken post-Soviet Russia, and has tried to plant permanent military bases in Iraq and Afghanistan. In the latter two countries, the United States has discovered, as McKinley did in Cuba and the Philippines, that the price of a strategic military base is often a bloody and prolonged attempt to subdue an entire territory. Other great powers have their own empires of bases. To prevent the possible loss of its strategic Black Sea naval base, Russia seized and annexed Crimea. To avert the loss of its base in Syria, Russia intervened to prop up Assad in the Syrian war. Meanwhile, China is building artificial islands to reinforce its claim to the South China Sea, a claim contested by U.S. freedom of navigation exercises. The foreign policy experts who have spent a generation fantasizing about global connectivity and the end of the nation-state should have been studying Alfred Thayer Mahan's The Influence of Sea Power on History. Liberal scholars tend to ignore this history, except as a chronicle of sins and errors to be deplored. The entire liberal project, as Mearsheimer notes, has been based on a vision of atomistic individuals interacting freely in a society which, in theory, should encompass the entire human race in the form of a free global market as well as supranational institutions in other realms. The utopian goal of liberalism, a post-national, integrated global economy, has been shared with liberals by Marxist socialists, who, however, add the fantasy of international working-class solidarity against bourgeois nationalism. Rejected by liberals and socialists alike, the defense of economic nationalism and state-sponsored industrial capitalism has been left to realists, with the striking exception of IR departments in U.S. universities. Why? The answer, I think, must be sought in the evolution of the U.S. research university after World War II. At that time in economics departments, neoclassical economics, a simplified, highly mathematical version of 19th century economic liberalism, marginalized rival traditions, including the more pragmatic tradition of historical or institutional economics identified with various kinds of economic nationalism and developmentalism. At the same time, in the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s, American neorealism as a discipline emerged as a reaction against pre-war international relations schools, which had been dedicated to idealistic schemes for world leagues, world courts, and the like. Influenced by classical realists, many of whom were continental European refugees like Hans Morgenthau and Henry Kissinger, American neorealists in IR departments sought to develop rigorous and systematic theories of realism which met the standards of positivist American social science, unlike the belletristic and aphoristic wisdom literature penned by the classical realist her professors. So it was that academic neoclassical economics and academic neorealism divided the world among them. Neoclassical economics ignored war and diplomacy, and neorealists ignored trade, immigration, finance, and state-sponsored industrialization, subjects left to the IR discipline of international political economy, which, however, approached them with a liberal rather than nationalist bias. Academic economics was based on stylized thought experiments involving generic firms or individuals. In the next seminar room, much IR theory was devoted to similar abstract thought experiments about polarity. Drawn toward the idea of explaining society in terms of the action of social forces or structures on individuals, neoclassical economists and defensive realists in different ways fetishized equilibrium, defined as the clearing of prices in economics and as more or less automatic power balancing in world politics. Push an element of the system, and it will wobble until balance is restored. Within the post-1945 American university system, in which the prestige of a discipline increases the more it resembles physics, trying to turn messy world politics into a parsimonious social science may have been a good career move. But academic neorealists, in their focus on states as coherent, rational actors, have been woefully blind to the centrality of integrated transnational empires and blocs in world politics. It is impossible to understand contemporary relations among, say, the United States, Germany, and Japan on the assumption, shared by classical realists and neorealists alike, that they can be treated as similar independent, full-spectrum states. Instead, Germany and Japan continue to be both semi-sovereign states, dependent on U.S. military protection and economically specialized in manufacturing in an American-led bloc. The European Union, with its Franco-German core, is itself a lesser hierarchical bloc within the larger hierarchical bloc led by Washington. As the hegemon of the bloc, the United States specializes in unique services to its dependents, including not only unreciprocated military protection, but also the provision of a common currency and access to the American market to the exports of other bloc members, often to the detriment of America's own manufacturers. The fact that the American Cold War alliance system did not dissolve after the Cold War can be explained by the thesis that, by 1989, it had ceased to be a traditional military alliance and had become a deeply integrated military-industrial bloc, a quasi-federation bound together by supply chains and administered, in the United States and its dependencies, by officials who could not imagine their nations existing outside of the Pax Americana. There is no evidence that Donald Trump wishes to disintegrate the highly integrated American bloc he inherited from his predecessors. Instead, his goal appears to be to force American military dependencies to contribute somewhat more to bloc defense, while somewhat rebalancing the distribution of manufacturing within the bloc in favor of American producers. Two objectives it should be noted that he shares with earlier presidents. In the Trumpist version of realism, it seems that this rebalanced American bloc incorporating the industrial triad of North America, Europe, and East Asia, not the United States alone, will respond to China's challenge on all fronts, economic as well as military. Blocism can be viewed as a successor to old-fashioned imperialism and is inspired by the same zero-sum mercantilist logic. Military power depends on having advanced civilian industries. The most important of these for national power are manufacturing industries characterized by increasing returns to scale. That is, the larger the captive home or colonial market, the larger the production runs and the more efficient the industries. Hype about rapid prototyping and Star Trek replicators to the contrary, technology is unlikely to eliminate economies of scale in production in the foreseeable future. The importance of scale is reflected in the fact that a disproportionate number of successful transnational corporations have nearly half of their sales in the home markets of the three most populous capitalist countries, the United States, Japan, and Germany. The home market effect helps to explain why Boeing and Airbus are the dominant players in global jetliner construction, and why search engines and social media platforms are dominated by American companies like Google, Amazon, and Facebook. The benefits of scale for modern industrial production undermine the argument, shared by many offensive realists and defensive realists alike, that the United States should focus only on near-term military threats from already developed industrial countries and forego competing with rivals for influence in undeveloped areas. Echoing most realists, Mearsheimer writes, "This means the United States should not fight wars in Africa, Central Asia, or areas of the Middle East that lie outside the Persian Gulf." During the Cold War, for example, realists maintained that American policymakers should avoid wars in the Third World or developing world because it was populated with minor powers that were of little strategic significance. But 17th and 18th century mercantilists, 19th and 20th century colonialists, and American and Soviet strategists during the Cold War often sought to incorporate poor populations and territories into their blocs while denying access to them to their rivals. They did so not on the basis of immediate contributions of these areas, if any, to the wealth and power of the metropole, but rather with an eye to their future potential as captive markets for national manufactured exports, sources of raw material, and, in some cases, sources of civilian or military labor. Formal and informal colonialism has often been immoral but not irrational. It is much easier for a great power to expand its relative power by incorporating foreign nations into its alliance system and its extended home market than it is to boost its power by purely internal national population or productivity growth. Like defensive realists, anti-imperialists in the past have often argued that the costs of empire outweigh the benefits. But that depends on the time frame. The British, French, and other European colonial powers who extended their control over much of Africa, Asia, and the Middle East in the late 19th century, and between the world wars assumed that their empires would exist for generations. They were willing to pay initial costs as down payments on future contributions to the military and economic might of their empires. They did not foresee that the two world wars would cripple them, nor that they would be eclipsed by the United States and Soviet Union, which for reasons of liberal and socialist ideology, respectively, sought to phase out European colonialism. Nor does popular nationalism inevitably doom empires and their modern successors, transnational blocs. On the contrary, multi-ethnic regional empires have been the norm in world history. National independence movements tend to succeed only when the imperial power is weakened by war or when its rival intervenes on behalf of the rebels. The United States exists because France intervened against Britain during the American War of Independence. The Confederate States of America do not exist because Britain refused to intervene in the American Civil War. The empires of the defeated powers in World War I were liquidated by the victors, while the empires of the victors remained intact. Decolonization after World War II was accelerated by the Cold War and the weakened condition of the metropoles. There is no reason to believe it would have happened as rapidly absent those factors, if it had happened at all. The United States was driven out of Indochina, not by Vietnamese nationalism alone, there were anti-communist as well as communist nationalists, but by the constant resupply of North Vietnam and its southern allies by the Soviet Union and China, and Washington's fear of provoking direct Chinese entry, as in the Korean War. In Malaysia and the Philippines, communist insurgencies lacking external sanctuaries and great power sponsors were defeated, as they were throughout Latin America, with the sole exceptions of Cuba and, for a time, Nicaragua. Nationalist rebellions in the Soviet Union succeeded only after Gorbachev's liberalizing reforms weakened the center. Moscow and its satraps had been quite capable of crushing nationalists in East Germany in 1953, in Hungary in 1956, and in Czechoslovakia in 1968. Mearsheimer cites the work of Peter Lieberman, who breaks with the consensus of American realists by providing a qualified yes to the question posed by the title of his book, Does Conquest Pay? But most of Mearsheimer's limited discussion of economics in The Great Delusion is a critique of the liberal theory that economic interdependence promotes great power peace, as opposed to questions such as whether it makes sense or not for China and the United States to compete to build African infrastructure, in the hopes of incorporating growing African workforces and consumers in the future into their own rival geoeconomic blocs. To say, as too many academic neorealists do, that Africa presently contains no countries capable of militarily threatening the U.S. misses the point of the competition. What is needed in American foreign policy is an alliance of neoconservatism with economic nationalism. This should follow from the replacement of liberal hegemony with national primacy as the basis of U.S. grand strategy. The hegemon would not be the United States as an isolated nation-state, but a hegemonic bloc led by the U.S. and maintaining most of its present allies, with a certain amount of rebalancing within the bloc. The American bloc can grow incrementally by the accession of new countries, but the neoliberal attempt to incorporate the entire planet into a single market with institutions like WTO and shock therapy, liberal economic globalization has been a catastrophe. In the future, the American bloc, based chiefly on North America and Europe, may have to contain a Chinese bloc and perhaps an Indian bloc, along with a minor Moscow-centered Eurasian bloc. On the global level, the United States and its allies should ensuring that, in the event of interbloc conflict, Uncle Sam is chair of the board of the Great Power Coalition with the greatest concentrations of population and resources in industry, as it was during the three world conflicts of the 20th century. This is a strategy based on a preponderance of unbalanced power for Washington and its allies and dependencies, as an alternative to three other grand strategies. Neoliberal globalism, a minimal defensive realist strategy in which the United States is an offshore balancer intervening rarely as a deus ex machina in Eurasian conflicts, and by far the worst option, a neo-isolationist strategy that might permit the United States to be the friendless object of balancing coalitions. The rejection of neoliberal globalism in favor of national primacy in the realm of security strategy would be accompanied, in the economic realm, by the rejection of a global free market in favor of strategic trade, investment, and immigration policies. The United States would not and should not retreat into autarkic protectionism. On the contrary, it should try to be part of the largest and most productive economic bloc in the world. But the United States should minimize its financial and industrial interactions with military rivals and potential rivals by means of embargoes, sanctions, or managed trade. And while taking the economic interests of other bloc members into account, it should not allow economic interdependence even with allies to undermine the industrial capacity on which U.S. military power depends. That includes maintaining the capacity for quick surges in militarily relevant industrial production on U.S. soil, not leadership in technological innovation alone. Heretical as this seems to current liberal hegemonists, it is an approach that would have been familiar to Alexander Hamilton and the two Roosevelts. Needless to say, any legitimate American nationalism would be liberal, constitutional, and democratic at home. Mearsheimer might not favor such a version of a grand strategy of national primacy. Among other things, the extensive state intervention in the economy required for it to succeed would make it more like Mearsheimer's progressive liberalism than the small government classical liberalism which he calls modus vivendi liberalism and seems to prefer. But a case can be made that the strategy this author has outlined is compatible with Mearsheimer's offensive realist view of world politics. Because of its emphasis on acquiring and keeping unbalanced, preponderant power, however, such a synthesis of realism and nationalism would probably be rejected by the kind of defensive realists who reject Trump's strategy as a liberal hegemony. Defensive realists oppose liberal hegemony, but few, if any, question the anti-nationalist free market economics at the core of the liberal tradition. This makes possible alliances among defensive realists and libertarians, who for their part tend to oppose large militaries and foreign intervention on the basis of anti-statism and radical individualism rather than realpolitik. Unfortunately for those who support a realist libertarian alliance, the number of Americans who favor a combination of dramatically lower defense spending, more offshoring of industry, and low-wage immigration is negligible, equivalent to supporters of the Libertarian Party, which gets no more than a few % of the vote at most in elections. A prudent attempt to preserve or expand an American-led bloc with preponderant wealth and power is likely to be repudiated by many defensive realists and their libertarian allies. According to the blurb on the first German edition of Superimperialism, published by Kletkata, Michael Hudson teaches economics at the University of Missouri in Kansas City and works closely with David Graeber. Hudson also works as a financial analyst and advisor to Wall Street and is also one of the financial and economic experts of the Occupy movement. In reviews, you can also read that he likes to mention that his godfather was Leon Trotsky. In any case, his books indicate that he seems to be pursuing the old Trotskyist strategy of entryism on Wall Street, should his consultancy work be more than a publicity stunt, but also that Wall Street itself will certainly not be harmed by it. He knows this all too well himself, which is why he addresses his books to Germany. It is Germany's choice to end financial imperialism, the foreword proclaims. It is no coincidence that the title of his book following superimperialism is Killing the Host: How Financial Parasites and Debt Destroy the Global Economy, which was published in 2015 as an English-language book by a small German publisher specializing in Assyriology. The host nations are to be freed from the parasite that is killing them. According to the foreword to Financial Imperialism, it is necessary to overcome the interests of the financial sector and other rentiers, but to do this, the monetary imperialism of the USA must first be ended. To this end, he advises Germany to join the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, which was founded in 2009 and to which China and Russia belong, and in which Iran has already been granted observer status. This would make it possible to avoid the isolation with which the U.S. strategists threaten countries that oppose their financial imperialism, and only in this way would it be possible to bring trade and investment in their own national currencies back under control and stand up to the U.S. sanctions. China and Russia were following the example of good old capitalism, which had not yet been dominated by finance capital. They were following the classic path of development, sticking to a mixed economy with public and private components. The choice is therefore between short-term gains through dependency, which leads to austerity, and long-term independent development, which ultimately guarantees prosperity. Whether to follow the classic path and start from public infrastructure measures, or whether to privatize the public sector and leave planning to profit-oriented companies. It is generally known that Chinese expansion in Asia, Africa, and Latin America is based on providing loans primarily for infrastructure investments, thereby creating direct political dependencies that are linked to the promise of prosperity. This expansion is the exact opposite of the method of the U.S. hegemon, which links the promise of prosperity solely to the accumulation of capital, which as an end in itself must also run counter to immediate political dependence. The hegemon's form of rule is based on this, which can only be mediated by financial capital and the world market. The purpose of Hudson's books, however, is to portray precisely this form of rule as unmediated. In other words, the author reverses hegemony and imperialism. The USA is to blame for everything, not because it promotes capitalism, but because it only uses it as an economic means to a political end. From Lenin to Hudson, historically, the author projects this reversal as far back as is possible without necessarily having to refer to religious ideas such as the eternal great devil, and in order to still be able to refer to historical facts, in other words, up to the First World War. With the best will in the world, Hudson cannot blame the USA for the outbreak of this war, but as he does not want to hold Germany responsible either, he borrows from Lenin's theory of imperialism. Governments in a capitalist world are the executive organs of the national bourgeoisie. The conflicts of interest between competing national groups of finance capitalists must inevitably turn into international disputes involving states. It followed that war was inevitable. Hudson follows Lenin to the extent that he states that the World War arose primarily from competition in international finance capital. However, in his capacity as a backward-looking political and Wall Street consultant, he then asserts what Lenin would never have said. It was short-sighted of the individualistic actors of international laissez-faire finance capitalism to demand that their governments divide up the world and its markets and thus risk a global war. With the entry of the USA into this war and its financial demands on the Allies, the scope of Lenin's theory has already been exceeded for him. The war had in fact led to this private financial capital being replaced by a system overburdened with interstate claims and debts. According to the whole line of argument, the USA was solely responsible for this because it was not prepared to forgive the debts of its allies, who therefore had to insist on German reparations payments, and these reparations payments then gave rise to National Socialism in Germany. What such a causality amounts to, or rather what it is based on, becomes immediately clear when Hudson writes that the United States thus earned the nickname Uncle Shylock, and this nickname is also included in the subject index, at least in the German edition. Hudson certainly shows the need not to focus the conspiracy theory too clearly on Judaism. He also wants to avoid the accusation of moralizing. In contrast to Hitler's prescient Reichstag speech of January 30, 1939, in which unlike Hitler's prescient Reichstag speech of January 30, 1939, in which the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe was announced should the international financial jury again succeed in plunging the nations into a new world war, Hudson retrospectively states that it would not be correct to claim that Uncle Shylock had provoked the Second World War out of malice, or in other words, the USA would have known the consequences of insisting on the repayment of war debts that the world could not possibly cope with. But the unbearable burden that the country placed on its allies from the First World War, including Germany, contributed more than anything else to the conflict. End quote. The individual elements of causality remain entirely arbitrary as long as their beginning and end are established in the sense of an anti-American conspiracy theory. Thus, the assertion that the USA forced its allies to drive Germany to ruin, from which National Socialism arose, in no way prevents the author from claiming elsewhere that the USA built up the former World War II enemy Germany in the 1920s as a rival against Great Britain, which it did not begrudge reaping the fruits of its victory. It is also significant that Hudson does not even ask the question of where the American state got the assets to act as a lender, to what extent it had to go into debt itself not only directly to finance arms deliveries, but also indirectly through the loans it now granted itself. The latter was the case because, in order to become a creditor of the Allies, it had to do without the money that had been lent in its own country, The USA had already been in a depression for some time at the time and could no longer issue government bonds here. As a result, due to the sheer amount of its liabilities, there was no other way to achieve victory over Germany on the Western Front. This state was under a compulsion unknown in the 19th century to collect its debts after the war in order not to jeopardize the prosperity that set in after another depression in 1920-21. This compulsion can be explained by the fact that the dollar was by no means the reserve or reserve currency at the time. Although the Federal Reserve had been in existence since 1913, there was still a long way to go before the USA could borrow in its own currency. However, in order to portray the American state as the global usurer, and at the same time exculpate the Wilhelminian and Habsburg empires, Hudson even goes so far as to regard private financial capital as a lesser evil. Quote, "It can even be argued that the American state would have served the interests of its industry and financial sector better if it had not intervened financially or militarily in the war in Europe and had refrained from participating in the reconstruction of Europe. A Europe exhausted by a prolonged war would have been at the mercy of private American finance capital." End of quote. The intervention of the American state, which now began to act as a lender itself, on the other hand, restricted the potential spheres of expansion of private American finance capital in Europe and the European colonies. Here the author once again tries to present himself as a historical Wall Street consultant. One gets the impression that he would rather have accepted a German victory than the hegemony of the USA that resulted from it becoming the undisputed lender to the rest of the world. Instead, Hudson would like to go back to the time before the First World War, when states were already in debt, but these debts were primarily to private investors, not to other states. Quote, "The war changed that. It gave rise to enormous debts owed by states to other states. These debts were significantly higher than international private investments and were based on completely new principles. The bulk of the claims after the war were for loans for arms deliveries, which amounted to $28 billion in 1923, and for the reparations payments of $60 billion that Germany had to make since 1921. End quote. As delusional as the construction on which Hudson's concept of financial imperialism is based is, in detail it builds on the real processes that decisively changed the world market as a prerequisite for hegemonic power with the two world wars. Before the First World War, states did not borrow internationally from other states, but from private lenders even in the event of war. For example, England did not borrow from allies, but from Nathan Rothschild's banking house in order to defeat Napoleon at Waterloo. In other words, if England can be described as the world hegemon of the 19th century and as the predecessor of the USA in this respect, then this hegemony was based on other structures, on a different relationship to the world market. As far as England is concerned, not only on the productivity of its industry, but also on its colonial empire, which to a certain extent delimited the world market and the rules that applied to it for the Commonwealth of Nations. As far as the international rise of the United States is concerned, the colonies that were part of England's hegemony were initially replaced by the government bonds that the USA held after the First World War. Before this war, one ally had supported the other primarily in the form of subsidies, not least in order to share in the spoils after victory, which consisted of immediate material assets, above all the gain of territory. The USA, however, and Hudson sees this as the source of all evil, offered loans instead of subsidies. The rationale was that they were not entering the war with territorial or colonial claims. End quote. If their loans had taken the form of subsidies, they would naturally have been interested in a share of the spoils of war, because, according to the Council's historical account to foreign relations, it is in the nature of a subsidy that the donor has substantial influence on the redistribution. For giving such subsidies, Prime Minister William Pitt had led the coalition against Napoleon to reorganize Europe. The U.S. interest in World War I, on the other hand, was to defend its own sovereign rights, and once they were secured, it was left to the Allies to divide the spoils of war among themselves. The USA concluded a separate peace with Germany, which did not include reparations, and only insisted on repayment of the loans to the Allies. This approach was geared towards enforcing the mediations of the world market over the traditional policy of colonialism, so that the immediate appropriation of wealth was necessarily replaced by fictitious capital, which the state claimed for itself. However, Hudson presents it in such a way that the USA was actually claiming the primacy of politics. Quote, "It was not the investments of private finance capital that decided the foreign policy of the United States, but the government that decided, more or less indirectly, the growth and destinations of American investments abroad." End quote. This is the new theory of imperialism that Hudson presents, which is not new at all, but merely systematizes the anti-imperialist delusions that have long circulated about U.S. neocolonialism. He is not at all interested in the fact that the U.S. government determines investments indirectly rather than directly, and this is precisely how he is able to make the difference between hegemony and imperialism disappear. He also writes that the USA had cast an eager eye on the British Empire. They wanted to smash this world empire in order to be able to incorporate it, and does not realize that he is contradicting his own distinction between subsidy and debt. In fact, the USA broke with the primacy of the political by not doing what Hudson would have advised them to do, namely to write off the arms deliveries to the Allies as war costs. Quote, by refusing to negotiate with its European allies over their debts, the United States took an even more irreconcilable stance than the Entente did towards Germany in the Treaty of Versailles. End quote. The author does not even consider that the World War should not be regarded as a war like any other, that the new dimension of its costs could rather have enforced the primacy of economics, which the USA merely complied with, indeed had to comply with, insofar as the world market itself was not to be abolished. Furthermore, Trotsky's Godchild perfectly demonstrates what characterizes all anti-Americanism. No matter what the USA does, whether it intervenes or withdraws, whether it fulfills functions of the hegemon or refuses to do precisely that, it is and remains the epitome of the reprehensible. In the period after the First World War, Hudson accuses the USA of refusing to take over the leading role from Great Britain in maintaining stability in the international financial system. And he quotes George Auld, "Sterling had lost its leading role, or so it seemed. But the dollar was not yet an indispensable part of the world economy. The international monetary system was trying to function without its partner, the credit system. There was no state that fulfilled the function of a global lender." However, Hudson accuses the USA of assuming this function in the period after the Second World War. On the one hand, he says that the United States had numerous opportunities after the First World War to maintain its financial claims on Europe without destroying the global economy, that it could have pursued a policy like the one after the Second World War even then, and thus conceals the fact that the USA in the 1920s and 1930s was still far removed economically and militarily from the opportunities it had after the Second World War. On the other hand, the main interest of the later chapters of the book is precisely to portray U.S. policy after the Second World War as even worse. What happened after the Second World War was nothing less than a reversal of international law, and even Europe and especially Great Britain would have to accept the accusation that they had accepted without resistance the American plans for such a pernicious post-war order. It hardly occurs to the author that this acceptance could have anything to do with the military importance of the USA in the Second World War. Nor does it occur to him that, in contrast to the period after the First World War, the USA was therefore able to waive its demands for debt repayment, namely by settling these debts in a different way, and the US dollar, together with its link to the gold reserves, which reflected its military superiority, could now become the hegemonic currency. On this basis, the currency parities could be fixed relatively permanently. The productivity and balance of payments imbalances of the individual countries were balanced out by the exceptional productivity of the American economy. All interest groups in the USA agreed that a return of the crisis after the Second World War had to be avoided. This was only possible if the USA gained access to foreign markets. It was precisely this promotion of U.S. exports that took the place of loan repayments and reparations. Although Hudson takes note of this new strategy of opening up foreign markets for American exports, in 1945, there was a consensus that 60 million jobs had to be created. He clearly sees it as a particularly insidious maneuver to drive other countries into dependency. The U.S. Treasury held 60% of the world's monetary gold at the end of the Second World War, making the dollar the most coveted world currency. More and more, multilateralism for the United States was tantamount to the end of the British Empire and the creation of a concentric dollar zone centered around American gold, American economic power, and American full employment. Of course, U.S. imports could only increase as long as U.S. exports increased. This was the U.S. concept of expanding world trade under the auspices of the IMF. With this instrument, the U.S. was actually able to set fixed gold parities for all convertible currencies so that other countries would not boost their exports by devaluing their currencies, which were in competition with U.S. exports. As is well known, however, the dollar's peg to gold came under pressure when the USA's productivity lead diminished and the export offensive reached its limits. And only then did the dollar develop its effect as a hegemonic currency. The gold price peg, which had been created at the Bretton Woods Agreement in 1944, was therefore abandoned under Nixon. Since the central banks of other countries could no longer buy gold after 1971 without encountering a clear rejection in the USA, there was only one asset in which they could invest their balance of payments surpluses: American government bonds. But these securities were no longer as good as gold. The United States issued bonds at will to finance its rapidly rising budget deficits. The shift from gold to the dollars printed to finance the American balance of payments deficit, with which foreign central banks were now flooded, transformed American military spending into the basis of the world's currency reserves. The USA, which had been a creditor nation after the First World War and became a world hegemon in this function after the Second World War, now developed into a global debtor nation. In Hudson's vocabulary of imperialism theory, this is presented as follows. While other countries had become satellites of the U.S. economy in the 1940s and 1950s due to the position of the USA as creditor of the world, they now became satellites due to the debtor position of the USA. End quote. Indeed, foreign central banks and finance ministries were persuaded to stop redeeming dollars in gold and instead to accumulate dollar-denominated assets in growing quantities, regardless of any fears about the stability of the dollar. Hudson describes this as a complete capitulation by the western parts of Europe and Asia. Quote, "The world would henceforth trade on terms dictated by the United States, for the massive U.S. foreign debt had become a club with which to beat the world into submission." End quote. The cudgel was therefore the threat of triggering a collapse of the world monetary system, and it was all the more effective as the dollar glut intensified in 1972 and 1973. Quote, "The suspension of gold convertibility effectively forced Europe to either hold dollars, mainly in the form of U.S. Treasury bills, or dump them on the market, thereby allowing the dollar to determine its own value, the de facto equivalent of a devaluation by the United States. This turned the U.S. balance of payments deficit, that is, the global dollar surplus, from a U.S. problem into a problem for Germany, Japan, and other countries with balance of payments surpluses." End quote. What Hudson is completely indifferent to, or even regrets, is that this saved the unity of the world market, preventing it from breaking apart as it did in the 1930s. Of course, the bloc confrontation, with the Warsaw Pact's invasion of the SSR and the war in Vietnam, provided the corresponding emphasis at the time. Even today, this transition of the USA from world creditor to world debtor is not only based on the Federal Reserve's obvious ability to supply the international markets with liquidity at the beginning of a crisis, as happened most recently in 2008 in the course of the banking crisis, in order to prevent or postpone a development like that of the 1930s, but also on the unique possibility of financing a military apparatus that is able to prevent an Islamic regime like that of Iran from achieving what it hopes to achieve from the outside. Reflecting on this hegemony, however, is by no means a reason to abandon the critique of political economy, as any idealization of the USA can only be justified by the Federal Reserve's obvious ability to supply the international markets with liquidity at the beginning of a crisis, as happened most recently in 2008 in the course of the banking crisis, in order to prevent or postpone a development like that of the 1930s. But also the unique opportunity to finance a military apparatus that is able to prevent an Islamic regime like Iran's from achieving what it hopes to achieve from the outside. However, reflecting on this hegemony is by no means a reason to abandon the critique of political economy, as any idealization of the USA would suggest. As categorically as the hegemon speaks of the values of the West instead of the value of the capital relationship, as emphatically as democracy and human rights are invoked, the hegemon per se is only ever concerned with enforcing the world market and removing the boundaries of capital accumulation, and only under this condition with values, democracy, and human rights, which, like all moral questions in the face of the capital relationship, must therefore be regarded as side effects or positive collateral damage. As the establishment of U.S. hegemony in the war against Germany has already shown, even in the best of cases it can only ever be a necessary, but not a sufficient condition to prevent the repetition of Auschwitz in a state of bondage. Adorno, the USA under Roosevelt famously inhibited the immigration of a larger number of Jewish refugees. The railroad connections to the extermination camps were not bombed. In order to avoid idealizing the U.S. hegemon, it is essential to take a close look at this darkest chapter in the history of the Roosevelt administration. However, to denounce U.S. hegemony as imperialism, as Hudson does, is directed head-on against the critique of political economy. According to this denunciation, the World War crises and the development of the financial markets afterwards were not crises of capitalist exploitation, but the actions of the international finance capitalists, the parasites, and then the policy of their protective power, the financial imperialism of the USA. In the global economic crisis of the 1930s, the USA was merely a victim of its own intransigence towards its debtors in Europe. Hudson then presents the crisis of the 1970s in a similar way. Here, too, it was by no means a crisis of the whole. Hudson shifts the causality entirely to the fact that the USA had gradually lost its lead in productivity. U.S. exports were less competitive in world markets. Having lost both the financial and export strength of the early post-war years, the U.S. no longer had the means to sell its exports on credit rather than for cash, while other countries now had these means. The American economy was moving towards what some observers called a post-industrial society. In this way, it is suppressed that this was a development in the entire world, which only had to show itself first and most clearly in its leading economic power. Cui bono? Hudson's concept of financial imperialism is designed precisely in such a way that it can be used to completely camouflage the history of German disaster policy. It appears precisely as an immediate result of U.S. policy and the parasites it has covered up, and it is not without logic that the author recommends Germany all the more emphatically today to break out of the system of U.S. financial imperialism and seek an alliance with Iran. No wonder, then, that Michael Hudson was invited to this year's Rosa Luxemburg conference in Berlin as an American star guest. During his appearance at the beginning of 2019, he ranted that most copies of superimperialism were sold to the U.S. Department of Defense and the CIA in the 1970s. Quote, "At the time I was teaching at the New School for Social Research. Herman Kahn then hired me as an employee of the Hudson Institute, and shortly thereafter the Department of Defense paid me a stipend of more than $85,000. That was more than my annual salary. In return, I was supposed to explain how imperialism worked at the Pentagon War College in Washington, and to my surprise they used my book as teaching material." End quote. Perhaps this is even true. After all, it was the Pentagon in the era of Jimmy Carter's presidency. In contrast, the demand from left-wing circles for superimperialism was rather low. But the nephew of the Japanese emperor wanted to have it translated. But the USA regarded this as an unfriendly act and turned him down. It then took another 10 years for my book to be translated into Japanese. End quote. Hudson also proudly announces that he now teaches as a professor at the School of Marxist Studies at the University of Beijing. Here, where he wants the counter-hegemon to be located alongside Germany, the counter-hegemon under whose aegis the world market is to break apart into immediate political dependencies of geopolitical metropolitan areas in China, his book has also achieved the highest circulation worldwide. He took this as an opportunity to create his own private, narcissistic, and positively intended conspiracy theory. Professor Michael Hudson himself is behind China's policy. Quote, "China has realized that the dollar standard forces other countries to co-finance the expenses for the U.S. military stationed abroad. So when Germany increases its currency reserves with U.S. dollars, it is actually indirectly helping to finance the U.S. budget deficit generated by military spending. For this reason, Russia and China are no longer financing their foreign policy with the U.S. dollar. They want to avoid possible U.S. sanctions imposed by the U.S. government along the lines of, 'We will ruin your banking system if you don't follow Washington's orders. We will pull out of the clearing system of banks, impose penalties, and prevent your banks from operating or doing any dollar business. All this will happen if you do something we in the U.S. don't want.'" End quote. China and Russia are therefore following Hudson's advice and are now no longer accumulating U.S. dollars and no longer investing in this currency, but in gold reserves. The idea behind this is to stop hoarding U.S. dollars and thereby ensure that the USA can no longer finance its military encirclement policy towards Europe and Asia with the help of these countries. End of quote. The only thing missing in this alliance against the U.S. hegemon is Germany. Quote, "But the USA is urging Germany to buy its high-priced liquid gas instead of purchasing it from Russia as before. The U.S. government claims that Moscow intends to invade Europe. Allegedly, the U.S. wants to protect Europe, but Europe will have to pay for it. U.S. President Donald Trump is demanding that Germany spend 2% of its gross domestic product on armaments. Of course, this also means buying weapons in the USA and not those produced in Germany. The U.S. war industry has become the most important export industry and the largest employer. U.S. trade unions support war because it creates the most jobs. This is why the U.S. fights all countries that have an alternative to the U.S. dollar. This is also why the euro was conceived in its basic outlines by the most important economic university from the Cold War era, the University of Chicago. The euro was to become a satellite currency of the US, a part of the dollar, so that any European balance of payments surplus would flow to the US Treasury in the form of US dollar bonds. In this way, the euro acquired characteristics that would prevent an active economic policy from the outset. End quote. So the USA is also to blame for the euro crisis. Quote, this means that the EU does not pursue a policy according to Maynard Keynes' theory, cannot work itself out of a recession and stimulate the economy because the source of the necessary money is the commercial banking system. And the problem with bank money as opposed to government money is the interest that is charged. In order to achieve these interest rates, banks only grant loans at certain conditions and are very strictly controlled internationally by the Fed and financial officials in the USA. Against this background, further pressure is being exerted on Europe not to trade with Russia and not to buy gas from there. End quote. How Michael Hudson differs from the German left, despite his spirited appearance at the Rosa Luxemburg Conference of the Junge Welt, can best be seen in one of Gegenstandpunkt's training brochures on finance capital. The war against Nazi Germany is also seen here as a means for the USA to assert itself as the supreme imperialist. Quote, by winning world wars, 2 hot and 1 cold, the USA has enforced the competitive regime to which the nation-state heirs of the Soviet Union and its satellites, as well as the People's Republic of China, have joined after the dissolution of the socialist camp and after the rejection of the planned economy conceived as a precursor to communism, and they continue to maintain a readiness for war which they consider indispensable in order to sufficiently exclude alternatives to civil intercourse between states in conformity with capitalism. End quote. The worldwide marketing of American national debt, this noble way of using foreign wealth for America's financial strength and power, enables this country, it is quite rightly said here, to constantly develop an apparatus of military force which does not always have to be used, but is indispensable in order to discipline the rest of the world to some extent in the interests of the USA. End quote. In contrast to Hudson, the anti-imperialists from the opposing point of view are also better able to assess the strength and weakness of the hegemon, and here one may perceive remnants of Marx studies. On the one hand, they recognize the strength much more clearly in the military power, in the sheer size and power of the US military apparatus. On the other hand, they do not simply ignore powers such as Germany or the EU as competitors within the same system, even if this is a competitor outside of competition, or even see them as alternatives to financial imperialism as Hudson does. They name the balance of power within the IMF and World Bank more precisely, for example that it is only a particularly high proportion of US votes that constitutes hegemony here, and they note that on the world market itself it is merely a matter of a quantitative overweight of the US dollar in the basket of several currencies that are available as reserve currencies for refinancing states in payment difficulties. Quote, with the capitalist power of credit which is embodied in these currencies, they compete with the USA at its own level, namely in the crediting and utilization of the world economy for the success and justification of its credit creation, and thus attack the exceptional position of the USA and its dollar. America, for its part, is fighting with the power of its capital and with intensive economic relations with all countries from which it can earn money, not least with free access for its strong economic sectors to the European market, against the emergence of equal competitors in its like-minded partners and the emergence of an equal alternative to its world money in the euro, which would not tolerate the loss of its dominance in world business because of the vast amount of government debt held in value by the U.S. central bank system. The competition between the major world money powers is therefore fundamental. It affects the foundations of their position in global capitalism. Nevertheless, it does not break their agreement on the competitive order, nor does it end the cooperation of the major opponents in the preservation and further development of the established regime with its freedoms for capitalist property. Both sides know what they have in it. End quote. So at least the Gegenstandpunkt knows that these powers do not have a definitive grip on the system on whose global functioning they had made their own capitalist wealth dependent, that the world's money competitors are not automatically masters of their own conditions for success. This is precisely what the hopes of the German left are pinned on. While Michael Hudson is very specific about the SCO alliance and would like to see it viewed hopefully as the beginning of a counterworld market, they prefer to follow their general and apocalyptic hatred of mediation. Nothing is therefore more symptomatic of their concept of imperialism than the derision poured out by the Gegenstandpunkt on the forms of hegemonic politics, insofar as they make it possible to postpone or limit the use of force. Quote, via the global financial market, its constitutional guardians are getting hold of all third powers and their protégés. An encroachment on foreign sovereignty in a completely civil form that can otherwise only be achieved by force. End quote. The sympathy for the fact that it can again be done by force is expressed discreetly, because the Gegenstandpunkt does not want to make common cause with the ordinary left and right anti-imperialists. The way in which the IMF takes action is described in detail, namely by linking loans from its funds fed by the powerful world economic powers with tough, strictly controlled conditions with the sole aim that the governments of countries in difficulty regain access to the credit markets, even at the expense of the remaining subsistence resources and opportunities of the capitalistically used people of the state. End quote. Not a word is said about the alternative offered by a power like China, where loans are granted not so that these governments can regain access to the credit markets, but in order to create direct political dependencies. In any case, counterpoint means thinking from the state in order to unmask the hegemon, who of course wears no mask at all. What is disturbing is actually the renunciation of force that it can impose on other states. It is about the premise of civil interaction between states, which provides the world powers with such beautiful civil means of coercion, namely the general fundamental renunciation of violence itself. And ultimately, no one is as clear about this as the great world leaders themselves. This can only be ensured by their superior power, a power that takes the freedom of decision on this fundamental issue out of the hands of the other rulers on the globe. End quote. They need a force with which they can effectively restrict the freedom of foreign sovereigns, deter them from the sovereign use of their power, and force them to respect the constraints they have established. Only then are they, sufficiently in their terms, masters of their own destiny. So the equation that the global regime of finance capital can only function as the political economy of their imperialism is also true from their point of view. End of quote. The Gegenstandpunkt hesitates to openly advocate that foreign sovereigns should no longer be restricted in their exercise of power, that they should be given complete control of the decision on this fundamental issue. Just as Michael Hudson hesitates to openly take sides with the Islamic Racket Republic of Iran. What such critics of finance capital have in common is their silence about the fact that Germany has already taken the decision on this fundamental issue completely into its own hands and what the use of force means in this case. What they have in common is their silence about the extermination of the Jews. The common assertion since Chancellor Angela Merkel's term of office that Israel's security is non-negotiable as German raison d'etat is causing more resentment than ever. Incorruptible human rights watchdogs, confirmed by the global intifada mood, no longer want to hold back and finally declare German opinion on Israel to be Israel's reason of state, against which the Jewish state must be measured in future. For this reason, Green MP Lamia Kader, who is usually busy calling for more Islam against Islamism, went on the offensive on August 12, 2024 in the program Hart Aber Fair. The security and existence of the State of Israel is our reason of state, and it applies permanently and always. But it does not apply to every Israeli government. That's a big difference, and we need to make that clear again. End quote. Up to now, Germany's special responsibility meant that it had to stand up for Israel's security interests regardless of day-to-day politics. But Israel should finally play by European, i.e. German, rules, peacefully, pluralistically, and against the right. However, it didn't take a green talk show prankster to disavow the state's promise of reappraisal. A state that does not even manage to stand up to the anti-Semites in its own country should not pretend that it could do anything decisive for Israel's security in the Middle East. Nevertheless, it is symptomatic of current German policy that it is contributing to the weakening of Israel in a chummy, lecturing pose. Hamas won the war of television images after October 7th because the Western media and governments are reproducing the jihadists' propaganda. However, a Green foreign minister, who traveled to the Middle East for the 11th time at the beginning of September, is also contributing to the depoliticization and trivialization of the Palestinians' anti-Semitic campaign of destruction. After Annalena Baerbock showed shock and solidarity immediately after the massacres on Israeli soil, she switched to the routine mode of equidistance just a few weeks later. In view of the images of injured children in the rubble of Gaza, which are used as evidence against Israel without any source criticism, she no longer felt affected only as a politician but also as a mother. Meticulous protocols of one's own emotional state are considered proof of political authenticity, which is why it does not attract negative attention when a high-ranking representative of the state, instead of remaining in her role, tends to reveal inner emotions, Richard Sennett, beyond the average level. The problem is that the obligatory concern sabotages political judgment and elevates mere arbitrariness to a principle. Soon after the first strikes in the Gaza war zone, no one wanted to know anything about the reasons for the war or hear anything about the asymmetrical strategy of Hamas, whose strength lies in opposing the Israeli army with the entire Gaza population, while the partisan war continues to be indirectly co-financed from Germany. In the political superstructure, anger then also became the guiding emotion, which made Baerbock stern regarding the delivery of aid packages to Gaza in April 2024. We expect the Israeli government to implement its announcements quickly. No more excuses. Even more corrosive than the kindergarten supervisory tone is the hubris with which she pathologizes Israel, which has every right to retaliate, as a patient on the German couch. Our reason of state means standing up for the security of the state of Israel. It also means doing everything to ensure that Israel does not lose itself in this war. End quote. Only Annalena Baerbock knows the true nature of Israel, and therefore knows better than Israel whether it is in its right mind or whether it is giving up. The invectives critical of Israel from the German Foreign Ministry disappointed those friends of Israel who have learned to appreciate the Greens as pro-Israeli, and therefore pro-Western, and who have to ignore the notorious equidistance of habitual opportunists as well as appeasement towards Islam at home and abroad. Point for the Greens have transformed themselves. But this is not a political success story in which sinister esoterics have successively become westernized contrary to what is usually reported in the humorous historical accounts of bearded wool sweater wearers. Rather, the suicidal West has adapted to the modernized Greens to such an extent that the latter can nowadays throw themselves on the chest as the protective power of liberal values without any great contortions. In their early days, the Greens focused on environmental and homeland protection, ranging from ecologically interested neighborhood networks to nonpartisan socialists and folkish spiritualist rural communards. The initially harmless idea of environmental protection escalated into a chronic fear that the piece of earth one inhabited would not be polluted, poisoned, or covered in nuclear death. Foreign countries were either perceived as a threat to one's own clod, for example in the form of American medium-range Pershing II missiles, or romanticized in anti-imperialist terms. Consequently, the Greens had very little to do with foreign policy. The only book that explicitly deals with the foreign policy debates in the early days of the Greens is from 1998 and is aptly titled, "The Greens and Foreign Policy, A Difficult Relationship." End quote. The Greens first came into the spotlight of foreign policy when a 6-member parliamentary group and party delegation set off for the Middle East in 1984 to declare peace with Israel. The delegation had drawn up a final declaration before the start of the trip, which was made public during the trip. It stated that the Israeli government would bear full responsibility for the looming bloodbath in the Middle East if it does not change its policy decisively. End quote. At the final press conference in Tel Aviv, Jürgen Reintz, head of the group's delegation, spoke of the Palestinians as victims of the Nazi victims. In a clarification that became necessary, the group rejected any comparison between the Israeli occupation policy in southern Lebanon and the terror of the former German Nazi regime, because the struggle of the Palestinian people is done a very bad service with such comparisons. End quote. How nice, but it didn't help. The Green bankruptcy tour was attacked so harshly in the Israeli media that even in Germany people were ashamed. Martin Kloek's standard work on the critique of left-wing anti-Semitism states, "No other foreign policy activity of the party has ever been able to attract greater public attention than this visit, which was presented as a fact-finding mission." End of quote. Christian Strobeli, for many years one of the most media-effective Greens, caused the next major Israel-related scandal in 1991. He advocated the view, popular today in university protest camps, that the Jews provoke the murderous hatred they encounter. After Iraq's armed forces fired Scud missiles at Tel Aviv and Haifa, Strobeli described the attacks as the logical, almost inevitable consequence of Israel's policy towards the Palestinians and the Arab states. While Merkel was still in office, the Green parliamentary group in the Bundestag called for Israeli goods from the West Bank to be labeled. It has little to do with Israel that Green bashing tends to be considered right-wing today. In times when polemical criticism was not yet ubiquitously identified with hate speech and state delegitimization, contempt for the Greens was still widespread even among sensible leftists. Not least because of the striking similarities in the arguments of Green and Brown friends of nature or peace who were committed to an alternative reformed idiocy of rural life. The authoritarian eco-movement was not concerned with the humane shaping of the environment, but with the protection of fetishized nature from humans, who were seen as pests. This certainly links them to the Greens of today, who are no longer concerned with the local environment, but with the global climate, who like cities so much that they condemn them, and who essentially aim to minimize the human risk by means of technocratic population control. The early Green resentment against Israel stems from the same regressive obduracy against civilization that correlates in post-Nazism with the collective urge to expose Jews as perpetrators. Hence the pathologically self-referential obsession with pity for Palestinians, whose struggle for folkish self-determination against the Jewish state is projectively fueled as the counter-image of proper statehood. Joachim Brun. This obsessive neurosis is expressed in the talk of the victims of the victims. Unlike in smaller sects, however, there have always been people in the Greens who disliked the anti-imperialist abstraction of German history. The so-called Reylos recognized early on that hostility towards Israel and anti-imperialism are a hindrance when it comes to coming to power. The initially consensual radical pacifism was abandoned in favor of a responsible realpolitik. The first Green foreign minister, Joschka Fischer, paved the way for a general German foreign policy that was obliged to take action in other countries because of Auschwitz. Since then, the special relationship with Israel, which is inevitably linked to the self-description as a nation that has successfully come to terms with the past, has forced German politicians to dispense with ordinary anti-Zionism. The Greens also enjoy the counterfactual reputation of being pro-Israeli because they are open to academic criticism of anti-Semitism. Among younger Greens, anti-German theoretical set pieces have long been part of the basic knowledge in the fight against group-related misanthropy, while conversely anti-Germans, in their efforts to no longer criticize Germany as the spearhead of counter-enlightenment in the West, but to glorify it as part of the West to be preserved, now often sound like the extra-parliamentary arm of the Greens, which is rather embarrassing. The fact that anti-Semitism conferences and historically sensitive empty formulas are characterized by their uselessness can also be observed in Baerbock's increasing radicalization, which now combines phrases of solidarity with Israel with the traditional Strobeli sound. At the beginning of September, she posted a photo of herself, taken on a hill in Ramallah City, and added a few thoughtful lines about the voraciousness of the Zionists to her field lord-like pose. The inhabitants of western Ramallah used to look at hills with olive trees, pastures, and electricity pylons on the horizon. Today, they also see Israeli settlements that have almost eaten their way into the valley. End quote. In the face of such enlightened arrogance, the question arises as to whether the vulgar hostility to Israel of traditional leftists like Sarah Wagenknecht is any less devastating, because at least with them you know where you stand. Chancellor Merkel had already made a course correction to Gerhard Schroeder's grumpy male-bonding diplomacy by focusing on a foreign policy more strongly oriented towards values. According to Merkel, we do not want to remain silent about human rights violations against anyone in the world, no matter how hopeful our trading partners or how important countries are for stability and security. The widespread neo-Micheism, according to which the brave Democrats faced destructive populists and authoritarians in the last battle, is also becoming increasingly rigorous in German foreign policy. The intention is to harmonize values and interests in such a way that sustainable trade relations make the world richer, but above all better and ultimately CO2-free. Whether climate, populism, or democracy, anyone who wants to conclude agreements with the Germans is now under pressure to make a commitment. The assumption is that the countries included in the partnership of values have an immediate stake in what is true, good, and beautiful. To illustrate this, just take a look at Germany's national security strategy, which states in 2023 in Pippi Longstocking style that security means being free to shape our lives and our economy as we wish, without political coercion, without economic dependencies. End quote. Shortly after her inauguration, Baerbock said the following about her political self-image. I understand foreign policy as world interior policy. Crises have an impact across borders. They can only be overcome globally and cooperatively. End of quote. The vocabulary introduced by the peace researcher Carl Friedrich von Weizsäcker before Jürgen Habermas polished it up as a paradigm for post-national governance resonates with the will to manage the deregulated accumulation regime across borders. The Greens feel called to morally enforced regulation. Their competencies include unconditional strength of will, which is expressed, for example, in the fact that they are not even irritated by the failure of their planned fantasies within Germany's borders. Meanwhile, the instrumentalization of global crises and wars for national labor and social policy is a reliable side effect of such policies. For 30 years, the mobilization for competition on the total world market has been enforced with reference to the unavoidable demands of globalization. The global climate is decided in Germany, and in recent winters there has been a cross-party opinion that the belt must be tightened because of Putin. Political events outside Germany are thus perceived almost exclusively as an extension of Germany's own problems, while behind the pseudo-humanist moralism lies the voluntarist view that politics can override both the laws of capitalist production and the objective competition between states. In this sense, World Interior Policy is a title for the renunciation of predictable foreign policy and a domestic policy that serves the national interest in a reasonable manner, fueled by megalomaniacal intentions of world happiness. This self-referentiality explains the retreat of classic diplomacy. Whereas in the old Federal Republic, for example during Helmut Kohl's time in office, so-called quiet diplomacy was cultivated, for which it was constitutive that only the results of the intensive negotiations usually reached the public. Today, the later tweeted, camera appearance of the negotiating partners seems to be the actual purpose of the meeting. As right as it is for Baerbock to reproach her Chinese colleague in front of a live stage, the staging is based on the fact that, apart from a brief phase of Chinese offense, the whole thing remains inconsequential at intergovernmental level. The fact that the Greens, in particular, have been inspired by Chinese totalitarianism and its destruction of all privacy and individual freedom of choice in their games to implement climate, energy, and health policy goals into the everyday lives of citizens is not even considered. Left-wing and especially green politics are no longer characterized by the demand for more time and a greater share of social wealth for all. Instead, they offer permanent meddling in private affairs, more control thanks to digitalization and the demand to tighten our belts even more in order to overcome the crisis. The World Interior Policy is also a reminder to all privileged people who are too lazy and not empathetic enough for global progress. In a series of articles in the Frankfurter Rundschau, now published in book form, which aim to sharpen the concept of world interior policy, Ulrich Beck proclaimed years ago that in the age of world interior policy, the legitimacy of ignoring foreign suffering was dwindling, because the new information flows ensured that people almost everywhere were aware of what was happening in other parts of the world. Of course, this cannot be done without relativizing the Nazis. We reproached our parents. How could you not know about the atrocities committed by the Nazis? Today, thousands are dying at the EU's borders. Millions of children are starving to death every day. But we look the other way. That is trivial and deeply outrageous at the same time. End of quote. The appeal to the Christian ethic of compassion, which in itself has a civilizing effect, is turned into a warning against individual selfishness, while awareness of one's own interests should be strengthened, which, even if they refer to the general, are always local and specific and arise from the life situation of the individual. So it is quite right not to care how many people are starving for what reasons on continents that one has never visited. Nobody wonders what the social basis of looking and wanting to help should be. Christianity is being scrapped with relish, and the labor movement, in which at least rudimentary forms of international solidarity were cultivated, is politically dead. Unconcerned by this, Germany expects the European states not to even entertain the idea of going it alone nationally. The moral leader is trying to set the tone in supranational institutions such as the EU and the UN in order to increase its own influence through the power of the supranational. For the time being, the relevant protagonists in global politics include NGOs, which have a reputation for not pursuing their own interests but for competently improving the world. They are Germany's natural partner, especially as they are able to build up pressure. The practice of NGOs is a consequence of the outsourcing of state tasks on a global level. They act as a substitute for sovereignty where the will and the money are lacking to abolish naked misery and brutal injustice. Their job is to take over the administration of misery in cooperation with the dominant forces on the ground, which, despite all the aid packages, amounts to the subsumption of individuals under the domination of local rackets. What the green middle class sees as a grassroots democratic world interior policy means the cementing of conditions in which socially institutionalized mediations are successively liquidated. Post-nationalists suppress the fact that the rights of people and nations are worthless if there are no sovereign states to protect them. Thus, in the name of Western progressive values, a global order is being helped to break through, which means the end of nation-state legal guarantees and predictability. Nothing testifies to the misery of global governance as much as the fact that the preachers of borderlessness, whether the International Court of Justice, the UN, the WHO, or various NGOs, cultivate united hatred of the Jewish state, which protects its borders and sovereignty against the anti-Semitic hordes. German government personnel are now perceived by large sections of the, especially international public, as a panopticon of embarrassment. Despite the blunting effects of political dilettantism, Annalena Baerbock continues to attract attention in a special way. While some appreciate her as a role model who takes on the darkest figures in world politics, others are on the lookout for new slips of the tongue in order to comment on them with consternation or in a schoolmasterly manner. What is overlooked here is that their imprecise, often completely misguided language is a reflection of an equally fleeting, i.e. thoughtless, political style. Baerbock's loss of any coherence in the political sphere corresponds to a syntactical, grammatical, rhetorical, and factual confusion that sometimes borders on aphasia, but appropriately reflects what Baerbock considers to be reason. Journalists from the Tagesschau who value Baerbock as an authentically rebellious defender of the West probably mean it as a compliment when they credit her with compensating for manifest deficits with a lot of heart. Although the grammar occasionally bumps, instead of losing herself in diplomatic phrases, Baerbock often tries to put people at the center. End quote. In postmodern capitalism, pseudo-humanity has a compensatory character. Unlike citizens, people are nothing but people and therefore maneuvering mass for some and material for propaganda for others. When the German middle classes talk about people, they mean others, namely those who are supposed to remain a few steps below them, whereby the fear that they themselves could be affected does not go away. The foreign minister reminds us of this when she talks about the suffering of others, such as in the case of the massacres committed by Russians in the Ukrainian town of Bucha. These victims, you can feel that so vividly here too, these victims could be us. And when the professional Ukrainosolidarians want to say that under the given circumstances it makes sense not to completely scrap the Bundeswehr, it becomes unintentionally comical. Putin has bombed the idea that we don't have to defend ourselves. End quote. The eternal appeal in a mobilized society to be oneself encourages the spread of a social type that tends to impose its own childish fantasies of happiness on the whole world. All Perspective Ethics Council chairmen, always committed to the good, broadcast conscious, shrill, emotional, just not prepared for defeat. The current reactions of Green personnel after election defeats are emblematic. They don't realize that it wasn't meant to be. They cry and complain before carrying on as usual, because there is no longer any doubt, least of all in professional politics, which is of course always progressive. Complementary to this, people with ambitions to save the world cherish the illusion that they are the appointed executors of the hallucinated general. Hence the tendency towards New German universalism, which is a farce on the West. More revealing than Baerbock's thinking is her success in the leading media, which maintain confidential relations with the representatives of the democratic parties. They provide the background music to an authoritarian welfare state in which those in power are presented as friendly people in an almost moronic manner, while their policies turn society into a hell of unsociability and mistrust. Or, in the words of the Paralympic spirit, special appearances by the foreign minister are not uncommon during her travels. This year, for example, Baerbock has already played soccer in Fiji. In the past, she has also jumped through a Finnish nuclear bunker like a child's game. And after her last visit to the Economic Forum in Davos, many people only talked about her watch afterwards. The summer trip to Leverkusen was also a special occasion. Baerbock visited a prosthesis workshop in Leverkusen. The Green minister also met with orthopedic technicians on site, some of whom are also athletes at the Paralympics, which, like the 2024 Olympics, are taking place in Paris this year. The minister also received a t-shirt as a gift. As the Rheinische Post reported from the event, TSV para athlete Marcus Rem told Baerbock that the para long jumpers were practicing their aerial skills on the large trampoline in the hall, and offered Baerbock the chance to jump, and she actually accepted. End of quote. But the Greens' policy is sometimes fiercely contested. The opponents of the values-led foreign policy claim to have a keen sense of realism. Unlike the do-gooders, they conjure up a new, harsh global reality in which consideration is required, above all towards major powers such as Russia or China. The major challenges, whether in terms of trade, peace, or climate, require a joint approach. The argument becomes completely inane when, as in Gegenstandpunkt or Konkret, the Germans are accused of having an unbroken penchant for militarism. Germany is not mobilizing for war, only for competition on the world market. In crisis regions, other countries are supposed to enforce civilized forms of transport. Germany is involved in reconstruction and is eyeing trade afterwards. In NATO, Germany is seen as a country of doubters and obstructionists. When Donald Trump reproached them, politicians and the arts pages were piqued. On the other hand, they have become all the more involved in development policy in recent years, protecting the global south, and seem to be planning to transform the Federal Foreign Office itself into an NGO in the long term. The tried and tested business model, which also necessarily includes dialogue with human abusers, was disgraced when Russia, previously courted in its own interests, invaded Ukraine. The Greens were the quickest to recognize this, having been NATO skeptics a few years ago. In no way did they provoke a conflict with their base, because pacifism has long been passé, and the conflict between Fundis and Realos was above all a simulation of a culture of debate. In retrospect, the NATO war against Yugoslavia must be seen as an awakening experience. Preventing Auschwitz by bombing Belgrade is even more heartwarming than singing the praises of world peace hand in hand in a human chain. A survey conducted 2 years ago by the Friedrich Ebert Foundation revealed that Green voters are more in favor of Germany's military human rights interventions than voters of the other Bundestag parties. The governing Greens' intention to strengthen the transatlantic alliance speaks in their favor. However, the pro-American tone is due to the realization that Germany would have little choice if the going got tougher. A little ambition is needed because from the US perspective, Germany belongs to the category of countries that are not taken particularly seriously, too weak to be able to harm the US and too unhelpful in global political problems to have to make an effort for them. End quote. The desired partnership in leadership is also easy because the woke Democrats make it really difficult for the value-oriented Germans, who are ideologically close to them, to go on a confrontational course. The rather new mixture of criticism of despots and American friendliness does not appeal to everyone in Germany. In a recent interview with Die Zeit, sociologist Wolfgang Streeck placed the German foreign minister in the tradition of bellicose neoconservatism and laid it on thick. Quote, "Furthermore, right-wing conservatives believe that there can be no peace in this world. There are Schmittian existential enemies that we can only live with if we don't let them live. The latter is now a central theme of the American neocons and the European NATO conservatives, including our foreign minister." End quote. However, peace presupposes that the parties concerned want it or are forced into it by the threat or use of force. For the imperialist Russian state power, it is probably more true that it escalates regardless of attempts at appeasement when it deems it appropriate. At the same time, however, Streeck overestimates the foreign minister's aggressiveness. Despite all the talk about the need to subdue Russia, current foreign policy differs from that of the neocons in that, in the absence of a strategy or even an informed, consistent political theory, even the simple definition of the enemy fails and it fundamentally lacks any willingness to be consistent. The condition of the nagging is precisely the planned lack of consequences. Participation in war is out of the question for Germany, which is already skimping on the supply of weapons. In Germany, war is a diffuse scenario for the moral blackmail of its own population and other states, not a political possibility. In terms of foreign policy, there are also no potentially destabilizing upheavals in mind. It would be enough if disagreeable rulers adapted their jargon and refrained from invasions. This applies to activist politics in general, which has little to do with non-discursive reality. Where this illusion prevails, resistance ceases to be a symbol. It becomes the thing itself, but as its caricature, which is at the same time the renunciation of the thing. End of quote. Political analyses of the enemy would presuppose that the government strictly renounces moral evaluations. Apart from the fact that, despite all the military rhetoric about strengthening Russia, they are not fighting against Russia themselves, but only cheering on Ukraine, they are forgoing an appropriate assessment conveyed to the public of Russian goals, the political economic dynamics within the country and the associated subject deformation in a society based on violence in favor of an infantile demonization of Putin. All of this should be the issue if Russia is, according to unanimous opinion, the greatest threat to Germany's security. So the right decision to support Ukraine is an expression of needs that have nothing to do with this war. No one can say what exactly is at stake, except that Russia must not win, which is why it is fundamentally possible to change values, enemies, allies and fronts at any time, depending on how the situation changes. The same applies to the feminist foreign policy that has been put forward as the new premise. The cranky Islam appeasement alone sufficiently refutes the claim that one wants to take decisive action against misogyny and the oppression of women. However, the silliness is topped by the fact that, despite all admonitions, a permanent critical dialogue is maintained with Iran in terms of personnel and diplomacy, thereby undermining a policy in favor of the opposition. Germany keeps one of the most misogynistic regimes in the saddle, but there are more quota jobs in foreign missions that suit its own clientele. And that is probably what counts. Contemporaries interested in world politics are certain that the wars led by the USA have brought nothing but disaster to the world in this millennium. The interventions in Afghanistan in 2001 and Iraq in 2003 are not only regarded as a bad decision, but also as a catastrophic expression of American arrogance. Apart from the fact that the accusations made then and now are contaminated with anti-American sentiment, there were reasonable reasons for the war that the Germans could not be taught even then. The United States had to recognize that its citizens were attracting the destructive will of an enemy whose influence was constantly growing. The terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001 claimed 2,996 lives, which the terrorist gangs and their supporters saw as their greatest triumph to date in the world war against the infidels. The perpetrators' environment, from henchmen to sympathizers, operated worldwide and was already dominant in some countries, including those later attacked. Further attacks had to be expected, and the decision was taken in the well-understood national interest to strike back in an appropriate manner. The pictures of George W. Bush and firefighter Robert Beckwith, who died earlier this year, in front of the destroyed World Trade Center are unforgettable. They show the president with a megaphone in his right hand, his left arm over the fireman's shoulders. Bush's message was not only directed at the assembled firefighters searching for survivors in the rubble. "I can hear you. The whole world can hear you, and the people who brought down these towers will all hear from us soon." It was about retribution, but above all about defending the achievements of freedom, of which the citizens of the United States are proud for good reason. In his second inauguration speech on January 20, 2005, George W. Bush reaffirmed the goals of the war. As long as entire regions of this earth suffer tyranny and feed its resentment, as long as people fall prey to ideologies that preach hatred and excuse murder, violence will grow broader and more destructive, crossing even the most secure border and threatening us mortally. There is only one historical force that can break the regime of hatred and resentment, expose the deceptions of tyrants, and fulfill the hopes of the decent and tolerant: the force of freedom. Events and common sense allow only one conclusion: the survival of freedom in our country increasingly depends on the success of freedom in other countries. End quote. Even in the West today, one could no longer speak so pathetically of the power of freedom. The strategy was risky, the justification ambiguous. The fact that the US government of the time, as an actual world power, attributed the state of the world to the enemy without exception was, of course, only half the truth. The murderous madness is not identical with the capital relationship, but has political-economic preconditions that neither the liberals nor the conservatives want to know anything about. Bush's definition of the enemy, however, caused his defeatist partners in Germany to keep their distance. The Red-Greens saw that the time had come for an anti-American revolt. It was a good fit. With the help of newly awakened anti-American community feelings, it was possible to distract from the Red-Green policy of social cuts. Joschka Fischer, who was somewhat more cautious than Chancellor Schroeder in determining Germany's course at the time, believes in retrospect that he was right. The Americans had destroyed trust in the Islamic world and were therefore responsible for the ongoing devastation, as if they couldn't do it alone. A new, better world suddenly seemed possible. A world in which dictators and bloodthirsty warlords could be put out of business thanks to the latest weapons technology at minimal human and material cost. In fact, this strategy amounted to nothing more than a further attempt at those utopias of world improvement that promised to make the world better by first making it worse. End quote. Nevertheless, the USA overestimated its own possibilities. It did not reckon with the resistance in Western countries. It was too optimistic to assume that the majority of the inhabitants of the intervention zones wanted more freedom and less Quran, and therefore welcomed the initial American strikes as the beginning of new power and living conditions. As a result, the fanaticism of the suicide warriors was capable of permanently demoralizing a regular army. However, Fischer criticizes precisely the most sympathetic aspect, namely the intention to overcome the brutal human oppression together with those oppressed by the regime. Contrary to assurances to the contrary, the Greens, whether in their old peace movement guise or as value-driven technocrats, are in favor of the right to folklore, but not of the abolition of untenable conditions. Nietzsche came up with the idea that the high-minded preachers of morality were looking for evil in order to present themselves as the complete opposite. Those good guys, and little has changed in this respect, show the most inventive consideration, self-control, and tenderness in their mutually monitored behavior towards one another. But they can also be different, as can be observed in the present, for example, when the community of Democrats would like to pull up the wall again against the Aussies who have remained foreign. They are not much better than unleashed predators on the outside, where the foreign, the alien begins. They enjoy freedom from all social coercion. They hold themselves harmless in the wilderness for the tension that a long confinement and freezing in the peace of the community gives. End of quote. Moral criticism, following on from Nietzsche, wants to speak freed from morality, about the real power relations, as does Carl Schmitt, who promises his fans an unsparing view of the world. Many former leftists who have been pulled out of the theoretical hole into which they had fallen somewhere between the end of their studies and the beginning of their careers by reading Schmitt are attracted by precisely this, the newly discovered bravery in the bold and, above all, unsentimental reconstruction of harsh reality, which is teeming with conflict, hostility, and decision. Schmidt was disturbed by the ubiquitous presence of values where, in his opinion, they did not belong, namely in the law. In his text, The Tyranny of Values, which is based on a lecture given in 1959 as part of the Ebracher Seminar, initiated by Ernst Forsthoff, Schmidt exemplifies the difference between values and rights. He attributes the boom in the idea of values to a post-Christian, and therefore anti-Catholic self-deification of man. In contrast to the Federal Republic's normative interpretation of the Constitution, it is the task of the legislator and the laws it enacts to determine mediation through predictable and enforceable rules and to prevent the terror of immediate and automatic enforcement of values. The struggle of the advocates of values amounts to the opposite and has, with compelling necessity, something activist about it. Virtues are practiced, norms are applied, orders are carried out, but the values are set and enforced. Whoever asserts their validity must assert them. End of quote. This is not only true, but also topical, as a glance at the Democracy Promotion Act shows, as does the demand made by the Greens after the last election setbacks to set up a task force for the protection of democracy. The Office for the Protection of the Constitution has long been concerned not only with violent or already delinquent enemies of the state, but also with unwelcome political opponents in general. The former Nazi jurist Schmidt, whose state was defeated by the enemy in 1945, scandalized the fact that moral evaluations and political judgments are made at all. In the hierarchy of values, on the other hand, other relations apply that justify the fact that the value destroys the unvalue and the higher value treats the lower value as inferior. By rewarding evil with evil, our earth is transformed into a hell, but hell into a paradise of values. End quote. History has proven the opposite. It is not a show of strength, but a reasonable insight that there are people committed to absolute evil who, as long as they are allowed to hope for victory, carry on, and can only be stopped by using the means at their disposal without sentimentality. Sometimes only death cures them. Schmidt attacks the early FRG and refers to the USA's universal understanding of international law, in short, Victor's justice. Even some of his students have noticed that he was unable to make similar judgments about the Nazi system of values. What remains is larmoyance. All consideration for the opponent is lost. Indeed, it becomes worthless if the fight against this opponent is a fight for the highest values. Moral critics sometimes fail to notice that their own moral impetus, the gesture of unmasking with which Schmidt confronts unfairness, is in no way inferior to the moralism they oppose. Eberhard Straub updated Schmidt's thoughts a few years ago. For the US Americans, evil is always active outside their happy island. NATO subscribes to this assumption and thus elevates itself to the realm of the good and noble, who are called to drive out evil in the world. Self-empowerment inevitably leads to the self-righteousness of the guardians of values led by the United States. End quote. Straub was already mocking the alienation towards Islamic customs that still existed in European societies when the term anti-Muslim racism had not yet been invented. In general, the anti-universalist right seems to be as allergic to the West as only the post-colonial cycle left. The military attempts to overcome Islamic barbarism in a number of particularly agitated countries have failed. Within the Western states, sheer self-hatred and doom-mongering are causing annoyance and resentment. Fueled by global competition, regulatory techniques are emerging that liquidate the freedoms that were once essential to the West and that even communists have always defended as conditions for the better. At the same time, the multipolar world order that is being touted everywhere is actually emerging. In it, the former world hegemon, the USA, is retreating, while new power blocks are emerging and economic dependence on the West is dwindling. The post-American world is also the dream of all anti-Westerners in the West, who march separately but strike together as an international front of crisis-inspired ignorance, who wish for conditions in which the collective puts the individual in his rightful place. And those who tick like this have no fear of contact with Russian, Chinese, or even Islamic conditions, which Wittfogel summarized not by chance under the critical term Oriental or Asian despotism. It is indicative of a worrying loss of political judgment that no one notices how the everyday promotion of obscure identitarian tribal ideologies, infatuated with diversity and multiplicity, amounts to the exact opposite of the universal idea of humanity that one claims to defend in foreign policy. The re-archaizing disintegration of the species into identitarian communities, all of which demand respect for all kinds of foibles, has the advantage for the ruling class that people who are fully fixated on skin color, religion, gender, or the like do not pose the class question. Hence, the diversity spectacle, the anti-discrimination reports as adequate contemporary documents of the transformation of politics into anime. German refugee and migration policy has contributed more to the spread of anti-Semitism than any SYLT snobs or seminar contexts from the AfD environment. The debates following Islamic attacks show one thing above all: a cowardly caving in to political Islam and its enforcers, who are made to understand under the guise of neo-urban coolness that they have long since capitulated. Far from the state-supporting milieus that set the tone, opinion of Islam in European countries is predominantly negative. Nevertheless, people have so far managed to deny the recent Islamization or present it as a gain in diversity that must be unconditionally defended against right-wing populism. And the same applies to both the woke and the right-wing Islam appeasement. By refusing to name the difference between market-mediated competition and immediate terror against the individual, collaboration with the gang-like cruelty to humanity is already complete. This callousness is also the reason why Israel has been stabbed in the back, even though the global civil war for Palestine is also raging on German streets. Preventing October 7, 2023, as Henrik M. Broders recently put it, from being the beginning of the end of Israel must be at the heart of a truly Western foreign policy, which cannot be separated from what is done domestically. One wonders why the pathos and the declared willingness to fight against Russia is possible, but not against Hamas, Iran, and their supporters and friends. In any case, we must reflect on the fact that the self-demonized West cannot and will not, and this is precisely what the nonsense about values belies. However, defending the promises present in what exists despite everything is not about sentimentality. Viewing the individual as a member of the same humanity also means demanding that the truth is reasonable for everyone and that decisions can have consequences. Neither religion nor culture justify giving free rein to the basest instincts against others. It goes without saying that inhumane vegetation and the invocation of wild, aimless, unrestrained forces of destruction must be eliminated from the world. The problem with pseudo-universalism today is that all attempts to defend reason, at least in the particular, are denounced in its name, be it in the name of a now globalized logic of constraints or under the dictum of the primacy of foreign policy. More than ever, it is important to set the right priorities and speak plainly. In Germany, however, moral hypocrisy has diffused into society as a whole to such an extent that many people consider it normal to be preached to in a fanciful manner until they can no longer hear or see. Recent history does not teach us much, but it does teach us that we can always expect anything. You are putting the lives of millions of people at risk. You are risking a third world war. More than 500,000 peace marchers chanted this or something very similar on June 10, 1982 in the Bonn-Rhine floodplains. Their discontent was directed against German Chancellor Helmut Schmidt, who had pushed through the so-called NATO double-track decision against considerable opposition. Schmidt was referring to the compliant executor of a much more dangerous villain and potential humanities enemy, on whose strings he was allegedly hanging, U.S. President Ronald Reagan, 1981 to 1989, who was also in Bonn on the same day as a participant in a summit meeting of NATO states. It is to the shame of current U.S. President Donald Trump that the quote originates from him and that he used these words to address Ukrainian President Zelensky live on February 28, 2025 to denounce him, of all people, as a warmonger. No American president has discredited the American mission of defending the Free West more than Donald Trump on that day. At first glance, Trump's actions seem to fit in with an era that apparently came to an end in 1990, which began with the betrayal of freedom precisely when National Socialist Germany was defeated. Anti-fascism, of all things, proved to be the ideological lubricant for handing over Eastern Europe to servitude, diplomatically in Potsdam, practically with the installation of Soviet vassal regimes. The USA, and with it Great Britain, betrayed the Polish government in exile based in London and with it thousands of Polish soldiers who had fought alongside the Western Allies. Their country was handed over to the Soviet Union, for the sake of peace, the price of which Poland initially had to pay. It is well known and understandable that there were reasons for this, which lay in the general war weariness. Nevertheless, the surrender of Eastern Europe to the USSR made the West vulnerable on the propaganda front of the Cold War, as the liberation from fascism and the freedom of a particular population to choose their preferred form of republic were obviously not the same thing. In the hierarchy of values, peace superseded freedom. Unlike the surrender of the Czechoslovak Republic to the Germans in 1938, and finally the occupation of the rest of the Czech Republic in March 1939, this was not criticized by most contemporaries as shameful appeasement, but welcomed as a contribution to a new world order. The protagonists would work together to ensure that what the Germans had done would not happen again. The fate of Poland also shows where the journey is headed when, for the sake of peace at any price, the logic of the aggressor becomes the guiding principle of the free world. The loser has to kowtow. Greater values than freedom are at risk if someone rebels. The devastating judgment of being denounced as a disturber of the peace hovered over Poland in the 1980s, when its population was preparing to revise what had been done to it since 1945. At that time, the USA under Ronald Reagan broke with Antifa logic and prevented what has been happening to Ukraine since 2014 and even more so since 2022 from happening to Poland. The USA under Reagan remembered the promise it had made to the Polish government in exile and jumped to the Poles' side, this time under far more favorable conditions. In addition to sanctions against the People's Republic of Poland and the Soviet Union, Reagan also placed his faith in the stationing of nuclear-tipped medium-range missiles in Western Europe. This allegedly adventurous policy put Germany in particular at risk of becoming the victim of a nuclear war, according to West and East German interpretations. The probable end of the Ukrainian freedom movement in Germany, long before Trump took this line, was the responsibility of a peace bloc that had dominated public opinion as a firewall against war since 1958 and became and remained capable of winning a majority with the policy of détente under Willy Brandt. Today, it is the broad alliance of the AfD, Left Party, BSW, and large parts of the SPD, supplemented by institutions, groups, and individuals from the far right to the far left, that does not want to get involved in any adventures. In February 2022, the USA, together with France, Poland, and other EU states, forced Germany to terminate the pact with the aggressor, whose blatant threats not only against Ukraine, but also against other states liberated from the remnants of the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact from 1990 onwards were considered historically well-founded interests in the logic of détente politicians. Ukraine's aspiration to join NATO posed no more of a threat to Russia than the new NATO states in Eastern Europe. These states only become a vital interest of Russian policy if it is assumed that they belong to Russia's inalienable sphere of influence. As a legacy of anti-fascism, and thus historically legitimized, what the war-weary Western allies established in 1945 on the ruins of National Socialism continues to have an effect. The Soviet Union simply had to be conceded the disdainful imperialist consolidation of its territory. What was called anti-fascism after 1945 was committed throughout Western Europe to a reading of the Second World War, according to which Europe had been liberated primarily by the Soviet Union. Knowledge about the authorship of the massacres of the Polish intelligentsia in Katyn and elsewhere was sacrificed to this, just as the historical fact was played down that until June 1941, Great Britain alone had held out against the Germans, and that after that the Soviet Union, which was in dire straits militarily, was only able to hold on thanks to enormous arms supplies from the USA. Such omissions were made to reinforce the myth of a brotherhood in arms, which included not only the immediate belligerents but also the resistance in France and the partisans from the Balkans to Italy and Norway. Supported by the personal courage of the combatants, the anti-fascist resistance would have held up the torch of the liberation of their peoples across all classes and thus ultimately defeated fascism. Even at this point, the fact that it was primarily U.S. industry which had been converted to war production that ultimately broke the back of the Wehrmacht fades into the background. The fact that material battles were delivered in which heroes had little to do and open-field battles were almost an anachronism, i.e. that liberation came from the factories and shipyards of the USA, also offended Western European anti-fascists, who stood stunned before the endless columns of tanks and trucks that rolled towards Germany from June 1944, flanked by an air force that had already broken German air superiority in the fall of 1940, initially as an originally British force. Nevertheless, it was above all the great deeds of the Red Army that shaped the memory of the liberation from fascism, as its fighters had to use anachronistic means and suffer enormous loss of life to make up for what their own leadership had failed to do strategically, logistically, and in terms of weaponry. Unimpressed by this, the Soviet Union lived on beyond its end in the self-image of the Western European left in particular as a guarantor of world peace and soon as a firewall against imperialism. German social democracy acted seemingly contradictorily in this field and, as early as the Cold War, when Ernst Reuter and after him Willy Brandt as the ruling mayor of West Berlin praised the frontline city as a haven of freedom with the utmost pathos, made a pact with a peace camp, at the latest with the atomic death campaign in 1958, for which Germany's own self-evidently painful history, especially in the bombing war, was a reason to join the ranks of the victims of fascism and war. Reasons to praise the Red Army were quickly found in Germany. Unlike the U.S. Army, it would not have fought cowardly from the air or with distance-creating artillery, but man-to-man as representatives of fair warfare, just like the Wehrmacht. The admiration of the Soviet soldiers resonates with an element that connects the poorly uniformed victors of 1945 with elemental forces of nature, which borrows from the mystified Mushuk, but has long since referred to an alleged Scythian savagery. The victors, who moved westwards through their destroyed country, marked by deprivation and terrible experiences, but also by the misdeeds of their masters, were fascinated without empathy. The Soviet Union survived its demystification from 1948 onwards. At that time they came together. The Berlin blockade, 1948, the schism against Yugoslavia, 1948, and the Kravchenko trial in Paris, 1949. Beginning with Viktor Kravchenko's book I Chose Freedom, which was first published in large print runs in Paris and London in the late 1940s, more came to light about Stalinism, which was also noted with irritation by left-wing intellectuals, without their attitude towards the Soviet Union changing significantly. Criticism of the bleak conditions in the post-Stalinist Soviet Union did not fit into the repertoire of progressive minds. In addition to the myth of the Red Army, which kept European post-war anti-fascism alive until the 1990s, it was the rationalization of the Hitler-Stalin Pact that was necessary to protect the Soviet Union, which was threatened from the West. The incorporation of Eastern Poland and the Baltic states, which had already been agreed with the Nazis, appeared to be a logical part of a planned security policy that would have made victory over the Germans possible in the first place, which is why these territories had to remain in Soviet hands as a bargaining chip against a new fascism, in reality as spoils of war after May 8, 1945, for the good of Europe and the world. The myth of anti-fascist resistance became a general consensus in the very country where there had been none. German anti-fascism, which came across as a peace movement, succeeded in bringing to a perverse climax what was already inherent in the concept: to allow liberation to merge with a longing for peace and to obtain the arguments for this from the aggressor. So much for the shame of a specifically German anti-fascism, for which the desire for liberation was considered a crime when it was directed against Russia. However, it should not be forgotten that there were also forces on the radical right in the FRG who spoke out in favor of a pacified, Central European area. In 1982, Wolfgang Port quoted from an article that appeared in 1968 in the National Democratic Press Service in his remarkable essay, German Peace Campaigners, Polish Resistance. Of course, we cannot make a world power like the USSR willing to negotiate by trying to break the strategic political arc, which the Russians have drawn over Poland, the Zonal Republic and Czechoslovakia, by supporting Czech emancipation efforts, which are largely based on illusions. It is only possible for us to give the Russians the certainty that forces will never emerge from a Central European area, from which they are withdrawing, that will turn against the Soviet Union in a possible moment of weakness. It may be that the national democratic calculation, Port continued, to talk the Soviet Union out of reunification with the promise that they would then help to keep the Poles and the Czechs down, a reprise of the Hitler-Stalin Pact, had never been very far removed from the core of social democratic policy towards the East, Germany, détente and peace. Now, at any rate, i.e. in 1981, social democratic peace and Ostpolitik has moved so close to this national democratic calculation that it is almost impossible to distinguish between the two. Because nothing has changed in this attitude, it is worth following up on Port by looking at Poland and recalling a covered-up scandal that occurred on November 7, 2024 at the 35 Years of Peaceful Revolution ceremony in Bellevue Palace. On that day, one of the keynote speakers was told that anyone who attacked an all-German continuity that had been unbroken since 1981 at the latest was to be expelled as a disturber of the peace. Images from Poland in 1980 took some getting used to for progressive Germany. Striking shipyard workers queuing up in public to have their ears confessed by priests, and this in a socialist workers' and peasants' state. Nobody in Germany could do anything with the pious proles in the Lenin shipyard they occupied in Gdansk, least of all those who had been important since 1969. In both East and West Germany, the Polish protest movement was not seen as a freedom movement to be supported, but as a threat to world peace posed by forces of reaction. The conservative Polish Pope made no secret of his sympathy with the protesting compatriots, while at almost the same time the NATO double-track decision, which provided for the deployment of nuclear-tipped missiles in Western European countries, put the Warsaw Pact states in a tight spot. In West Germany, this led to a mass movement committed to peace, in which almost all those who already represented public opinion at the time were represented, not least professing Christians, although Catholics played a subordinate role among them. For ideological reasons alone, there was little room for solidarity with the Gdansk shipyard squatters. Even those who did not adhere to Protestant Christianity were, without ever having reflected on it, committed to a tradition that was as old as the idea and later the practice of the Prussian-German nation-state. Large demonstrations, human chains, and celebrity blockades in front of American military bases for the sake of peace caused the stumbling block to fade into the background. A mass movement led by the self-organized proletariat, which formed in opposition to state socialism and was soon labeled as anti-communist with some justification, could not be linked to an idea of liberation. The reasons for this were not given. After all, they did not want to be suspected of having anything in common with the rulers in Poland. The traditional knowledge of the national characteristics of the people east of the Oder and Vistula was obviously enough. The Poles were already considered by Max Weber to be on a lower cultural level than the German peasant, whom they competed with as agricultural workers on the Junkerland, because of the physiological basis of their psychological peculiarities. Dull resignation and tractability, i.e. because of their predominant consumption of potatoes. Potatoes and, in addition, the alleged preference for potato schnapps, which Weber had also pointed out, resulted in the memory of the Germans as a people who were not accountable and therefore urgently in need of cultural leadership, who, to make matters worse, were close to an international organization whose intrigues against the German people remained a bad memory even after the Kulturkampf of the Bismarck era. The memories of Germanism must have been even worse among the Polish workers who were called to the Ruhr from the 1870s onwards, a third of whom returned to the restored Polish state after the First World War, and another third emigrated to the northern French coal fields of Lille and Lens in the 1920s. A good 40 years later, the anti-Polish resentment of the 1980s was the starting point for a speech that Marco Martin gave on November 7, 2024 at the ceremony to mark German reunification in Schloss Bellevue. Today, the only thing we remember about it is that Federal President Frank-Walter Steinmeier hugged the writer like a schoolboy during the reception afterwards. Martin began in a seemingly harmless manner. For as inspiring as the Polish resistance had been for the GDR civil rights activists, in large parts of the population, something completely different was being heard. Why didn't the Poles just go to work instead of going on strike and constantly demanding freedom and annoying us? In the state media, it sounded just a little more disguised. End of quote. That still went through. In view of the election victories of the AfD and BSW peace parties in East Germany in the fall of 2024, the federal president will also have agreed with Martin's transition to the present, as he seemed to be referring solely to East German deviations that could not be warned about loudly enough. But why suddenly also this inflation of the concept of peace, even though the vast majority of young people and men growing up in the GDR had once refused military service just as little as they had previously refused to take part in military science lessons at school, pre-military camp training during their apprenticeship, and later on the exercises of the so-called company combat groups? Is it possible that the regime propaganda that saw peace as only guaranteed if it served the Kremlin's power interests, while the NATO defense alliance was slandered as an imperialist warmonger, is still having an effect here? End of quote. Until then, the speech by the marginalized East German still fitted into the festival program despite his problematization of an inflated concept of peace. But what he then did was decidedly against common sense. But anyone who misunderstands this as typically East and thus outsources it would be wrong. For it was and is a double German story, so to speak, and the nonsense that was and is told in the West has always been reflected back to the East. In 1982, for example, Egon Bahr even described Solidarnosc as a danger to world peace in the magazine Vorwärts. An insane infamy, which the poet Peter Rumkorff, still widely revered today as a subversive subtle spirit, seconded in this way in the harsh diction of the Nazi Fathers generation. No one in the world can prescribe more to the Polish nation than work and discipline anyway, but who can muster the courage to actually prescribe them, in addition to the necessary courage? Marco Martin remained self-conscious in his role as the last East German dissident and was close to rejecting his realization that German unification was strongly supported by a longing for peace, which can have nothing to do with an empathetic idea of freedom and therefore nothing to do with revolution, and becoming the all-German keynote speaker. But what does this have to do with the 35th anniversary of the peaceful revolution in the GDR? Certainly more than we would like. Because this perverted concept of peace, which is completely devoid of the question of duration, stability, and justice, is now whizzing back and forth between East and West like a weaver's shuttle. And hand on heart, is it really recognized in the collective memory that the first stone of the Berlin Wall was once cut at Lenin's shipyard in Gdansk? Recognized that the much-praised policy of détente was based on increasing defense spending in West German GDP, and of course on the protective umbrella of NATO, and on an American policy that impressively showed the Soviet Union the limits of its expansionist power. End quote. He was right about everything except for his assertion that the Poles' struggle for freedom in the 1980s and, similarly, that of the Ukrainians since 2014 was comparable to the "We are one people" cries in Leipzig and elsewhere. Cries that fell into their laps for what had been fought for in Poland, Czechoslovakia, and the Baltic states for decades, many of whom are still drawing attention to themselves today as activists of a special consciousness zone, with all the ugly side effects. Significantly, this includes what Thuringian Nazis and Mecklenburg SPD comrades have in common: a turn towards the former Soviet Union and its successor state. The questionable reminiscence of German reunification becomes a marginal gloss in the face of Martin's outrageous general attack on a man who owes his rise to Gerhard Schroeder, whom he quoted with a particularly infamous sentence from 2016. Gerhard Schroeder, still an unrepentantly grandiloquent friend of the mass murderer in the Kremlin, is already being guaranteed by the new Secretary General of the Chancellor's Party that there is still room for him in German social democracy. This, incidentally, to the same horror of Eastern Europeans and seasoned social democrats that they had to hear from the then foreign minister in 2016 that the NATO maneuvers on the eastern flank to protect the democracies there were saber-rattling and warmongering. Saber-rattling and howls of war? Mr. President, and with all due respect, the Nord Stream project, which the SPD and CDU held on to for so miserably long against all well-founded criticism, was only a bridge your words from spring 2022 insofar as it further encouraged Putin in his aggression, in his calculation that the Germans, otherwise world champions in moralizing, would not let the lucrative business go, Ukraine or no Ukraine, and again, it was with considerable arrogance that the clairvoyant warnings in Eastern Europe were ignored. And it is also the threatened Eastern Europe that has to bear the consequences, in the near future, moreover, possibly even without American assistance. End of quote. This refers to a statement by Alexander Gall and from February 2019, which reads as if it had been taken from a strategy paper by the SPD Mecklenburg-Vorpommern in the National Democratic Press Service. As a NATO member, Germany is a close ally of the USA for good reasons, but we must not make the mistake of becoming unilaterally strategically dependent. The Nord Stream 2 project is a good opportunity to broaden Germany's foreign policy and deepen its ties with Russia in the spirit of Bismarck's reinsurance policy. End quote. Ronald Reagan's promise of freedom was not convincing in Europe. He did not succeed in drawing a line under the anti-fascist lie of life, which initially sacrificed the freedom of only Eastern Europeans to a Pax Sovietica. Nevertheless, he is to be praised for the fact that, unlike his predecessor Jimmy Carter, he did not submit to the European and Soviet peace rhetoric, whose protagonists did everything to ensure that Ukraine bled to death on the fronts and in the hinterland. A rhetoric that Donald Trump, the traitor in the Oval Office, has now also adopted. On November 7, 2024, it was Marco Martin in Germany who announced in a prominent place what is happening today and will probably end with a military and moral defeat for Ukraine. For our and your freedom, it is the tormented civilian population in Ukraine as well as the soldiers of the Ukrainian army who, with their resistance, are also trying to protect our freedom, which has existed throughout Germany since 1989, even now, at this minute and at unimaginable sacrifice. And no, those military and Eastern European scholars and politicians in Germany, often so criminally isolated in their own parties, who think day after day about how the invaded country can be supported more appropriately than before, these committed men and women do not deserve to be denounced as caliber experts, suggesting that they are exuberant troublemakers who are willing to shoot. Let's call a spade a spade. These are all more than verbal slips of the tongue, which are then dutifully retracted. After all, fatal thought patterns become visible here, from quasi the highest level, and assertions are made which then immediately diffuse into the public sphere and create additional confusion there. Especially in times of heightened crisis, however, clarity of thought is of great value. The perverted concept of peace of the 1980s survived the fall of communism, and what Poland was spared in 1980 etc. is affecting Ukraine today. It was not specifically German resentment to insult as imperialists the nation in whose occupation zone the Germans lived best, which guaranteed its inhabitants peace until the end of the Soviet Union and beyond, imperialists by virtue of military power and imperialists by virtue of the erosion of Europe's indigenous culture. Nowhere, however, did the hatred of America increase as much as in Germany's educated circles after its own liberation, when the victor showed himself to be unexpectedly generous. Declaring freedom suspended where it was most powerful has continuity in Germany. The policy of the USA, whose inhabitants were accused of self-interest, was said to be responsible for the threat to world peace, among other things by undermining its own healthy foundations. As early as 1925, this knowledge prompted Stefan Zweig, a highly overrated vaporous chatterbox of the German-language feuilleton, to come to this insight. The historians of the future will mark on the next page after the Great European War that the conquest of Europe by America has begun in our time. Or even more, it is already in full swing and we just don't realize it. Every country, with all its newspapers and statesmen, still rejoices when it receives a dollar loan. In reality, we are becoming colonies of their life, their way of life, servants of an idea that is deeply alien to the European idea, the machine idea. In cinema, in radio, in dance, in all these new means of mechanizing humanity, there is a tremendous power that cannot be overpowered. For they all fulfill the highest ideal of the average, to offer pleasure without demanding effort. End quote. Such cheap phrases, which were supposed to help the Germans and Austrians, who were defeated in 1918, gain some aristocratic dignity in meager times and make them forget their war guilt, have stood the test of time in relation to the USA and have been used to greater effect since Donald Trump's re-election. The most recent outcry against the USA came just as the new president was putting an end to his country's European involvement within the realms of possibility. In reality, this only meant the withdrawal of support for Ukraine, which Trump denounced as a rogue state in order to justify his appeasement of the aggressor, but rather the possible withdrawal of European military and not least nuclear protection. The egotistical imperialist that the USA has always been regarded as could comply with European wishes for more independence from Big Brother, which in turn is regarded as the height of imperialist arrogance. While West Berlin proletarians still knew what they had in the Americans and never missed a German-American folk festival, if only because until 1961 they could visit relatives to see the alternative system more or less unhindered, their more educated West German compatriots already had their Stefan Zweig in their luggage and warned of massification and cultural decay. Western resentment against Eastern European dissidents or even insurrectionary efforts after Stalin's death in Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and, since the 1950s, Poland, overshadowed all assumed American self-interest. For the sake of their own peace, they did not want to be bothered with the reprisals to which others were subjected. However, the ideological ingredient for cultivating one's own good conscience soon became independent and took on a life of its own, trained by Stefan Zweig. Neither in Poland nor in the CSSR or Hungary was it about socialism with a human face, but initially only about an independent, preferably social democratically oriented state without Soviet tutelage. Although no one is likely to have believed the foolish claim often made by left-wingers that working people in the Soviet Union lived a life committed to culture, with lots of chess and world record-breaking reading of the classics, it seems to have suited everyone as a declaration of hostility against the real main enemy with its cultural imperialism. The world empire of unfreedom was to remain untouched. The ban on freedom of movement that prevailed there, especially for the collective farmers, for example, was just as little the subject of criticism as an everyday culture that was characterized by the party demanding obedience in all areas of life and not least by rampant alcoholism and brutal domestic violence. For leftists, and not just the radical leftists among them, the fact that private ownership of the means of production had been abolished on Soviet-ruled territory was so deeply satisfying that the question of how the producers benefited from it was put to one side. After all, you didn't have to live there. The disdain for people who wanted to live in their own republic without being bullied by the occupier and his henchmen was a good way of putting the aggressor in a mild light. They look like us, only shabbier, demand the same consumer goods as we do, only less critical of consumption, and in return demand European solidarity in all seriousness, including armed solidarity. People who don't want to be representatives of other cultures, who look suspiciously similar to us in terms of hair color and pigmentation, presumed to demand our solidarity for a project that we had long since written off. This should not have happened, especially as we are now committed to another project against freedom, the effects of which were felt by Ukrainians when the agencies responsible for impeding Islam in the German social industry warned in March 2022 that Ukrainians could be preferred to their own clientele. The disenchantment with freedom, which one naturally claims for oneself but begrudges to others, has led to a united front of Germans in which everyone can contribute their own experiences of suffering state repression. This tired attitude creates the comfort of those who do not want to question the conditions of their existence and therefore know what they owe to figures like Frank-Walter Steinmeier. People who seriously want to live like we do are doomed by the left-wing Philistines' weariness with their own world, which has grown into self-hatred. What kind of freedom is this that can apparently only be realized within the framework of our possibilities? We know that it is no longer worth defending something that is denounced across the political camps as having long since been abolished. Sometimes right-wing radicals and cautiously anti-Semitic, sometimes left-wing radicals and openly anti-Semitic or completely detachedly critical of the state, in reality hostile to the state. The Germans behave always sensitive and hurt and therefore capable of any crudeness. In circles that consider themselves to be in solidarity with Israel, for example, it was nothing unusual a year ago to cheer an unreconstructed Israel hater for the following statement. For me, the Greens are the most hypocritical, aloof, mendacious, incompetent, and, measured by the damage they cause, currently also the most dangerous party we currently have in the Bundestag. Well, October 22, 2022. To the delight of all enemies of the state, this was immediately followed by what was really meant by this. In the same statement, Sarah Wagenknecht said against the Greens, who are comparatively consistent in calling for support for Ukraine, that the Greens are now also the most belligerent party we have. For the soft-spoken among those who feel harassed by Ukraine, it is convenient to hide behind others and never have been themselves. While the striking polls of the 1980s were regarded as a clerical fascist hate mob, 33 years later, the characterization of their most famous compatriot had already outgrown the nutritional psychological insights of a famous German sociologist and established a physiological relationship between the Pope and the former staple food of his homeland, jubilation in the wide world on a potato-rich Monday. As the Vatican announced yesterday, Pope John Paul II will be canonized on April 27 this year. The pontiff, who died in 2005, was also widely known as the Polish potato. This makes John Paul II the very first potato to be canonized. However, experts on the Catholic scene are still divided as to whether he will continue to use his papal name or whether he will adopt a new, botanical Latin name. The official new saint could then be known as Saint Pomes Fritus or Saint Potatus or Sanctus Nollis and be responsible for golden yellow chips, fresh potato salad, and crispy potato chips. For the first time, the Catholic potato lovers of this world would have their own saint to watch over them and protect them from harmful potato bugs, unclean chip fat, or burnt rosti. Taz, October 1, 2013. You wouldn't talk about the Ukrainians like that, you think. A glance at a magazine for communist enemies of the state that is read more secretly than openly corrects this misconception. There, they know how to humanize the peace movement. Never is the contrast between state and man so obvious and brutal as in war at the same time. Never is it so adamantly insisted that the two are inseparably one, Gegenstandpunkt, for 20/3. In what appears to be nothing more than satirized Nazi jargon, the story continues briskly. Ukrainian President Zelensky, for example, defends the sovereignty and territorial integrity of his country against a Russian attack, and vows not to stop waging war until the Russians have been driven from every meter of Ukrainian soil, including Crimea. So what is being killed and died for is that the power of the government in Kiev extends as far as Donetsk and Sevastopol, and that no other political rule interferes with its own over the land and people in the claimed territory and restricts their freedom of decision. This legal claim to the scope of its own sovereignty does not depend on whether the people living in Crimea or Donbass prefer to be Russian or Ukrainian. They are not asked. In general, Zelensky does not justify his claims to power, does not explain to his Ukrainians why Crimea absolutely must be returned to the Reich and what they would gain from it. End of quote. In the exuberance one arrives at those who, not only according to Russian interpretation, are responsible for the evil of the war. The question of the beginning, which is supposed to determine the war guilt and justify taking sides for the innocent side, justifies nothing. It presupposes the partisanship that is supposed to follow from it. You go back step by step into the prehistory of a conflict and simply stop at the point in time that makes the actions of the side you want to accuse appear to be free, arbitrary action. Those who want to accuse the other side go back even further or less far. Everyone actually knows how dishonest this judicial process is in the case of the Gaza war, where it is virtually taboo in Germany to know that hostilities began before October 7, 2023. The mere mention of the historical context, the expulsion of the Palestinians from their residential areas, their ever-increasing displacement from the West Bank under the 50-year occupation regime, is prohibited by Israel and its supporters as an inadmissible contextualization that distracts from the murderous act of terror and only relativizes Hamas guilt and Israel's right to do whatever it does now. When UN Secretary-General Guterres carefully reminds us that the attack did not take place in a vacuum, the Israeli UN representative attacks him as an anti-Semite. End quote. Criticism of the state is the magic word, which in reality is as old as the West German radical left, which has been engaged since 1967 in not criticizing the state, but in tearing the seemingly civil mask off its face beyond all criticism, so that its always fascist face becomes visible without makeup. The aim was to exacerbate conflicts and thus show critical citizens the compelling consequences of their protest stance. And, in case of doubt, even to bombard them with fascism. However, this had nothing to do with criticism of the state, but was what the government is accused of today: adventurism. Today, when there is not much left of the main enemy of earlier years, social democratic revisionism, and no more fuss is made about the working class allegedly betrayed by the revisionists, people wallow in defeatism and play down the situation when even the German state has to get involved militarily for the freedom of the Ukrainians. Some people know that it makes no sense to get upset and even less sense to interfere in the business of governments, if only because it means recognizing their right to exist. We know that the attempt to interfere in ruling politics can only be their acclamation. Others equate the approval of arms deliveries to Ukraine with the SPD's approval of war loans in 1914, such as the BSW group in the German Bundestag on March 18, 2025, and still others defiantly insist on their "not with me" standpoint against the state, like every AfD member who has run along. Critics today adorn themselves with sensitivity, the latest hit since the advent of vulnerability, i.e. since almost exactly 1980, and accusingly display the personal wounds that the state has inflicted on them. Hollow hostility towards the state and the most delicate emotions combine to produce the completely hardened indifference with which the horrors in Ukraine and the future that is being organized from there are met. They themselves have betrayed freedom and provoked the great adversary. We cry out from shaken hearts when it comes to demanding more and more effective weapons for Ukraine. But no, we refuse to give our consent to the state precisely when Ukraine is perishing in the process. Let no one say that Frank-Walter Steinmeier is on a lost cause. Since the West has finally abdicated thanks to Corona, but this time really finally, without any return, people who have seen the West abdicate at every opportunity for over 20 years and who not so secretly hope that the decline will take on the dimensions of at least a European civil war, can no longer think of anything about events that occurred after the pandemic, for example the war against Ukraine. And if it does, then it is Russified propaganda, just as the handling of the common cold in Russia must be considered exemplary for real men. Because the example of the suspension of civil rights has now been set, the end of the pandemic is not a return to the previous situation, but merely a temporary lifting of the state of emergency, which could be reinstated at any time. However, it is not wrong to assume that bourgeois normality is fed by the state of exception, which is its permanent, albeit negative, model. However, this assumption is so generally derived from the nature of bourgeois rule that it has to prove itself in each case at the core of time and not at the theoretical premise, which proves to be ideological at the moment when the predicted does not occur. This would be self-evident if one believed what one preached, that the history of the disintegration process of bourgeois societies and the West is a chaotic, contradictory sequence of crises in which governments, regardless of their political affiliation, celebrate the social democratic primacy of practical constraints time and time again, and that in this process, the varnish that represents the necessary appearance of socially enabled individuality has increasingly peeled off, and we can no longer imagine how the democratic emperor can stand even more naked than in the previous crisis. But you don't believe it, you hold on to the fact that the course of history follows a principle, one that was already under discussion before the Second World War. Every eruption of discontent, no matter how reactionary, must, as was the case in France recently, be transformed into a sign of the coming uprising. The historical teleology of the histomat must not be abandoned at any price, as this would call into question one's own identity as a communist or a critic of ideology. This kind of identity politics is just like the transgender question, because it is about the self-determined identity of names, designations, and pronouns, not about content that is worth fighting over. The fact that those who warn particularly loudly against the Ukra-Nazis have a contempt for the individual plight of gender-insecure people and their ideological refuge, queer theory, that is reminiscent of Putin himself, gives rise to the suspicion that the contempt for Ukraine's struggle for freedom stems from the same motives. Just like Russian propagandists, we rejoice at the excesses of violence in France, unable to understand that these were by no means spontaneous outbursts of rage, but a miserably failed staging by the Islamo-left, because we should have criteria that go beyond emotion and harshness. Instead, we watch La Haine for the umpteenth time, that socially romantic kitsch film from the 1990s, which was already a lie back then. People are angry that, despite all this, the West still has a charisma that goes beyond being offended by its own inability and allows others to make use of the individual possibilities still available in these societies. Instead of declaring hatred and envy to be the only permissible motive for interference in practice, but more often in theory. They do not dare to take on what they call the system on their own, hence their identification with the Russian aggressor and the outcast suburban rioter, i.e. with the losers who feel like the victors of history. If we believed in a course of events that had some kind of meaning, we would have to perceive this victory as comprehensive destruction, and fear it. The fact that individuals no longer want to or can no longer admit this fear testifies to the fact that they no longer want to differentiate between the real West and the much worse that threatens everyone. Understanding the speed with which social change is taking place as a symptom of crisis is one thing. Standing on the sidelines and shouting, "We always knew better," is another. The currently propagated post-ideological, pre-totalitarian worldview, which is intended to prevent any criteria beyond the immediate from being valid at all, disguises indifference in clay terms. Post-ideological describes the discovery, apparently completely new to these ideological critics, of the politics of coercion. Pre-totalitarian, on the other hand, a fear of the formation of a society under state dictate, also something completely new that had never been seen before. However, the point of the matter is different. The function of selling the old for the new consists in the abolition of the otherworldly to be fought against, of that which is beyond all discussion. Instead, everything is now equally terrible: face masks and war, and every difference, which is always mediation at the same time, loses its significance. The solidarity with Putin, which was expressed at the beginning of the attempt to completely invade Ukraine, has suddenly turned into the familiar logic that capitalism is war and therefore war always prevails. The camouflaging of one's own admiration for Putin's strong men through an anti-war stance, which was already wrong in 1914, when the British Empire and the French Republic were put on a civilizational level with the German Empire and the Habsburg monarchy with revolutionary intent, had to take place because it was noticed that the war of the Russian Federation against Ukraine does not have the assumed character of a normal capitalist war, but is a colonial war of annihilation. This is all too confusing, which is why they confidently and pompously declare, like every AfD voter, that this war is not our war, instead of showing solidarity with Ukraine in a way that the political leaders of the reviled West are unable or unwilling to do due to their political intimidation by Putin. However, this is not surprising, as the relevant personnel have had nothing to contribute to Israel and anti-Semitism for a long time. The regression to a state of ideological criticism from 1913, such as Rosa Luxemburg's theory of imperialism, helps, under the auspices of pandemic fascization, above all to avoid having to take note of what happened between 1913 and 2023. Not only since 1914, but since then at the latest, the history of the world has been one of successive catastrophes that are better ignored in order to be able to declare compulsory masks as a sign of final oppression and at the same time to trivialize the catastrophe taking place in Ukraine. The break in history is no longer represented by Auschwitz but by the corona measures, and that is why there is no need to talk about anything else. You yourself have become a Jew, an object of segregation and oppression. Walser's Our Auschwitz is the pandemic. The association of the persecuted of the COVID regime, as which it now parades through the net, projects itself into a post-1945, as if they were the concentration camp survivors who, with a broken voice, must conjure up the never again against the will to rebuild and forget. What really bothers these ideological critics, along with many left-wing, right-wing, and other European admirers of Russian imperialism, about Ukraine has nothing to do with its incomparably bloody history, the ethno-nationalism of the Bandera fascists, the widespread corruption or the oligarchs, but rather the opposite, that there is apparently now a majority in Ukraine that does not want the spectacle of gang rule under a leader like Putin and the elimination of even the last relics of the rule of law that goes with it, but is afraid of it and will fight it with all means at its disposal. The fact that Ukraine has no right to exist because of its alleged Nazi affinity and corruption is not only nonsense because there are many states beyond Ukraine, many of which are ruled by Islamists, in which Nazi affinity and corruption are incomparably more stable due to the majority conditions prevailing there. The reality of regional gang rule, as it has apparently existed for decades in many states on the African continent, which apart from their borders and their rulers no longer have much that could distinguish them as states or even republics, is just as much a part of the general crisis of capital as the signs of decay in Western states, such as most recently in France, but this insight is useless in its abstraction. Rather, it is a question of answering the question of whether this horror is understood as an opportunity, in which the self-destruction of the West opens up the option for the association of free people, or as a final rejection of the condition of every opportunity. Seen in this light, Ukraine's struggle to defend itself has a lot in common with the Iranian women fighting for a little wind in their hair. Taz, November 8, 2022. or with the efforts of African states, corrupt as they may be, to prevent the destruction of their remaining structures by Wagner mercenaries, Islamists and other gangs, or even with those of mayors, firefighters and police officers in small French towns who were left alone by the central state when the mob roamed the streets. Shortly after the start of the full invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation (RF) on February 24, 2022, Ukraine Pride, an alliance of sexual minorities formed in 2021 to fight for legislative reforms in Ukraine, received a request from the Azov Regiment. Ukraine Pride had started collecting donations and, due to the success of the campaign, decided to support not only members of sexual minorities who had opposed the Russian invasion, but all territorial defense units as well as the elderly and migrants. Yulia Fedosiuk, a leading member of the Azov Regiment, which by this time had long been subordinated to the Ministry of the Interior as part of the National Guard, asked for money for the communications infrastructure. However, she also wrote that she could understand if Ukraine Pride rejected her request. There had already been contact between the Pride organizers and Azov. Fedosiuk's husband, Arseny, one of the Azov commanders, and Sofia Lipana from Ukraine Pride had exchanged views on political issues. Arseny Fedosiuk, meanwhile, was fighting in Mariupol, where the Azov fighters were to become the epitome of the Ukrainian will to resist. We did not refuse. We never had direct conflicts with representatives of the regiment, Lipana told Vogue Ukraine in April 2022. In previous years, Azov was not among those who attacked LGBTQ people. This was mainly done by RF-sponsored radical groups to prove the pro-Russian propaganda of so-called Ukrainian neo-Nazism. End quote. In fact, after 2014, there were increased attacks on events organized by Pride alliances in various Ukrainian cities, where counter-demonstrators with Nazi and Azov symbols were seen. However, there were no direct calls from the battalion or later the regiment. Julia Fedosiuk confirmed Lipana's view in Vogue. We communicated with Sofia long before the full invasion. We exchanged views on the problematic aspects of subcultural ideologies of the left and right. Our views differ significantly, but that hasn't stopped us from exchanging ideas. Now all differences must take a back seat because we are under attack from an enemy against whom we must defend ourselves together. I am grateful for the financial support from the organization, precisely because the reputation of the regiment, as it has been built up over the years by Russian propaganda in the Western media, is untrue, to put it mildly. End quote. The war that the RF is waging against Ukraine began in 2014, when Russian troops invaded the Donbass without identification and, with the help of local collaborators, attempted to secede the eastern districts from Ukraine. Although the special military operation, as it was called at the time, which resulted in Crimea being annexed by the RF in March 2014, was successful, the invasion known as the Liberation only succeeded in parts of Luhansk and Donetsk. The Russians were driven out of Mariupol and other cities. Even then, today's friends of the Russian-speaking population in Ukraine would have noticed that even at that time, most Russian-speaking areas did not want to be liberated at all. Far from taking over the entire Donbass and founding the projected puppet republic of New Russia, the fighting continued for more than 8 years until the full invasion, despite several ceasefire agreements under international mediation. The RF always appeared as an uninvolved third party and as a mediator between the groups, which were divided primarily along linguistic lines, and the West readily believed the fairy tale of a civil war between Russian and Ukrainian-speaking Ukrainians, in which the Russian speakers were only defending themselves against the threat of their language being banned and Ukrainian nationalist paternalism. The West, above all Germany and the USA, wanted to understand the armed conflict as a regional conflict and recognized the Russian desire for linguistically defined imperial spheres of influence with the Minsk agreements. Ukraine, on the other hand, regarded the RF as a party to the war and saw its independence and state sovereignty threatened once again. In the 2 decades since the end of the Soviet Union, the domestic political debate between 1991 and 2014 was dominated by the balancing of the position of independent Ukraine between the West and the RF, which ended with the Russian invasion of Crimea and the Donbass. Even the first president of independent Ukraine, Leonid Kravchuk, an apparatchik born in 1934 in the then Polish west of Ukraine, was able to ally himself with the nationalist opposition on one point. Ukraine should be an independent republic of all its inhabitants, not an ethnocentric state. Kravchuk, who went down in history above all because he acknowledged his election defeat in 1994 and thus made democratic changes of government possible, said in 1992, "We are a peaceful country and want equal relations. But many representatives of Russia, out of habit, regard us as their estate. That has to change." End quote. He said this in Russian. The hope of getting along with Russia really did die last. Ukrainians sometimes voted nationalist, sometimes pro-Russian, and when they couldn't stand it any longer, they demonstrated and went on strike until there were elections again. But none of this helped, not even the pro-Russian President Yanukovych, who was ousted from office in 2014. The fact that the RF wanted to reintegrate Ukraine into Ruski Mir, the Russian world, at all costs forced an exchange and debate between forces as diverse as the Pride groups, Azov and many other groups on the question of whether Ukraine wants to be a nation and, if so, what kind of nation it wants to be. While the dominant view in the West was that the pro-Russian faction would win the day, a view that may perceive Ukraine as a state but not as a nation, something completely different had long since taken place in Ukraine. How nice it was in the 1980s when Ruski Mir was translated exclusively as peace and one could ignore the fact that the Soviet Union was merely an updated and brutalized facade of Russian imperialism for the 20th century. Ruski Mir, however, means both and was always understood as a threat in the countries bordering Russia. The current version of Russian imperialism, the Russian Federation, is nothing other than a colonial entity with Russia at its center. In the Russian metropolises, the war against Ukraine has so far only played a subordinate role because the cannon fodder comes from the colonized territories, which have had to supply labor and raw materials for centuries. Ukraine was one of these territories, and after independence in 1991, the Russian leadership left no stone unturned to preserve its economic and political hegemony, initially successfully. At the end of 2013, the then Ukrainian government surprisingly suspended an association agreement with the EU, which led to mass protests. However, the Euromaidan was less about rapprochement with Europe and more about anger at the fact that the Ukrainian government had allowed itself to be pressured by Putin, who openly threatened to annex Crimea and the Donbass. While Ukrainian society had previously been equally divided between pro-Russian and pro-European forces, with the majority of pro-Russian forces in no way wanting to renounce Ukraine's independence. This balance of power changed rapidly at the beginning of 2014, when it became increasingly clear that the government under then-President Yanukovych was taking orders from Russia. The motives of the protesters at the time were very different, as the current director of the Ukrainian Institute in London, Sasha Dovzik, whose native language is Russian, reports, "Regardless of my love for Russian poets or my Russian friends, I was disgusted by the prospect of Ukraine following in the footsteps of the Russian police state, which was steeped in homophobia and racism. It had only been a year since Moscow banned gay rights advocacy. That's why I joined the pro-European protests on the Maidan. Unlike most Ukrainians who publicly remember those days as a time of unity, I felt out of place at the protest. I related to the pro-European slogans, but not to the upcoming celebration of Ukrainian national revival. The overlap between national and nationalist was still unclear in my mind due to my post-Soviet upbringing. The realization that nationalism could be civic rather than ethnic in nature was still to come. My support for the protest wavered in the first weeks until the peaceful protest camp was brutally dispersed by riot police. On December 1, 2013, Ukrainians made it clear with a mass demonstration after the assault on the camp on the Maidan that they would not accept any form of authoritarian rule. This decision defined the nation, and I decided to belong to this nation." End quote. Putin had gone too far with his arrogant colonialist attitude. When Yanukovych fled from Kiev to Moscow on February 21, 2014, the conflict over Ukraine's independence began, which was largely viewed in the West through the lens of Russian propaganda. The reign of terror by mafia-like gangs in the People's Republics of Luhansk and Donetsk, which was accompanied by the destruction of infrastructure and the flight of a large part of the population, was not only ignored, but the blame for this was placed on Ukraine. In fact, in 2014, the RF was unable to find enough Ukrainian citizens who wanted to break away from Ukraine and return home to Mother Russia, so FSB units were sent in to destroy state structures because they were unable to take them over or build new ones. The result was an arbitrary rule that continues to this day, against which Syria and Chechnya look almost like constitutional states. The resistance against this hostile takeover could have been successful if the West had not coerced Ukraine into the extortionate Minsk agreements, which declared Putin and his contract killers to be partners on an equal footing. Putin has successfully created the impression that only a Ukraine under Russian dictation would be able to contain the Ukrainian threat. However, while the aggressive nationalist and fascist groups in Ukraine became increasingly weaker after 2014, the Russian propagandists and their Western parators, which included not only the Junge Welt but also the liberal press, did not slacken at all. Every incident, no matter how small, was blown up to prove their own anti-fascism. The Ukrainians were one of the German auxiliary peoples, Jews and minorities were persecuted, and in contrast to the RF, where Putin had cleaned them up, oligarchs ruled the thoroughly corrupt country. The Slavs, especially the Ukrainian peasants, according to the racist undertone, were in need of a firm hand. Frustration at this betrayal by the West could have led to aggressive nationalism. The Western reporting of those years reads accordingly, as if they were trying to conjure up Ukrainian fascism. However, the fact that the Ukranazis not only did not become stronger, but were instead pushed to the brink of insignificance, is an expression of a Ukrainian rebirth, as contradictory as this may sound at first. Not only did Kiev succeed in becoming a European party metropolis and Ukraine became a country of immigration, because the comparatively liberal society attracted many young people from the authoritarian neighboring states. Not only did Ukraine begin to modernize its economy and infrastructure and codify the rule of law, there were fierce disputes about how to deal with its own history, which on the one hand had been made invisible in the Soviet Union, especially since 1945, and on the other, had been largely usurped in exile by the ethno-nationalists, who were and are by no means exclusively Bandera people. In relation to Russia and Europe, the idea of neutrality gained ground, because it was hoped to profit from it and to find a way to get along with both sides. To this end, Volodymyr Zelensky was elected president in 2019. He personified the generational change not only in the political class and the unity of Ukraine as a nation. As a Russian-speaking Jew from the industrial city of Kryvyi Rih, in a speech on the 30th anniversary of independence in 2021, he named all of Ukraine's ethnic groups for the first time. Today, for the first time in history, I would like to name those who live in Ukraine so that we finally understand that the Ukrainian people are Ukrainians, Crimean Tatars, Karaites, Crimean Shaks, Russians, Belarusians, Moldovans, Bulgarians, Hungarians, Romanians, Poles, Jews, Armenians, Greeks, Roma, Georgians, Gagauz, Azerbaijanis, Uzbeks, Kazakhs, Kyrgyz, Turkmen, Tajiks, Lithuanians, Estonians, Latvians, Turks, Koreans, Bashkirs, Lesgians, Avars, Mari, Germans, Slovaks, Czechs, Finns, Komi, Albanians, Karelians, Chechens, Ossetians, Abkhazians, Kabardians, Tabasars, Dargins, Arabs and Laks. And we are all citizens of Ukraine. End of quote. The surprise at Zelensky's landslide victory could not have been greater, as he contradicted the common images of Ukraine as a fascistoid entity that had already failed to establish state structures, although it is the only country in the former Soviet Union, with the exception of the special case of the Baltic states, where there is something like democratic normality. In fact, Ukraine is an example of the possibility of escaping the Eurasian subject mentality, not despite but because of the often chaotic developments after 1991. Contrary to all the legends that were created after February 2022, the Zelensky administration was intent on reconciliation and agreed to the dictates of the Minsk agreements, despite much public criticism. In fact, Zelensky seemed to have been surprised by the invasion of his country and considered Putin's threats to be saber-rattling. In the years between 2014 and 2022, largely unnoticed by the Western public, the negotiations on what the Ukrainian nation should be had become a process of integration of very contradictory and opposing segments of Ukrainian society, which was able to counter the February 24, 2022 invasion militarily and politically. The collapse of the Ukrainian army almost meant the end of Ukraine in 2014, and it was militias such as the Azov battalion that defended Ukrainian sovereignty. After 2014, these militias were integrated into the national defense, which for the leaders of the Now regiment went hand in hand with the recognition of the Constitution of Ukraine. The liberating 2015 ban of the Communist Party of Ukraine, a Russian agency, encouraged many on the left to redefine their relationship to communism and the nation. Only recently, some Ukrainian leftists demonstrated in front of the Junge Welt editorial office in Berlin against the continued denunciation of the involvement of these post-2015 new groups in the fight against the RF. Ukraine has lost much of its Soviet character in the years since independence, and the events of 2014 necessitated a filling of the void that had been created, expressed above all in the dissociation from everything identified with Russia. The bewilderment that Ukraine did not have to capitulate after a few days, as Putin and the majority of Western states had hoped, is due to the fact that the nation-building process had gone largely unnoticed. This ignorance, which persists to this day in the German-speaking world more has changed in the Anglo-Saxon and Francophone world, has to do with the adoption of historical narratives. Narratives not in the postmodern sense, but Russian fairy tales that people, especially in Germany, wanted to believe. In Gogol's terms, Ukraine was then Little Russia, which could not survive without Great Russia. In Gorky's terms, the Ukrainian language was a dialect of Russian. And in Chekhov's terms, Ukraine was the beautiful but backward province, while the center of the world was Moscow. Putin's absurd lectures on history are only half as absurd when you consider that his view of things is still being seriously discussed in Germany today. In these narratives, Ukraine has a problematic history consisting solely of hatred of Jews and collaboration with the Nazis. Aggressive nationalism should have been contained by the Soviet Union. A strange logical error happens here. Ukraine belonged to the Soviet Union, but today it is pretended that it was not the center of the war of extermination and that it did not pay the highest blood toll. The fact that there were collaborators, as everywhere in the republics of the Soviet Union that were subjected to Russification under Stalin, should be seen as proof that a strong hand was and is needed to keep the Ukra-Nazis under control. Who wants to know today that the Declaration of Independence of the Ukrainian People's Republic was published in January 1918 in 4 languages: Russian, Polish, Ukrainian, and Yiddish. The end of the Tsarist Empire was not just a Russian revolution, it was a Ukrainian, Georgian, Latvian, etc. revolution. Ukraine alone, however, gave priority to the nation over the people. The importance of languages became evident. Georgian, for example, was discriminated against in Russian as the language of dogs. The importance of languages became a central aspect of national emancipation from Russian colonization at the end of the First World War. The brief period of independence of the Ukrainian People's Republic ended in a bloodbath. As the new government failed to establish state structures and could not agree on how independent Ukraine should really become, the territory of Ukraine became the scene of a bloody war between competing gangs. The White Legions, who demanded the restoration of the monarchy. Ukrainian nationalists, who also wanted a feudal system based on the old Rus. Various green gangs, who consisted mainly of peasants and simply took advantage of the absence of a state monopoly on the use of force. In addition, there were German and Austrian troops until November 1918, Polish, French, and English army units from 1919 onwards, and, last but not least, various formations of the Bolshevik factions who were anything but united at this point. The bourgeois and social democratic forces in Ukraine, which initially had the majority in the Rada, the Ukrainian parliament, were unable to find a common position because in this mixed situation it was hardly clear who was a suitable ally. As a result, the radical nationalists temporarily took over what was left of state power. The left-wing and bourgeois forces went into exile or joined the Bolsheviks. For years, the population of Ukraine was at the mercy of constant changes of power. In Kiev alone, government power changed 13 times in 1919. However, the Jewish population, already afflicted by pogroms during the years 1914 to 1917, paid the greatest blood toll in the largest mass murder before the Shoah. 150,000 Jews were murdered during the Civil War. In the years following the end of the Civil War in 1921, Ukraine experienced a rebirth that lasted a few years, and with it a renaissance of language, art, and literature. For leading Bolsheviks such as Lenin and Trotsky, Ukraine had the same significance as Poland had for the First International in the 19th century. After centuries of division and oppression, national sovereignty was to enable the independent development of class contradiction and the path to socialism, albeit under Soviet conditions. A period of prosperity also began for the Jews and for Yiddish in particular, with Kiev becoming a center of Jewish intellectuals. After the First World War, Ukraine was divided up, with the West largely belonging to Poland. The Polish government under Pilsudski implemented a radical nationalization policy that was directed against everything Ukrainian. The radical nationalism of Stepan Bandera was born here, not in the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. Until the end of the 1920s, Ukrainian and Jewish parties ran for office on joint lists. Until 1934, Kharkiv in the east was the capital and the artistic and literary center of Ukraine. The House of Words, the Budynek Slovo, which was built in the 1920s in the style of Soviet modernism, was home to the Ukrainian Renaissance. Not only were there event halls and a publishing house, many artists and writers also lived there. Lenin's Ukrainization, which Putin so deplores today, found its place here. Who still knows today about Mykola Kviliovi, Dmytro Zahul, Mykola Zyrov, Maxim Rilsky, Mikhailu Drakmara, Hryry Kasinka, Volodymyr Sasyura, Vasil Ellen Blaketny, Mike Johansson, Serhiy Pilipenko, Volodymyr Koryak, Pavlo Tichina, Mikhailu Verikivsky, Boris Antonenko Davidovich, Hryry Kasinka, Maria Halich, Ivan Plaujnik, Valerian Pidmohilny, or Todos Uzmachka. The Renaissance ended brutally in the 1930s, when more than 300 artists and writers were murdered between 1931 and 1937 as part of the purges, and more than 50,000 other Ukrainian intellectuals disappeared in the gulags. In 1957, Ukrainian exiles in Paris published an anthology of works by murdered artists under the title La Renaissance Fusillée, the Executed Renaissance, and thus gave this short period of time a name. These artists and writers by no means represented a reactionary or even folkish line. They were surrealists, futurists, expressionists, but they saw themselves as Ukrainians and their language was Ukrainian. Their persecution and murder was the consequent end point of Stalin's extermination project against Ukraine as a nation. It is debated whether the famine in the early 1930s was a genocide or not, whether it is not presumptuous of the Ukrainians to call it the Holodomor in reference to the Holocaust. The fact that Kharkiv's inhabitants initially greeted the Wehrmacht with salt and bread could not only be understood as an indication of a pro-German attitude, but above all as anti-Russian resentment. Anyone who does not want to take note of the perverse interplay between the communist and National Socialist murder campaigns against the Eastern European nations during the Second World War should in any case not want to add up the anti-Semitism that united them all. The fact that things have been able to continue so casually in Germany since 1945 is not least due to the fact that the mass graves were located elsewhere. The end of Ukrainian autonomy began in the late 1920s with Stalin's victory in the internal party disputes of the CPSU after Lenin's death. The famines associated with forced collectivization throughout the Soviet Union were deliberately exacerbated in Ukraine, the traditional breadbasket of the Russian Empire. The peasants' freedom of movement was restricted so that they were unable to look for food elsewhere, and at the end of November 1932, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Ukraine under Molotov decided to impose punishment in kind, as was already known from the times of serfdom in Tsarist Russia. In practice, this meant the targeted plundering not only of harvests but also of household and everyday items. These measures were explicitly aimed at the assumed resistance of the Ukrainian peasants, the kulaks. The term Holodomor, which was coined in exile in the 1960s and etymologically has nothing to do with the Holocaust, but is a combination of the words holod, Ukrainian for hunger, and moridi, Czech for killing in agony, meaning targeted killing through hunger, is quite accurate. The recognition of the Holodomor as genocide is an important issue for Ukraine, as the collaboration of part of the Ukrainian population with the Germans during the Second World War is to be understood as a reaction to the Russian crimes. It is doubtful whether the recognition of the Holodomor as genocide allows for a differentiated view of history, as even today Poland, Ukraine, and the Baltic countries are still regarded among Eastern European states as areas in which the Germans had to stop the population from acting even more radically than they had already planned. This was the case in Lviv. The Germans marched in together with the Ukrainian nationalists on June 30, 1941, and initially organized a pogrom in which hundreds of Jews fell victim. In the days before, Ukrainian underground fighters had attempted an uprising because the Soviet administration Lviv had fallen to the Soviet Union as part of the Hitler-Stalin Pact, had initially fled immediately after the invasion of the Soviet Union on June 22. However, the NKVD returned at short notice and put an end to the uprising before they had to withdraw for good. When the Germans and their Ukrainian henchmen arrived, they found around 4,000 corpses in the prisons. The Ukrainians blamed the Jewish Bolsheviks for the mass murder, falling back on the propaganda of the Civil War. Together with the proclamation of a Ukrainian state, the pogrom began, the cruelty of which disgusted even some Germans. Unlike the Croatian Ustaša state, however, this Ukrainian state was to remain a chimera. Under German occupation, almost all of Lviv's 150,000 Jews were murdered. The Ukrainian nationalists soon fell out with the Germans, which did not prevent them from continuing to attack Jews and then preferably Poles, but also Ukrainians who wanted nothing to do with their idea of ethnic purity and Cossack romanticism. In Kiev, the ethno-nationalists were involved in the massacre of Babyn Yar, just 2 days after the city was conquered after a battle lasting almost 6 weeks. Following an attack in the city center, the remaining Jewish population, most of whom had fled, were called to appear at assembly points. From there, they were led to a ravine near the city, and over 33,000 Jews were shot. The Ukrainians were responsible for propaganda and assistance, but it was of no use to them. Many of those who had previously dreamed of a fascist Ukraine were shot by the Germans a few months later, some even in Babyn Yar. Stepan Bandera ended up in Sachsenhausen concentration camp. After the liberation from the Germans, the Jews were not remembered as Jews in the Soviet Union and the real socialist states, but as Soviet citizens just like the Ukrainians or the members of other Soviet nations. The mass murder of the Poles was concealed. If the collaboration of nationalist Ukrainians became an issue, then only their anti-communism and their proximity to the Nazis. This created a paradoxical situation after the end of the SU, from which Putin and the RF are benefiting today. Suddenly the SU was Russia again, and therefore all Soviet victims of the German mass murder in the East were therefore Russians. And all collaborators were therefore nationalists of their respective countries, which now regained their independence. The RF adopted the good aspects of the Great Patriotic War as its own and blamed the bad aspects on the renegade new foundations. However, this did not prevent Putin from having the mortal remains of Anton Denikin, the leader of the Whites and responsible for the organized pogroms of the civil war in Ukraine, transferred from the USA to Moscow in 2005, because the Jews are only talked about when the anti-Semites are the others, Ukrainians, Poles, or Latvians, for example. Reducing Ukrainian nationalism to Bandera was successful for a long time, although the majority of the worldwide diaspora, especially in Canada, Quebec, and France, where it was very strong, had a social democratic orientation. Stalin's persecutions, the Holodomor, the German War of Extermination, and the silence afterwards had buried the traces of other lines. In contrast to Germany and large parts of occupied Europe, a great deal of work had been done. For independence in 1991, Ukraine first had to start digging the mass graves itself, partly in the literal, partly in the metaphorical sense. Only now, in the midst of the war, is research into the Ukrainian Renaissance beginning. Biographies are being compiled, books are being republished, but above all, new books are being written, even if they can currently only be printed abroad. However, the Russian attack is also aimed specifically at these excavations. In Kharkiv, the memorial to the 16,000 Jews murdered in Drabisky Yar was bombed at the beginning of the war. The House of Books was attacked several times. In Chernihiv, the archives of the NKVD and the KGB, in which the written evidence of Stalinist persecution could be found, were burned. In all occupied territories, memorial plaques are being chipped off. Books are disappearing from libraries, and by no means only those of the Ukronazis. As a result, it is precisely those Russian-speaking cities in the north and east of Ukraine that are becoming anti-Russian centers, even if the people there continue to speak Russian, such as in Kharkiv, even if it is because they do not speak Ukrainian at all. Poland and Ukraine began an understanding about the massacres in Volhynia and Galicia in the middle of the war, and not entirely voluntarily. It had become necessary because this card would otherwise always be played by the Russians, whether to dismiss the Ukrainians as Nazis or to portray the Poles as colonizers and occupiers, as Polish Prime Minister Morawiecki noted. On the occasion of the 80th anniversary of the Great Massacres of 1943, in which Ukrainian nationalists cruelly slaughtered a total of 100,000 Poles, Polish President Duda and Zelensky met in Lutsk at the beginning of July to commemorate the victims together. There had never been a clearer distinction from the radical nationalists, who continue to whitewash their collaboration with the Germans, from the Ukrainian government. When around 1,000 people came to the Memorial March for Bandera, whose organization is primarily responsible for the massacres on January 1, 2021, it not only became clear that this view, which is mainly represented in the Svoboda Party, still exists in Ukraine today, but the small number of participants also showed that this view is not particularly relevant at present. After the end of the Soviet Union, many Jews who lived in Ukraine emigrated to the USA, Israel, or Western Europe. Because Jew was an ethnic designation in passports in the Soviet Union, there were no Ukrainian Jews, only Soviet Jews. There are currently around 70,000 Jews living in Ukraine, much more if you count those who are not organized in the communities, such as the president and his parents. They are nevertheless considered Jews, even if it is not clear whether they see themselves as such. The Soviet legacy still plays a major role here. There was a wave of anti-Semitic propaganda in the years 2006 to 2008, but at that time nobody was interested in anti-Semitism in Ukraine. Most incidents from 2014 onwards are chalked up by representatives of the Jewish communities as Russian false flag actions. Of course, anti-Semitic attacks or assaults trigger memories of the atrocities that were made possible by the German War of Extermination, but to conclude on the basis of their occurrence that the same forces are at work in Ukraine today as they were then not only suppresses the fact that in Ukraine in particular there is no continuity that can be said to exist in relation to Germany, Western Europe, and even Poland. The war of extermination was a war of extermination that broke off continuity. Historical references are therefore not proof of any continuity. They are reminiscences, quotations, and sometimes merely costumes. When Zelensky compared the Russian attack to the Holocaust in his speech to the Knesset barely a month after the start of the attempted full-scale invasion of Ukraine, there was much opposition that made his criticism of Israel's neutrality invisible. The fact that many Jews from the Soviet Union, regardless of where they come from, are Russophiles has more to do with the period after 1945, the Russian fairy tale described above. Shortly after the invasion, the Russian chief rabbi emigrated because he didn't want to stand for the lies of the propaganda. Since then, an incessant stream of Russian Jews has been moving to those countries where immigration from Russia is still possible. The Israeli position has to do with precisely this. One cannot afford, despite Russia's close cooperation with Iran, to alienate Russia in order to protect the Jewish population worldwide, and especially its own against Hezbollah, Hamas, and the PLO. It is astonishing that no one has yet come up with the idea of linking the rise in anti-Semitic violence in Israel over the last year and a half to the invasion of Ukraine, while conversely, Ukraine's will to resist has certainly been noticed and used by opposition forces in Iran and Syria. Israel is caught in this dilemma, torn between the civilizing mission to which Zelensky appealed and the fight for survival. Nevertheless, the question of which struggle the Republic of Ukraine is waging is an all-embracing one. What one calls it regional war or colonial war of annihilation determines, how could it be otherwise, the positioning on Ukraine and the significance that is attributed to this conflict. Those who conjure up the extent of the horror for which Ukrainian nationalism is partly responsible and at the same time emphasize how little they care about national identity, etc., are entangling themselves in a contradiction. By conjuring up nationalism as the work of the devil, they confirm that it exists as a category of collective identity. The commitment to be against all nationalism is cheap and, since it became a German government program, has harmed Israel in particular and is currently harming the Ukrainian nation. Precisely because very fundamental concepts are involved here, there is a danger that judgments will be made on the basis of convictions and historical facts will be instrumentalized for the sake of a higher truth, which sometimes turns out to be Palestinian, sometimes Russian. It has long been no secret that the Soviet stories, which people themselves like to believe, are a lie, that there was no socialism, just as there was no protection of the Jews under Soviet hegemony. The simultaneity with which Putin alternately describes both the founding of the Soviet Union and its downfall as the greatest catastrophe is an indication that historical truths are hard to buy. The fact that the SU once represented a great hope for many, including the author, is one thing. The other is the shame of having believed the Russian fairy tale. Without overcoming this shame, it will not be possible to arrive at a concept of war and solidarity with Ukraine. In fact, since Auschwitz, we have been living in an age of genocide. The Armenian genocide and the pogroms of the civil war in Ukraine were a manifestation of an unfolding escalation of murder for the sake of murder. There were numerous genocides before Auschwitz, as the concept of unprecedentedness is intended to remind us. However, the ideological preconditions recur, as in the case of Rwanda, for example, where the murder was not industrially organized, but is more reminiscent of the slaughter of Jews and Poles in Galicia between 1941 and 1944. Nevertheless, Auschwitz acted as a blueprint for the mass murders of the present and future. The invocation of an after Auschwitz threatens to become a religion whose sole purpose is to maintain a taboo around Auschwitz, because it is zealously guarded that nothing can be like Auschwitz. This is true insofar as it happened, but it is also not true because it could happen and can therefore happen again. Taking the basic condition of thinking that Auschwitz is in the world as a starting point, i.e., that Auschwitz will not be repeated, that nothing similar will happen, means that similarities with other mass murders must be examined and weighed up. The question of whether the Russian war against Ukraine is a genocidal project is bitterly necessary in the face of a force that is not at all post-ideological and is prepared to believe that the last thing is true. For it is not about the identity of Ukrainians, about language or customs, but about the definition of aspirations aimed at the subjugation and annihilation of others. This requires a critique that, in the spirit of negative dialectics, focuses on the fragility of the true and asks how what once wanted to overtake dogma and paternalism through self-assurance could become the social insurance of a knowledge to which nothing should be able to happen. In the case of Ukraine, the historical mass graves are being used to seal off social insurance against Putin's declared intention to wipe out Ukraine as a nation. The actions of the Russian occupiers, who come with pre-prepared lists or shoot people just like that, the looting and raping show how he wants to put this into practice. None of this is Auschwitz, but it could become something similar if Ukraine cannot defend itself. And at the moment it can defend itself because it sees itself as a republican nation. Denying Ukraine solidarity because it is historically impure is reminiscent of those left-wing friends of Israel who are currently threatening to reconsider their stance on the Jewish state because of the so-called judicial reform and have previously found reason to impose conditions on their solidarity. Solidarity, however, only has a peripheral connection with the attacked. It is always negatively determined by the goals of the attackers against whom the attacked must be defended. Firstly, Putin has clearly formulated these goals in several speeches. Secondly, they can be found every day in the news when you can read how military targets such as schools, theaters, or supermarkets are bombed and thousands of children are abducted to Russia. The eloquent silence of many ideological critics on the Russian cult of doom, on the insane fact that Russian propagandists have nothing to offer except the destruction of Ukraine, means consent to a work of destruction that no longer has any positive purpose and produces chaos for the sake of power. People for whom the attribution that someone is an anti-German is synonymous with capitulator, lickspittle, opportunist, the well-known insults from the Stalin organ, everything is convenient, whether it happens in France, Nukoln, Niger, or Ukraine, no matter who is acting there, as long as it contributes to the downfall of the West, which has actually just gone under for good because of Corona, but never mind. Solidarity with Ukraine in its self-image as a multi-ethnic nation that wants to be a republic and adheres to the fated values of the West, on the other hand, requires the realization that this war represents a destructive attack on the already fragile norms of the rule of law worldwide, with the aim of handing over every individual to the arbitrariness of the strongest. Putin's propaganda of a multipolar world order means nothing else. Confronted with such an attack, the thinking individual, who feels no longing for a collective or a gang, cannot remain indifferent. February 28, 2025 was a dark day for diplomacy, but above all for Ukraine. Shortly after the scandal in the White House, the United States announced the end of military and financial support. This seemed to be tantamount to abandoning the country, to which Volodymyr Zelensky quickly tried to respond with concessions. The local reactions were also catastrophic. Just a few hours after the press conference in the Oval Office, a big game began. The question was, who was fooling themselves the most? Was it those who ignored Donald Trump's claim that Ukraine was to blame for the war and talked Putin into being a trustworthy business partner in the style of the POTUS? Or was it rather the majority faction that trumpeted the fact that Europe could finally take America's place in the free world, a term that was suddenly chic again? The unbridled anti-Americanism that broke out on February 28 was met with delusions of grandeur. At the same time, it was noticeable that most politicians, commentators, and social media strategists had little to offer apart from pathos and indignation. Hardly anyone was able to get to the heart of what is happening in the relationship between the United States, Ukraine, and Europe, and not just since Donald Trump took office. Instead, idealistic categories such as betrayal and disrespect, personal vanity, or breaking with diplomatic etiquette were used, as if unconventional ideas about protocol and choice of dress could destroy deep friendships. In view of this general lack of conceptualization, it is worth recalling Joachim Brun's writings, but not in order to canonize them. Instead, they should be treated as Brun and the CAIRA publishing house, which he co-founded, treated suppressed, banned, and dispersed traditions in the 1980s, 1990s, and 2000s. They took the often misunderstood talk of the time core of truth, from the preface to the new edition of the Dialectic of Enlightenment seriously. For this formula does not conceal a distancing historicization. It means less that a previously correct statement is transformed into a lie by the mere course of events. Rather, a text becomes false when it is no longer placed in relation to the present day. This alone can sharpen our view of both the past and the present. In this sense, Joachim Brun's writings, almost all of which were written for the melee, are neither about historicizing documentation, as in an edition of his works, nor about dehistoricizing analogies, as with those who believe they have said all they need to say with a few quotes from Marx, Adorno, or Port. His pamphlets and essays should not be seen as templates, but rather as the intellectual tools that can be used to think ahead, understand, analyze, and, above all, criticize the changed conditions of the present. This also applies to the question, what is currently happening to the West? But who or what is this West anyway? Nobody knows for sure. However, there is broad agreement that it is the scope of those values that became significant with the three great Atlantic revolutions, the Glorious Revolution of 1688-89, the American Revolution of 1776, and the French Revolution of 1789. Their point of reference is the individual, their central vanishing point the law, the separation of powers, the rule of law, and directly linked to this freedom, property, security, the first three natural and inalienable human rights of 1789. Even if these values were proclaimed with great fanfare, they are not quite as friendly as they might appear at first glance. Joachim Brun never tired of emphasizing this. The West is not only based on values but on values and interests, or, in the words of historian Heinrich August Winkler, values and power. The incorrigible materialist Brun, who wrote his final thesis with Winkler in the 1980s, would certainly have added, the power that Winkler speaks of in good social democratic terms is the power of capital. Values and interests, values and power, are not in competition with each other, but are dialectically related, as one would have said in the past. This means, first of all, that the development of Western values was based on the necessities of the commodity-producing society, and at the same time promoted their emergence. Quite simply, the separation of powers protects the entrepreneurial self from overly hasty encroachments by the state. Human rights, in turn, determine people according to their ability to be exploited. The sellers of labor power, which the bourgeois mode of production demands, must be legally free and equal persons. A serf cannot offer his labor power on the market because he cannot freely dispose of it. In other words, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen of 1789 not only symbolizes liberation from the constraints of clan and class, but historically also stands for the establishment of people as commodity subjects. Freedom, property, and security refer to the freedom to offer the commodity of labor power, the core of private property in oneself, on the market under the protective gaze of the ideal overall guardian, the state. The inviolable and inalienable human rights are based, as Joachim Brun once wrote, on the state-guaranteed inviolability of the private property of every legal subject in itself, and furthermore, on the capitalistically constituted inalienability of the double freedom of the wage laborer. These principles also determine politics. Joachim Brun insisted that the state and politics are not events for the elevation of general well-being. This is another reason why Niccolò Machiavelli was one of his favorite philosophers. According to his book Il Principe from 1513, any means is justified to maintain power, regardless of morality, ethics, and law. Politics had to maintain a friendly appearance, but in the interests of the reason of state it also had to be prepared to resort to bloodshed. Because of such statements, Machiavelli is considered a cynic of power. He is frowned upon, keyword, Machiavellism. In contrast, Joachim Brun once wrote that the Principe is so hated because it is the relentless and true to the point of cruelty textbook of applied political science. Machiavelli had pronounced the secret of all statehood and all rule of men over men organized as politics as loudly and penetratingly as only Marx did the secret of value, money, and capital. The juxtaposition of law and violence, consensus and arbitrariness, and, it could be added, of values and interests is illusory. The statehood of capital, sovereignty, according to Brun in an obituary for the state critic Johannes Agnoli, is the mediated unity of both moments. This is another reason why fascism and National Socialism, for example, are not completely different from bourgeois society, which is often equated with the West, not quite rightly but also not quite wrongly. They are connected to it in many ways. Brun liked to refer to Hegel for this train of thought. In his philosophy of law, Hegel not only referred to the contradiction between bourgeois and citoyen, between market citizen and citizen, which constitutes the subject. At the same time, Hegel had shown that the negative reconciliation of the two, which later became the main concern of National Socialism, already took place in the form of the conventional soldier in the event of war. Its reconciliation is mediated through devotion and sacrifice. Its true absolute end, according to Hegel, is the sovereignty of the state. Joachim Brun saw in this something like the archetype of the metamorphosis of bourgeois society into the Volksgemeinschaft. The subject form is the uniform, the legal form is the order to kill, he concluded. However, this is only half the truth of Carl Schmitt. He had taken up the cause of demystifying the law and the values associated with it. In this way, the actual conditions were to be revealed, and what Nazis, fascists, and leftists alike like to criticize about bourgeois society was to be destroyed. Appearances. Whoever says humanity wants to deceive, according to Schmitt's famous sentence about human rights. Schmitt and his followers, however, as I once pointed out many years ago in the Bahamas, deliberately ignored the fact that Western values such as the rule of law, the separation of powers, or the universal human rights of 1789 were not absorbed in their political economic function. In view of the National Socialist destruction of the law and its replacement by regulations and measures, his former correspondent Franz Neumann therefore emphasized against him that the generality of the law would also leave behind traces of personal and political freedom. Individuals were granted at least a minimum of freedom, due to the negative and abstract generality. The weak were at least granted legal opportunities. The generality of the law, Newman summarized, was also, but not only, a means of satisfying the needs of free competition. Joachim Brun certainly held back with benevolent passages about bourgeois society, the state and law. At times, he even criticized what he called a certain tendency among Frankfurt students. Some of them would ontologize the West in such a way as to make us forget that Hitler, and here Brun quoted Adorno, saw through the untruth in liberalism like no citizen did, that Nazism was the consummate self-criticism of liberalism. But Brun also knew how to differentiate. This becomes clear not least in his well-known statement that National Socialism sprang from the capital relationship. He meant this in both senses of the word. Although the Nazi regime and the Holocaust had emerged from the socialization of value, they had also gone beyond it, escaped it, as he explained. The National Socialist War was the intrusion of a completely different form of socialization into the capitalist world market. The German crimes were still separated by an abyss from the horrors of normal capitalist operations. For this reason, too, he generally insisted that bourgeois society had to be given the benefit of the doubt against the worse. The defense of the separation enforced by the Enlightenment between a state that legally safeguards the conditions of capital reproduction, which organizes the rights and duties that apply equally to every citizen beyond their actual differences, and a society in which these differences can and should be played out, is the essential point of materialist criticism. This is because this institutional separation is one of the few safeguards against the barbaric abolition of capital on its own basis. This is written in an old text by his friend Manfred Dahlmann, which Joachim Brun wished for as a foreword to the new edition of his book was Deutsch ist when he himself was already struggling to write. But back to the values of the West. There were certainly many reasons why they did not fulfill their capital function. The central, and often overlooked, one probably lies in the origin of transcendence itself, namely in religion. Strictly speaking, Western values originate from Judaism and Christianity, or more precisely, the Christianity of the Western Church. Anthropocentrism is programmed into both Judaism and Christianity, which culminated in the concept of the individual during the Enlightenment. Because God created people in his image, they could become godlike. Whoever sheds the blood of a man, for the sake of that man his blood will be shed. For he made man in the image of God. It says in Genesis. There is something else that is at least as important. In Judaism, the guiding principle is, the law of the land is the law. It was incorporated into the Talmud in the 3rd century and is intended to mean, abide by the laws of the land. In case of doubt, they even take precedence over religious laws. The principle of Dina di Malchutadina, which not all religions are familiar with, already contains some of the central divisions between spheres on which the West is based: secular and spiritual power, state and religion, public and private. They can also be found in Christianity. The foundation is Jesus' response to the trick question. In your devotion to God, do you think it is right for the emperor to take taxes? The well-known answer, render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. In the Western Church, and only there, this developed into what Brun's academic teacher Winkler once called the European primordial difference. In contrast to the Eastern Church, Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the Middle East and Northeast Africa, a dualistic basic principle emerged in the European Occident via the investiture controversy and Magna Carta. Ultimately, it amounted to the limitation of rule, arbitrariness, and violence. This means that Western values are the ideological lubricant of bourgeois society, of exploitation, social and psychological misery. But their origins lie further back. Western values are ultimately secularized religious ideas that have been transferred from the sacred to the profane. For this very reason, they were never absorbed into their political economic function, but transcended it. Due to their origins in religion, which for a long time continued to have an effect even in secularized society, not only under the Christmas tree or in front of the menorah, they are deeply rooted in individual and socio-historical cultural patterns. But what does all this have to do with Ukraine? A lot, because even if Western values come from religion, they are nothing superhistorical. Let's stick to the law, even if something similar could be said about the individual. Here it might be worth reading Franz Neumann. In his major essay on the change in the function of the law, he declared in 1937 that the sphere of rational law had met the requirements of the free market. In the age of competition, Newman wrote, general law had ensured the predictability on which both small and large entrepreneurs had depended. That time is long gone. The era of free competition has long since been replaced by monopolization. This term is now considered smut, but was used much more frequently by Horkheimer, Adorno, and other critical theorists than the overrated term racket, which seems to me to be more of a search term. In contrast to the liberal order, at least according to Newman, the monopoly economy is no longer dependent on legal protection from competitors. On the contrary, general laws are even a hindrance to monopolies. They would rather take advantage of short-term measures or broad general clauses, a development that also extends into the state apparatus and the mentality of the people. The irrational norm is predictable for the monopolist, as he is strong enough to dispense with formal rationality, says Newman. As a result, law, one of the cornerstones of Western principles, not only loses its socio-economic function, but also tends to disappear. In other words, the values of the West were already at rock bottom in the interwar period, not only but especially in Germany. Germany, as Joachim Brunn repeatedly explained, was above all the avant-garde of general crisis management. The West's life-prolonging measure was called the Cold War. It was the defibrillator of Western values. The conflict between the blocs was a world civil war of values, as Dan Diner once wrote, who was a member of the Socialist Bureau together with Joachim Brunn in the 1970s. The Cold War ran through the world not only horizontally, along national borders, but also vertically through societies. In France, Italy, and Greece, the communist parties were mass organizations. During the Cold War, the contradictory unity of values and interests became apparent as rarely before. The separation of powers, the rule of law, freedom, property, and security were not only weapons, but also the subject of the East-West conflict. Anyone who questions the relations of production also questions the ideological mediating bodies that are bound to them. This is exactly what party communism did on a broad front. This is another reason why the West was never as large and unified as it was during the Cold War. It was transformed from a cultural geographical space into a political space. Traditional regions of the old European Occident such as Poland, the Baltic states, Bohemia, or Moravia were missing, but countries and regimes were added that historically or politically had little to do with it and its principles. Turkey, Greece, where the colonels ruled from 1967, Salazar's Portugal, and others. Heinrich August Winkler, Jürgen Habermas, and others have also described the West as an unfinished project because of its cooperation with such regimes. This is, of course, ideological humbug. They see the West as an unfinished piece of handicraft, just waiting to be made perfect with a little glue, spit, and goodwill. In doing so, they overlook what Joachim Brunn always emphasized. The contradiction between aspiration and reality is necessary. It is the expression of a contradictory society in which fabulous wealth and screaming misery, medical progress and millions of deaths through nothingness, immense knowledge and systematic stupidity stand side by side. Beyond that, however, the Western laissez-faire towards friends with bloody hands is something else. Strange as it may sound, it is also an expression of pragmatism. This pragmatism also goes back to the interplay and negotiation of values, power, and interest. Interest also has to do with drive, power with feasibility. So what is sensible, effective, and even possible? On the other hand, anyone who demands that the West impose its values regardless of feasibility, economic, and political interests should ask themselves at least 3 questions. 1. Are they possibly confusing the West with the image that bourgeois society had of itself in its heyday, i.e. with paradise on earth? 2. Does his demand really have anything to do with the West? Or 3. Is he not rather following in the tradition of German ideology to which most of Joachim Brunn's texts are dedicated? German ideology denies questions of interest, is not even interested in feasibility, and therefore ultimately transforms a society into a suicide squad. Being German means doing a thing for its own sake. Joachim Brunn liked to quote Richard Wagner. The connection to the Ukraine war should be clear. It is taking place against a dual backdrop: the further erosion of Western values and the territorial shift in the interests of the leading Western power, the United States. The decline in values, the decline of Western principles, which had already begun in the interwar period, continued at an accelerated pace with the end of the Cold War. The global political reasons that had given these principles a certain extension of life beyond their socio-economic obsolescence no longer applied. The special period of the Cold War, of which Dan Diner speaks, had at best postponed the decline, not reversed it. With the demise of the political East, the West also fell into crisis. However, in the general jubilation over the fall of the wall, nobody noticed at first. The great global political conflict of the bipolar era, which had had a unifying effect, was initially replaced by countless ideological, political, and cultural fronts. The term multipolar world order made the rounds. The concentration of economic power, which had already pushed the concepts of law and the individual to their limits in the 1920s, also took on new dimensions. The car industry, which is grouped around 5 or 6 large corporations, online retail and social media are just the best-known examples. Farsightedness, autonomy, and spontaneity count even less than they did during the Cold War. Instead, the central imperatives are permanent adaptability and conformism. They are just not called that, but flexibility, teamwork, self-optimization, and competence orientation. However, something else is at least as important: the process of secularization. Because as religion continues to withdraw, the prerequisites for the Western values that have emerged from it to surpass their already outdated economic function are also dwindling. There is no question that secularization is not purely an act of destruction, but a process of abolition. This applies in the threefold Hegelian sense of the word. The religious is dissolved in that it is 1. Done away with, 2. Preserved, and 3. Raised to another level. A remnant therefore remains. Nevertheless, the ever-increasing movement to set aside the rights holder of transcendence, religion, also makes the possibility of transcendence in general more difficult. Anyone who considers the idea of a divine heaven to be nothing more than the fraud, idiocy, or backwardness that it is also has difficulties at the same time in developing an idea of heaven on earth. This probably says the most important thing about the current situation in the Ukraine war. The rest is geopolitics, i.e. newspaper reading. So let's just take a look at the bare essentials. The decline of Western values coincides with the shift in the territorial interests of the United States, much to the chagrin of Ukraine. The main geographical stage of the Cold War was Europe. With the end of the East-West conflict, the focus of American foreign policy has shifted from the Atlantic to the Pacific to Asia. As early as 2009, Barack Obama described himself as the first Pacific president of the USA, alluding not only to his birth in Hawaii, but also to the geopolitical reorientation of the United States. The reason for this is not only, but above all, China. Despite some setbacks in recent years, its economic rise has been rapid. China is overshadowing Europe economically and militarily. It is currently posing a greater challenge to the West, i.e. America, than the ailing Russia. This is another reason why a number of Donald Trump's foreign policy initiatives are directed towards Asia. This conflict will certainly not give rise to a new bipolar era. Firstly, it is not ideologically charged enough for that, and secondly, it does not focus enough on different modes of production. Nevertheless, other conflicts are already being drawn into its orbit. Only recently, China and Russia held another major naval maneuver together with Iran. However, hardly anyone notices the self-referential nature of this. Since 2022, America's actions in the Ukraine war have initially had the function of neutralizing Russia in the major conflict with China. Moscow should remain largely preoccupied with itself. This is another reason why Joe Biden's support for Ukraine, despite all the rhetoric of support, was based on the motto, "Too little to win, too much to lose." Russia was of course not allowed to win the war, but defeat was also dangerous because it would mean Putin's end. That would be wonderful if there was an alternative to him. But this is not in sight, at least not in the near future. In the case of Putin, Purdue, chaos, civil war, hardliners, and other lunatics would therefore probably be imminent. Prigozhin sends his regards. In view of Russia's nuclear warheads, which far outnumber America's, this is not a good prospect, either for the conflict with China or for the world. With the low-intensity defense that has been imposed on Ukraine, it has, in other words, paid the almost unimaginable price for the precarious balance of power that is currently preventing the big clash. Fortunately or unfortunately for Ukraine, things usually turn out differently. Putin and Xi grew closer in the shadow of the Ukraine war. The war may even have furthered the liaison between Moscow and Beijing. Russian weapons are equipped en masse with Chinese electronics. The more than 10,000 North Koreans deployed west of Kursk are not fighting without approval from Zhongnanhai. Beyond all populist overdetermination, as Habermas would say, the current American-Ukraine policy is therefore likely to be above all an attempt at containment. The aim is to drive a wedge between Moscow and Beijing by making concessions to Russia. At the same time, the war is to be ended in this way. China's engagement and the reluctance of a significant proportion of Europeans, who are pursuing their own goals, threaten to make it financially unsustainable for the United States. China pumped in money, Europe held it back, at least until February 28. On closer inspection, Germany in particular appeared less as part of the West and more as a third force. The middle position ideology of the interwar period, which I spoke about on a similar occasion in Frankfurt shortly after the start of the war, seems to have been reactivated. Above all, however, there is a danger that the Ukraine conflict will turn from a global political sideshow into the central proxy war, a new Vietnam or Afghanistan. Not just with Russia, but with the Beijing-Moscow axis. It is far from clear where Germany would stand in this conflict. The German government and its NGOs would certainly not become active on the side of Beijing, but possibly not on the side of America either. In summary, it can be said that on February 28, values and power, values and interests clearly diverged. Trump was mainly concerned with interests, Zelensky with values, at least in front of the American television audience. In Ukraine, some of these values have already been suspended in order to preserve the country's sovereignty. Elections, freedom of the press, the right to life anyway. Conscription and war prevail. It should have become clear that this separation is nothing special. It is rooted in the nature of statehood. States do what states do, especially in a state of emergency. Sovereignty is the synthesis of both exception and rule. What Joachim Brun once said about the automatic subject as Marx described capital should apply to it. It is precisely in the change of form identical with itself. Beyond the internal logic of sovereignty, it is also worth repeating that the current change of form in American Ukraine policy is nevertheless not due to Trump's defection to Putin, as is sometimes assumed, nor, as others claim, is it due to concern for the Ukrainian soldiers who are dying en masse and probably also deserting. Instead, his background is the major geopolitical conflict with China, which people in this country do not want to acknowledge any more than they want to acknowledge Russia's preparations for war before 2022. In other words, Ukraine is being sacrificed to the new, still Cold War with Beijing. It is far more dangerous for the United States and the rest of the West than the fight in Ukraine has been so far. From the point of view of the American sovereign with a view to its own interests, the deal with Putin is therefore not entirely illogical. However, this interest does not necessarily have to coincide with the interests of the disenfranchised and downtrodden, as sometimes happened in the 20th and 21st centuries. This is helped by the fact that the scandal of February 28 does not just seem to reflect a customary change of form. Rather, it made clear what could have been known beforehand. Western values are losing their surplus content. They tend to become, and the emphasis is on this, what they always were for Carl Schmitt: rhetoric, deceit, a disguise for business. This is probably one of the reasons why Donald Trump finds it so difficult to distinguish between the language of diplomacy and the jargon of business. "I will make a deal in 24 hours, he declared in January 2025 with Putin in mind. What will become of this deal remains to be seen. 24 hours is a long time ago and predictions are difficult, especially when they concern the future, as Joachim Brun sometimes joked. But one thing is already certain. Regardless of which direction the negotiations with Putin take, whether Russia is allowed to keep the occupied regions as a reward for its willingness to talk, the war continues, or Chinese peacekeepers are deployed, as was recently discussed, Ukraine will foot the bill either way. This is one of the countless tragedies of our time. The ideal politician in a bourgeois republic, whether a simple parliamentarian or a state-directing chancellor or president, is basically a pale and non-charismatic administrative bureaucrat. That, at any rate, would be a piece of realized utopia. For unhappy is the country that needs heroes, says Brecht's Galileo, and yet the statesman, and with him the people, longs for a state of emergency. The greatness of a historical figure, and who would not want to go down in history, is ultimately determined by the gravity of the consequences of their decisions. The more human lives depend on them, the more intoxicating they are. This is why Hollywood disaster films, whose directors are probably not coincidentally German, Emmerich, Peterson, are not exactly unpopular worldwide. Sooner or later, a charismatic president comes into the picture to ask himself, for example, whether it is right to napalm the population of a medium-sized town afflicted by a deadly virus in order to save at least the rest of humanity. A question that the sovereign always answers in the affirmative, of course, only after sleepless nights, which are of course visible to him, whereupon the appropriate instructions are issued to the rank and file, contrite but determined. Although things usually turn out well in the end, much to the relief of everyone, especially the audience. For example, because another hero was able to concoct an antidote at the last second. This does not change the fact that everyone would have supported the fictional president's decision if a miracle had not occurred. And so, even in reality, the public is always happy to discuss, full of fear, whether and at what point a civilian plane hijacked by terrorists and hurtling towards a skyscraper, for example, can be shot out of the sky. Assuming that it is technically possible to precisely determine the point of no return of an airplane, i.e. the limit beyond which the plane can no longer avoid the high-rise building, then the occupants would be dead from that moment on anyway. Getting the plane out of the sky, even if there are 150 passengers against just one person in the high-rise building, is therefore not a complicated question that requires agonizing deliberation. It would be equally self-evident that the occupants of the aircraft should not be touched before this limit is exceeded. On the other hand, those who endlessly toss such scenarios and planning games back and forth do not do so because of the supposed moral complexity of the matter, but because they enjoy playing mental games with human lives. In this respect, the people and politicians of Israel are certainly to be envied. After all, no other state's existence and population has been permanently threatened by war and terrorism since its foundation. In no other bourgeois democracy are normal and exceptional states so difficult to distinguish. Nowhere else are democratic leaders regularly required to make major decisions. Most recently, Benjamin Netanyahu has once again had to make such a decision. In order to free the then 19-year-old soldier Gilad Shalit, who was kidnapped by a Hamas commando in June 2006, Israel will release 1,029 imprisoned Palestinians, including numerous extremists, from prisons and deport them. Similar exchanges already took place in 1985, 3 Israeli soldiers for 1,150 terrorist Palestinians, and 2004, the businessman Tenenbaum and the bodies of 3 Israeli soldiers for 435 terrorist Palestinians. The German reactions to these decisions, which are controversial in Israel, but have majority support in parliament and among the population, range in the serious press from strangely calm and factual, to Faz, to expressively critical of Israel. For example, when Peter Munch asks himself for the Süddeutsche newspaper why the historic victory of Hamas could not be a victory after all, but rather could pose a threat to both sides. Quote, "The blockade remains in place, and after Gilad Shalit returns home, Israel could even tighten the screws again." In the small print, this deal also shows how the government in Jerusalem sees the Gaza Strip as a black hole in which explosive substances can be dumped. There is no other explanation for the fact that a considerable number of those released are not allowed to return to their homes in the West Bank due to the danger they pose, but are instead deported to Gaza. Israeli security circles say that a few hundred more extremists hardly stand out among the many thousands there. However, this will further promote the radicalization of the Gaza Strip. The next armed conflict seems to be only a matter of time anyway. The triumphal procession could very soon be followed by funeral marches. End of quote. However, you don't have to be as critical of Israel and gloating as Peter Munch to eloquently conceal the crucial aspect of the ransom of a hostage, which has been trivialized everywhere as a prisoner exchange, which is why it was initially only cautiously heard on internet forums. The humane greatness and moral grandeur of the Israelis, for whom no price seems to be too high for the rescue of one of their own, whether dead or alive. Richard Herzinger's commentary for Die Welt, October 15, 2011, is therefore, as so often, a laudable exception. Quote, "Is agreeing to such a deal, which seems to reward criminal acts, therefore a sign of Israel's weakness? Not if one considers the moral dimension of this exchange. The fate of the young soldier who fell into the clutches of Hamas at the age of 19 has deeply touched the soul of Israeli society. The tent that his parents had erected near the Israeli Prime Minister's residence in Jerusalem as a reminder of their son's fate had for 2 years become something of a moral center, a thorn in the nation's conscience. It was a reminder of a commandment deeply rooted in the religious and cultural tradition of Judaism. Pikwach nefesh, the obligation to save lives, is one of the highest principles of Jewish ethics, which stands above all religious laws and regulations." End of quote. Herzinger can also be agreed with when he writes, "The civilizational, humane standard of a society can be measured not least by how highly it values individual human life. Seen in this light, the agreement on exchange is a lesson, End quote. But then he makes it a little too easy for himself. The lesson merely shows the fundamental difference between an open, democratic society and a cynical collectivist system of oppression. What a contrast such a value system offers to the maxims of an culture that propagates martyrdom as the highest ideal, especially for young men, and is not afraid to abuse them as suicide bombers in the name of a religion. End quote. After all, the appreciation of individual human life would also be the yardstick for distinguishing between open, democratic societies. It is not the obvious contrast to the unculture of insane and anti-Semitic murder collectives that allows us to fully appreciate the civilizational, humane standard of Israeli society as such. Even democratic Germany, albeit post-fascist, but no less so, reacted completely differently to a similar albeit comparatively harmless political situation than Israel in the 1970s. Only the Benjamin Netanyahu-Helmut Schmidt comparison would therefore provide a true political lesson, namely about two opposing models of interpreting civic state sovereignty, whereby it is probably no coincidence that in one case it is the state of the Holocaust survivors and in the other the legal successor to the Third Reich. The fact that the Germans played an important role as mediators in the rescue of Gilad Shalit certainly honors them, but is no guarantee that they would act like the Israelis from now on. In his Jungle blog, October 18th, Thomas V. D. Ostensacken refers to the necessity of such a comparison, but does not make it himself. However, this comparison is systematically avoided in the German reception of the rescue of Shalit, because this would result in the denunciation of the tacit agreement with recent German history. Just as Munch merely by way of example claims to criticize the results of the negotiations as a at least short-term historic victory for Hamas, although he and his ilk otherwise always accuse the Israelis of not talking enough to their anti-Semitic mortal enemies. The Germans remember their state's persistence in the face of terrorist blackmail attempts as a historic victory over the RAF. In reality, however, the RAF succeeded in teasing the fascist essence out of the state. Not, as the RAF, the left and other defenders of the rule of law believe in the state's measures against the terrorists, for as long as the exceptional situation remains the exception, it not only confirms the rule, but constitutes the normal case, i.e. also the rule of law, but in the refusal, committed in the name of the state or collective, to save human lives in dealing with terrorists. Herzinger also avoids breaking with this national history. What's more, consciously or unconsciously, he resolutely reserves the defense of the German solution. Quote, "The case of Gilad Shalit does not in fact offer a universally valid model for dealing with terrorist blackmail. Liberal societies will not be spared the specific, agonizing consideration of whether saving one life could endanger too many others in the future." End of quote. There it is again, the agonizing consideration, which can sometimes lead to this result, Netanyahu, sometimes to that, Schmidt. Every journalist, politician, and TV viewer has this formula down pat. Hardly anyone asks what is so agonizing about accepting the merely future and abstract endangerment of many, once the saving of a present and concretely threatened individual life has been elevated to a generally and universally valid, and not just a particular Jewish imperative. As if it could no longer be faced when the time comes, i.e. as soon as the initially speculative threat has become present and concrete. Even if, as Caroline Glick, for example, points out in an article for the Jerusalem Post on October 14, 2011, all statistics indicate that released terrorists will become active again, this remains an abstract threat. Certainly, not every released terrorist will change his mind, suffer a heart attack, or fall victim to a targeted liquidation by the Israelis. We know that Israelis could become victims of terrorist attacks again in the future. We don't know how many and who exactly, nor do we know how many of these attacks we will be able to prevent. However, we have a different moral responsibility towards these abstract variables in the present than towards the concrete lives that are threatened, which we are very personally guilty of not saving even though we could. Once again, the only thing we don't know about these future victims is their names, Glick's article says. But because Gilad's names are known, what Glick writes about the nameless was all the more true for him. But we know what will become of them as surely as we know that night follows day. End of quote. For Helmut Schmidt, however, this agonizing consideration was never more than the humanizing disguise of his willingness to make human sacrifices to the state, which was seen as an end in itself, and thus an adequate expression of the Post-Fascist Protection and Defense Association, in which, as Johannes Agnoli writes, the formal exchange of blows between the individual groups is merely the expression of an honest struggle, i.e. a general interest directed towards the people as a whole. Every state, as its critics have known since Hobbes, is a monster. This also applies to the tamed bourgeois Leviathan, especially in its post-fascist form. Helmut Schmidt is its prototypical face, the character mask par excellence. The interview he gave to Giovanni Di Lorenzo of Die Zeit, together with his wife Loki, on the occasion of 30 years of the German Autumn, leaves no questions unanswered with desirable clarity. The RAF terror reached its peak 30 years ago with the kidnapping of Hans Martin Schleyer, the president of the Employers Association. The state refused to be blackmailed. A conversation with the then-Chancellor Helmut Schmidt about the borderline experiences of his life. The term post-fascism refers to the continuation of fascism, not against them, but in democracy, and Helmut Schmidt is the ideal medium for this continuation precisely because he is not a Nazi, but as a social democrat former soldier in the Wehrmacht, he is even a Nazi critic and almost an ordinary German. Quote, God knows I have to defend myself because of the Kiesinger government. It was full of former Nazis. Kiesinger was a Nazi, Lubka was at least a follower, Schiller was also a follower. Under Adenauer, the entire federal chancellery was full of Nazis. That's how it was. I was never in danger of becoming a Nazi because of my Jewish grandfather. This coincidence or genealogy, possibly just coincidence, saved me from that. Otherwise, the majority of those who populated the German state offices after 1949 were Nazi fellow travelers, and some were terrible Nazis. The worst of these Nazi fellow travelers were in the administration of justice, both as judges and as public prosecutors. End quote. The usual post-fascist traits in Schmidt are also coupled with an unbelievable mendacity, which he rarely keeps up because his obsessive, partly Hollywood-inspired self-stylization as the great and tough statesman man of big and difficult decisions, along with the degree of contempt for humanity that goes with it, constantly gets in the way. He begins the conversation or chat with the assertion that it is by no means difficult for him to talk about the fateful days of the German autumn. He just has no desire to do so because there is a climate in the media that deals too much with the terrorists and too little with the victims. While in the further course of the conversation it emerges that he enjoys talking about the borderline experiences of his life, just as much as these borderline experiences themselves, and considers his own hardening against the suffering of the victims to be his great achievement as a statesman. Thus, the admission of complicity in Schleyer's death, for example, is part of the statesmanlike staging of the person who has to bear the consequences of his difficult decisions, admittedly after agonizing considerations, as a weight and great burden for all eternity. It is irrelevant for an analysis of Schmidt's attitude that the victim Schleyer, as an old SS man, is not worthy of solidarity and that most of the victims of the Landshut kidnapping were later freed unharmed. Quote, Schmidt says, yes, of course it was always clear to me that I was not only complicit in the death of Hans Martin Schleyer in the eyes of Mrs. Schleyer or their son Hans Eberhard Schleyer, but also in my own eyes, speaks very quietly. That was always clear to me. It was also clear to me during the weeks we spent looking for him. If you don't succeed, you yourself are partly to blame. Zeit says, it's a terrible thing to live with. Schmidt says, it's certainly not easy. End quote. On the other hand, Helmut Schmidt is of course anything but an emotional wimp. Confronted with the victims begging for their lives, a tape recording of Schleyer's voice, I have always recognized the decision of the federal government, as I have expressly communicated in writing. But what has been going on for days is human torture without meaning. End quote. And the desperate radio message from Gabi Dillman, stewardess of the hijacked Landshut, to the German ambassador via the airport tower in Mogadishu. Quote, I didn't know that there were people in the German government who were partly responsible. I hope you can live with this guilt on your conscience. End quote. Schmidt initially said, she spoke the same way as Schleyer. That was a matter of course. That's life. End quote. Whereupon he talks himself into a storm of steel that Ernst Junger and Martin Heidegger couldn't have managed any better. Quote, Zeit says, but when you feel the distress and fear of these people, how can you stick to your position so unwaveringly? Schmidt says, we were grown men and not teenagers. We all had the shit of war behind us. Strauss had the war behind him, Zimmermann had the war behind him, Wisniewski had the war behind him. We all had enough shit behind us and were hardened. And we had a considerable degree of composure while at the same time straining our nerves and our minds to the limit. The war was a lot of shit, but not losing your mind in the face of danger was something you learned back then. Zeit says, when you say that the experience of war united you in the crisis team, Do you mean the experience of death? Schmidt says, for example, the experience of death, the experience of mortal danger. Zeit says, is it also the experience of being killed? Schmidt says, speaks very quietly and cautiously. That's the same thing. Zeit says, so after that you were all grown up, hardened? Schmidt says, yes. Zeit says, also brutalized? Schmidt says, every war brings brutalization with it on all sides. End quote. Of course, Schmidt doesn't want to know anything about the specifics of the National Socialist War, the war of extermination in the East and the Holocaust. He is as post-fascist here as the preamble to the Basic Law. But being able to endure shit hardened, steeled, and grown up with a considerable degree of composure is only one thing. A greatness that the hostages of the hijacked plane, unlike Schmidt, could not muster. His cynical, steel thunderstorm fecal language poisons even the slightest hint of empathy with the victims. Quote, the poor people standing in the Lufthansa plane at Mogadishu airport, threatened with death. The loose of the plane long since shat on, all wired up and prepared to be blown up. Then alcohol was poured over their heads and clothes to make them burn. Of course, they condemned the German government, appealed to it, expected everything possible from it, and thought we were their murderers or at least the cause of the distress they were in. End quote. The other is the decision to take the position of hardship itself, which is what caused the shit, in this case, the complicity in the first place. According to Schmidt, this can be explained by the following history. In 1972, a German plane was hijacked to free the imprisoned hostage-takers of the Israeli Olympic team. The Brandt government went along with the deal. In 1975, the Berlin CDU politician Peter Lorenz was kidnapped and exchanged for 6 captured terrorists. Even before Lorenz was actually released, Schmidt claims to have decided, quote, you'll never do that again. In fact, the people released in Berlin continued to commit terrorist acts. So that was the second successful blackmail. I suspected that there was now a chain of kidnappings and blackmail attempts. End of quote. When Schleyer was kidnapped in September 1977, Schmidt made a 5-minute statement 4 hours later, which had been recorded shortly beforehand in the ARD studio in Bonn and, as Di Lorenzo says, came up with a sentence for the history books. Quote, the state must respond to this with all necessary severity. End of quote. However, this necessary severity was not primarily directed against the terrorists. On the contrary, many a proposal was and still is rejected as a breach of the rule of law, even as fascist. And not only the ideas circulated by, for example, Federal Prosecutor General Kurt Rebman, to amend the Basic Law so that it would be possible to shoot people who were to be ransomed by terrorists, or Franz Josef Strauss, to kill 1 RAF prisoner for every hostage shot, or the proposal of a BND agent for a covert operation against international terrorism with the aim of liquidating the European leadership cadres. In other words, a strategy of toughness, which the Israelis, for example, certainly use, is, as Di Lorenzo and Schmidt agree, at least hair-raising and inappropriate for a democratic state. On the other hand, it seems appropriate if the necessary severity is directed against the hostages, i.e. if the state, in order to demonstrate that it will not be blackmailed or that such blackmail is not worthwhile in the long term, instead of covertly and systematically liquidating terrorists, simply does not give in to their short-term demands. Quote, Zeit says, so the historian's account is correct, that you were determined from the first day of the Schleyer kidnapping not to give in to the terrorists. Schmidt says, the portrayal is wrong because I had already been determined to do so since the Lorenz kidnapping. I didn't give in afterwards in Stockholm either. And I didn't want to do that in a 3rd or 4th case either. Zeit says, at least you told Sandra Maischberger. I found the enormous responsibility for the lives of others existentially oppressive. Schmidt ponders for a long time, says, you can also say in Hamburgian, that's a bit lean. End quote. However, the enormous responsibility for the lives of others, which Schmidt also proudly displays at another point in the interview, is only the civilizing disguise of the barbaric, which is already expressed in the fall into the provincial, in this case Hamburg, and is then also clearly formulated by Loki Schmidt. But the state was also threatened, and that was just as clear to us and to my husband even more so, of course. End of quote. For the Schmidts, the concrete other people can therefore so quickly become something abstract and inhuman like the state, because they simply do not recognize any difference, which in a way proves them to be connoisseurs of their basic law. Even Article 1:1 speaks of the dignity of man instead of human beings. The latter alone would mean all human beings, i.e. the empirical individuals, as they walk and stand. Man in and of himself, on the other hand, is a real abstraction that is objectified in the sovereign. This is the general man who subsumes the particular men by subordinating the provisions of repressive generality to the concrete individuals as a juridical fiction, Marx, ISF. The subject form is the epitome of all economically set and politically explicated requirements that the particular individuals have to meet, and therefore the truth of Article 1:1 is, as Johannes Agnoli critically noted, the dignity of the state is inviolable. Conversely, this makes the dignity of specific individuals inviolable for the purposes of the state. And as an old soldier, Schmidt knows that Article 2:2, everyone has the right to life and physical integrity, is not far off the mark either. For the life generously granted by the state, in this case everyone instead of the individual, immediately implies the duty to sacrifice for the Volksgemeinschaft, as the Basic Law already stipulates in the provisions on the abuse of fundamental rights to fight against the free democratic basic order, Article 18, and as Section 5 of the Criminal Code states under the heading Crimes against National Defense, whoever incapacitates himself or another with his consent by mutilation or in any other way for the fulfillment of compulsory military service, or causes him to be incapacitated, shall be punished with imprisonment from 3 months to 5 years, Section 109 StGB, and therefore this, after all, the jurist knows, even if he knows nothing else. There is no right of disposal of the individual over his own life. The Schmidt couple's thoughts and actions are such that the provisions of sovereignty as defined by Hegel should be read as an immediate instruction manual and put into practice. On Hegel's philosophy of law, Joachim Brun writes, "The state, says Hegel, must not only be regarded as a bourgeois society, Grundlinien Section 324 edition, but as the nation in its limit, which implies the surrender of personal reality to the absolute final end, to the sovereignty of the state, Section 328. It is the soldier who reconciles in himself the contradictory determinations of the bourgeois and the citizen in extreme negativity, i.e., the concrete egoism with the abstract altruism of the individual constituted in the form of the subject. He embodies the readiness to sacrifice himself in the service of the state, Section 327. Which means, the being that Hegel wanted to establish as an affirmative being reveals itself as an unbeing, which the Schmidts have taken upon themselves to embody with all the consequences of body and soul in agonizing consideration. It is therefore no coincidence that their harshness towards the abductees threatened with death goes hand in hand with their resolute willingness to sacrifice themselves for the monster state. Quote, Loki Schmidt says, "After the attack on the embassy in Stockholm, Helmut and I walked through the park in the dark. After talking about it, we made the decision. We'll go to the head of the chancellery tomorrow and put it in writing that one of us shouldn't do anything special to save the other." Schmidt says, "If you're going to talk about it, then you have to say it exactly. This note must still be in the chancellery files today. It states, if Mrs. Schmidt or Mr. Schmidt should be kidnapped, the state should not replace them." Zeit says, "Sorry, but that sounds terrible. You have to try everything to save a loved one." Schmidt says, "Yes, but we were different because I was responsible for other people." Loki Schmidt says, "You've never been in that situation." Schmidt says, "That's also just an answer to your question about whether we felt threatened. Of course we were threatened, and we did feel threatened." Loki Schmidt says, "But the state was also threatened, and that was just as clear to us, and to my husband even more so, of course." End quote. The Schmidts, of course, credit each other with human greatness and try to convince Di Lorenzo and the readers of Die Zeit that, if they were prepared to sacrifice others for the state, they were at least consequent enough not to exempt themselves. However, this German consistency, he who says A must also say B, reveals neither humanity nor empathy, on the contrary. It is only in this that post-fascist state fetishism reaches its culmination, especially when the willingness to sacrifice oneself for a state that exists for its own sake. In the self-stylization of the state-supporting couple is also supposed to serve as a cathartic reconciliation with the relatives of the actual victims. Quote, Schmidt says, "The constitutional state does not have to win, nor does it have to lose, but it has to exist." Zeit says, "And what did you leave behind?" Schmidt says, "I would repeat what I said in the speech you quoted 30 years ago in the Bundestag. I am entangled in guilt towards Schleyer and towards Mrs. Schleyer and towards the two officials in Stockholm. the military attaché Andreas Baron von Mirbach, and the economic attaché Heinz Hillegart, who were killed. Loki Schmidt says, "I only remember that shortly after Stockholm, the wife of the German ambassador was in Bonn and almost insulted me. I told her about our walk at night and what we had agreed in writing. She gave me a big look and suddenly threw her arms around my neck. And she understood that everything looks a bit different when you're in the middle of it. She didn't say anything bad anymore." End quote. In his essay Education After Auschwitz, Adorno even sees the cult of harshness in traditional education as a prefiguration of National Socialist violence, which should therefore be resolutely countered. The educational image of harshness, which many may believe in without thinking about it, is wrong through and through. The vaunted toughness that is supposed to be taught means indifference to pain per se. There is no clear distinction between one's own pain and that of others. Those who are hard on themselves buy themselves the right to be hard on others and take revenge for the pain that they were not allowed to show, that they had to repress. This mechanism must be made conscious, as must an education that does not, as in the past, place premiums on pain and the ability to endure pain. End of quote. So the entanglement in guilt is not just a good thing to live with. Schmidt knows how to enjoy it. The tragic greatness of a historical statesman would not be possible without such entanglement anyway. He knows he is connected to the victims through the certainty that he would have sacrificed himself, and he tells his critics how, as a completely solitary wolf, he had to calmly weigh up a difficult decision for which there would have been no moral compass to guide him, and how he nevertheless managed to find a solution that was completely without alternative. Quote, "Listen to the questions of whether Lorenz should be bought out by letting terrorists go free, whether ambassadors and embassy staff should be bought out by letting criminals go free, whether Schleyer should be bought out by letting criminals go free, or whether people on an airplane should be bought out by letting criminals go free who then commit new crimes. There is no answer to any of these questions in the basic law, nor in the Bible, nor in the Quran, nor in the Torah." End of quote. Every sentence a lie. Schmidt's decision to take tough action against the hostages was anything but exemplary. As shown, he acted in accordance with the basic law and practically reduced Hegel's philosophy of the state to mere affirmation. And any state morality based on the Quran would also prove Schmidt right. On the other side of the lie, Israel, Netanyahu, his predecessors and the population prove that one could have acted differently, can and must act differently. The second swap deal to release Israeli hostages from the hands of Hamas since the massacre on October 7th is doubly asymmetrical beyond the demands for a ceasefire and withdrawal of the Israeli army. Quantitatively, hundreds of Palestinians against 33 Israelis. Qualitatively, convicted criminals, including terrorists, against civilians and regular soldiers. The pattern is familiar. In 1985, 3 Israeli soldiers were exchanged for 1,150 Palestinian terrorists. In 2004, the businessman Tenenbaum and the bodies of 3 Israeli soldiers were exchanged for 435 Palestinian terrorists. In order to free the then 19-year-old soldier Gilad Shalit, who was kidnapped by a Hamas commando in June 2006, 1,029 imprisoned Palestinians, including numerous extremists, were released from prison by Israel in 2011 and deported. The so-called moral dilemma is always the same, and the corresponding discussions are similar, with one exception which will be discussed shortly. Richard Herzinger defended the deal to release Gilad Shalit in a commentary for Die Welt, October 15, 2011, as follows: "Is entering into such a deal, which seems to reward criminal acts, thus a sign of Israel's weakness? Not if you consider the moral dimension of this exchange. The fate of the young soldier who fell into the clutches of Hamas at the age of 19 has deeply touched the soul of Israeli society. The tent that his parents had erected near the Israeli Prime Minister's residence in Jerusalem as a reminder of their son's fate had for 2 years become something of a moral center, a thorn in the nation's conscience. It was a reminder of a commandment deeply rooted in the religious and cultural tradition of Judaism. Pikwach nefesh, the obligation to save lives, is one of the highest principles of Jewish ethics, which stands above all religious laws and regulations. The case of Gilad Shalit does not in fact offer a universally valid model for dealing with terrorist extortion. Liberal societies will not be spared the specific, agonizing consideration of whether saving one life could endanger too many others in the future." End quote. As Herzinger foresaw, the agonizing consideration of whether saving one life might not endanger too many others is being posed again these days, with the difference, and this is the special feature I wanted to come back to, that those who weighed things up differently from Herzinger back then could find themselves tragically vindicated today. In an article for the Jerusalem Post on October 14, 2011, Caroline Glick pointed out that all statistics indicate that released terrorists will become active again, which will inevitably lead to future Israeli casualties. The only thing we don't know about these future victims are their names, but we know what will become of them, as surely as we know that night follows day. End quote. Today we know the names of over 1,000 Israelis murdered and over 200 kidnapped on October 7th. Yahya Sinwar is considered to be the mastermind behind this massacre, and thus one of the very terrorists that Israel released in exchange for Gilad Shalit. So you could say, even if no one dares to say so among the critics of the current deal, that the price for one Israeli, Gilad Shalit, seen from today's perspective, is over 1,000 Israelis, the victims of October 7th. I would like to strongly disagree with this logic, which is only apparently plausible. Certain formulas such as the state must not allow itself to be blackmailed should also be distrusted. Similarly, weighing up the various duties of the state to protect its citizens is morally less dilemmatic than is generally assumed. In my opinion, the state's responsibility for current hostages, whose names and relatives are known, whose specific danger is known and who could be rescued by means of a deal, outweighs the future and abstract danger to which the population is exposed if terrorists are released. We don't know now whether and how many and who exactly could be killed in the future, but we do know now that the hostages are in danger. There is also no logical causal link between the release of terrorists and the victims of future terror. For one thing, a released hostage could change his mind or suffer a heart attack. On the other hand, terrorist attacks can also be prevented in the future when the time comes. Especially in the context of October 7th, there are also indications of state failure, accusations that the Netanyahu government will have to face after the war. So it is not casualty figures that play a role in life-saving considerations. How many other possible lives would one life be worth? But the conceptual pairs of present/concrete here and future/abstract there. If you want to deter in the sense of the state must not show itself to be susceptible to blackmail, you could consider writing the released terrorists on a liquidation list for the secret services, which would have to be processed after the deal has been completed. Although this is not entirely considered politically correct in constitutional states, it would certainly be more moral than sacrificing kidnapped civilians for reasons of state. The moral compass for this can very well be found, but not only, in the religious tradition of Judaism, and indeed not only, in the Pikuach Nefesh mentioned by Herzinger. Schmidt could also have known from Christianity that God no longer takes pleasure in sacrifices after Jesus' self-sacrifice. Last but not least, the categorical imperative of the citizen and Enlightenment philosopher Kant could also have been consulted. Act in such a way that you need humanity both in your person and in the person of everyone else at all times as an end, never merely as a means. Even if the secular reconciliation between the particular and the universal conceived here goes back to the famous sentence from the Talmud, which has now degenerated into standard Hollywood kitsch. That is why Adam was created as an individual, to teach you, whoever destroys a single man, according to the scriptures, has destroyed the whole world. Whoever preserves a single man alive has preserved a whole world. Mishnah, Sanhedrin, 4:5. But someone like Schmidt, and so many Germans with him, did not wade through the shit of war to make a humane, sensible, and anti-tragic decision like Netanyahu's.